The head of the Jiang family unfortunately died while attempting a breakthrough in seclusion, but upon transmigration and rebirth, he gained the supreme family system. In the back mountains of the Jiang family in Wudon City, a handsome man in a blood-stained white robe opened his eyes in confusion. A flood of memories surged into his mind, and Jiang Daoxuan realized he had transmigrated to become the head of the Jiang family, one of the four great families. According to his memories, his predecessor had come here to seclude himself to break through to a higher realm, but the pills he used had been tampered with, leading to his failure and death. Now, he not only transmigrated and was reborn, but had also become a cripple with no cultivation. In this extraordinary world where the strong can move mountains and fill seas while the weak are as insignificant as grass, a slight misstep can lead to death from the aftershocks of the strong. Even more worrying is that the other three great families have long been eyeing the Jiang family with ill intentions. At this moment, a cold system voice announced, granting him three divine abilities: the Chaos Dao I to perceive the information of living beings, the innate Holy Body Dao embryo that combines the ancient Holy Body and the innate Dao embryo, and the total family aggregation that permanently accumulates the cultivation of family members. Without hesitation, Jiang Daoxuan fused with the innate Holy Body Dao embryo. Instantly, a golden aura enveloped him, countless Dao rhythms descended and surrounded him, Dao sounds echoed in the heavens and earth, auspicious five-colored clouds appeared, and golden lotuses bloomed on the ground. The immense power of the great Dao washed over his body, rejuvenating his once decayed physique. After completing the physical remolding, his body perfectly integrated with his soul. Activating the total family aggregation ability, spiritual energy surged in, breaking through several realms. Innate perfection, purple mansion first, second, and third layer. A breath of turbid air was expelled, piercing directly through the ground. The system then activated the investment return function, which has 9 levels from black to multicolored. By investing in family members, one can receive critical rewards. Just as Jiang Daoxuan was checking the system panel, it alerted him that the family was in crisis. Meanwhile, in the Jiang family hall, Tang family head Tang Jingyang arrived with people to provoke. He not only mocked the hall scale as inferior to the Tang family's lavatory, but also offered 10 taels of silver to humiliate the Jiang family's poverty. Facing such provocation, the Jiang family's grand elder suppressed his anger. Tang Jingyang further brought up the past when the Jiang family was a vassal of the Tang family, his words dripping with disdain. As the crowd became increasingly agitated, the grand elder felt a deep sorrow. If the family head were here, how would the Tang family dare act so brazenly? But the family head had been in seclusion for 6 years, and he himself was only at the 7th level of innate. How could he contend with the aggressive Tang family? The atmosphere suddenly became tense, like a powder keg on the verge of exploding. The great elder suppressed his anger, clenching his fists tightly, and stared intently at Tang Jingyang, asking in a deep voice, "Tang family, what exactly are you planning?" Tang Jingyang let out a cold laugh, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Today, we are here to destroy the Jiang family. Wudon City is too small for the 4 great families, so we'll have to ask you to step aside first." The great elder was taken aback, his body trembling involuntarily. He struggled to regain his composure and gestured for his clansmen to remain calm. Taking a deep breath, he tried to maintain his composure, saying, "Even if the Tang family is powerful, don't forget that our genius Jiang Chun is studying at Chinchan's sect. By doing this, aren't you challenging Chinchan's sect? If you anger the sect, how will the Tang family bear the consequences?" Tang Jingyang's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Jiang Chun, that so-called genius? If he were still an inner disciple, our Tang family would show some respect to Chinchan's sect. But unfortunately," the great elder's heart sank, sensing trouble. Tang Jingyang laughed heartily. "It seems you don't know. Your genius encountered an attack from Luofeng's sect during a mission and is now a cripple, his Dantian destroyed. Even more laughable, he has been expelled from Chinchan's sect." Upon hearing this, the Jiang family members were in an uproar, exchanging incredulous glances. The young man who had once been their hope for a resurgence had lost everything in an instant, like a fleeting blossom. The faces of the Jiang family elders changed drastically, filled with anxiety. If Jiang Chun was truly expelled from Chinchan's sect, who could protect the Jiang family? They could barely fend off Tang Jingyang alone. Among the crowd, the Wang brothers, who had been supported by the Jiang family, exchanged a look. After weighing the pros and cons, they quietly left the Jiang family's side and approached Tang Jingyang. Wang De clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Clan leader Tang, we have long admired the Tang family's reputation. Seeing the wise and powerful clan leader Tang today, may we join you? We are willing to switch sides and serve the Tang family." The Jiang family elders were furious upon hearing this, accusing them. "Wang De, the Jiang family has treated you well. In our time of need, instead of repaying us, you betray us. How shameful." Faced with the accusations, the Wang brothers hung their heads in silence, but did not change their minds. They knew the Jiang family was at a dead end, and to continue receiving cultivation resources, they had to seize this opportunity to ally with the Tang family. Tang Jingyang smiled in satisfaction. Good. Those who understand the times are wise. Rest assured, if you join the Tang family, your treatment will be no less than that of other supporters. The resources of the Tang family far surpassed those of the Jiang family. The Wang brothers were overjoyed, immediately kneeling and saluting. Thank you, clan leader, for taking us in. We pledge our allegiance. To prove their loyalty, they revealed, we haven't seen Jiang Daoxuan in 6 years. The Jiang family's high-ranking members were furious that the brothers had revealed their last ace, cursing them as traitors and ingrates. Knowing they were in the wrong, the Wang brothers quickly hid behind Tang Jingyang. With this information, Tang Jingyang nodded in satisfaction. Although he already knew Jiang Daoxuan wouldn't appear, hearing it from them had a different significance. His gaze was sharp as a knife as he scanned the Jiang family members, declaring coldly, "Today, the Jiang family shall be destroyed." The words had barely left his mouth when the courtyard suddenly felt icy, as if the temperature had dropped by 10 degrees. However, just as Tang Jingyang was about to act, a gentle voice like jade suddenly rang out from not far away. "Destroy my Jiang family? With the likes of you? How presumptuous!" Upon hearing the sound, everyone present instinctively turned their heads to look. At the entrance stood a majestic man in white. His face was as handsome as jade, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his black hair casually draped over his shoulders. The white robe he wore, stained with blood, exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation. The pupils of the Jiang family members constricted in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. They recognized the figurite was none other than their long-awaited clan leader, Jiang Daoxuan. It's the clan leader. He's finally out. I saw him 6 years ago, there's no doubt. The clan leader is incredibly powerful. We're saved. Please, clan leader, stand up for us. The Tang family wants to destroy our centuries-old heritage. It's too much. Jiang Daoxuan's appearance was like a shot of adrenaline, giving the Jiang family members a renewed sense of hope. Spirits that had fallen to despair suddenly soared. Many had grown up hearing tales of Jiang Daoxuan's legendary feats. He was the very figure who once single-handedly subdued all the innate experts of Wudon City. The Jiang family status among the 4 great families in Wudon City alongside the Tang, Sun, and Gao families was largely due to Jiang Daoxuan's efforts. Hearing the jubilant cheers of the Jiang family, the Tang family members, who were initially unclear about the situation, quickly realized what was happening and were struck with horror. Jiang Daoxuan? How is this possible? I heard he had been in seclusion for 6 years. How can he still be alive? What should we do now? Even our ancestor fears him. Maybe we should retreat? We haven't completely destroyed the Jiang family. At most, we could compensate with some resources. The Tang family members were frightened even before the battle began, their faces filled with terror. Being part of the 4 great families themselves, they were well aware of Jiang Daoxuan's formidable reputation. He was once hailed by the current city lord as the most promising candidate to become the 3rd Purple Mansion realm expert in the city. Now, such a formidable presence was like an insurmountable mountain, causing despair. At this moment, the Tang family was no longer considering whether they could annihilate the Jiang family, but whether they could escape unscathed. The Wang brothers, who served as patrons of the Jiang family, were utterly terrified. They couldn't believe their eyes. Jiang Daoxuan, presumed dead after 6 years in seclusion, was standing before them. Regrets surged in their hearts. Had they known, they wouldn't have publicly switched sides. They held on to a sliver of hope. Considering our years of service, the clan leader might spare us. Tang Jingyang's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. He never expected the voice to belong to Jiang Daoxuan, who was long thought dead. Even though he had reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, he felt a sense of panic in the face of this legendary figure. Among the Jiang family, the great elder looked at Jiang Daoxuan, his lips parted, but he didn't know where to begin. Everything felt too surreal, making him worry it was just a fantasy. Don't worry, rest well, leave the rest to me. Jiang Daoxuan gently reassured the great elder. His voice, like a spring breeze, calmed the Jiang family, dispelling their worries. Then, Jiang Daoxuan turned his gaze to Tang Jingyang. As their eyes met, the cold look in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes made Tang Jingyang shudder, sweat forming on his forehead. In this intimidating presence, he immediately felt the urge to retreat. Clan leader Jiang, this is all a misunderstanding. Please let me explain by now. Any plans to overtake the Jiang family were abandoned. Survival was paramount. Explain. Jiang Daoxuan's face was stern. With a wave of his hand, a burst of energy shot out, piercing through Tang Jingyang's body and exploding him into a mist of blood. Blood rained down, staining the surrounding walls red and forming a pool on the ground. This horrifying scene left the Tang family members pale and terrified. Their souls seemed to leave their bodies. Their clan leader had been effortlessly killed by Jiang Daoxuan. No one could have foreseen this outcome. Even the Jiang family members were stunned, looking at Jiang Daoxuan as if he were a monster. After all, Tang Jingyang was a genuine pinnacle innate expert, yet he was slaughtered like a mere chick. Could it be that the clan leader has broken through to the Purple Mansion realm? The possibility made everyone tremble with excitement. Under the awestruck gaze of the Jiang family, Jiang Daoxuan remained indifferent, casually withdrawing his hand. Your death is explanation enough for me. With these words, the hearts of the Tang family members trembled, and they became silent, not daring to even breathe loudly. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy, as if the air had solidified. Jiang Daoxuan's gaze was as sharp as a knife as it swept over the members of the Tang family, finally settling on the Wang brothers. He spoke coldly. How long have you three been working for the Jiang family? The Wang brothers trembled all over, as if doused with a bucket of ice water. Wang Da's voice shook as he replied. Replying to the clan leader, we have been with the Jiang family for 10 years now. The three nodded repeatedly, fearing that any delay would anger Jiang Daoxuan. Jiang Daoxuan's brow furrowed slightly, his tone laced with sarcasm. 10 years? Has it been that long? He let out a cold laugh and continued. Yet, in all this time, even a dog would have developed some affection, but some people are worse than livestock. Would you say I am right? Upon hearing this, the brothers' faces turned ashen, and they dared not meet Jiang Daoxuan's gaze. Wang Da gritted his teeth and fell to his knees with a thud, quivering as he said, Clan leader, it was wrong of us to choose the wrong side. We will never do it again. Never again. Jiang Daoxuan's voice turned icy and murderous. Admitting your mistake deserves punishment. 10 years ago, your cultivation was only at the Hotian level, and due to provoking enemies, you sought refuge with the Jiang family. We resolved your troubles, took you in, and provided you with resources to advance to Xiantian. And this is how you repay the Jiang family. Enveloped by this murderous intent, Wang Er and Wang San's legs gave out, and they also knelt, their voices trembling as they pleaded. Clan leader, we were wrong. We were foolish. Please, have mercy on us for our years of service to the Jiang family. Jiang Daoxuan sneered coldly. Ridiculous. 10 years ago, you should have died at the hands of your enemies. Now, let me personally reclaim that debt. As he finished speaking, he waved his hand, sending a fierce gust of wind. The three brothers had no chance to resist before coughing up blood and collapsing lifelessly. Jiang Daoxuan withdrew his hand and turned to the remaining Tang family members. Witnessing this, fear gripped their hearts as they struggled to suppress their terror and shouted, Jiang clan leader, are you really going to sever ties with the Tang family completely? Don't forget, our patriarch is still alive. Do you intend to declare war on the Tang family? Jiang Daoxuan ignored them and instead gestured to the Jiang family members behind him, issuing a stern order. Jiang family disciples, hear me. Anyone who dares to intrude on the Jiang family, leave none alive. Kill. Yes. The Jiang family disciples responded with enthusiasm and unity. In an instant, a brutal massacre unfolded within the Jiang family compound. Without the protection of Tang Jingyang, the Tang family members were like lambs to the slaughter, falling back under the combined assault of Jiang Daoxuan and the Jiang family. Pleas and curses filled the air but were quickly drowned out by the sounds of battle. Before long, the scene grew quiet. The Jiang family compound was littered with bodies, and the stench of blood hung in the air. Although the Jiang family disciples were exhausted from the fierce fighting, their faces were filled with the joy of victory. Jiang Daoxuan stood with his hands behind his back, surveying the surroundings. Around him lay a dense array of corpses, each with a single fatal wound, clearly dispatched with a single blow. At that moment, a strange notification sounded in Jiang Daoxuan's mind. Ding, crisis averted, destiny altered, ensuring the survival of the family. Family fortune, 300. A flicker of confusion crossed Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. Up to this point, he still didn't understand the purpose of this sudden family fortune. Jiang Daoxuan shook his head, abandoning the thought of further contemplation. Just as he was about to turn and approach his clansmen, the system's notification chimed again, clear and melodious. Ding, green-level clansman detected. The host can invest 1 Gaian pill to obtain a bottle of Shisui pills. This information struck Jiang Daoxuan like a bolt of lightning, instantly brightening his eyes. According to his predecessor's memories, Shisui pills were top-tier mysterious grade elixirs, highly coveted for their effects. Not only could they cleanse impurities from the body and accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy by at least 3 times, but they could also heal hidden injuries and even repair the foundation of martial artists below the Yuan High realm, with the added benefit of slightly enhancing one's bone structure. In the entire Wudon city, such treasures were beyond reach. His predecessor had only heard of them and never seen them in person. But now, not only could he see them, but he could acquire an entire bottle directly. This opportunity was almost unbelievable. Overwhelmed by excitement, Jiang Daoxuan, guided by the system, quickly approached the Great Elder. He respectfully spoke, "Greetings, clan leader." The Great Elder was about to rise and return the gesture, but Jiang Daoxuan promptly stopped him. With a concerned expression, Jiang Daoxuan supported him and gently said, Let's forego the formalities for now. You've worked hard all these years. Familiar with his predecessor's memories, Jiang Daoxuan knew that during his seclusion, the Jiang family relied entirely on the Great Elder. Without him, the Jiang family might have already perished, and the system's clan integration function would have been completely lost. After being helped up, the Great Elder took a closer look at the clan leader before him. Due to their close proximity, he immediately noticed several peculiarities. The clan leader's features were more refined, his skin smoother, and his aura more ethereal. Recalling the astonishing power the clan leader had just displayed, the Great Elder cautiously probed. Clan leader, have you achieved the Zifu realm? At these words, the entire courtyard fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All the Jiang family members perked up their ears, holding their breath in anticipation. Like the Great Elder, they were filled with curiosity. Under the intense gaze of everyone present, Jiang Daoxuan casually replied, I was fortunate to break through. I have now just entered the Zifu realm. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura unique to the Zifu realm subtly emanated, instantly filling the entire space. Everyone simultaneously felt an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. This pressure came and went quickly, disappearing as Jiang Daoxuan retracted it back into his body. Once everyone regained their senses, the courtyard erupted into a frenzy. Cheers and laughter echoed. Our clan leader has broken through to the Zifu realm? Ha ha! Our Jiang family now has a Zifu cultivator to watch over us. I'd like to see who dares to bully the Jiang family now. Fortune has indeed smiled upon us. It's truly the blessing of our ancestors that we have another Zifu cultivator in our family's time of need. The city lord is a government official and won't interfere with family disputes, but the Tang family patriarch is aging and may not have much time left. Now, who can possibly stand against the might of the Jiang family? The entire courtyard was filled with the joyful voices of the Jiang family members. It wasn't that they lacked composure, but the significance of the Zifu realm was monumental. Even though the Jiang family had been established in Wudon City for centuries, only their ancestor had reached such a level. Now, they were privileged to have a second Zifu strongman emerge in their family. A cultivator of this caliber, if they joined the powerful Chinchan sect, could hold the esteemed position of an elder and be entrusted with significant responsibilities. Even joining the government could grant them substantial authority, becoming the lord of a distant city. Such a powerful existence emerging again in their Jiang family was a cause for immense excitement. Even the usually composed Great Elder couldn't contain his excitement, trembling with emotion. His lips parted slightly, murmuring, Fortune favors us indeed, truly fortune favors us. Amidst the adoring gazes of everyone, Jiang Daoxuan remained calm. He simply took out a black pill from his robe, handed it to the Great Elder, and kindly said, Your hard work over the years has left your foundation unstable. Take this Gaian pill to stabilize it. Gu Yuan Dan. The Grand Elder's eyes widened, unable to hide his shock. This was no ordinary item, but a top-tier yellow-grade elixir of immense value. Even if the entire Jiang family pooled their resources, obtaining a few would still be a challenge. Its effects were extraordinary, not only accelerating recovery from injuries, but also stabilizing the foundation of one's cultivation. He recalled how Jiang Daoxuan had once spent a fortune to acquire one before entering seclusion, and now, to give it away so easily was truly unbelievable. Thank you, clan leader, for your generosity. The Grand Elder's voice trembled with excitement as he carefully accepted the elixir, holding it as if it were a precious treasure. Without any hesitation, he swallowed the pill. In an instant, a miracle occurred. The Grand Elder's face, once pale as paper, regained a healthy glow with visible speed, like a withered tree coming back to life. At that moment, a soft notification sounded in Jiang Daoxuan's ear. Ding, investment successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a bottle of Shisui Dan. It has been automatically stored in the system warehouse and can be retrieved at any time. Not bad. Quite considerate. Jiang Daoxuan nodded almost imperceptibly, then turned his attention back to the Grand Elder, asking in a deep voice, How long has it been since I entered seclusion? What has happened during this time? He had sensed a crisis in the courtyard through his divine sense, prompting his swift arrival, but he was unaware of the details. Hearing the clan leader's question, the Grand Elder quickly composed himself and recounted the recent events. Clan leader, it has been over 6 years since you went into seclusion. Once the news of your seclusion spread, many speculated that you had failed and perished. The Tang family grew increasingly brazen, seizing our lands and provoking disputes to test whether you were still alive. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and continued. As time went on without your appearance, the Tang family became bolder, joining forces with the Sun and Gao families to aggressively take over our mining fields and lands. They also caused trouble in our shops and restaurants in the city, leading to customer complaints and a significant loss of market share, putting us in a precarious position. 2 years ago, we had a severe conflict with the Tang family, resulting in the tragic death of your cousin, Dao Ling, at their hands. the Grand Elder said somberly. Afterward, Dao Ling's son, Jiang Chun, showed great talent in cultivation. We had to sell several shops and restaurants, converting a third of our assets into wealth to secure connections and help Jiang Chun join the Chinchan sect as an inner disciple. With the Chinchan sect's protection, the actions of the Tang, Sun, and Gao families were curbed. However, the Grand Elder's tone grew heavy. The Tang family somehow learned that Jiang Chun was attacked by the Luofeng sect while on a sect mission, resulting in his Dantian being shattered and his expulsion from the Chinchan sect. With this news, the Tang family, led by Tang Jingyang himself, has come today intending to annihilate our family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes reflected contemplation, and a peculiar expression appeared on his face. The actions of the Tang, Sun, and Gao families were within his expectations. However, Jiang Qin's experience struck him with a strange sense of familiarity. A family genius joins a sect, gets ambushed by a rival sect during a mission, has his Dantian shattered, and is eventually expelled. Could it be? Jiang Daoxuan shook his head sharply, dismissing the absurd thought. Such a significant cause-and-effect scenario couldn't possibly befall the Jiang family, right? Wasn't that the domain of families like the Yi, Lin, Xiao, and Su? He quickly gathered his thoughts, contemplating the next steps in response. Since the Tang family has already been eliminated and relations are irreparably severed, why not take the initiative and strike first? Jiang Daoxuan's eyes flashed with a cold light as he calculated his next move. How can one tolerate others snoring under their own bed? The danger must be nipped in the bud. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! How can the family's dignity be trampled? Family mission triggered. Annihilate the Tang family and deter the evildoers in the city. The mission rewards depend on the score, with higher scores yielding richer rewards. Achieving a perfect score grants a mysterious reward. Jiang Daoxuan felt a surge of joy within and sneered. Perfect. The system task aligns with my intentions. Now the Tang family is truly doomed. He looked up at the crowd, his voice booming like thunder. The Tang family has acted with such impudence. How can the Jiang family tolerate it? This deep enmity must be cleansed with blood. Are you willing to follow me to the Tang family to make them pay their blood debts and seek justice? As his words echoed, the courtyard fell silent. Then, realizing the call to action, everyone showed excitement, raising their arms and shouting with earth-shattering enthusiasm. My elder brother and second uncle died at the hands of the Tang family. Only the destruction of the Tang family can avenge such a blood feud. Now, with the clan leader taking charge, we are willing to go. The Tang family has bullied us long enough. This is intolerable. We must seek justice. Ha! The clan leader has reached the pinnacle of cultivation, while the Tang family's patriarch is on his last legs. What is there to fear from such a weak Tang family? They're bound to be crushed easily. At this moment, all the Jiang family members clenched their fists, hearts pounding with determination. The great elder, witnessing the scene, seemed to have a fire burning in his eyes, whispering, "It's time to settle the account the Tang family owes us." Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction and said firmly, "Let's move out." With those words, Jiang Daoxuan immediately turned and headed towards the Jiang family gate. The crowd followed closely, forming a long procession. Soon, Jiang Daoxuan reached the entrance of the Jiang estate. Just as he was about to step out, he suddenly paused, his expression momentarily stunned. The people behind him also stopped, puzzled. It turned out the system had issued another prompt. Ding! A gold-level family member detected. Would the host like to invest in this gold-level member? Jiang Daoxuan was taken aback. Even the great elder, at the 7th level of innate cultivation, was only rated green by the system. So how extraordinary must this unexpected gold-level family member be? Curious, Jiang Daoxuan scanned the area, and with the system's guidance, quickly identified the target. On the street 100 meters away, a forlorn young man in tattered gray clothes, thin and pale, was struggling to make his way towards the Jiang family. Jiang Daoxuan frowned, puzzled. From his memories, this was an unfamiliar face. At this moment, the surrounding Jiang family members followed their leader's gaze and spotted the young man. Upon closer inspection, they exclaimed, "Jiang Chun! Jiang Chun has returned." It really is Jiang Chun, but why does he look so destitute? Could it be true what Tang Jingyang said, that Jiang Chun was expelled from Chinchan sect? Chinchan sect is truly outrageous. Jiang Chun is so young, yet they expelled him like this. If he had returned any later, he might have starved on the streets. The distance from Chinchan sect to Wudon city is so far. Did he really walk all the way back? The Jiang family members were filled with indignation, their faces showing anger as they sympathized with Jiang Chen's plight. They could not tolerate outsiders mistreating their kin in such a manner. Jiang Daoxuan listened to the conversation and understood everything clearly. In a flash, he disappeared from his original spot. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun was struggling to make his way home. His chest heaved heavily, and his labored breathing was distinctly audible in the stillness of the night. Sweat poured down his forehead like rain, blurring his vision. Despite his eyes barely able to focus, he managed to identify the path home by instinct. However, his extreme exhaustion was becoming too much to bear. Just as he was about to collapse, a gentle breeze brushed against his face. He suddenly felt weightless, and the sensation of falling vanished. A strong arm caught him securely. Forcing his eyes open, Jiang Chen saw a man in white with an extraordinary presence standing before him. At this close distance, he finally recognized the man's features, which stirred long-buried memories. Clan leader. Jiang Chen exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes lighting up with astonishment. Memories of his childhood visits with his father to see the clan leader flooded back. This legendary hero had always been his idol. Yet, it was said the clan leader had been in seclusion for 6 years and was possibly deceased. How could he suddenly appear here? The shock was so immense that Jiang Chen thought he might be hallucinating. But the tangible feeling under his hands quickly brought him back to reality. This was indeed real. Jiang Daoxuan held Jiang Chen's hands and helped him stand. Feeling the warmth of the clan leader's palms, Jiang Chen could no longer suppress his emotions. The drastic change from a prodigy to a waste had accumulated a lot of grievance and repression, which erupted at this moment. He couldn't help but sob, tears welling up in his eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan gently patted Jiang Chen's back and comforted him with a soft voice. It's good to have you back. Simultaneously, he discreetly activated the Chaos Dao Eye to check Jiang Chen's information. Name, Jiang Chen. Cultivation, semi-wasted originally first stage of postnatal realm. Bone, semi-wasted originally superior. Comprehension, genius. Fortune, golden. Talent, mortal body. Opportunity, reincarnation of an ancient emperor, expelled from the sect after his Dantian shattered, and during his wandering, he accidentally received a celestial fire baptism. He is undergoing transformation and will complete it in a day. Jiang Daoxuan was secretly delighted. This young clan member was undoubtedly the child of destiny. With his shattered Dantian, emperor reincarnation, and bestowed celestial fire, his future was limitless. A system prompt sounded in Jiang Daoxuan's mind, listing various investment options and their returns. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a Shisui Dan from his sleeve and handed it to Jiang Chen. Say, take this. It will help with your injuries. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen took the Shisui Dan and swallowed it whole. The medicinal power quickly spread throughout his body, flowing through his limbs and bones. His pale complexion visibly turned rosy. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, feeling the changes in his body. Although his Dantian was still not healed, all his other internal injuries had recovered, leaving him radiant and full of energy. He hurriedly tidied his clothes, bowed deeply to the clan leader, and sincerely said, "Thank you for your generosity, clan leader." He was secretly amazed at the effectiveness of the pill, which far exceeded his expectations. Even in the Chinchan sect, he had never heard of such a miraculous elixir. Despite losing his ability to cultivate, Jiang Chen felt a warm gratitude for being treated so generously. Jiang Daoxuan looked at Jiang Chen's emotional expression and said solemnly, "The Chinchan sect failed to recognize a gem, truly blind as a bat. In the future, I will personally visit the Chinchan sect to seek justice for you." This declaration caused a stir among the Jiang family members present. The Chinchan sect was a formidable force feared by many surrounding cities, with its leader being a Yuanhai realm cultivator and many Purple Mansion realm elders within. Even the city lord dared not provoke them easily, yet the clan leader was willing to confront them for Jiang Chen, leaving everyone both shocked and inspired. Jiang Chen was stunned, his eyes reddening with emotion. He hadn't expected the clan leader to take such a risk for someone deemed useless like him. While touched, he was also concerned for the clan leader's safety and quickly advised, "Clan leader, perhaps we should let the matter of seeking justice rest. The Chinchan sect is powerful, and I am just a cripple, not worth such a risk." A cripple? Ridiculous. Jiang Daoxuan firmly rejected the notion. Who says a shattered Dantian makes one useless? Jiang Chen was completely taken aback by these words. Jiang Daoxuan continued, "A broken Dantian doesn't have to be the end. It can be a new beginning. With unyielding passion, adversity can turn into prosperity." He glanced around, addressing all the Jiang family members. "I have a piece of advice for all of you." Everyone immediately perked up, eager to hear the wise words the clan leader was about to impart. Jiang Daoxuan's words were like a thunderclap, resonating deeply within Jiang Chen's mind. The true defeat never comes from others' criticism or ridicule, but from denying yourself. Great wisdom stands alone. Great virtue seeks no allies. Why fear solitude? Why fear slander? Can you awaken? These words served as a powerful motivator, instantly igniting the passion of everyone present. Jiang Chen, however, stood rooted to the spot, his lips moving slightly as he repeatedly murmured the clan leader's words. A new beginning. Break and rebuild. From adversity comes prosperity. The real defeat is self-denial. No fear of solitude. No fear of slander. With each whispered word, the dullness in Jiang Chen's eyes began to fade, replaced by a fierce determination. His fists clenched involuntarily, His heart pounded with renewed vigor. A thought arose within him. So what if my Dantian is shattered? I'm still alive. How can I give up on myself? The clan leader is right. I should live true to myself, without doubting my worth or caring about others' opinions, and remain steadfast in my true self. Clan leader, I understand now, Jiang Chun declared with conviction, his voice brimming with newfound strength. Seeing Jiang Chen's spirit rekindled, Jiang Daoxuan smiled with satisfaction. He thought to himself, as expected of the child of destiny, a little guidance is all it takes for him to see the light. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Jiang Daoxuan's mind. Ding detected that the child of destiny, Jiang Chun, has regained his fighting spirit. Family Fortune 100. This unexpected reward lifted Jiang Daoxuan's spirits even more. He retrieved 2 books from his robe and handed them to Jiang Chun. Take these, the Thunder Palm and the Qi Guiding Technique, and train with them. Others may not believe in you, thinking you're a failure who will never rise again, but I believe you are not. I am waiting for you to become a man who can protect the family, just like your father, not the failure others claim you to be. These words reignited the fire within Jiang Chun, who was eager to begin training immediately. However, upon realizing the names of the 2 techniques, his eyes widened in disbelief. As a member of the Jiang family, Jiang Chun knew the legendary status of the Thunder Palm and the Qi Guiding Technique. It was said that these techniques were passed down by the first ancestor of the Jiang family in the Purple Mansion realm hundreds of years ago, and were so profound that they were considered the family's secret arts, reserved only for clan leaders and elders. The fact that such precious techniques were now before him filled Jiang Chun with a mix of fear and excitement. It's important to note that profound techniques are usually accessible only to cultivators in the Purple Mansion realm. Even during his studies at Chinchan Sect, where Jiang Chun was an inner disciple, he only had access to techniques of the yellow grade. Techniques above the profound grade were beyond his reach, a privilege reserved for the most outstanding inner disciples or true disciples. Thinking about the wonders of profound techniques, Jiang Chun could hardly contain his excitement. With trembling hands, he carefully accepted the techniques, his voice quivering with excitement. Thank you, clan leader, for your generosity. I will strive forward and not disappoint your expectations. Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly in response. Just then, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding investment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 bottles of Vajra Elixir. Vajra Elixir, supreme grade earthly elixir, enhances physical strength and body. Ding investment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supreme grade earthly martial skill, Purple Thunder Palm. Ding investment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supreme grade earthly technique, Pure Yang Technique. With these rewards secured, Jiang Daoxuan, to prepare for any unforeseen events during his journey to the Tang family, immediately retrieved 2 techniques from the system's storage and directly transmitted them into his mind. In an instant, a powerful force surged within Jiang Daoxuan. His hands trembled slightly as purple lightning danced in his palms, a testament to his recent mastery of the perfected level of the Purple Thunder Palm. Jiang Daoxuan was secretly pleased. Once unleashed, this technique could summon a highly penetrating purple lightning, capable of annihilating even a Purple Mansion realm cultivator if they dared to take it heed in. Meanwhile, the elemental energy within him underwent a remarkable transformation. What was once ordinary energy now became intensely yang and formidable, exuding an aura that repelled all evil, a result of the Pure Yang technique. Although his cultivation level hadn't broken through, the quality of this Pure Yang energy was several times superior to ordinary energy. Jiang Daoxuan closed his eyes, savoring the surging power within, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He now had the confidence to easily defeat 10 of his former selves. Gathering his thoughts, Jiang Daoxuan turned to face the Jiang family members at the door. To avoid unnecessary jealousy and conflict, he decided to treat everyone equally. After this battle, every member of our Jiang family, whether direct or collateral, can practice the Thunderous Palm and Qi Induction Technique. His voice was loud and powerful, echoing throughout the hall. These 2 initial-level techniques were of little value to Jiang Daoxuan now, but for the clan members, they were a rare opportunity. As for the 2 Earth-level techniques he had mastered, Jiang Daoxuan knew their worth and decided to keep them secret for now. After all, techniques coveted even by Star Wheel Realm masters, if leaked, would be like a child flaunting gold in the streets, inviting disaster. As soon as Jiang Daoxuan finished speaking, all the Jiang family members shouted in unison, "Thank you, Patriarch. Long live the Patriarch." Those who were initially upset about Jiang Chun acquiring 2 profound-level techniques were now at ease. After all, everyone would have a chance to learn profound-level techniques, so what was there to envy? At that moment, Jiang Chun noticed a group of clan members gathered at the door and couldn't help but feel puzzled. He quietly asked Jiang Daoxuan, "Patriarch, what's going on?" Jiang Daoxuan replied calmly, "This time, we will annihilate the Tang family." His tone was composed, as if discussing a trivial matter. Jiang Chun was taken aback. As a member of the Jiang family, he was well aware of the Tang family's strength. The Tang family's ancestor alone, at the Purple Mansion realm, was enough to instill fear, not to mention the formidable lineup of the Tang family's 4 tigers. Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel concerned. But before he could ask further, he noticed the strong confidence on the faces of the surrounding clan members, showing no trace of fear. Then, Jiang Daoxuan's voice sounded again. Your current cultivation is lacking. Accompanying us to the Tang family would be too dangerous. It's best if you stay back and wait for our return. Although Jiang Chun had a golden destiny, making it unlikely for him to perish in the Tang family, it was still safer for him to remain at the Jiang family's main base. Understood. Jiang Chun didn't insist. He knew that as an ordinary person now, he would only be a hindrance if he went, and might distract the clan members who would have to protect him. This situation was hard for the once proud Jiang Chun to accept, so he chose not to go. Jiang Chun walked past Jiang Daoxuan and entered the Jiang family estate. With his head down, he moved quickly, but was halted by the excited shout of a peer. Jiang Chun, just stay home and relax. The clan leader has broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, and the Tang family is bound to lose this time. These words hit Jiang Chun like a hammer, striking his heart. He looked up sharply, his pupils constricting as he murmured in disbelief. Purple Mansion realm? In an instant, Jiang Chun realized why his clan members were so confident. How could the aging Tang family patriarch possibly match their clan leader? Yet, as he watched his clan members walk away, a sense of bitterness welled up inside him. Clenching his teeth, he silently vowed. This would be the first and last time. In this critical battle that determined the fate of both families, his inability to participate due to his lost cultivation was unbearable. As a member of the Jiang family, he longed to contribute to his clan's efforts. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chun continued deeper into the estate. He was eager to train in the 2 profound-level martial arts techniques, hoping to create his own miracle. Meanwhile, the Tang family estate was filled with music and dance. In an elegant pavilion by the pond, 3 men leisurely enjoyed fine wine and food, appreciating the graceful dance of the performers, their ears filled with melodious tunes. Ha! Tang Laosi put down his cup and laughed. By now, Big Brother should have already wiped out the Jiang family, right? Have you decided how to divide the fields, mines, and assets? Tang Lauer eagerly chimed in. I've already talked to Big Brother. I just want the Fenglai Pavilion, and you can choose whatever you like from the rest. Tang Laosan raised an eyebrow and teased. Second brother, are you in such a hurry because you've fallen for the courtesan at Fenglai Pavilion? You're not interested in anything else. A look of infatuation crossed Tang Lauer's face as he chuckled softly. You don't understand how genuine Yenner is with me. She's different from other women, so flawless. She doesn't care about my money. She just wants to grow old with me. She's incomparable to those common women. Hearing this, Tang Laosan and Tang Laosi couldn't help but shake their heads. They knew all too well she was just a woman of the night, available to anyone with the money. Only their naive second brother believed her sweet words. But they wisely chose not to expose this, as offending the second brother could affect their share of the assets. With this in mind, they exchanged a knowing smile. The 3 of them continued drinking, quickly downing 6 cups of fine wine. Just as Tang Lauer complained about the small cup size and began drinking straight from the jug, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly approached. Tang Lauer frowned, tossing the empty jug aside. Tang Laosan and Tang Laosi stopped their conversation and looked toward the sound. A gray-clad family servant came rushing in, so flustered he stumbled and fell to the ground. Tang Lauer's anger flared as he harshly reprimanded the servant. Why are you in such a panic? Tang Laosan's voice boomed like thunder, causing the servant to shudder. His eyes flickered slightly as he rose slowly, walking steadily to the servant and asking in a deep voice, what happened to make you so alarmed? The servant finally came to his senses, panting as he said, it's the Jiang family. Many of them have come. They're killing everyone they see and have already killed many of our brothers. The news struck like a bolt from the blue, and the 3 men's faces instantly darkened. Bang! Tang Lauer's eyebrows furrowed, and he slammed his palm down, causing the table to split apart. How dare they? The Jiang family dares to come to our Tang house and massacre us. Tang Laosan's eyes flashed with doubt as he murmured, strange. Big Brother has already gone to the Jiang family. They shouldn't be alive, let alone coming here. Tang Laosi pondered. Third brother, could it be that Big Brother found an empty house when he arrived at the Jiang family, and that's why they escaped? He paused, then shook his head. No, that doesn't make sense. If they were escaping, why would they come to our Tang house to die? The patriarch is still here. With many questions lingering, Tang Laosan and Tang Laosi fell into deep thought. However, Tang Lauer was not one for thinking too much. He suddenly stood up and strode towards his treasured sword. His calloused hands gripped the hilt tightly, and as he swung it a few times, the air whistled with a fierce intensity. Who cares? Since they dare to come to our Tang house, today we will make their blood spill here. With that, Tang Lao Air was about to leave the pavilion. Seeing this, Tang Lao Sen quickly stepped forward to hold his brother's sleeve. Wait, second brother. He turned to the servant who brought the news and said in a deep voice, there is something odd about this. Go quickly and inform the patriarch, to be on the safe side. Yes, third master. The servant hurriedly rose, bowing with cupped fists before sprinting towards the Tang family ancestral hall. Tang Laosen finally released his brother's sleeve. Let's go. We'll see for ourselves what gives the Jiang family the audacity to storm our Tang house. Tang Lao Air snorted coldly, gripping his sword tightly, and left the pavilion without hesitation, heading straight for the front yard. Tang Lao San and Tang Lao Si followed closely behind. Before long, they could faintly hear the sounds of fighting, the air thick with the stench of blood. Their expressions grew even darker as they quickened their pace towards the front yard. The scene before them was horrifying. Numerous family members, clad in their family attire, lay scattered on the ground, the grass and trees stained red with blood. The battle raged on, and a family member was slain by a Jiang family member right before their eyes. This sight ignited Tang Laoer's fury. Veins bulged on his temples, his eyes bloodshot. Like a wild beast in a frenzy, he roared, I'll kill you all. Tang Laoer charged into the crowd, rushing towards the nearest Jiang family member. With both hands gripping his sword, he swung downwards, intent on cleaving him in two. The young Jiang family member, seeing the heavy sword descending upon him, was terrified out of his wits. His legs buckled, and he fell to the ground in fear. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan, who was blending into the crowd, suddenly noticed the scene. His eyes narrowed, and he lifted his arm, flicking his fingers in the direction. A burst of pure yang energy shot from his fingertips like lightning, piercing through Tang Laoer's skull in an instant. Tang Laoer's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. His neck wound gushed blood like a fountain, and his body fell with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Tang Lao Si's face turned ashen, and his legs went weak. He never imagined that his second brother, whose cultivation had reached the 6th level of the innate state, would be no match for the man before him. What kind of power did this person possess? Tang Laosan's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. He stared at Jiang Daoxuan's face, finding it increasingly familiar. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, recalling a figure that haunted him like a nightmare. Jiang Daoxian. Tang Laosan's voice was filled with disbelief. At those words, Tang Laoxi's pupils suddenly contracted. He hurriedly glanced at Jiang Daoxuan's face, which matched the cold and proud visage from his memory. How is this possible? Are you human or ghost? You shouldn't be alive. Tang Laoxi was terrified, his voice trembling. In the next moment, as if realizing something, his heart sank. No, what about my eldest brother? At this point, since Jiang Daoxian was still alive, Tang Jingyang's situation was likely grim. Hearing this, Jiang Daoxian merely shook his head coldly, unwilling to waste words. He leaped forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey, his momentum like a storm, suffocating. Facing such a force, Tang Laoxi was scared out of his wits, his legs too weak to move. His heart pounded violently, as if it might leap from his chest. Tang Laosan was not much better off. His first reaction was not to save his foolish brother, but to retreat rapidly, avoiding danger from afar. Soon, the motionless Tang Laoxi became Jiang Daoxuan's target. A flash of cold light, and the icy blade dominated his vision. With a slash, blood spurted, and Jiang Daoxian sealed his throat with the sword. Tang Laoxi's eyes widened, filled with unwillingness, his expression growing dim. His body fell straight down, lifeless. Witnessing Jiang Daoxian slay 2 men effortlessly, treating innate experts like mere animals, the Jiang family members fighting nearby were invigorated, fighting with renewed vigor. In contrast, the Tang family members looked as if they had seen death itself, their fighting spirit extinguished. Barely surviving, Tang Laosen collapsed on the ground, looking up at Jiang Daoxian with immense fear. You? Tang Laosen began to speak, but was cut off by Jiang Daoxuan's icy gaze. Shut up. Jiang Daoxian looked at him coldly. Their eyes met, and in those dark, abyss-like eyes, Tang Laosen felt an overwhelming pressure. He knew that uttering another word could cost him his life. Drip, drip, blood fell from the sword tip, like the footsteps of death approaching. Tang Laosen lowered his head, his face twisted in despair. He still longed for wealth and glory, unwilling to die here. Understanding that waiting meant certain death, Tang Laosen steeled his resolve, abandoning all dignity. Under the watchful eyes of many Tang family members, he began to plead for mercy. Tang Laosan's voice trembled, and he spoke at an astonishing speed. No, don't kill me. I don't want to die. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to lead the Tang family to become a vassal of the Jiang family. Now that my eldest brother, second brother, and fourth brother are all dead, I'm the only candidate to be the next head of the Tang family. I can be your dog, at your command. Whoever you want me to bite, I'll bite. His eyes were filled with fear and submission, terrified that if he spoke too slowly, he might be struck down by the opponent's sword. Jiang Daoxuan listened to these words with a calm demeanor, though his eyes were full of mockery, as if he were watching a ridiculous performance. However, this performance was interrupted halfway by an unexpected guest. An old man with white hair and beard suddenly appeared in the scene. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. Daring to disturb the Tang family and kill the younger generation of my clan, you must have great courage. You should take your own lives to atone, so as not to dirty the hands of this old ancestor. Upon hearing such arrogant words, the members of the Jiang family immediately realized something. Ancestor? Could this person be the Tang family ancestor who had reached the Zifu realm years ago? At the same time, hearing the ancestor's voice, a glimmer of hope appeared in Tang Laosan's eyes, as if he saw a chance for survival. He was immensely grateful that he had sent someone to notify the ancestor to come. He quickly looked up at the ancestor, his eyes full of hope, his lips moving, about to speak. However, in that instant, Tang Laosan felt a chill on his neck. His body was thrown high into the air and then fell heavily to the ground. With a thud, his pupils reflected a headless figure. Is that me? As his last thought flickered, Tang Laosan's consciousness plunged into endless darkness. How dare you? Witnessing one of the most outstanding younger members of his clan being killed right in front of him, the Tang family ancestor was furious. His internal energy surged and spread around, forming a strong wave of energy that halted all the fighting and forced everyone back. The Tang family ancestor's gaze fixed on his target, and with a tap of his foot, he shot forward. In an instant, he closed the distance of several dozen meters. He gathered his immense spiritual power into his palm, unleashing a strike filled with boundless anger. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan remained relaxed. In just a moment, he discerned the opponent's weaknesses. Despite possessing a Zifu realm cultivation, the ancestor was limited by old age and declining vitality, his strength severely diminished. To deal with such an opponent, one strike was enough. A cold glint appeared in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes, as he quietly summoned the purple thunder palm, gathering strands of purple lightning in his palm. Then, with lightning speed, he raised his arm and swiftly struck. Bang! Two palms collided, and a surge of energy erupted with astonishing force. Purple light flickered, and the sound of thunder echoed faintly, illuminating the surroundings. The expression of the Tang family's patriarch changed suddenly as a sharp pain shot through his palm. Before he could react, the power of the purple thunder palm combined with pure yang energy erupted once more, piercing through his palm, tearing the skin, and burrowing into his body. The patriarch of the Tang family widened his eyes, filled with unwillingness. The thunderous power and pure yang energy rampaged within him until he could no longer withstand it. With a resounding boom, his body shattered into pieces, exploding violently. At the same time, Jiang Daoxuan lightly tapped his toes and swiftly retreated several meters. He withdrew his palm and placed it behind his back, the entire process taking less than 3 seconds, effortlessly and unbelievably. Witnessing the patriarch's demise, the Tang family members who had been struggling to resist were struck dumb. The patriarch is dead? Impossible. The patriarch was a renowned purple mansion cultivator. How could he die so easily? Someone murmured, seeking confirmation. The Tang family members were so stunned they forgot to flee. Their pillar of support, a legendary figure in Wudon City for decades, had fallen in the blink of an eye. Panic and confusion spread among the Tang family members, yet true despair was just beginning. Jiang Daoxuan turned to face the Tang family, now deprived of their support, and said coldly, "Send them on their way." As soon as the words were spoken, the Jiang family members, who had been in shock, immediately sprang into action. They rallied together, charging forward with a unified battle cry. Faced with the determined Jiang family, the Tang family finally snapped out of their daze and began to flee in a panic. Some stumbled in their haste, scrambling to escape under the looming threat of death. However, their movements were too slow. In no time, the Jiang family surrounded them, forming an impenetrable circle. "Kill!" came the command, and the Jiang family members drew their weapons, unleashing a merciless slaughter upon the Tang family. Jiang Daoxuan mingled among the crowd, viewing the skirmish as child's play. Understanding the importance of combat experience for his family, he chose to observe. But should any Jiang family member face danger, he would intervene immediately. With his purple mansion divine sense covering the entire scene, everything was under his control, ensuring no unexpected occurrences. The entire Tang family had become a tool for honing the Jiang family's combat skills. Soon, the air was thick with the stench of blood, lingering heavily. The ground was littered with severed limbs, a gruesome sight to behold. As the final scream echoed, all the Tang family members present were annihilated. At this moment, the Jiang family members felt an exhilarating rush of adrenaline, their faces alight with excitement. Thanks to Jiang Daoxuan's intervention, they only suffered minor cuts and bruises. As silence fell over the area, every gaze was fixed with admiration on the back of their clan leader. Thanks to the blessings of their ancestors, The Jiang family now has such a powerful patriarch. What do they have to worry about? Jiang Daoxuan stood in the center of the Tang residence hall, his gaze sharp as he swept over the Jiang family members around him. His voice was deep and resolute, echoing through the silent space. To wash away the humiliation our Jiang family has suffered over the centuries, this is far from enough. He paused, a flash of severity in his eyes. Today, we will make everyone in Wudon City understand the price of provoking the Jiang family. His voice suddenly rose, thundering like a storm. Now, search the entire Tang residence and find any survivors or livestock. I want no trace of the Tang family left, not even a chicken or dog. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes were cold. If we don't eradicate the roots, they will sprout again with the spring breeze. Mercy to our enemies is cruelty to our own family. As soon as he finished speaking, all the Jiang family members bowed in unison and responded in one voice. Yes. Their eyes shone with determination and anger, without a trace of hesitation. Recalling the arrogance of the Tang family when they intruded, a wave of fear washed over them. If not for the patriarch's timely appearance, they might have already fallen to Tang Jingyang's sword. Such a deep-seated grudge could not be easily resolved. Immediately, the Jiang family members surged like a tide into every corner of the Tang residence. Soon, the entire manor echoed with a cacophony of curses, pleas, barking dogs, and honking geese, creating a chilling symphony. However, the clamor did not last long. Before long, the entire Tang family fell into a deathly silence. Jiang Daoxuan remained standing where he was, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a faint ding sounded, and a system prompt appeared before him. Ding Tang family annihilation detected. Family task completed. Calculating results. Ding based on your completion level. This task is rated A. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 clan fortune points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Earth-grade Supreme Technique, Great Sun Body Refining Art. Congratulations to the host for receiving a Cultivation Acceleration card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Wordless Sword Manual. Congratulations to the host for receiving a mysterious reward. Nuwa Visualization Diagram. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up, satisfied with the generous rewards. The system's notification also confirmed the complete annihilation of the Tang family, allowing him to refocus his mind and begin directing the confiscation of the Tang family's assets. Since we aim to greatly develop the family, various financial resources are essential, Jiang Daoxuan thought to himself. Soon, the Jiang family members began carrying out wooden boxes filled with gold, silver, jewels, martial arts techniques, and property deeds. After repeatedly confirming that the Tang family had been thoroughly cleaned out, they immediately worked together to carry the boxes out of the Tang residence and along the street. Along the way, the commotion from the Jiang family drew the attention of many onlookers. The streets quickly filled with people, whispering among themselves, eyes filled with curiosity and astonishment. Wow, what a strong scent of blood. Who are they? That's Jiang Yongyan and Jiang Yongyu. I recognize them. They're from the Jiang family. Look at their heavy steps. What's in those boxes? That's not the point. The point is, they seem to be coming from the Tang family. The Tang family? Could it be that the two families? Speculation buzzed through the crowd, with various guesses swirling around. At this moment, someone noticed the white-robed man leading the group. Hey, who's that leading the Jiang family? I've never seen him before. When did the Jiang family produce such a figure? Some young people and newcomers asked in confusion. However, some elders who had lived in Wudon City for many years recognized Jiang Daoxuan. Among the crowd, a martial artist in training clothes suddenly felt a shock in his heart, and with disbelief on his face, he exclaimed, "That appearance, he's Jiang Daoxuan." As his words fell, it was like a stone causing 1,000 ripples, immediately triggering an uproar. The noise on the street suddenly increased, and the crowd erupted in exclamations and discussions, with all eyes focused on the white-robed man, expressions of shock and disbelief written on every face. What? The legendary Jiang family patriarch, Daoxuan, who vanished into seclusion after dominating his peers a few years ago, has appeared again. A gasp erupted from the crowd. People began to chatter, their eyes filled with disbelief. Some brave souls ventured into the Tang family estate, only to stagger back out, pale and retching. The horrific scene inside the Tang residence was enough to chill anyone to the bone. The news spread like wildfire, sending the entire city of Wudon into an uproar. On every street corner, in tea houses and taverns, the astonishing news was the sole topic of conversation. The Tang family, leaders of the four great families, completely wiped out. What about the Tang family's four tigers and their ancestor in the Purple Mansion realm? How could they not withstand it? The most terrifying part is that the Jiang family seems completely unscathed. The more people thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. Speculation arose. Could it be that Jiang Daoxuan not only survived, but also broke through to the Purple Mansion realm? This thought sent shivers through many. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the city lord's mansion, City Lord Ding Xian stood by the pond, absent-mindedly scattering fish food. His focus was not on the fish frantically feeding, but on the report being delivered by his subordinate. The three Tang brothers were killed with a single strike. Even that old man met his end. Ding Xian slowly withdrew his hand, frowning deeply. Achieving this with just innate strength is impossible. The commander asked quietly, "Do you mean that Jiang Daoxuan?" Ding Xian sighed. Barring any surprises, he should have reached the Purple Mansion. A cultivator in the Purple Mansion realm under 50 is a rarity, even among major sections. It's a pity. He shook his head and continued. With such talent, yet he chooses to confine himself to a small family, entangled in trivial matters. If he joined a top-tier power, he might reach even greater heights. Now that he has broken through to the Purple Mansion, I fear he has exhausted his family's resources. If he continues to be burdened by family affairs, it will be hard for him to make further progress. Hearing this, the commander was taken aback. He hadn't expected the city lord to hold Jiang Daoxuan in such high regard. He cautiously asked, then regarding the Tang family incident. The complete extermination of the Tang family in Wudon City is a matter of great significance and requires the city lord's decision. The city lord closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. His brow furrowed slightly as he weighed the pros and cons. After a brief pause, he opened his eyes and said firmly, "These noble families show no respect for the court, refuse to obey, and are unwilling to contribute. For their own interests, they even dare to harm the court's interests. They are nothing but parasites. The court doesn't care about a mere struggle among parasites, and neither do I. This matter need not be mentioned again." He paused before continuing. "However, since the Tang family has some connections with the Tang family in Tiandu, and their demise occurred under my jurisdiction, I should provide an explanation. I'll personally visit the Jiang family tomorrow to investigate the situation." "Yes, sir," his subordinate replied respectfully. Meanwhile, the Jiang family's meeting hall was abuzz with excitement. The senior members had gathered, surrounded by family members who were thrilled. They whispered among themselves, their faces beaming with joy. Jiang Chun stood in the crowd, listening intently to the discussions, gradually piecing together the events. The family members eagerly discussed the patriarch's impressive display of power, treating the innate as mere beasts, and slaying the Tang family patriarch. Jiang Chun felt invigorated by the stories, his eyes filled with admiration as if he had witnessed the thrilling scene himself. His blood boiled with excitement, though he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret for not being there in person. Under the watchful eyes of the eager crowd, Jiang Daoxuan, seated at the head of the table, rose slowly and faced the assembly. He keenly noticed several new investment opportunities. A system prompt sounded in his mind, listing various investment options. Upon careful observation, Jiang Daoxuan realized that these green-level investment prospects were the family members who had excelled in the battle against the Tang family. He promptly announced the names from the list in a deep voice. "Now that the Tang family is destroyed, it's time to reward those who have contributed. Those I call, step forward. Jiang Yongyan, Jiang Yongping, Jiang Daohua." The named Jiang family members were elated, stepping forward with pride to stand before Jiang Daoxuan. By the time he finished calling names, over 20 people had stepped out. They basked in the envious gazes of their fellow family members, internally delighted, barely containing their smiles. Jiang Daoxuan took out a bottle of cleansing pills and addressed the crowd. "I have observed your performance. This is a cleansing pill. Each of you may take one." The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. The cleansing pill was a legendary top-grade elixir, requiring a complex mixture of 9 precious herbs. Even within the entire Tiandu region, it was a rarity. In the past, a single pill could cost them everything, yet now they each received one. Trembling, they accepted the cleansing pills, their hearts filled with awe. The surrounding Jiang family members were abuzz with both envy and regret. They silently vowed to dedicate themselves to the family's service, hoping to earn the patriarch's recognition. Seeing their reactions, Jiang Daoxuan smiled with satisfaction. Just then, the system alerted him to the discovery of blue-level family members, presenting new investment options. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up, thinking this was a valuable opportunity. He approached the elder and sincerely said, "Elder, you've worked hard over the years. The Jiang family's perseverance owes much to your efforts." Hearing this, the elder's eyes welled up with emotion. Years of toil had finally been acknowledged, stirring his heart profoundly. The Grand Elder's voice was hoarse as he spoke slowly. "The Jiang family belongs to all of us. As the Grand Elder, these are just my duties." Jiang Daoxuan smiled faintly, a look of approval flashing in his eyes. "There's no need for modesty. As the clan leader, I'm always fair with rewards and punishments. If there's merit, there must be a reward." His gaze was intense as he looked over the Grand Elder's somewhat weary face. "I can see your vitality is waning and your foundation is damaged. Here, take this marrow cleansing pill and this bottle of vitality boosting pills to use. Additionally, there's a technique here for you as well." As he spoke, Jiang Daoxuan retrieved the treasures he had just acquired from his robe, handing a bottle of vitality boosting pills, a marrow cleansing pill, and a scroll of techniques to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's hands trembled slightly as he carefully accepted these precious items. He first looked at the marrow-cleansing pill in his hand, feeling a deep sense of emotion. As the Grand Elder, he was well aware of his own condition. Multiple failed breakthroughs had damaged his foundation, leaving him with no hope for further advancement in this life. However, considering the miraculous properties of the marrow-cleansing pill, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. The bottleneck that had trapped him for years might finally be broken. Next, the Grand Elder's gaze fell on the bottle of vitality-boosting pills, and he couldn't contain his excitement. Although these pills were slightly less valuable than the marrow-cleansing pill, their ability to rapidly enhance the cultivation of innate realm practitioners made them an extremely rare treasure. In the past, even if the Jiang family had exhausted its resources, it would have been impossible to purchase even a single pill. Now he was lucky enough to receive an entire bottle. In his overwhelming joy, the Grand Elder picked up the scroll of techniques. Initially, he thought it was just an ordinary technique from the family's collection. However, as he briefly skimmed through it and saw the contents, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his breathing became rapid. It was actually a technique of the highest earth grade. The Grand Elder was utterly shocked, looking at Jiang Daoxuan in disbelief. He never expected that the clan leader's reward, the pure Yang technique, would be such an incredibly profound and unparalleled skill. What shocked him even more was that the clan leader, possessing such a powerful technique, would generously bestow it upon him. "Thank you, clan leader." The Grand Elder was overcome with emotion, his voice choked with tears. As an elder who had dedicated everything to the family, he didn't delve into what extraordinary fortune the clan leader had encountered during his seclusion. He was only concerned with whether the family could grow stronger under the clan leader's guidance. He also understood the clan leader's unspoken intention of not disclosing the technique's grade. A highest earth grade technique, if leaked, would be impossible for the Jiang family to protect given its current strength. To be cautious, it was wise to practice it in secret. Once their strength was sufficient, they could then reveal the technique. Seeing that the Grand Elder understood his intention, Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction, saying no more. He turned and walked over to a wooden box, shattering it with a wave of his hand, revealing the sparkling spirit stones inside. He then shattered another box nearby, revealing black pills. Facing all the clan members, Jiang Daoxuan announced loudly, "All clan members who participated in the battle to destroy the Tang family will receive 10 spirit stones and 3 chi-gathering pills as a reward." His gaze swept over everyone present like lightning. This is not the last time. From this day forward, anyone who makes a contribution, whether you're from the main branch, a side branch, or a collateral line, will be rewarded fairly. I will not withhold the rewards you deserve because of your status. At these words, the crowd erupted into a thunderous cheer, as if the roof were about to be blown off. "Long live the clan leader," they shouted in unison, their faces beaming with joy. Originally thinking the rewards would not concern them, they were overjoyed to find such generous rewards were indeed forthcoming. Although the reward wasn't as valuable as the cleansing pill, for the Jiang family, 10 spirit stones and 3 chi induction pills were still a significant gain. Normally, it would take over a year to accumulate such resources. Once the rewards were distributed, the remaining goods were transported to the family treasury. After receiving his system-issued reward, Jiang Daoxuan declared the assembly over. The family members, joyful with their rewards, gradually dispersed to return to their residences. As the crowd thinned out, Jiang Daoxuan also made his way out. He followed the familiar path from his memory back to his room. Despite being in seclusion for many years, his room remained spotless, clearly maintained by someone regularly. Jiang Daoxuan glanced around. Although his body was kept clean by the spiritual energy, with skin smooth and delicate, he noticed bloodstains on his clothing. He quickly changed out of the bloodied clothes into a fresh, white outfit, feeling rejuvenated. Seated on his bed, Jiang Daoxuan began to carefully review his gains. First, he acquired the practice method of the Great Sun Body refining art through system transmission. This technique harnesses the power of sunlight to temper the body, allowing the practitioner's vitality to surge like a vast ocean. Jiang Daoxuan was delighted. Ordinary practitioners who reach mastery can withstand the power of earth-tier treasures with their bodies, becoming a formidable human treasure. With his innate holy body Dao fetus, mastering this technique might even allow him to withstand heaven-tier treasures. Following the training steps, Jiang Daoxuan attempted to absorb the first ray of sunlight from the air. As he activated the Great Sun Body refining art, his entire body became a massive vortex, greedily absorbing the surrounding sunlight. This energy rapidly integrated into his body, invigorating his muscles and bones, causing his vitality to surge. In less than 10 breaths, the highly concentrated sunlight formed a faint golden aura around Jiang Daoxuan, making him appear like an immortal descended to the mortal realm. After completing one cycle of the Great Sun Body refining art, he paused to sense the changes in his body. Though brief, he could already feel a slight enhancement in his physique. Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the reputation of this top-tier earth-grade body refining technique. Even a small practice session brought such noticeable improvements, promising significant benefits with long-term cultivation. He also considered the similarity between the Great Sun body refining art and the pure Yang technique, both following a path of extreme Yang and firmness. He pondered whether these two techniques could complement each other, achieving greater results together. While uncertain now, he believed that a night of cultivation would reveal the answer. Then, Jiang Daoxuan focused and took out the next reward obtained from investing in Jiang Chun the Vajra pill. A yellow medicine bottle appeared in his hand, and he carefully poured out an orange pill. Its fragrance was invigorating. With high expectations, Jiang Daoxuan swallowed the pill without hesitation. It dissolved instantly, turning into pure medicinal liquid that spread throughout his body, causing a surge of heat. Sensing the body's reaction, Jiang Daoxuan immediately activated the Great Sun body refining art. Strands of sunlight energy merged with the pill's power. After 9 cycles of the technique, the Vajra pill's effects were fully absorbed. Jiang Daoxuan exhaled deeply and opened his eyes, filled with a bright gleam. He marveled at the potency of this top-tier earth-grade pill. Under the rapid refinement of the Great Sun body refining art, the pill's power was fully utilized and absorbed. In a short time, Jiang Daoxuan felt his physique strengthen by over 20%. Although he knew the effect would diminish with repeated use, the current boost exceeded his expectations. This made Jiang Daoxuan wonder, if he consumed all 10 bottles of Vajra pills, how powerful would his body become? This thought fueled his anticipation and strengthened his resolve to continue cultivating. After a moment of exhilaration, Jiang Daoxuan eagerly retrieved the mysterious item from his task rewards. As soon as his hand touched the reward, a brilliant golden light erupted, instantly enveloping his entire consciousness space. As the golden light gradually faded, an astonishing scene unfolded before Jiang Daoxuan. It was an image of a half-human, half-serpent woman, with an elegant upper body and a serpentine lower body. She stood between heaven and earth, surrounded by flowing light that seemed to harmonize perfectly with the rhythms of nature. Her presence exuded an indescribable aura of sanctity and ancientness, inspiring a sense of reverence. The moment Jiang Daoxuan's gaze met this scene, his entire mind was captivated, and he found himself involuntarily immersed in it. A warm and comforting sensation enveloped him, as if he had returned to the womb. His mind was extraordinarily calm, and he felt his soul power quietly strengthening. This wondrous state persisted for several breaths. When Jiang Daoxuan finally returned to his senses, he was delighted to find that the fatigue had vanished, leaving him feeling incredibly refreshed. Who would have thought this mysterious reward would be a special visualization diagram to enhance soul power? Jiang Daoxuan's eyes gleamed with joy. He understood how challenging it was to improve soul power, something typically accessible only to those at the nascent soul stage. Yet here he was, at the Purple Mansion stage, already touching upon this level, giving him a significant advantage over other cultivators on his path. Jiang Daoxuan quickly realized that the value of this reward extended far beyond that. The enhancement of soul power not only boosted memory and perception, but also reduced the difficulty of future breakthroughs, potentially paving the way for him to achieve the nascent soul stage. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Daoxuan calmed his emotions and moved on to the next rewardo wordless sword scroll. A sword scroll about a meter long appeared out of thin air in the room. Instantly, an extremely sharp sword aura radiated in all directions. Startled, Jiang Daoxuan quickly steadied his mind to prevent injury from the sword aura. Once the sword aura subsided, he carefully examined the sword scroll. As its name suggested, the scroll was blank except for a sword mark in the center that seemed capable of slicing through the void. Staring at the sword mark, Jiang Daoxuan felt an astonishing sword intent wash over him. He couldn't help but think, if an innate martial artist were to observe this, they might be injured by the sword aura. As for those below the innate level, even a single glance could result in severe mental trauma or even instant death. As he continued to gaze, Jiang Daoxuan's understanding deepened. In his eyes, the sword mark transformed into a vast, boundless sea of swords. Despite having studied swordsmanship for many years and being a standout among his peers, he couldn't help but feel his own insignificance. What level of swordsmanship master created this sword scroll? Jiang Daoxuan pondered, his heart ablaze with passion. He realized this was a rare opportunity to refine his own swordsmanship and attempt to break through to the elusive true realm of sword intent. Just as Jiang Daoxuan was about to delve deeper into the sword scroll, the system's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Ding! The system notification sounded, and a new task message appeared before Jiang Daoxuan. The Tang family has been destroyed, and the danger is eliminated. The family development task is now triggered, with a 24-day cycle. The overall performance score will determine the level of reward. Achieving a perfect score will unlock a mysterious reward. Jiang Daoxuan's lips curled into a cold smile. This task suited him perfectly. During his seclusion, Not only did the Tang family covet the Jiang family's mineral-rich lands, but the Sun and Gao families were also involved. Now that the Tang family has fallen, it's time to settle accounts with these two families. The four great families. Jiang Daoxuan snorted. From now on, one great family is enough for Wudon City. Night descended on Wudon City, promising an extraordinary evening. The news of the Tang family's downfall swept through the city like a hurricane, leaving the remaining two families trembling, fearing retribution from the Jiang family. They prepared gifts of apology and lay awake, unable to sleep. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, weary from his training, returned to his bedroom. As soon as he lay down, a heavy drowsiness enveloped him, and his eyelids closed involuntarily as he quickly drifted into sleep. It was unclear how much time had passed when a sudden change occurred. An orange-eared glow quietly emerged from Jiang Chen's chest, shining brightly in the darkness. Then, countless tiny flames seeped from his pores, forming a vortex that voraciously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. A vast amount of energy flowed into his body, healing all his injuries. As dawn broke, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. He was instantly aware of the monumental change within him, and any trace of sleep vanished. He quickly got up to carefully assess the changes in his body. The fatal flaw of being unable to absorb spiritual energy due to his shattered Dantian had vanished. I can absorb spiritual energy. Jiang Chen looked down at his trembling hands in disbelief. He pinched his cheek hard, and the stinging pain confirmed it was not a dream. After a moment of excitement, Jiang Chun began to investigate the cause. He soon discovered the anomaly. Not only had his Dantian been restored to its original state, but its capacity had also expanded several times over. Even more astonishing was the presence of a peculiar flame nestled in the corner of his Dantian. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow in thought, then suddenly had a revelation. He recalled the strange encounter on the night he was expelled from the Chinchan sect of flame, descending from the sky and landing on him. He had been puzzled at the time, but had found nothing unusual. So, you've been with me since then? Jiang Chen murmured to himself. It dawned on him that the restoration of his Dantian must be linked to this mysterious flame. As Jiang Chun gazed into the flickering flames, an unusual sensation welled up within him. Can I control it? The thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately began to experiment. After more than a dozen attempts, Jiang Chun was delighted to discover that he could indeed manipulate the fire with his mind. He opened his palm, and a small flame danced up from it, although it lasted less than a moment before extinguishing. This magical scene piqued Jiang Chen's interest immensely. He began to explore various ways to utilize the flame, and through continuous trials, Jiang Chun discovered more astonishing effects. The flame could not only refine spiritual energy, making it more pure, but also expand meridians and temper bones, proving to be highly versatile. As he continued to absorb the purified spiritual energy refined by the flame, a clear sound suddenly emanated from within him. To his amazement, Jiang Chun realized he had advanced to the second stage of the Hotian realm. Is breaking through really this easy? Jiang Chen's expression was peculiar, but soon a smile spread across his face. The clan leader's words seemed to echo in his ears. Break before you stand. Indeed, the leader was right. As long as you persist and don't give up, miracles will happen. Jiang Chun clenched his fists, his heart filled with excitement. At this moment, his respect for the clan leader deepened, not only due to his strength, but also because he had become a guiding light in Jiang Chen's life, a beacon when he lost his way. Suppressing his inner joy, Jiang Chen looked into the distance and murmured softly, Chinchan Sect, Luofeng Sect, you have wronged me so miserably, nearly costing me my life. One day, I, Jiang Chun, will make you pay. Recalling the bitter experiences of recent days, anger surged in Jiang Chen's heart. But he quickly realized that with his current strength, he was in no position to challenge these formidable entities. Jiang Chun temporarily set aside these thoughts, immediately got up, and pushed open the door, striding quickly towards where the clan leader resided. He couldn't wait to share the good news with the leader first, to express his gratitude, and he also resolved to help the family grow stronger in the future. Meanwhile, in the clan leader's room, Jiang Daoxuan slowly opened his eyes. His pupils seemed to emit countless sword energies, sharp and intimidating, difficult to look at directly. This sword inscription, its potential might be even greater than I imagined. Jiang Daoxuan looked at the sword inscription again, feeling differently about it now. During this period of seclusion, thanks to the combined enhancement effects of the entire clan and the use of a cultivation acceleration card, Jiang Daoxuan had leapt from the 3rd to the 5th level of the Zifu realm. With the assistance of the Great Sun Body Refining Technique and the Vajra Pill, his physical body had reached a new level, capable of withstanding attacks from Xian-grade magical artifacts using just his body. In terms of swordsmanship, with insights gained from the sword inscription, he had advanced from the perfect stage of sword origin to the level of sword intent. The realm of sword intent is the first significant threshold that has trapped countless sword cultivators on their path to the ultimate in sword mastery. Its level of difficulty is not something ordinary individuals can reach. Even among all Zifu realm cultivators, only 1 in 100 can comprehend sword intent. Typically, only cultivators at the Yuanhai realm can grasp such a level of mastery. Jiang Daoxuan's breakthrough was undoubtedly a monumental leap forward. Jiang Daoxuan had just broken through a day ago and had already reached the pinnacle of sword intent, a testament to his terrifying prowess. The emergence of his sword intent could not only intimidate others, causing enemies to lose their nerve before battle, but also imbue his sword with increased lethality. Feeling the surge of powerful energy within him, a hint of joy flickered in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. At that moment, his spiritual sense detected something unusual outside. Jiang Chen approached quickly and stopped at the door. To Jiang Daoxuan's surprise, his spiritual sense revealed that Jiang Chen's aura was no longer weak, and his cultivation had reached the second level of the Hotian realm. It seems the transformation is complete, Jiang Daoxuan thought knowingly. With a mere thought, the door opened on its own. As Jiang Chen stepped into the room, Jiang Daoxuan once again examined his information. Name, Jiang Chen. Cultivation, Hotian realm, level 2. Innate talent, extraordinary. Comprehension, exceptional. Fortune, golden rising sun. Constitution, mortal body. Destiny, reincarnation of an ancient emperor, with immortal fire swirling in his dantian. Aptitude level, dull low medium high genius exceptional extraordinary supreme immortal. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up. Jiang Chen's aptitude was truly remarkable. Seeing the clan leader appear, Jiang Chen suppressed his excitement and was about to speak. But Jiang Daoxuan preempted him with a smile. Second level of the Hotian realm? It seems the saying about breaking down to rebuild is true. Jiang Chun was initially surprised, then remembered that the clan leader was already a Zifu cultivator, and his insignificant Hotian realm couldn't escape his notice. He bowed his head slightly, scratched the back of his head, and chuckled. The clan leader is indeed the clan leader. It seems I was showing off my meager skills. Jiang Daoxuan waved his hand and was about to continue when a system prompt appeared. Ding current objective. Investment can trigger golden level returns. Invest a Xiang grade treasure sword to receive a Tian grade supreme treasure, the Chunging sword. Invest supreme grade earth level pure yang technique to receive Tian grade supreme sword technique, 10,000 swords return. Invest in the great sun body refining technique to receive a wisp of golden crow chi. Faced with the generous rewards, Jiang Daoxuan was astonished. Glancing at Jiang Chen, he found the boy increasingly pleasing to the eye. Sensing the clan leader's intense gaze, Jiang Chun felt increasingly uneasy. Noticing his own lapse, Jiang Daoxuan cleared his throat and said, "Since you've fully recovered, there's no need to go to Chinchan Sect for study anymore." Jiang Chen straightened his expression, bowed, and said, "The Chinchan Sect has gone too far. I naturally have no desire to return. I wish only to fight for the family and go nowhere else." Even though the Chinchan Sect had strong cultivators and numerous advanced techniques, he was not interested. The experience of being expelled from the sect had shown him the coldness of human relationships. In comparison, he preferred to stay with his family rather than linger in the scheming environment of the sect. "Good. You truly are a fine son of the Jiang family," Jiang Daoxuan praised. "There's no need to learn the Chinchan Sect's techniques. Our Jiang family doesn't care for such simple methods. As a genius of the Jiang family, I won't let you suffer. Take this pure yang technique and great sun body refining technique to cultivate, and ensure you uphold the Jiang family's name in the future." With that, Jiang Daoxuan retrieved copies of the Great Sun Body Refining Technique and Pure Yang Technique from the system space and handed them to Jiang Chun. Pure Yang Technique? Great Sun Body Refinement Technique. Jiang Chun was puzzled, his brow furrowed. As a member of the Jiang family, he had never heard of these two techniques. The clan leader's dismissal of the simplistic techniques of Chinchan Sect seemed more like self-consolation. Jiang Chun sighed inwardly, forced to admit that compared to the renowned Chinchan Sect, the Jiang family was indeed insignificant. With doubt in his mind, Jiang Chun accepted the two manuals, his fingers trembling slightly. As he casually flipped through a few pages, his eyes skimmed over the content, instantly captivated by its profoundness. His eyes locked onto the pages, his breathing quickened, as if he was being drawn into the world within the books. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock, his expression revealing his astonishment. His arms shook violently, nearly dropping the manuals. He repeatedly confirmed what he was seeing, waves of disbelief crashing within him. These were actually two supreme, earth-grade techniques. At that moment, Jiang Chen realized how little he knew about his own family. What other secrets did the Jiang family hold? Could there be an extraordinary origin? Amidst his shock, he finally understood the source of the clan leader's confidence. It was no wonder the Chinchan Sect's techniques were dismissed. A single earth-grade technique could easily overshadow all of Chinchan Sect's techniques, let alone two. Calming his excitement, Jiang Chun looked back at Jiang Daoxuan, nervously swallowing a lump in his throat. "Clan leader, is this really for me?" Even with the manuals in hand, he found it hard to believe, feeling both honored and overwhelmed. As a former disciple of Chinchan's sect, he knew what a supreme earth-grade technique meant. Once revealed, it would not only attract Chinchan's sect, but also more powerful sects, threatening to consume the Jiang family entirely. With this realization, a wave of gratitude surged within Jiang Chun. As a Purple Mansion cultivator, the clan leader surely understood the risks better than he did. Yet, he had unhesitatingly passed on such supreme techniques to him. This trust ignited a fervent warmth in Jiang Chen's heart, filling him with emotion. We, the Jiang family, need not practice the simplistic techniques of Chinchan's sect. It would be beneath our dignity. Keep these two techniques. I have no habit of taking back what I've given, Jiang Daoxuan declared with firm conviction. In that moment, Jiang Chun was finally convinced that the clan leader had truly bestowed these techniques upon him. Overwhelming joy washed over him, and he fell to his knees, his voice trembling. I, Jiang Chun, will forever remember your great kindness, clan leader. I will not let you down in the future. Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly, then drew a silver-white longsword from his waist and handed it to Jiang Chun. As the pride of the Jiang family, how can you be without a worthy weapon? This sword is yours, to aid you in overcoming challenges on your path of cultivation, and to remind you that your family and I will always be your strongest support. At these words, Jiang Chun instinctively looked up. As he recognized the silver-white longsword, he couldn't help but shiver. As a member of the Jiang family, how could he not recognize the origin of this sword? It was the clan leader's personal sword, crafted with great effort and at great expense. Jiang Chun stared at the long sword in his hand, his shock evident. This profound-grade sword, apart from the Jiang family's ancestral sword, was the only profound-grade weapon in the family. Was the clan leader really bestowing such a treasure upon him? He couldn't help but wonder if this was all a dream. Despite being overjoyed inside, Jiang Chun didn't immediately take the sword. He turned to Jiang Daoxuan, his eyes filled with concern. Clan leader, if I take this sword, what about you? Even though you've reached the Purple Mansion stage, losing such a profound weapon might greatly affect your combat strength and even put you in danger. Jiang Daoxuan stood with his hands behind his back, impatiently saying, I told you to take it, so take it. Stop dithering like a Jiang family child. Don't worry. Now that I've reached the Purple Mansion stage, I don't need this weapon. Jiang Chun awkwardly scratched his head, quickly grabbing the sheathed sword with both hands, holding it to his chest like a treasure. He lowered his head, glancing at the clan leader with a sideways smile. Thank you for your generosity, clan leader. He never imagined that not only had his cultivation mysteriously recovered today, but he also received such opportunities from the clan leader. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding, investment successful. Congratulations host for obtaining the Heaven-Grade Supreme Treasure, the Chaining Sword. Ding, investment successful. Congratulations host for obtaining the Heaven-Grade Supreme Sword Technique. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Ding, investment successful. Congratulations host for obtaining a wisp of Golden Crow Chi. The system continued to explain. Once the Golden Crow Chi is used, it can project a juvenile Golden Crow's shadow comparable to a Sun Wheel stage cultivator to defend against enemies, lasting for 10 breaths before disappearing. Jiang Daoxuan was overjoyed upon hearing this, but with Jiang Chun still present, he refrained from taking out the chaining sword to avoid complications. Composing himself, Jiang Daoxuan looked back at the joyful Jiang Chun, about to speak. Suddenly, footsteps were heard. Jiang Daoxuan turned to see the Great Elder approaching. A quick assessment revealed that the Great Elder's aura had surged, indicating he had successfully broken through to the 9th level of the innate realm. The Great Elder looked at Jiang Daoxuan, his heart filled with emotion. After taking the cleansing marrow pill, the foundation damaged by multiple failed breakthroughs had been completely restored. With the powerful effects of the yuan-enhancing pill, he had reached the long-dreamed-of realm overnight. Suppressing his joy, the Great Elder respectfully said, Clan leader, City Lord Ding has arrived and is currently in the conference hall. Jiang Daoxuan remained calm, having anticipated the visit. After all, causing such a stir in the city required a response from the City Lord. However, ensuring the Great Elder's breakthrough to the Purple Mansion stage was more crucial. With this in mind, Jiang Daoxuan immediately took out a supreme purple spirit pill and handed it to the Great Elder. Since you've reached the peak of the innate realm, quickly break through to the Purple Mansion. The Great Elder was taken aback, examining the pill in his hand with surprise. Is this a purple spirit pill? He frowned, noticing something unusual. A typical low-grade profound purple spirit pill had only 1 pill mark, while the finest had 3. Yet, this pill had 4. Could this be the legendary supreme purple spirit pill? The Great Elder's pupils contracted. It said that taking this pill gives a 90 chance of breaking through to the Purple Mansion stage. In other words, upon consumption, the gates of the Purple Mansion stage would open for him. He quickly looked up at the clan leader, meeting Jiang Daoxuan's gaze. Their eyes met, and the Great Elder instantly confirmed the authenticity of the supreme purple spirit pill. Jiang Daoxuan withdrew his gaze, turning to Jiang Chun. "Chinner, come with me. Let's meet this city lord." Jiang Chun quickly composed himself, nodding, "Yes." As Jiang Daoxuan and Jiang Chun walked away, the Grand Elder suddenly realized something astonishing. He widened his eyes in disbelief as he noticed that Jiang Chun, who had lost his cultivation due to a shattered Dantian, had somehow regained his powers. This revelation hit the Grand Elder like a sledgehammer, shaking him to his core. He quickly turned his gaze towards the departing figure of his own clan leader, a bold speculation flashing through his mind. Could it be that Jiang Chen's Dantian was restored by the clan leader himself? But how could that be possible? In all his decades of cultivation, he had never heard of anyone possessing such a heaven-defying ability. Such a miraculous power seemed to belong only in the realm of mythical tales. The Grand Elder's heart was in turmoil, his face unconsciously showing his shock. At that moment, his attention was drawn to the sword Jiang Chun was holding. Squinting his eyes for a closer look, he was taken aback once more. Wasn't that the clan leader's personal sword? It seemed that Jiang Chen's fortunes had indeed turned around, and his destiny was now remarkably favorable. The Grand Elder couldn't help but sigh inwardly, marveling at Jiang Chen's extraordinary luck. Before long, Jiang Daoxuan led Jiang Chun into the council hall. There, they were greeted by the sight of a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire, exuding an aura of authority. This man was leisurely seated in a grand chair, sipping tea as if he owned the place. Jiang Daoxuan glanced at him, using his perceptive abilities to immediately discern that the man's cultivation level was at the 6th stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Noticing the arrival of Jiang Daoxuan and his son, the man set down his teacup and looked up at Jiang Daoxuan. After a brief assessment, he confirmed Jiang Daoxuan's level within the Purple Mansion realm, though the exact depth required a confrontation or a release of aura to determine. This unexpected guest was none other than the city lord, Ding Xian. He gently placed the teacup back on the table and spoke in a deep voice. "Clan leader Jiang, it's been a long time. Seeing you today, things have certainly changed." Jiang Daoxuan ignored the pleasantries and directly asked, "What brings the city lord to the Jiang family today? Are you here to demand an explanation for the Tang family?" Seeing Jiang Daoxuan's straightforwardness, Ding Xian chuckled and replied unhurriedly, "If it were merely about the Tang family, it wouldn't warrant my visit. Besides, offending a young cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm over a now-defunct Tang family would hardly be wise." Jiang Daoxuan slowly walked over to a grand chair and sat down, his gaze fixed on Ding Xian as he pressed further. "Then what is the city lord's purpose here?" Ding Xian smiled mysteriously and posed a question in return. "Does clan leader Jiang know the origins behind the Tang family?" Jiang Daoxuan's eyes flickered slightly, and he calmly replied, "I'm all ears." Ding Xian took a sip of tea, moistening his throat before explaining. "Since I assumed the position of city lord, I discovered from historical documents that the Tang family originally branched off from the Tang family of Tidu." This statement caused a slight tremor in Jiang Daoxuan's heart. The Tang family of Tidu, as one of the many noble families occupying Tidu Prefecture, had a moon wheel realm master in residence, and their reputation was such that even sects like the Chinchan sect dared not provoke them lightly. However, the idea that such a powerful family could be connected to the Tang family of Wudon City was surprising. If there was indeed a connection, the Jiang family would have long been overrun by the Tang family of Wudon City, leveraging the Tiandu Tang family's influence. Seemingly noticing Jiang Daoxuan's doubts, Ding Xian set down his teacup, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. "This involves a scandal," he continued. "Although the Tang family has tried hard to conceal it, I managed to uncover some details. It is said that the ancestor of the Wudon City Tang family, Tang Ming, was an illegitimate child born from an affair between the old ancestor of the Tiandu Tang family and his grandson's wife. In his later years, the patriarch of the Tang family had a son and doted on Tang Ming. However, it was a secret that couldn't be kept forever. 10 years later, Tang Feizhong, the third grandson who had been training outside for years, returned home and stumbled upon this shocking scene. This discovery was like a bomb, instantly triggering massive turmoil within the Tang family. Tang Feizhong was extraordinarily gifted, possessing a thunder spirit body, and by the age of 30, had already reached the peak of the Yuan Hai realm. Upon discovering his wife's affair with the patriarch, he was consumed with rage and broke through to the Star Wheel realm. His eyes turned red, and his body crackled with lightning. In a fierce battle, he ultimately killed the family patriarch, who was also at the Star Wheel realm, becoming the most powerful member of the Tang family. Despite his anger, Tang Feizhong was a man of deep feelings. Standing before his wife and son, Tang Ming, with lightning flashing in his hands, he hesitated to strike. Ultimately, considering their marital bond, he couldn't bring himself to kill them. However, to preserve the family's reputation, he painfully exiled them to the remote city of Wudon. As the years passed, Tang Ming, with his exceptional talent, rose above adversity, and eventually reached the Zifu realm, securing a place in Wudon. However, the family's past scandals haunted him like a nightmare. To escape this painful history, Tang Ming decided to no longer operate under the name of the Tang family from Tiandu Prefecture. With Tang Ming's passing, this buried past gradually faded from memory. Even the descendants of the Tang family were unaware of their connection to the Tiandu Tang family. Now, hundreds of years later, Tang Feizhong, once a formidable warrior, still lives with the cultivation of the Moon Wheel realm. Yet, time is relentless, and even someone as strong as Tang Feizhong can't help but reminisce in his later years. If he were to suddenly mention the branch of the Tang family in Wudon, the Jiang family might face considerable trouble. After listening to Ding Xian's story, Jiang Daoxuan remained composed and asked softly, "So, what is it that you want from me? I assume you wouldn't go through all this trouble without seeking something in return." Ding Xian smiled slightly, placing the lid on his tea before setting it down gently. His gaze turned sharp as he looked directly at Jiang Daoxuan and said, "The Tang family of Tiandu acts domineeringly, causing much discontent. If you join us, someone can shield you from their retribution." These words piqued Jiang Daoxuan's interest. He thought to himself, "Us? It seems the force behind this city lord is not simple. To have the confidence to protect me from the Tang family's inquiry, they must be related to the knowledge of the Tang family's scandals." As Jiang Daoxuan pondered, Ding Xian's expression suddenly changed, and he shook his head, saying, "It seems it's not the right time to talk. Someone is coming." Just then, hurried footsteps approached. Jiang Daoxuan turned to see a young member of the Jiang family rushing over, respectfully greeting him. "Greetings, patriarch. The heads of the Sun and Gao families have brought many people and wish to see you." Jiang Daoxuan's eyes flickered as he thought, "I didn't expect them to come to me before I sought them out. But this works in my favor." With this in mind, he immediately instructed, "Let them in." Upon hearing the patriarch's command, the young Jiang family member nodded and left. Shortly thereafter, the heads of the Sun and Gao families entered with over a dozen people. As they stepped into the meeting hall, they saw Jiang Daoxuan seated at the head. They quickly bowed their heads, nervously offering their respects. "We greet Patriarch Jiang." After speaking, they glanced around and suddenly noticed Ding Xian sitting beside Jiang Daoxuan. Startled, they hadn't expected the city lord to be present. To avoid any disrespect, they hurriedly added another bow. "We greet the city lord." Ding Xian sat disinterestedly in the main seat, not even bothering to lift his head, and casually said, "Go ahead and talk, don't mind me." This made clan leader Sun and clan leader Gao extremely uneasy, sweat beading on their foreheads. They dared not neglect the city lord, yet found themselves in an awkward situation. In hindsight, they should have delayed their visit to the Jiang family, as they were now caught in a difficult position facing the city lord directly. The air seemed to freeze as Jiang Daoxuan's sharp gaze swept over the two clan leaders, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "So, what brings you here together to see me?" Clan leader Gao and clan leader Sun, like startled birds, hurriedly explained. "Clan leader Jiang, in your absence, we were left with no choice. The Tang family pressured us into opposing the Jiang family. Without a purple mansion cultivator, we had to comply. But we never intended any harm to the Jiang family, please understand." Their voices trembled with fear, eyes full of pleading. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes were as sharp as blades, and he let out a cold laugh. "So, according to you, your victims too?" The two clan leaders were struck as if by lightning, trembling with cold sweat pouring down. "No, no, no, we did indeed make many foolish mistakes. To make amends, we are willing to offer 4/10 of our family assets, and from now on, our two families will follow the Jiang family without question." Jiang Daoxuan impatiently waved them to silence, his voice icy. "My Jiang family suffered greatly, and if I hadn't emerged from seclusion, we might have been eradicated by your pressure. Now you're afraid." The entire council hall fell into a deathly silence, with the members of the Gao and Sun families frozen in fear. Just as clan leader Gao was about to speak, Jiang Daoxuan interrupted. "We will discuss these matters later. Right now, I'm curious about something, clan leader Gao, and I want you to answer." Clan leader Gao responded anxiously. "Please, go ahead." A cold light flashed in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. "Before I went into seclusion, I bought a purple spirit pill from your Gao family's treasure pavilion. After taking it, I found it had been tampered with, containing hidden toxins, nearly causing my cultivation to fail. Clan leader Gao, you owe me an explanation." His words struck like a heavy hammer, leaving everyone present stunned and clan leader Gao alarmed, sensing impending disaster. Jiang Daoxuan's words struck the head of the Gao clan like a heavy hammer, hitting him hard. He never expected Jiang Daoxuan to dare to expose this matter in public. The Gao clan leader cursed inwardly, thinking, didn't Tang Jingyang assured him that the poison was colorless and tasteless, and even a Zifu cultivator couldn't resist it? The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense, and the members of the Gao family looked at each other in confusion. Clan leader Sun glanced at the Gao clan leader with a look of disbelief, thinking, This is Jiang Daoxuan you're dealing with. And you have the audacity to poison him so openly? Aren't you afraid your plan will fail and you'll face retaliation? Ding Xian, seated on the grand chair, had a peculiar expression on his face. He thought to himself, even the Xiling Dan couldn't poison Jiang Daoxuan. What a bunch of incompetence. At that moment, Jiang Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe that such danger had befallen his clan leader during his seclusion. Fury ignited in his chest, and he strode out from behind Jiang Daoxuan, pointing at the Gao clan leader and shouting, "What audacity from the Gao family! How dare you tamper with the elixir to poison our clan leader? If not for the clan leader's great fortune, you would have succeeded. After committing such shameless acts, you still expect the Jiang family to forgive you? Dream on. Such conduct is unforgivable, even if you die 10,000 times over." Jiang Qin's roar echoed through the hall, drawing everyone's attention to the young man. Ding Xian glanced at Jiang Qin casually, and, seeing he was a mere youth, couldn't help but smile slightly. He thought, with only a second-level Hodian cultivation, he dares to criticize the Gao clan leader, an 8th-level Xiantian expert, in front of so many people. Quite daring. The Gao clan leader felt humiliated being reprimanded by a junior, and his face darkened. However, before he could speak, his son, Gao Jingshan, retorted, "How insolent! If clan leader Jiang holds us accountable, I have nothing to say. But my father is still the leader of a clan. How dare a junior like you criticize him? Is this how the Jiang family raises its members?" With City Lord Ding Xian present, Gao Jingshan felt the Jiang family wouldn't dare go too far, emboldening him somewhat. Jiang Chun, accused of poor upbringing, grew even angrier, his chest heaving with rage. He struggled to contain his anger and turned to look at his own clan leader. Jiang Daoxuan, seeing his family's honor insulted, coldly stared at Gao Jingshan and said sternly, "Does my Jiang family's upbringing require outside instruction? Truly ignorant of your limits. Chun'er, go over and slap him 20 times to teach him the consequences of speaking recklessly." Gao Jingshan's face changed drastically, and he hastily said, "Clan leader Jiang, you're a prominent figure, and this junior is out of line. How can you act so recklessly?" Jiang Daoxuan's expression remained unchanged. Jiang Chun could no longer hold back, quickly stepping forward, raising his arm, spreading his fingers, and shouting, "Who are you to instruct our clan leader? You deserve a slap." Before he finished speaking, a loud slap had already been dealt. Upon seeing this, Gao Jingshan frowned, calculating in his mind. As a powerful figure of the first level of the innate realm, he was a prominent person in Wudon City. If he were publicly humiliated by a junior of the Jiang family, how could he maintain his standing in the city? Just as Gao Jingshan was about to dodge, with a slight movement of his toes, Jiang Daoxuan quickly picked up a seed from the fruit plate. With a swift whoosh, the seed flew like a dart through the crowd, piercing Gao Jingshan's right leg in an instant. With a ripping sound, blood spurted out, instantly soaking Gao Jingshan's trouser leg in red. "Ah!" he screamed in agony, losing his balance and crashing heavily to the ground. He clutched his wound tightly with both hands, his face pale as paper, his body curled up in pain, shivering uncontrollably. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned and instinctively turned to look at the clan leader. Seeing Jiang Daoxuan with a slight smile, Jiang Chun immediately understood. With the clan leader backing him, he felt emboldened, turning to glare fiercely at Gao Jingshan. With a loud slap, Jiang Chun struck again. "This is for your arrogance. For speaking out of turn in our Jiang family. For trying to teach our clan leader how to do things." Jiang Chun scolded as he hit, becoming more vigorous with each blow. Gao Jingshan dared not move and could only silently endure. Recalling the terrifying scene earlier, he realized that if the opponent could easily pierce his leg, piercing other parts of his body would likely be just as effortless. Thinking of this, he decisively chose to submit. After all, if he fought back, leaving the Jiang family alive was uncertain. Moreover, the city lord would clearly not offend Jiang Daoxuan over their family squabble. Before long, the sound of slaps diminished. Gao Jingshan's face was swollen beyond recognition. Jiang Chun shook his aching hand and mocked. "The skin of you Gao family members is indeed thicker than most. Hitting you made my hand hurt." Hearing this, Gao Jingshan was furious, but feeling the burning pain on his face, he could only bow his head in silence, not daring to speak. Seeing his son in such a pitiful state, the Gao clan leader was terrified. He glanced secretly at Jiang Daoxuan, but unexpectedly met his cold gaze. Instantly, the Gao clan leader felt a chill all over, his heart nearly stopping, as fear surged over him like a tide. "It was the Tang family. They were the ones who instructed us. We were forced," the Gao clan leader hurriedly explained, but Jiang Daoxuan interrupted him before he could finish. "Blaming everything on the dead. You make yourself sound so innocent. However, I'm not interested in what you have to say," Jiang Daoxuan said coldly. The Gao clan leader wanted to argue further, but a scarlet light rushed towards him at such speed that evasion was impossible. The High Clan leader's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils filled with unwillingness, but he was powerless to stop the surge of pure yang energy that pierced through his forehead. With a loud bang, blood splattered everywhere, and his head exploded like a bursting watermelon. His headless body fell straight to the ground, instantly forming a pool of blood. The crimson liquid splashed onto Gao Jingshan's robes and face. Witnessing his father's gruesome death, his pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. Unexpectedly, Gao Jingshan felt no anger, only endless fear. He was terrified that he would be the next to die. The Sun Clan leader fared no better, trembling violently at the horrifying scene, unable to believe that Jiang Daoxuan dared to act so recklessly in front of the city lord. Silence enveloped the area, and the members of the Sun and Gao families were as quiet as cicadas in winter. Jiang Daoxuan remained expressionless, as if the slaughter had nothing to do with him. He offered no explanation to those present, as he deemed them unworthy of one. Turning to the remaining members of the Sun and Gao families, Jiang Daoxuan sneered inwardly. 40% of their wealth? Why not take it all? Considering the family's numerous crimes, which had led to the deaths of countless Jiang family members and nearly brought them to the brink of destruction, how could he let these people leave unscathed? Under the terrified gaze of those around him, Jiang Daoxuan moved with lightning speed, unleashing dozens of palm strikes in an instant. The dense, phantom-like palm shadows landed on each person. By the time he returned to his original position, a series of thuds echoed, and more than a dozen members of the Sun and Gao families fell to the ground with shattered skulls, dead. This scene left Jiang Chun and the Jiang family members at the door in shock, staring at their clan leader with awe. To easily kill the leaders of two powerful families, as if crushing ants, was this the clan leader's true strength now? It was astonishing. Facing the admiring gazes of the crowd, Jiang Daoxuan remained calm, standing with his hands behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a grandmaster. At that moment, Ding Xian's voice rang out. Heh, clan leader Jiang, quite impressive. After dispersing his clansmen, Jiang Daoxuan looked at Ding Xian unhurriedly. It was merely dealing with some insignificant characters. What was the matter the city lord mentioned earlier? Ding Xian's expression turned serious as he rose from the armchair. The cultivation technique of clan leader Jiang must be of a high grade, I presume? Jiang Daoxuan shook his head, casually replying, just a Xian-level technique left by my ancestors. Ding Xian was not surprised, instead showing a just as expected expression. As the lord of Wudon City, he was well-versed in the Jiang family's history. Even if he recognized the opponent's exquisite methods and formidable technique, he wouldn't associate it with a D-level technique. He continued, for clan leader Jiang to cultivate to this level with such a technique, it speaks to your exceptional talent. However, to progress further, it might be a case of having the will, but not the strength. Oh, what do you mean? Jiang Daoxuan's eyes grew even more profound. Ding Xian spoke at length, oblivious to Jiang Daoxuan's true thoughts. His voice was tempting. Right now, a chance to change your destiny is right in front of you. Join us, and not only will you be protected from the threat of the Tang family of Tidu, but you'll also have the opportunity to obtain a precious high-level Xian-grade technique. If you can satisfy that great figure, you might even acquire a powerful low-level degrade technique. By then, reaching the Xingluan realm will no longer be an unattainable dream. Jiang Daoxuan raised an eyebrow with disinterest. If his former self had encountered such an opportunity, he would have agreed without hesitation in pursuit of higher-level techniques. However, he now possessed 3 top-tier degrade techniques, and even a top-tier Tian-grade sword technique. It was like a beggar painting a rosy picture to a millionaire, claiming that joining them and begging diligently would earn a few $100 utterly laughable. Behind Jiang Daoxuan, Jiang Qin's expression turned peculiar upon hearing the city lord's promise. If not for his strong self-control, he would have burst out laughing. He thought to himself, the clan leader has already taught me 2 top-tier degrade techniques. How could he possibly value their so-called high-level Xian-grade techniques? By comparison, even low-level degrade techniques seem like worthless trinkets. I initially thought this force trying to recruit the clan leader would be formidable, but it turns out they're nothing special. As both maintained their composure, Ding Xian gradually sensed something was off. Not only was Jiang Daoxuan unmoved by the allure of a low-level degrade technique, but even this young member of the Jiang family remained unusually calm. Ding Xian found it incomprehensible, recalling how excited he had been for 3 days when he first heard those terms. Sensing Ding Xian's confusion, Jiang Daoxuan realized he was being too calm and cleverly shifted the topic. So, who is the power behind you? Hearing this question, Ding Xian quickly set aside his doubts, speaking with a hint of pride. It's no great secret. The one I serve is none other than the lord of our Tiandu prefecture. He is a master at the peak of the Yuluan realm, aspiring to reach the Riluan realm, and has been granted the title of Marquis by the court. By joining his ranks, you will gain unimaginable resources. Ding Xian continued outlining the conditions with increasing enthusiasm. Of course, you only need to offer a bit of your loyalty. First, relinquish your position as clan leader, allowing someone appointed by the lord to manage the Jiang family. Then, you can free yourself from mundane affairs, focus on cultivation, and follow the Lord's directives in Tiandu Prefecture, serving him directly. As Ding Xian elaborated, Jiang Daoxuan gradually uncovered the true nature of this power. Aside from not having a literal contract, the numerous unequal terms essentially treated these Zifu cultivators as servants, almost akin to death warriors. If they advanced to the Yuanhai or Xingluan realm, these terms would escalate, earning them greater attention from the Tiandu Prefecture Lord and more cultivation resources. Outstanding performers would be appointed by the Lord to hold key positions in major cities under Tiandu Prefecture's jurisdiction. This was how Ding Xian became the Lord of Wudon City. For ordinary people, such a treatment would be considered excellent, but for Jiang Daoxuan, it was like a tasteless chicken rib. He didn't wait for Ding Xian to finish speaking before interrupting with a wave of his hand. I'm not interested. There's no need to bring this up again. Ding Xian's face instantly stiffened, a flicker of disbelief flashing in his eyes. He stared at Jiang Daoxuan, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Clan leader Jiang, are you joking with the city lord? He simply couldn't comprehend how the leader of a small clan could resist such temptation. Jiang Daoxuan remained calm, sitting back steadily in the grand chair. Under Ding Xian's gaze, he leisurely picked up a teacup, took a sip, and said in a composed manner, "The tea is getting cold, and it's getting late. The city lord must be busy with official duties, so you should return early." This clear dismissal darkened Ding Xian's expression immediately. He had assumed the other party would gladly join, which was why he had patiently explained so much. Unexpectedly, he was rejected with a simple, "not interested." Anger surged within him, and he couldn't help but shout, "How dare you? Jiang Daoxuan, I thought you were a smart person, but it seems you've made a foolish decision. Do you realize what disaster this could bring to your Jiang family?" His furious shout echoed like thunder in the hall, making ears ache. A powerful aura emanated from the city lord, causing Jiang Chen's face to tighten. The overwhelming pressure from a higher realm made his face pale and breathing difficult. At that moment, a familiar fiery aura enveloped Jiang Chun, like the blazing sun dispelling the gloom, instantly erasing the oppressive influence brought by Ding Xian. Jiang Chun felt relieved, thinking, "It's the clan leader." He immediately felt at ease, a gleam of joy in his eyes. The two mighty presences of the Purple Palace realm intertwined in the air, and Jiang Daoxuan looked at Ding Xian with a calm gaze, saying, "Why trouble a junior, city lord?" "Humph." Ding Xian snorted coldly. "I didn't expect you to have reached the 5th level of the Purple Palace realm. I underestimated you. But how skilled are you in actual combat?" His voice was icy, with a hint of killing intent. The humiliation he suffered today must be repaid by making Jiang Daoxuan pay for his arrogance. Jiang Daoxuan's expression remained calm upon hearing this. He slowly placed the teacup back on the wooden table, his movements unhurried. This indifferent attitude further infuriated Ding Xian, causing his anger to burn even hotter. Without further words, Ding Xian suddenly leaped forward, appearing in front of Jiang Daoxuan in an instant. They were less than 3 meters apart, and Ding Xian's eyes glinted with ferocity as he swung his right arm like lightning, aiming a punch at Jiang Daoxuan. Surprisingly, Jiang Daoxuan didn't move an inch, showing no intention of dodging. Ding Xian was bewildered, thinking the other had been scared senseless. However, just as his fist was about to reach Jiang Daoxuan's face, an unexpected change occurred. Zheng, a terrifying sword intent, invisible yet palpable, burst forth from Jiang Daoxuan's body. Under the influence of this sword intent, Jiang Daoxuan's form seemed to transform into an unparalleled sword. Sharp energies swept around, instantly enveloping the entire council hall. An intense sword aura surged towards Ding Xian, making him feel as if his entire body was being cut by 1,000 blades, his face seeming to be repeatedly scraped by a sharp edge. His eyes burned with pain, forcing him to shut them tightly. The sudden attack caught him off guard, and the strength in his fist dissipated almost entirely under the interference of the pain. Facing what appeared to be an ordinary punch, Jiang Daoxuan casually shifted, easily dodging it. Ding Xian, realizing his attack had missed, was about to open his eyes to check when he heard a whooshing sound. A cold breeze hit his face as Jiang Daoxuan extended his arm, his fingers spread wide, delivering a powerful slap accompanied by a gust of air directly at Ding Xian's face. With a resounding bang, the terrifying power of the innate sacred body burst forth. Although Jiang Daoxuan used only a modicum of strength, he still sent Ding Xian, who was at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm, flying. Ding Xian's body flew back more than 10 meters like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a wall. The massive impact caused the wall to instantly crack like a spider's web. Ding Xian slowly slid down, collapsing on the ground. His cheek was swollen, and his entire body felt disjointed, the intense pain causing his muscles to tremble uncontrollably. After several moments, the internal energies surged within him, partially easing his injuries and pain. He struggled to open his eyes, using his hands to push himself off the ground and stand up with difficulty. Looking up at Jiang Daoxuan, Ding Xian blurted out in disbelief. Sword intent. This scene completely overturned Ding Xian's understanding. He never imagined that Jiang Daoxuan not only possessed the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm cultivation, but also had grasped the true essence of swordsmanship, a feat difficult for many practitioners at the Sea of Origin realm. Such talent was unparalleled even in the entire Tidu mansion and was a rarity in the entire Qin dynasty. Ding Xian was filled with doubt. How had he never noticed Jiang Daoxuan's terrifying swordsmanship talent before? Similarly shocked was Jiang Chun, who never expected the clan leader to have mastered sword intent. It was a level so high that even among several nearby cities, it was hard to find anyone who had achieved it. In his former Thousand Mountain sect, only the renowned leader at the Sea of Origin realm had such skills. For the clan leader to comprehend sword intent with a Purple Mansion realm cultivation was truly a testament to his extraordinary talent. Jiang Chun looked at Jiang Daoxuan's back with admiration, silently praising. It seems everyone has severely underestimated the clan leader's abilities. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan, with a detached expression, taunted, "Does the city lord wish to test my abilities further?" As his words fell, Ding Xian's expression darkened, veins bulging at his temples. Although he wished to teach Jiang Daoxuan a lesson, his lack of strength left him swallowing his pride. He silently lowered his head, his chest heaving violently, and his jaw clenched tightly. A flicker of unwillingness flashed in Ding Xian's eyes, but he had to admit, Chief Jiang truly has remarkable skills. This time I misjudged. I'm not as skilled, and I concede. Ding Xian took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He continued, a true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Naturally, I won't recklessly risk my life just for the sake of saving face. As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Xian was eager to leave the suffocating place. He swept his sleeve abruptly and turned to head for the door. However, just as he took a step, a calm voice suddenly came from behind. Hold on. Ding Xian froze, his right foot suspended in midair. He slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on Jiang Daoxuan, his voice trembling slightly. What is it? Does Chief Jiang intend to keep my life? Jiang Daoxuan shook his head gently and asked calmly. In the future, how much of the business tax will the lord of the city impose on the Jiang family? This question sent a chill through Ding Xian's heart. He knew very well that according to the laws of the Great Qin dynasty, ordinary families running inns, markets, shops, and escort agencies were required to pay a portion of their business tax to the court for the national treasury. Typically, the 4 major families would settle their accounts each month and submit 20% of their profits to him, the city lord, which he would then pass on to the Tidu prefecture, and from there, to the court. However, in this extraordinary world, many powerful families were not weaker than some strong sects, and together, they could even challenge the court. Therefore, while the business tax was a heavy burden for ordinary people, it was merely a formality for the powerful families and individuals. Ding Xian suppressed his anger, thought for a moment, and then said, half. He initially intended to say that the Jiang family should pay 0.5% of the business tax, but when he met Jiang Daoxuan's icy gaze, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, extinguishing his anger instantly. Fearing he might not leave the Jiang family gates alive, he quickly changed his tune. No need. The Jiang family will be exempt from business tax in the future. As soon as he said it, Ding Xian felt a sense of relief, his whole body lightened. But soon after, he began to feel the pain of his decision. With the Jiang family's power growing, especially after the downfall of the Tang family and the absorption of their centuries-old wealth, their monthly profits were undoubtedly astonishing. The Jiang family not paying business tax meant he couldn't benefit from it at all. But Ding Xian quickly shook his head, casting aside his reluctance. What good is money if you don't live to spend it? Life was more important. He said no more, quickly turning to leave the hall. Inside the council hall, only Jiang Daoxuan and Jiang Chun remained. Jiang Daoxuan glanced around at the bodies strewn across the floor, then unhesitatingly left the hall, swiftly gathering his clan members and ordering them to the Sun and Gao family residences to eliminate any remaining threats. Faced with overwhelming strength, the 2 families were powerless to resist. They struggled only briefly before being annihilated by the Jiang family. As Jiang family members carried chests filled with gold, silver, jewels, spirit stones, and land deeds through the streets, they drew astonished gazes from onlookers. Has the Jiang family taken action again after just one day? Yesterday, it was the Tang family that was destroyed. I wonder which family has met with disaster today. I just heard that the residences of the Sun and Gao families are rivers of blood, bodies strewn everywhere. It must have been the Jiang family. In the past, those 3 families were all in cahoots, taking advantage of Jiang Daoxuan's seclusion to ruthlessly suppress the Jiang family. It seems Jiang Daoxuan is settling old scores. Settling scores is one thing, but the Jiang family's actions are excessively ruthless, aren't they? Wiping out entire families at the drop of a hat, exterminating 3 families and hundreds of lives in just 2 days. Such behavior is no different from that of demonic cultivators. Throughout the streets and alleys, discussions were rampant, and fear and discontent towards the Jiang family were quietly spreading. In the city of Wudon, a monumental upheaval was quietly unfolding. On every street and alley, people whispered among themselves, discussing the recent shocking events. Have you heard? The Gao and Sun families, just like the Tang family, have been wiped out, a middle-aged man said in a hushed tone, his eyes filled with fear. This Jiang Daoxuan is ruthless. An elderly man beside him shook his head and sighed. Such bloodshed, isn't he fear-provoking outrage and divine retribution? Isn't Lord Ding doing anything about it? A young man asked in confusion. You may not know this. Another person, who looked like a merchant, leaned in and whispered. But before the Sun and Gao families were destroyed, the city lord had already visited the Jiang family. Then why did this tragedy still happen? The young man asked, even more puzzled. The merchant shook his head. I don't know the specifics, but I heard the city lord looked quite troubled when he left the Jiang family. Shortly after, Jiang Daoxuan led an attack on the Sun and Gao families. Could it be that the city lord suffered a setback with Jiang Daoxuan? Someone speculated boldly. Impossible, another immediately retorted. Lord Ding is a strong Purple Mansion realm cultivator. Even the Tang family patriarch wouldn't dare act rashly in his presence. How could Jiang Daoxuan have such power? Despite the various opinions, everyone realized a harsh truth. The power structure in Wudon City had completely changed. The era where the four major families stood on equal footing was over, leaving the Jiang family as the sole dominant force. A new era was about to begin. Meanwhile, deep within the Jiang family residence, Jiang Daoxuan had just finished rewarding his clan members for their achievements. He returned to his room alone to assess the system rewards. As he retrieved the Chungying sword from the system's storage, a pitch-black long sword appeared before him. Holding the scabbard firmly in his left hand, Jiang Daoxuan slowly drew the blade with his right. With a crisp hum, a dazzling light flowed along the sword's body. As the sword was fully drawn, he held it before his chest, his gaze intense as he examined this divine weapon. The Chungying sword was 3 feet and 4 inches long, 1.5 inches wide, with a blade that was invisible yet exuded a chilling sharpness. Jiang Daoxuan couldn't help but marvel. What a sword of shadow and invisibility. For Jiang Daoxuan, the value of this heavenly-grade weapon far exceeded his expectations. The most powerful artifact he had seen in his previous life was only of the profound grade. Such a divine weapon was likely unmatched even throughout the entire Qin dynasty. The Chungying sword's power was astonishing. By channeling pure yang energy into it, it could unleash a terrifying ability to cut through anything. Not only would it easily slice through the defenses of cultivators in the Star Wheel and Moon Wheel realms, but even the protective energy of a Sun Wheel realm expert would be as fragile as paper before it. After a moment of admiration, Jiang Daoxuan casually sheathed the Chungying sword. Instantly, all its brilliance was concealed, and its sharpness was hidden. At first glance, it appeared no different from an ordinary profound-grade long sword, showing no trace of its heavenly-grade aura. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan's brow relaxed, and he let out a sigh of relief. A divine weapon that could perfectly hide its sharpness was indeed a treasure beyond compare. Jiang Daoxuan gently stroked the Chungying sword at his waist, secretly grateful that the system-provided scabbard could suppress its power. Without it, the aura of this extraordinary sword would surely attract unnecessary trouble. He closed his eyes, concentrating as he stored the Chungying sword in his purple mansion space, nurturing the sword's spirit with the small space within his body. Over time, the bond between man and sword grew stronger, gradually approaching the realm of unity between the two. After completing this step, Jiang Daoxuan immediately opened the system warehouse and selected 10,000 swords returned to the sect. In an instant, a vast ocean of swordsmanship knowledge surged into his mind. In a trance, he seemed to see a grandmaster of swordsmanship demonstrating various profound sword techniques before him. Immersed in this experience, Jiang Daoxuan closed his eyes and meditated for a long time. When he opened his eyes again, a brilliant sword light flickered deep within his pupils. At this moment, he had fully mastered this top-tier heavenly sword technique. With the incredible comprehension of his innate sacred body and Taoist embryo, Jiang Daoxuan had cultivated the 10,000 swords returned to the sect to the great achievement level in a short time, and in a few more days, he would reach the perfect state. It's worth noting that for ordinary cultivators, mastering a heavenly sword technique to perfection would take at least several decades. Now, when Jiang Daoxuan executes the 10,000 swords returned to the sect, he can condense pure yang energy into thousands of silk-thin pure yang sword auras, possessing the terrifying power to pierce through anything. Although this move consumes a large amount of primal energy, and ordinary cultivators can use it only twice in a battle at most, for Jiang Daoxuan, with his innate sacred body and Taoist embryo, this consumption is negligible, and he can even use it as a regular attack. After taking stock of the system rewards, Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged on the bed. He took out the Vajra pill, and began a frenzy of cultivation with the Pure Yang technique and Great Sun Body refining technique. Meanwhile, the Golden Crow Chi in the system warehouse was kept as a trump card for emergencies. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to the generous resources Jiang Daoxuan provided, the Jiang family underwent a dramatic transformation. With the effects of the marrow-cleansing pill, energy-boosting pill, and chi-inducing pill, along with ample spiritual stones, many clan members broke through bottlenecks, significantly enhancing their cultivation levels. Among them, over 20 talented members developed internal energy, successfully advancing to the postnatal realm, ranking among third-rate martial artists in Wudon City. Jiang Daoxuan's progress was even more astonishing. While cultivating the Great Sun Body refining technique, he unexpectedly discovered that the celestial fire within him could amplify the process, greatly reducing training time. Coupled with the aid of the Pure Yang technique and pill resources, his cultivation speed was astounding. In just 7 days, Jiang Daoxuan's cultivation surged from the 2nd level of the postnatal realm to the 9th level, a rate of progress that left others in awe. With the enhancement of his physical body through celestial fire and the combination of 2 top-tier ground-level techniques and a profound-level treasured sword, Jiang Chen's strength advanced rapidly. His peak combat ability allowed him to compete with experts at the 3rd level below the innate realm. When Jiang Chun defeated an elder at the 1st level of the innate realm in front of everyone, the entire Jiang family was in an uproar. Clan members cheered with joy, their eyes brimming with tears of excitement. They witnessed their prodigy rise from adversity, not only standing tall again, but also transforming dramatically, displaying unprecedented terrifying talent. Jiang Chen's performance even surpassed that of Jiang Daoxuan, instantly becoming an idol for the younger generation. The elders were full of praise, calling him a promising purple mansion seed with the potential to surpass their ancestors. Meanwhile, for elders who had been stuck at the peak of the acquired realm for years, also used the marrow cleansing pill to strengthen their foundations, successfully advancing to the innate realm. Including the original 3 innate elders, the Jiang family now boasted 7 innate experts, significantly enhancing its strength. Even more exhilarating was the fact that the Grand Elder, harnessing the effects of the Supreme Purple Spirit Pill, broke through the barrier between the innate realm and the Purple Mansion, successfully opening the Purple Mansion space and advancing to a Purple Mansion cultivator. The Jiang family not only eradicated the 3 major families, but also produced a 2nd Purple Mansion cultivator. This news swept through the Jiang family like a gale, sending the clan members into a frenzy of joy. The Grand Elder, who initially planned a low-key celebration, was compelled by Jiang Daoxuan's command to accept a grand banquet organized by the entire clan. However, Jiang Daoxuan's ambitions extended beyond this. He ordered the clan to widely distribute invitations, summoning all the small family heads within Wudon City. Given the Jiang family's towering influence and the cautionary tale of the 3 major families' downfall, no small family head dared to decline. That evening, numerous small family heads attended the banquet, bearing various rare gifts and humbly paying their respects to the Jiang family. Faced with the formidable strength of the Jiang family, boasting 2 Purple Mansion cultivators, all the small families eagerly pledged their allegiance, vowing unwavering loyalty. Thus, the Jiang family firmly established its dominance over Wudon City at this banquet. After the banquet, news of the Grand Elder's breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm spread like a hurricane throughout Wudon City. On every street corner, people were abuzz with discussions, marveling at the Jiang family's current prestige. However, those previously associated with the 3 major families only dared to grumble privately, fearing the consequences of a careless slip of the tongue. As for City Lord Ding Xian, faced with the Jiang family's rise, he chose to act prudently. The Jiang family's power was now formidable and unassailable, forcing even the city's lord to handle the situation cautiously and avoid direct confrontation. Before having a guaranteed victory, he was prepared to lay low and not provoke Jiang Daoxuan, that monster. At noon, with the blazing sun overhead, Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged in the Jiang family patriarch's room, his eyes closed. His pores opened, radiating a dazzling divine brilliance, and a rich aura of the Tao surrounded him. He seemed like a massive black hole, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Suddenly, Jiang Daoxuan paused. He opened his eyes abruptly, a bright gleam emanating from them. He had finally broken through to the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Jiang Daoxuan looked down at his palm, feeling the immense power surging within him, and couldn't help but smile. Over the past 7 days, through relentless cultivation and the combined strength of the entire clan, he had broken through 3 minor realms, advancing directly to the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Whenever he felt mentally exhausted from prolonged cultivation, Jiang Daoxuan would immediately meditate on the Nuwa visualization diagram. This not only enhanced his soul's strength, but also quickly alleviated fatigue. Once rejuvenated, he would dive back into practicing the Great Sun Body refining technique and Pure Yang skills. This cycle created a perfect loop of cultivation. Aside from his rapid advancement in realm, Jiang Daoxuan also comprehended the minor completion sword intent, mastering the 10,000 swords return to origin and the purple thunder palm to perfection. With his current strength, defeating cultivators of the Yuanhai realm across major realms was a breeze. While Jiang Daoxuan was immersed in the joy of experiencing the surging power within him, a sudden, dull knocking interrupted him. Knock, knock. Jiang Daoxuan collected his thoughts, got up from his bed, and looked towards the door, saying softly, "Come in." As soon as he spoke, the door slowly opened. The great elder led in an unfamiliar old man with white hair and an anxious expression. In front of Jiang Daoxuan, the great elder bowed respectfully. "Greetings, patriarch." Simultaneously, the old man suddenly knelt on the ground, his voice trembling as he said, "Greetings, patriarch. Please, patriarch, seek justice for us." Jiang Daoxuan was slightly taken aback, frowning lightly. "What is this about?" The old man opened his mouth to speak, but was too nervous to get the words out. Seeing this, the great elder immediately explained, "This is Jiang Hongwan, the former head of our Jiang family's Xuanqing branch." Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes flickered with recognition as he recalled past events. Many years ago, several members of the Jiang family were exiled from Wudon City for serious offenses, sent to establish branch families in other cities. The Xuanqing branch was one of them. However, they hadn't contacted the main family for decades, and their sudden visit now, seeking intervention, was indeed suspicious. Despite his internal doubts, Jiang Daoxuan maintained a calm demeanor, looking at Jiang Hongwan with warmth. "Don't worry, the main family and branches share the same roots. If anyone has wronged you, I won't stand idly by. But please, explain in detail." Reassured by the patriarch's words, Jiang Hongwan's tense nerves relaxed slightly. He bowed his head, clenched his fists, and began to recount. "The Dantai family has gone too far. Please, patriarch, seek justice for my son Yener." As Jiang Hongwan narrated, Jiang Daoxuan gradually understood the situation. Over a decade ago, Jiang Hongwan's son, Jiang Daoyun, formed a bond with the eldest son of the Dantai family, Dantai Sheng, during a joint training exercise. They had faced life and death situations together and eventually became sworn brothers of different surnames. Later on, Jiang Daoyun and Dantai Sheng each became the head of their respective families. To strengthen the bond between the two families, they arranged a betrothal between Jiang Daoyun's son, Jiang Yin, and Dantai Sheng's daughter, Dantai Yuer, agreeing that they would marry in the future. As time went by, Jiang Yin demonstrated an extraordinary talent for cultivation. He achieved the bone refinement stage by the age of 10, with the postnatal stage within reach. The Dantai family was thrilled with this marriage arrangement, filled with joy and satisfaction. However, fate can be cruel. 3 years ago, disaster struck unexpectedly. No matter how much spiritual energy Jiang Yin absorbed, it would mysteriously vanish from his body. Worse yet, without the nourishment of spiritual energy, his vitality began to decline, and his cultivation level started to regress. The entire Jiang family was in a panic, desperately seeking medical help, but to no avail. Seeing Jiang Yan's worsening condition, Jiang Daoyun, the only member of the family at the innate stage, made a decisive decision. He resolutely resigned as the family head and left the Jiang family alone to seek a solution in the capital. This departure turned into 3 years of silence. Time passed, and the Jiang family remained without news. More heartbreakingly, Jiang Yan's cultivation level had fallen to that of an ordinary person, with all his abilities lost. His once radiant eyes now appeared dim and lifeless. In stark contrast to Jiang Yan's plight was Dantai Yuer. With her exceptional talent, she advanced rapidly, reaching the 5th level of the postnatal stage and becoming an inner disciple of the Chinchan sect. Even more impressive was her connection with Ko Qing, the only son of the sect master, suggesting a promising future. Observing this, Dantai Sheng began to reconsider. With his daughter's bright prospects, why should she marry Jiang Yan, who had become a mere shadow of his former self? Moreover, Dantai Yuer had openly expressed her disdain for Jiang Yan, making the marriage seem unnecessary. Respecting the decade-long friendship between the two families, Dantai Sheng informed the Jiang family in advance. His daughter would soon visit to break off the engagement. He hoped Jiang Hongwan would prepare in advance to avoid any embarrassment for both families. However, the matter did not end there. Jiang Hongwan received unsettling news. The erratic and vindictive Ko Qing planned to accompany Dantai Yuer to the Jiang family. This news struck Jiang Hongwan like a heavy blow. Worried, Jiang Hongwan had no choice but to seek help from the main family. He knew that if Ko Qing caused trouble, the entire Jiang family in Xuanqing could be in danger, a situation far beyond what a small branch family could handle. Only the main family might be able to resolve this crisis. Yet, despite the main family's 2 purple mansion cultivators, the formidable Chinchan sect might not be easily offended over a small branch family. Jiang Hongwan hung his head, filled with anxiety. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan's expression grew peculiar. As if recalling something, he frowned slightly and muttered to himself. A genius suddenly unable to cultivate, becoming a family disgrace. No abnormalities found. Engagement broken. Why does this seem so familiar? Could it be that Jiang Yin has a mysterious ring? With a raised eyebrow, Jiang Daoxuan suddenly showed interest. He looked at Jiang Hongwen and said firmly, "Don't worry, whether branch or main line, we are all of Jiang family blood. How could I stand by and watch you face such destruction? Besides, what of the Chinchan sect? If they think they can destroy our Jiang family lineage, they are mistaken." Hearing this, Jiang Hongwen looked up in disbelief at Jiang Daoxuan. His eyes sparkled with hope, as if he saw a glimmer of light in the darkness. Jiang Hongwen stood in the study of the clan leader, Jiang Daoxuan, his heart pounding like a drum. He had prepared countless arguments, but to his surprise, the clan leader agreed to his request without hesitation. This unexpected ease made him feel as if he were dreaming. Clan leader, are you truly willing to step in?" Jiang Hongwen's voice trembled, still unable to believe his ears. Jiang Daoxuan's gaze seemed to pierce through the walls of the room as he looked toward the direction of Chinchan sect. He spoke with unwavering determination. "Rest assured, I will handle this matter personally." Upon hearing this, a look of joy spread across Jiang Hongwen's face. He knew well the strength of the clan leader, and with such a powerful figure stepping in, even Ko Qing would have to think twice. Before Jiang Hongwen could recover from his surprise, Jiang Daoxuan made an even more astonishing decision. "Once this matter is resolved, you shall move from Xuanqing to settle in Wudon City." This statement struck Jiang Hongwen like a bolt of lightning, bringing tears to his eyes. Returning to the main family and setting foot on this ancestral land had been the greatest wish of their branch family for a century. Many of the older generation had longed to return to their roots before passing, but had been unable to due to the mistakes of their ancestors. Jiang Daoxuan helped the kneeling Jiang Hongwen to his feet, speaking firmly. "The mistakes of your ancestors have long been atoned for. You no longer need to bear the burden of their foolishness. From now on, there will be no distinction between the main family and the branch family. We will advance and retreat as one." These words not only moved Jiang Hongwen deeply, but also astonished the elders standing nearby. The clan leader had previously always shown disdain for the branch family, believing that wrongdoers should face their consequences. The drastic change in attitude left the elder puzzled, yet he secretly agreed. After all, those branch family members living far away shared the same Jiang family blood. Uniting them could not only prevent them from being bullied and disgraced, but also quickly replenish the manpower lost in recent conflicts with the Tang family, strengthening the family's foundation. Jiang Daoxuan had already made up his mind. Once the current matters were settled, he planned to summon all the dispersed branch families back. By consolidating these forces and supplementing them with resources, he could accelerate the enhancement of the family's power. Thus, an unexpected request not only resolved Jiang Hongwen's urgent problem, but also became an opportunity for the Jiang family to reunite. This decision was destined to spark a significant transformation in the history of the Jiang family. Jiang Daoxuan slightly turned his head, his gaze landing on the nearby elder whose expression was one of satisfaction. He instructed solemnly, "While I'm away, the family will be in your hands temporarily." With a purple mansion cultivator overseeing things, the Jiang family would naturally be secure in the short term. The elder immediately bowed and responded, "Yes." The clan leader nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to Jiang Hongwen. "There's not much time left before Dantayur arrives at your home, so we should head to Xuanqing soon. Lead the way." At once, Jiang Hongwen promptly led the way, guiding Jiang Daoxuan out. As the group stepped into the courtyard, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air caught everyone's attention. Jiang Daoxuan paused and looked in the direction of the noise, seeing Jiang Chun practicing basic sword moves with an ordinary long sword. Yet, each of his movements exuded a power far exceeding basic sword techniques, possessing the momentum of a yellow-grade sword technique. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes flickered slightly, silently admiring the young man's formidable talent in swordsmanship. He had considered teaching Jiang Chun some advanced sword techniques, but aside from the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, which required purple mansion level cultivation, his strongest techniques were only of yellow grade, offering limited advancement for Jiang Chun. At this moment, Jiang Chun seemed to sense something and immediately halted his practice. Noticing the clan leader standing not far away, he hurriedly sheathed his sword and ran over to bow respectfully. "Greetings, clan leader." Jiang Hongwen was taken aback by the aura Jiang Chun had unintentionally released while practicing. He was astonished to realize that this young man had already reached the 9th level of the acquired stage. Such a level was rare even in the main family, especially for someone of the same age as his own grandson, Jiang Yan. He couldn't help but marvel at the main family's deep foundation, while also feeling a surge of excitement at the clan leader's promise. Jiang Daoxuan scrutinized Jiang Chun and suddenly raised an eyebrow. "Why aren't you using the sword I gifted you? Why practice with an ordinary one instead?" Jiang Chun, hearing this, looked embarrassed and scratched his head awkwardly. Well, the sword you gave me is really valuable. I'm worried that using it too often might damage it, which would be terrible. Besides, since it's a sword you once used, it holds special meaning for me. So, I usually practice my sword techniques with this ordinary one. Jiang Daoxuan, with a hint of exasperation, flicked Jiang Chen's forehead lightly. Though gentle, the flick made Jiang Chun rub his head in mild pain. Do you really think a Xian-level weapon wears out as easily as an ordinary one? Jiang Daoxian said with a tone of helplessness. Remember, even if you end up in rough shape, the weapon won't necessarily break. I gave it to you to use, not to collect dust. Understand? Jiang Chen nodded reluctantly. Got it. Shaking his head, Jiang Daoxian continued. Go grab your weapon and join us. This matter involves the Chinchan sect, and it's a good chance for you to gain some experience. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun dashed back to his room, retrieved his Xian-level sword, and strapped it to his back. Once ready, he stood before Jiang Daoxian and curiously asked, Chief, where are we heading? Jiang Daoxian smiled slightly and explained, a junior from the Jiang family branch in Xuanqing had a marriage agreement with the eldest daughter of the Dantai family in the same city. However, she now wants to break off the engagement with your cousin. This concerns the Jiang family's honor, so we need to address it. He paused and added, you might find your cousin intriguing. If Jiang Yan truly is another child of destiny, the meeting of two such individuals should be quite interesting. Jiang Chen's interest was piqued. Cousin, Jiang Daoxian nodded. He's about your age and also a genius within the family. Both of you faced setbacks. Your Dantian was destroyed, causing you to lose your cultivation, while he suddenly couldn't cultivate anymore. You might have a lot in common. This revelation made Jiang Chun even more curious. So there was someone in the family who had experienced something similar to him? He couldn't help but feel a strong interest in this cousin he had never met. Meanwhile, Jiang Hongwan, overhearing their conversation, was shocked as he looked at Jiang Chun. He could hardly believe that this young man, who had reached the 9th level of acquired cultivation, had once lost his Dantian. Now that Jiang Chun had regained his cultivation, could it mean the chief had a way to solve his grandson Jiang Yan's inability to cultivate? The thought left Jiang Hongwan thrilled. Ignoring Jiang Hongwan's reaction, Jiang Daoxian continued speaking to Jiang Chun. Besides, your cousin's fiancé is Dantai Yuer, an inner disciple of the Chinchan sect. Accompanying her is Ko Qing, the son of the sect master. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyebrows raised, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Chinchan sect? I must see this for myself. As a former inner disciple, Jiang Chun naturally knew Dantai Yuer and Ko Qing. He had often seen the two of them together, enjoying each other's company within the sect. This memory briefly passed through his mind, further solidifying his resolve to investigate the situation. Jiang Chun was usually indifferent to matters of romance, but the actions of Dantai Yuer truly disgusted him. This woman not only had a marriage arrangement with a clan cousin, but was also secretly involved with other men. Now, she intended to break off the engagement. The thought made Jiang Chun feel sympathy for the cousin he had never met. Reflecting on his own sacrifices for the Chinchan sect, this wasted efforts, the destruction of his Dantian, the humiliation, and eventual expulsion, Jiang Chen's anger only intensified. With old and new grievances intertwined, he gritted his teeth, thinking, how can I tolerate the Chinchan sect's humiliation of my Jiang family? Eager to head to the Jiang family in Xuanqing, Jiang Daoxian glanced at Jiang Hongwan beside him and simply said, let's go. Jiang Hongwan, snapping out of his thoughts, led the group away from the Jiang household and set off for Xuanqing. Several days later, a luxurious carriage slowly entered Xuanqing. Inside, a well-dressed couple engaged in hushed conversation. Yuer, what are your plans once we reach the Jiang family? Ko Qing asked, his gaze fixed on Dantai Yuer's fair skin, a look of infatuation in his eyes. Sensing his intense stare, Dantai Yuer shyly lowered her head and replied softly, I'll simply call off the engagement. After all, the Dantai family has had ties with the Jiang family for over a decade, and Uncle Jiang's family has been kind to me. If I act too harshly now, I would feel guilty. Hearing this, Ko Qing's eyes flickered, a hint of coldness lurking deep within them. Suppressing his displeasure, he pretended to agree, saying, since that's how you feel, I'll follow your lead. But if the Jiang family doesn't appreciate it, they shouldn't blame me for being rude. Dantai Yuer detected the subtle change in Ko Qing's tone and quickly advised, please don't act rashly. Though the Jiang family is small, the main family behind them shouldn't be underestimated. If trouble arises, the sect master might reprimand you. Touched by her concern, Ko Qing felt a surge of warmth and was even more determined not to lose face in front of her. He scoffed arrogantly, trouble? What trouble could there be? Even the main Jiang family is just a third-rate clan. If they dare oppose us over this branch family, well, Uncle Qilin's power is more than enough to send them all to meet their maker. Growing more boastful, Ko Qing continued, this small family without even a single purple mansion cultivator is hardly worth our attention. The only talented person in their main family got into our Chinchan sect by spending a fortune and pulling strings. If their disciples were still studying at our sect, I might show them some courtesy. But with Jiang Qin's Dantian shattered and him expelled from the sect, a family lacking talent, purple mansion, or heritage is unworthy of causing concern for my woman. Listening to Ko Qing's bold declarations, Dantai Yuer blushed. She thought of the middle-aged man driving the carriage, the powerful figure Ko Qing, called Uncle Kun. Appointed by the sect master to accompany Ko Qing, he possessed a second-level purple mansion cultivation. With such a strong ally, destroying the Jiang family would indeed be effortless. With this in mind, Dantai Yuer's expression softened, and she briefly felt a pang of pity for the Jiang family. However, she quickly dismissed this sympathy, focusing instead on the impending annulment. Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan, the two prodigies of the Jiang family, had both fallen from grace, leaving a trail of lamentable fates. Inside the carriage, Ko Qing and Dantai Yuer chatted for a while, until a loud voice from outside interrupted them. "Young master, we've arrived at the Jiang residence." The carriage came to a gentle halt as Ko Qing reached out to open the window. Sunlight flooded in, and he extended his left hand towards Dantai Yuer, inviting her, "Come with me." Dantai Yuer hesitated for a moment, aware that alighting there, at the Jiang family's doorstep, could provoke gossip. Yet, considering Ko Qing's esteemed status, she realized they could disregard societal norms. This thought quickened her heartbeat with a thrilling sense of defiance. Unable to resist, she placed her delicate hand in Ko Qing's. Feeling the softness in his palm, Ko Qing smiled subtly. Holding Dantai Yuer's hand, he gracefully stepped down from the carriage. At the entrance of the Jiang residence, more than 10 family members had been waiting. Seeing Ko Qing and Dantai Yuer's intimate demeanor, their expressions darkened with suppressed rage. However, constrained by Ko Qing's status, they could only curse inwardly and pretend not to see. Noticing their reactions, Ko Qing burst into laughter. Unfazed, he held onto Dantai Yuer's hand even tighter and said with an air of triumph, "Let's go inside." With that, he led her past the onlookers and casually entered the Jiang family's main courtyard. Inside the meeting hall, many of the Jiang family's senior members were gathered. As they witnessed Ko Qing and Dantai Yuer's close entrance, a ripple of shock swept through the room. The Jiang family, with its century-long legacy in Xuanxing, prided itself on its honor. Ko Qing's actions were a blatant affront to their dignity, risking their reputation as a laughingstock. Just then, a slender, dark-haired young man stepped forward from the crowd. It was Jiang Yan. Seeing the brazen couple before him ignited a fury within. Having resigned himself to his fate as a cripple, he had even considered asking his grandfather Jiang Hongwan to annul his engagement to Dantai Yuer, not wanting to hinder her future. Yet, the scene before him was an outright provocation, impossible to endure. Jiang Yan thought to himself that, having nothing left to lose, he must stand up to salvage his family's honor. With a frail yet resolute voice, he questioned, "Dantai Yuer, I believe our engagement still stands, does it not? What decorum is this?" His words startled everyone present, drawing their attention to him. Recognizing the speaker, several family members nervously wiped their brows. Those nearby even reached out, trying to pull him back. While they agreed with Jiang Yan, the looming presence of Chinchan's sect made voicing such thoughts perilous. Confronted by the question, Dantai Yuer dared not meet Jiang Yan's eyes, feeling a pang of guilt. Instinctively, she withdrew her hand from Ko Qing's grasp. Sensing the change, Ko Qing's expression darkened. He looked up at Jiang Yan, noting his complete lack of cultivation, and a mocking smile crept onto his face. "Ha ha, a worthless cripple without a shred of power dares to instruct me? You've got some nerve. Are you aware of the consequences of offending me? At worst, I'll die." Jiang Yan stared coldly at Ko Qing, his eyes brimming with unyielding determination. Though his voice was low, it was filled with resolve. As the son of the Chinchan sect's leader, how could you stoop so low as to meddle with someone else's fiancée? It's disgraceful. I once heard about the greatness of the Chinchan sect, but now it seems it's nothing more than a den of iniquity. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Ko Qing's eyes. The surrounding gazes seemed to mock him, fueling his anger to the point of explosion. How dare a worthless nobody defy him like this? Sensing the tension, Dantai Yuer quickly intervened to quell the drama that had arisen because of her. Turning to the Jiang family, her voice was clear but tinged with subtle nervousness. "I believe you are aware of my presence here. I have come to annul my engagement with Jiang Yan. The sooner this matter is resolved, the better it will be for everyone involved, don't you think?" Hearing Dantai Yuer's words, Ko Qing barely managed to suppress his anger. He thought to himself that attacking a powerless nobody would only lower his own status. The Jiang family, feeling the tense atmosphere, wanted to prevent further escalation. An elder quickly produced the marriage contract and a pen, handing them to Jiang Yan. His tone was filled with helplessness and sympathy. "Yenner, your mother passed away early, and your father is missing. In this situation, it's better to live than to die. I think you should sign the contract and end this engagement quickly." Jiang Yan took the marriage contract, his eyes lingering on the inked words. his heart filled with grief and indignation. Since ancient times, it was unheard of for a woman to come and break off an engagement. How could he allow the Jiang family to suffer such humiliation? Under the astonished gaze of everyone present, Jiang Yan's expression darkened, and he tore the marriage contract to shreds. Turning to the stunned Dantai Yuer, his voice was cold and resolute. Today, the engagement is off. But I want you to remember, this time it's not you breaking the engagement. It's me, Jiang Yan, who is ending it with you. The crowd erupted in shock. Dantai Yuer's face turned pale, her lips quivered, and a hint of grievance flashed in her eyes. Jiang Yan, do you really intend to be so ruthless? Jiang Yan glanced around, a disdainful smirk tugging at his lips. From start to finish, wasn't it you who truly pushed things to this point? Watching Dantai Yuer's trembling figure and increasingly pale face, Ko Qing felt a surge of pity for her. He turned to Jiang Yan, his voice filled with rage. How dare you? Yuer was trying to preserve some dignity for your Jiang family, but now, I see there's no need. Ko Qing strode up to Jiang Yan, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. His voice was as cold as ice, sending shivers down everyone's spine. For speaking so disrespectfully to Yuer, let me think. How should I deal with you? Should I break your hands first, or your legs? The members of the Jiang family were silent, a tense atmosphere hanging in the air. An elder, trembling, handed Jiang Yan a pen and paper, then knelt before Ko Qing, pleading in his voice. Young Master Ko, Yan is still young and ignorant. You are of noble status, why bother with him? Rest assured, we will handle the annulment matter properly. I apologize to you on his behalf. Furious, Ko Qing shouted. Who are you to tell me what to do? Get out of my sight. Before the words were fully spoken, he kicked the elder to the ground. This scene enraged the Jiang family disciples present. They quickly helped the elder up, glaring at Ko Qing with anger. Someone couldn't help but shout, Ko Qing, as the son of the Chinchan sect's leader, how can you be so disrespectful to an elder? Aren't you afraid of tarnishing the Chinchan sect's reputation with such behavior? Amidst the growing clamor, Ko Qing became increasingly irritable. He threatened viciously, shut up. If anyone says another word, I'll make sure they die. Faced with the overwhelming pressure of the Chinchan sect, the crowd had no choice but to remain silent, seething with anger but unable to speak. Jiang Yan, witnessing the elder's plight in his defense, was filled with sorrow and rage. A deep longing for power surged within him. If not for his own misfortune and loss of cultivation ability, would the Jiang family be suffering like this? Just as Ko Qing was about to strike, a mocking voice suddenly echoed through the hall. A leopard can't change its spots, can it? The Chinchan sect is still as disgusting as ever. This blunt ridicule shocked the Jiang family members, and Ko Qing's actions halted, his expression darkening. Jiang Yan looked towards the voice and saw three figures at the entrance. A handsome young man, an elegant man in white, and an elderly man with white hair. Grandfather? Jiang Yan was stunned, never expecting his grandfather Jiang Hongwen to return at this moment. The scene quickly became chaotic as more Jiang family members recognized the elder. Someone whispered, the old patriarch is back. Who are those two with him? They look unfamiliar. I heard the old patriarch went to the main family for help a few days ago. Could these two be sent by them? Uncle Qilin, standing behind Ko Qing, coldly assessed Jiang Daoxuan and the others, using his powerful Purple Mansion spiritual sense to probe their cultivation. 2 at the 9th level of the postnatal realm, 1, possibly Purple Mansion? Feeling his spiritual sense blocked, Uncle Qilin frowned slightly. He hadn't heard of any Purple Mansion cultivators in the Jiang main family. Could they be external reinforcements? To avoid further complications, Uncle Qilin slightly cupped his hands towards Jiang Daoxuan and introduced himself. I am Kai Qilin, a guest elder of the Chinchan sect. May I know your esteemed name? Jiang Daoxuan remained calm, responding indifferently. Jiang family, Jiang Daoxuan. As soon as he spoke, a young Jiang family disciple exclaimed in surprise, Jiang Daoxuan? The patriarch? How could it be possible? The patriarch of the main family would personally visit the Jiang family. The disciples of the Jiang family stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the legendary figure before them. Jiang Daoxuan, the patriarch of the main family, had suddenly appeared after years of seclusion, causing quite a stir. I heard that the patriarch has been in seclusion for years. Many even thought he might have met with misfortune, yet here he is. A young disciple exclaimed softly in surprise. Before he went into seclusion, the patriarch was already a master at the peak of the Xiantian realm. Now that he's out, could it be he has broken through to the Zifu realm? Another disciple speculated, his voice trembling with excitement. Has our Jiang family finally produced a new Zifu cultivator after hundreds of years? The discussions among the crowd grew louder, their eyes filled with admiration. As disciples of the branch family, they had long heard of the patriarch of the main family. Seeing him in person left them trembling with excitement. However, this enthusiastic discussion reached the ears of Kai Qilin, and he relaxed slightly, a strange expression appearing on his face. All this fuss, and it turns out he's just the patriarch of the Jiang family. Kai Qilin thought to himself. Judging by what these people are saying, he's probably just broken through recently. Though I don't know how Jiang Daoxuan got so lucky to break into the Zifu realm, he's at most at the first level. He's definitely no match for me. With this in mind, Kai Kuan gave his young master, Ko Qing, a reassuring look. After a brief exchange of glances, Ko Qing felt reassured. Since Uncle Kuan could handle it, there was nothing to fear. With no more concerns, Ko Qing turned to Jiang Chun, looking him up and down before suddenly sneering. Was it you who spoke earlier? Jiang Chun, I remember you. What's this? After being expelled from the sect, you're here, crying to your family? Jiang Chun didn't rush to respond to Ko Qing's mockery. Instead, he turned and looked silently at Jiang Daoxuan behind him. After receiving a nod of approval from the patriarch, he immediately strode up to Ko Qing and said coldly, if I'm a defeated dog, then what does that make you? Hearing the contempt in his voice, Ko Qing's veins bulged on his forehead, and a glint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He was about to retort, you worthless. Before he could finish, there was a swift sound, and a fist came hurtling towards him. Ko Qing's pupils contracted, completely unprepared for the attack from someone he once considered worthless. Unable to dodge, he took the punch squarely to the face. With a thud, Ko Qing was sent reeling, stumbling back a few steps before falling to the ground. He gritted his teeth, feeling the sting of pain on his face and a deep sense of humiliation. What made it worse was that Jiang Chun, that damned guy, had embarrassed him in front of so many people, including Tan Taiyuer. With this in mind, Ko Qing ignored the pain and quickly got to his feet, glaring at Jiang Chun with venomous eyes. I didn't expect you to have such luck, to have restored your cultivation. I admit I underestimated you just now, but that won't happen again. With those words, Ko Qing's expression turned vicious as he unleashed a low-grade, Xian-level martial art, swiftly launching a punch at Jiang Chun. This attack was meant to reclaim all the face he had lost. In response, Jiang Chun remained calm, not even drawing the sword at his side. With just a feint, he easily dodged Ko Qing's punch. Ko Qing's attack missed, and Jiang Chun quickly countered. He swiftly drew his sword sheath and struck horizontally at Ko Qing's face. With a crisp crack, Ko Qing was sent flying several meters like a kite with a broken string, spinning in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Kai Kuan's expression changed dramatically. He instantly moved to Ko Qing's side, reaching out to help him up. Ko Qing's disheveled state left Dan Taiyuer in shock. She knew well that Ko Qing possessed the strength of the 9th level of the Hotian realm and was proficient in several Xian rank martial arts, making him one of the top experts in the inner sect. Yet, this formidable figure was humiliated twice by the once useless Jiang Chun, like an adult bullying a child, highlighting an astonishing gap in their abilities. Dan Taiyuer was filled with doubt. What had happened to Jiang Chun to cause such a dramatic change? At this moment, Jiang Yin couldn't help but be secretly amazed. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary boy, about his own age, would possess such astounding strength. Is this the genius of the main family? Jiang Yin wondered, his eyes dimming. He couldn't help but think that if it weren't for his own misfortunes, his talent might have given him the chance to compete with this family prodigy. However, fate had other plans, and everything had turned to dust. Supported by Kai Kuan, Ko Qing struggled to his feet. His entire body ached as if it were falling apart, and the venomous look in his eyes was nearly tangible. Ko Qing knew that if today's events were to spread, his experience of being twice disgraced by Jiang Chun would become a laughingstock among his friends in the sect. With this in mind, Ko Qing turned to Kai Kuan, his voice icy cold. Kuan Shu, I want this kid's life. As soon as he spoke, a glint of ferocity flashed in Kai Kuan's eyes, his gaze cutting toward Jiang Chun like a knife. Such strength at this age is impressive, but your temperament is too reckless, offending those you shouldn't. Since the young master has given the order, I'll send you on your way. But to ensure you're not lonely on the road to the afterlife, I'll send everyone here to join you shortly. As Kai Kuan spoke, he advanced toward Jiang Chun. His words sent a chill through the Jiang family, who clearly understood his intent to annihilate them all. As Kai Kuan approached, Jiang Chun's expression remained calm. He knew that the clan leader behind him was his most solid support. With the clan leader present, what was there to fear? Noticing Jiang Chun's composed demeanor, Kai Kuan couldn't help but remark, to remain so unflustered at this juncture, you truly are a fine prospect. But it only makes me more determined that you can't be allowed to live. With that, he was about to strike when a leisurely voice suddenly interrupted. Oh? Is this the conduct of your Chinchan sect? Unable to beat the young, you resort to bullying with the old. Kai Kuan frowned and turned to see Jiang Daoxuan, who had been observing coldly. Retracting his hand, Kai Kuan's lips curled into a cruel smile. Ha, you do have a point. I've changed my mind. This kid's viciousness must have come from you. Fine, I'll settle the score with you first. Settle the score? You're in no position to do that. Before the words had finished, Jiang Daoxuan's figure vanished from sight. A gust of cold wind rushed toward Kai Kuan, prickling his skin and causing his hair to stand on end. Such speed, this is bad. Kai Kuan's internal alarms blared. realizing he might have provoked an adversary he shouldn't have. Kai Kuen's face changed dramatically as he realized he couldn't evade the impending attack. He quickly gathered his energy, forming a defensive barrier around himself, bracing for the deadly blow. Suddenly, a dazzling flash of sword light streaked through the air, swift as lightning. No one present could discern what had happened. They only saw a blinding white light before them. In the next instant, Kai Kuen's energy defense was shredded like paper. A crimson stream of blood erupted from his throat, tracing a shocking arc through the air. Kai Kuen's hands trembled violently as he clutched his throat, desperately trying to stem the flow of blood. But it was in vain. His pupils rapidly dilated, and his body stiffened, collapsing to the ground like a felled tree. Such a fast sword, was the last thought that flickered through Kai Kuen's mind before he succumbed to eternal darkness. The entire scene erupted into chaos. Everyone was stunned, struggling to believe what they had just witnessed. The formidable warrior, vanquished in the blink of an eye. Voices rose like a tide. What just happened? It was too fast to see. This person must be powerful to accompany Qilin. Perhaps they're even at the Purple Mansion realm. He couldn't withstand even one move from the clan leader? Is this the terrifying power of our clan leader? The Jiang family members were awestruck, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. Someone murmured, if only we had such a powerful protector, we wouldn't suffer humiliation from the Dantai family. Even the Chinchan sect would tread carefully. Qilin and Dantai Yuer were pale with fear, unable to believe their eyes. They knew Kai Kuen's formidable strength at the second level of the Purple Mansion realm, capable of holding his own against even fourth-level opponents. Yet, in front of this small family's leader, he couldn't even withstand a single move. A chilling thought crept into Qilin's mind. Could this Jiang family leader be at the ninth level of the Purple Mansion realm, or even a Yuan High realm master? The realization made him shiver, cold sweat dripping down his back. He finally understood they had underestimated their opponent. Jiang Daoxuan calmly surveyed Qilin and Jiang Yan, his mind already made up. He turned to Jiang Chun and said evenly, as punishment for insulting our Jiang family, Chun, break his limbs. His words carried deep implications. Qilin was the son of the Chinchan sect's leader, and Jiang Chun had long-standing conflicts with them. The rift between the Jiang family and the Chinchan sect was irreparable. Since that was the case, they might as well offend them completely and take some retribution before the sect's downfall. Upon hearing the clan leader's order, Jiang Chun walked slowly towards Qilin, a gentle smile on his face. Yet, to Qilin, that smile was like the Grim Reaper's, making his legs weak as he collapsed to the ground. Qilin's face was filled with fear, his voice trembling as he pleaded, no, don't come any closer. My father is the leader of the Chinchan sect, a Yuan High realm master. You can't kill me. Jiang Chun stood over Qilin, looking down at the once arrogant young man, and said coldly, it seems you still haven't grasped reality. It doesn't matter if your father is the sect leader. Even if you were the sect leader, it wouldn't help you now. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Chun kicked out, mercilessly stomping on Qilin's limbs. Each blow was filled with deep-seated hatred for the Chinchan sect. The sound of bones cracking echoed, accompanied by Qilin's agonized screams. In an instant, Qilin lay on the ground like a broken dog, his limbs mangled and bones shattered. The once lofty demeanor was gone, leaving only pain and despair in his eyes. Sweat poured off Qilin like rain, soaking his entire body, and dark stains spread across his clothes. This tragic scene instantly silenced the previously argumentative Jiang family members, leaving an unmistakable fear etched on each of their faces. Although Qilin's plight was self-inflicted, who didn't know of the formidable power of the Chinchan sect? If the Yuan High realm sect master of Chinchan were to learn that his only son suffered such harm at the Jiang family's hands, the Jiang family might not escape utter destruction. Dancing Yuer was even more shaken. She never imagined that a simple engagement annulment would escalate into such an unmanageable disaster. Not only had Kai Kuan, at the second level of the Zifu realm, met his demise here, but even Qilin had been crippled. Qilin was the sole relative of the Chinchan sect master. If word of this got out, the consequences would be unimaginable, and the Dancing family might also face the elder's wrath. The situation had spiraled beyond redemption. Everything was over. This thought hit Dancing Yuer like a heavy hammer, crushing her heart. Fear overwhelmed her, and she trembled, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground, unable to muster any strength. The entire council hall was enveloped in stifling silence. Under the tense gaze of the crowd, Jiang Daoxuan quietly turned his attention to Jiang Yan, discreetly activating his inside eye. Name, Jiang Yan. Cultivation, none. Realm, ninth level of the Bone Forging realm. Aptitude, genius. Comprehension, genius. Fortune, light golden. Talent, mortal body. Opportunity, possesses a ring containing the remnant soul of a Tianren realm cultivator, expected to awaken soon due to Jiang Yan's emotional fluctuations. With golden fortune, Jiang Daoxuan recognized Jiang Yan as a child of destiny. His eyes inadvertently glanced at the plain black ring on Jiang Yan's finger. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Jiang Daoxuan's mind. Ding current target. Investment can trigger golden level returns. Invest a Shisui pill to receive 10 pounds of divine liquid. Invest in an Earth Grade Supreme Pure Yang art to receive a Heaven Grade Supreme treasure, the Martial Blood Robe. Invest in an Earth Grade Supreme Great Sun Body Refining Technique to receive a Heaven Grade Exotic Flame, the Canyin Spirit Flame. Noting the new investment opportunities, Jiang Daoxuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he walked straight to Jiang Yan. Under Jiang Yan's anxious gaze, Jiang Daoxuan asked, "Do you think he deserved to have his limbs crippled for what just happened?" Jiang Yan couldn't quite grasp the patriarch's intentions but took a deep breath and replied solemnly. To answer the patriarch, Qing disgraced our Jiang family. Not only is it justified to cripple his limbs, but taking his life would also be appropriate. Good. Jiang Daoxuan nodded approvingly. Truly a son of the Jiang family. Now, I offer you an opportunity. How about it? Saying this, Jiang Daoxuan drew a sword from a Jiang family member's waist and tossed it before Jiang Yan. Do not worry about the threat from the Chinchan sect. I will shield you from it. Now, you only need to do what you think is right. Jiang Yan's pupils contracted as he looked at Jiang Daoxuan in disbelief. He never expected the patriarch to offer him such a chance. However, he didn't hesitate long. From the moment Qing's limbs were crippled, the Jiang family had already forged an irreconcilable enmity with the Chinchan sect. With that in mind, what was there to worry about? In the next moment, Jiang Yan decisively bent down, spreading the fingers of his right hand to firmly grasp the sword on the ground. Clutching the hilt tightly, he lifted the sword and, without hesitation, walked towards Qing. Seeing this scene, Qing was instantly terrified. His limbs were useless, leaving him to drag his body across the cold floor, leaving a long trail of blood. As he moved, he tearfully begged, "Jiang Yan, I was wrong. I can give up Tantai Yuer for you. Spare my life. When I return to the sect, I will ensure my father forgives this and personally accept you as a true disciple, teaching you the advanced techniques of Chinchan sect." Faced with Qing's promises, Jiang Yan looked on with disdain and walked over without hesitation. Under Qing's terrified gaze, Jiang Yan raised his sword and swiftly brought it down. The sharp blade sliced through skin and flesh, piercing Qing's heart. Qing twitched in pain a few times before falling silent. Jiang Yan forcefully withdrew the sword, staring at the crimson blood on the blade, as if in a dream. Before he could recover, Jiang Daoxuan's voice sounded, "Well done. Now, this woman, do you want to spare her or kill her?" Jiang Yan was startled and instinctively looked at Tantai Yuer. Realizing his gaze, Tantai Yuer was filled with fear. She never expected that after Kai Kuan and Qing, it would be her turn. Driven by a strong will to survive, Tantai Yuer disregarded her dignity and pleaded with the softest voice, "Jiang Yan, it was Qing who forced me to break off the engagement. He threatened my family. I had no choice. Now that Qing is dead, I don't have to break the engagement. If you give me another chance, we can marry tomorrow." With tears in her eyes, her hair disheveled, Tantai Yuer lay weakly on the ground, looking pitiful. However, as soon as she spoke, the confusion in Jiang Yan's eyes vanished, and he shouted angrily, "At this point, you still treat the Jiang family's honor as a joke? Breaking and unbreaking the engagement at will? You're disgusting." Recalling the scene of Tantai Yuer entering with Qing, Jiang Yan's anger flared, and he raised his sword to strike. Seeing that pleading was futile, Tantai Yuer immediately dropped her weak facade, revealing a sinister expression. She quickly surveyed the surroundings and, seeing no one stopping her, sneered. With her advanced martial skills, how could she let Jiang Yan, whom she considered weak, kill her? Tantai Yuer secretly calculated, planning to capture Jiang Yan as a hostage to force the others to let her leave alive. She quietly hid her right hand behind her back, channeling her inner strength, intending to subdue Jiang Yan before anyone could react. However, this subtle movement did not escape Jiang Daoxuan's keen senses. Upon witnessing this, a gleam flashed in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes as pure yang energy gathered at his fingertips. With a flick of his finger, a forceful burst of energy shot out like lightning. At that moment, Tantai Yuer was only a meter away from Jiang Yan. Her face twisted with a sinister grin. She raised her hand to strike Jiang Yan fiercely. Just as her deadly blow was about to land on Jiang Yan, Jiang Daoxuan's pure yang energy sliced through the air like an invisible blade, piercing through Tantai Yuer's hand with precision. In an instant, her delicate hand exploded in a mist of blood. "Ah!" Tantai Yuer let out a harrowing scream, her once melodious voice now unbearably shrill, like a ghost's wail. Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his senses. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he gripped his sword tightly with both hands and thrust it forward. Slash! The sharp tip of the sword pierced through Tantai Yuer's chest, emerging from her back, stained with blood. Her pupils contracted as she trembled, reaching out with her left hand in a desperate attempt to drag Jiang Yin down with her. However, Jiang Yin would not give her the chance. He coldly withdrew his sword, causing her body to shudder as blood gushed from the wound in her chest. Ultimately, she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Jiang Yin stood firm, gripping his sword, looking down at the bodies of Ko Qing and Dantai Yuer with a sense of liberation. He threw his head back and laughed heartily, finally releasing years of pent-up frustration. At that moment, a system prompt reappeared before Jiang Daoxuan. Ding detected Jiang Yin's clarity of mind. Family fortune 100. Ding crisis averted, fate altered, allowing the branch family to survive. Family fortune 200. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan's expression was one of expected satisfaction. Since the last time he helped Jiang Chun regain his fighting spirit and received a family fortune reward, he suspected that helping Jiang Yin, the chosen one, regain his confidence might once again yield a reward. The system prompt confirmed his hypothesis. After calming himself, Jiang Yin approached Jiang Daoxuan and knelt down with a thud. "Thank you, patriarch, for rescuing us." Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly. "Stand up. The main family and the branch family are one. There's no need for excessive gratitude." With that, he surveyed the room, taking in the fear and unease on everyone's faces. He then gave Jiang Hongwen a meaningful look. Understanding the signal, Jiang Hongwen stepped into the center of the hall. Seeing the elder prepared to speak, all the Jiang family members fell silent, focusing their attention on him. Jiang Hongwen began to speak slowly. Before leaving the main family, the patriarch made an announcement. "After this matter, we are all free to leave Xuanqing and relocate to Wudon City to live with the main family. From now on, both families will be united, facing challenges together." As the elder's passionate words echoed, the initially tense Jiang family members were first stunned, then awakened as if from a dream. Their long-dormant hearts beat vigorously, faces lighting up with joy and eyes brimming with hope. They could hardly believe that the long-held dream of returning, cherished by generations of their family, had come true today. Finally, they no longer had to bear the burdens of their ancestors' mistakes and could return to the main family, embarking on a new chapter in their lives. As the crowd erupted into cheers, Jiang Daoxuan's gaze fell upon Jiang Yin. He took out a crystal-clear Shisui pill from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Yin, his tone gentle yet firm. "Take it." Jiang Yin was momentarily stunned, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. But then he remembered that the clan leader had always cared for his people and would never harm him. He reached out, took the pill, and swallowed it without hesitation. Instantly, a warm current rose from his abdomen, spreading throughout his body like spring rain. Jiang Yin felt his weakness dissipate, his spirits lifting. He quickly bowed to Jiang Daoxuan in gratitude. "Thank you, clan leader, for your generosity." Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly and took out 2 bamboo scrolls glowing softly, which he handed to Jiang Yin. "I've learned about your situation from your grandfather," he said in a deep, powerful voice. "But remember, in the Jiang family, no genius ever falls. These are the pure Yang technique and the great sun body refining art. Train diligently, and perhaps one day you will rise again." Hearing the leader's encouragement, Jiang Yin could only muster a bitter smile. He was well aware of his physical condition. Without a miracle, it seemed impossible for him to embark on the path of cultivation again, and he would have to live as an ordinary person. Nevertheless, not wanting to disappoint the clan leader's earnest intentions, he respectfully accepted the 2 techniques. "Thank you, clan leader, for bestowing these arts upon me." Jiang Yin clutched the bamboo scrolls tightly, planning to find a quiet moment to study them thoroughly. Just then, a series of crisp system notifications echoed in his mind. "Ding investment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 pounds of divine liquid." "Ding investment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-tier heavenly grade treasure, the martial blood robe." "Ding investment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a heavenly grade exotic flame, the azure flame spirit fire." The system detailed the characteristics of these rewards. The martial blood robe was formed from a drop of blood from some mysterious entity. It could expand and contract at will, adhere to the body, and conceal its appearance. Not only could it enhance physical strength, but it also automatically repaired injuries and could even withstand attacks from cultivators below the Heavenman realm, withstanding a full-force strike from a Saint realm cultivator. The Azure Flame Spirit Fire could transform one's physique, granting the possessor extraordinary regenerative abilities and the mysterious Azure Flame body. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The value of these top-tier heavenly grade treasures was self-evident, but the worth of the divine liquid alone was astonishing. Divine liquid was a hard currency among high-level cultivators, containing pure essence of heaven and earth, greatly beneficial to cultivators. On the market, 1 pound of divine liquid could be exchanged for 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, yet it remained a scarce commodity. 10 pounds of divine liquid were equivalent to 10 million low-grade spirit stonesa, staggering amount. more than enough to purchase the entire Tiandu mansion. Despite his initial shock, Jiang Daoxuan quickly regained his composure. He looked around and began issuing orders, instructing all Jiang family members to pack their belongings and prepare to follow him to Wudon City. With Jiang Daoxuan's command, the entire Jiang family was abuzz with activity. Clan members busily packed their things, preparing for the journey, creating a lively scene. Standing in the midst of the crowd, Jiang Yin felt a bit dazed. At that moment, Jiang Chun approached him slowly, cradling a treasured sword in his arms. Approaching Jiang Yin, someone suddenly spoke. "What are you still thinking about?" Jiang Yan's thoughts were interrupted, and he quickly looked up, following the direction of the voice. When he saw it was Jiang Chun, he immediately stood up and respectfully greeted him with a cupped fist. "Jiang Yin greets brother Jiang Chun." Jiang Chun waved his hand dismissively and said warmly, "We're family, no need for formalities. But tell me, what troubles you now?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's expression darkened, and he silently lowered his head. Facing this prodigy of the family, a strong sense of inferiority welled up within him. He resented the twists of fate. Why let him taste the glory of being a genius only to snatch it away so ruthlessly? This profound disparity was something only he could truly understand, incomprehensible to others. Seeing Jiang Yan's dejected state, Jiang Chun couldn't help but recall his own past. He gently patted Jiang Yan's shoulder, and when Jiang Yan looked up, Jiang Chun gave him a warm smile. "On my way to Xuanqing, I heard your grandfather mention your situation. I truly understand how you feel right now," Jiang Chun said sincerely. "But as the clan leader often says, as long as the fire in your heart remains, there's always a chance for rebirth. Even breaking down can lead to rebuilding." Noticing Jiang Yan's skeptical look, Jiang Chun chuckled. "Judging by your expression, you think I'm just comforting you? Let me share a not-so-secret secret with you. My circumstances were once far worse than yours. Not only was my Dantian destroyed, but I was also expelled from the Chinchan sect, the same sect as Ko Qing and Dan Taiyuer." Jiang Yan was stunned, eyes filled with disbelief. If Jiang Qin's Dantian had been destroyed, then how did he achieve his current level of cultivation? He had never heard of anyone regaining their path to cultivation after such a setback. Jiang Qin smiled and reiterated, "Just as I said before, breaking down can lead to rebuilding. Because a miracle happened to me, I believe it wholeheartedly. As long as you don't give up on yourself, you'll eventually find your turning point." He earnestly added, "The clan leader once told me this, and now I pass it on to you. What truly defeats you isn't others' criticism or ridicule, but your own self-denial." These words were like a warm ray of sunshine, dispelling the gloom in Jiang Yan's heart. Jiang Chen's experiences echoed in his mind, and his gaze gradually became brighter. He had thought Jiang Chun was the celebrated genius of the family, causing him to feel inferior. Little did he know Jiang Chun had endured such hardships, which explained his resentment towards the Chinchan sect and his unyielding attitude towards Ko Qing. Jiang Yin began to empathize, developing a sense of recognition and admiration for his prodigious cousin. If even a shattered Dantian couldn't make Jiang Chun give up, and he eventually found his miracle, reclaiming his path to cultivation, then what about himself? At that moment, the words of the Jiang family patriarch echoed once more in Jiang Yan's mind. The Jiang family has never had a fallen genius, and there's always the possibility of resurgence in the future. Jiang Yan initially thought these were merely words of comfort, but after learning about Jiang Chen's experiences, he suddenly understood. The patriarch's words were not just encouragement, but also carried profound expectations. This realization was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly igniting the fighting spirit within Jiang Yan. His energy and spirit were renewed, and his eyes shone with determination. He straightened his back and bowed deeply to Jiang Chun. "Thank you, brother, for your guidance. Without it, I might have continued to waste my days in despair." Seeing this, Jiang Chun nodded in satisfaction and then pretended to be serious. "At this point, do we still need to be so formal with each other?" Jiang Yin was momentarily stunned. Then he realized and smiled, cupping his hands. "My apologies. Jiang Yin greets brother Chun." "That's more like it." Jiang Chun patted Jiang Yin on the shoulder. "Brother Yin, I'll have your back from now on. If anyone dares to bully you, they'll have to answer to me first." "Thank you, brother Chun," Jiang Yin said gratefully. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Jiang Daoxuan's mind. Ding detected that the child of destiny, Jiang Yin, has regained his fighting spirit. Family Fortune 100. Jiang Daoxuan looked at the two chatting happily and couldn't help but smile. Two people with similar experiences could indeed easily resonate with each other. This was precisely the kind of atmosphere Jiang Daoxuan hoped to see: a supportive, harmonious, and warm family, rather than one filled with scheming and near division. In the following days, the Jiang family of Xuanqing formed a temporary convoy, loaded with various goods, and left Xuanqing, heading to Wudon City. With the reunion of the main family and a branch family, Jiang Daoxuan realized a pressing issue. The Jiang family's current residence was too small. It was already somewhat crowded, accommodating the main family and one branch. If they were to bring all branches over, the existing space would be insufficient. Jiang Daoxuan fell into deep thought, his eyes glinting with contemplation. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a nearby, famous mountain Kangwo. This mountain covered a vast area, encompassing dozens of peaks, with its main peak, Kangwu Mountain, renowned across several cities. The terrain was steep, easy to defend and hard to attack, and being far from bustling mundane towns, its spiritual energy density far exceeded that of Wudon City. From any angle, this place was extremely suitable as the new residence for the Jiang family. Just as Jiang Daoxuan made up his mind, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding family task triggered. Find a new family residence. Task rewards. 3 lower-grade Earth spiritual veins. 1 acre of lower-grade Earth spiritual fields. 1 set of lower-grade Earth protective mountain formations. 1 lower-grade Earth spiritual spring. 3 portions of lower-grade Earth dragon tooth rice seeds. Task deadline. Within 1 billion years. Seeing another family task available to complete, Jiang Daoxuan was overjoyed. He couldn't help but marvel at how considerate the system was, like giving a pillow when one was sleepy. The generous rewards further tempted him, making him somewhat eager. Any one of these rewards would cause a massive stir in the outside world, with countless powerful individuals and factions scrambling for them. Jiang Daoxuan's heart involuntarily sped up. These treasures were crucial for the development of any faction. He envisioned a scene in his mind. Their new family base, empowered by these treasures, with spiritual energy levels rivaling those of top sects within the dynasty. Jiang Daoxuan couldn't help but compare the situation. Those top sects had powerful cultivators in the Sun Will realm, while the Jiang family didn't even have one in the Yuanhai realm. This stark contrast made him yearn for these rewards even more. Near Kangwu Mountain, fierce beasts roamed in groups, and some even in the Yuanhai realm, which deterred most sections. But for Jiang Daoxuan, this was an opportunity. His eyes sparkled with confidence, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. With this thought, Jiang Daoxuan stood up without hesitation, his figure like lightning, swiftly disappearing into the sky, racing towards Kangwu Mountain. Mountains and rivers sped past beneath his feet, and soon, the outline of Kangwu Mountain appeared in view. When Jiang Daoxuan's feet landed steadily on the main peak of Kangwu Mountain, the system's prompt sounded timely. Ding, this location can serve as the new family base. Would you like to choose Kangwu Mountain for binding? Jiang Daoxuan clicked confirm without hesitation. The next moment, the system voice rang again. Ding, binding successful. Task to find a new family base completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 Earth-grade low-grade spiritual veins, 1 acre of Earth-grade low-grade spiritual fields, a set of Earth-grade low-grade mountain protecting formations, 1 Earth-grade low-grade spiritual spring, and a construction gift pack. Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction, recalling the related knowledge he had read in ancient books. Once buried underground, spiritual veins could release spiritual energy, transforming the environment and enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy in the air. The soil of the spiritual fields was fertile, containing pure spiritual energy, capable of cultivating high-quality spiritual herbs and shortening their maturation time. The spiritual spring could not only irrigate the spiritual fields, accelerating the growth of spiritual herbs and improving yield and quality, but also, when consumed directly, eliminate bodily impurities, open meridians, and enhance physical constitution. Even when added to food, it could improve taste and impart features of spiritual cuisine. For mortals, the spiritual spring was akin to the fountain of life. Those suffering from severe illnesses could recover completely with just a small sip, clearing all hidden ailments. Jiang Daoxuan thought to himself, the water alone from the spiritual spring could earn a fortune, and the entire spring's value was immeasurable. The final random reward was an Earth-grade, low-grade, mountain-protecting formation, the Spirit-binding formation. Once set up, without the formation master's permission, any cultivator below the Star Wheel realm entering the formation would have their realm suppressed by a full major level. However, since this formation required spiritual veins as an energy source, it couldn't be set up until the veins were buried. As Jiang Daoxuan contemplated, a thought crossed his mind, and suddenly, a palm-sized 3-dimensional model appeared before him, a miniature version of Kangwu Mountain. According to the system prompt, he could freely enlarge or shrink this model, and by simply pointing at a specific spot on the model and clicking, he could place the newly acquired items on it. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan's expression became increasingly peculiar, with his eyes reflecting both excitement and confusion. The intense sense of déjà vu made him feel as if he were playing a simulation-building sandbox game. Jiang Daoxuan shook his head slightly, dispelling the absurd thought. He took a deep breath and focused on burying a low-grade spiritual vein underground. Just then, the system's prompt sounded again, clearly reaching his ears. Initial fusion, transforming the mundane into the spiritual, modifying the spiritual mountain will take time. Jiang Daoxuan quickly withdrew his gaze, calculating in his mind. It seemed that there was no need to rush the relocation of his clan to Mount Kangwu. After all, his cultivation had now reached the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm, and breaking through to the Yuanhai realm was only a matter of days. He could use the time during the spiritual vein fusion to focus entirely on achieving the breakthrough. Once completed, he could then inform the clan to move to Mount Kangwu. With this thought, Jiang Daoxuan didn't linger any longer. In a flash, he disappeared from where he stood, beginning his return to Wudon City. As night fell, the Jiang family residence in Wudon City was enveloped in silence. In a dimly lit room, Jiang Yin sat cross-legged on the bed, his expression serious. He slowly took out the 2 techniques bestowed by the clan leader. Over the days, he had perused them countless times, fully aware that these were 2 powerful high-grade techniques. From initial shock to later confusion, Jiang Yin gradually understood the high expectations the clan leader had for him. For this reason, he couldn't afford to disappoint. However, despite repeatedly practicing the pure yang technique, no miracle occurred. Every bit of spiritual energy he absorbed mysteriously vanished upon entering his body, without exception. What was happening? Jiang Yan's heart grew heavier, and he subconsciously clenched his fists, gazing at the bright moon outside the window, murmuring to himself. Could it be that miracles will never happen to me? Am I destined to be a failure all my life? No, I refuse to be. Jiang Yan shook his head vigorously, dispelling his inner doubts, and immediately began a new round of practice. Time passed slowly, and Jiang Yan was exhausted, drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked, yet he still achieved nothing. Just as Jiang Yan's will was reaching its limit, and he felt on the verge of collapse, an unexpected change occurred. A faint blue light quietly emanated. Though weak, it was strikingly noticeable in the dark night. This sudden phenomenon immediately caught Jiang Yan's attention. Following the source of the light, he slowly lowered his head to look at his right hand. The light was coming from the ring he wore. What is this? The blue glow reflected on Jiang Yan's slightly puzzled face. Before he could figure out what was happening, the light quickly faded. Then, an elderly voice suddenly emerged from the ring. Young man, it seems you need some help. Who are you? What do you want? Jiang Yan was startled, his eyes wide open, looking as if he'd seen a ghost. Don't panic, young man. In Jiang Yan's mind, it was as if a thunderclap had struck, connecting all his past experiences into a single thread. His composure shattered, and he yelled, What? All the spiritual energy I've absorbed has mysteriously vanished because of you. Suddenly realizing the truth, Jiang Yin understood that the culprit behind his fall from genius to failure was the ring on his finger. He immediately reached to remove and discard it. Just then, a hurried voice came from the ring. Hold on. I've absorbed your spiritual energy for years, and I won't just leave you hanging. In return, I can teach you cultivation techniques and guide your training. How about that? Hearing this, Jiang Yin suppressed his anger. After all, he had endured years of hardship, and if he could gain something from this mysterious presence, it might compensate for his losses. He paused, slowly raised his hand to examine the ring, and suspiciously asked, Are you sure you can teach me? Are you perhaps a Yuanhai realm master? The voice inside the ring suddenly fell silent. After a few moments, an old voice filled with disdain spoke. Yuanhai realm? Such a weak level wouldn't have even qualified to be my servant back in the day. Jiang Yin was taken aback. Then who are you? I was once a Tianrin realm cultivator, on the verge of overcoming the Saint Tribulation, but was betrayed by my most trusted disciple. I failed the tribulation, lost my physical body, and escaped with only a remnant soul, residing in this ring of yours. Jiang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. A Tianrin realm powerhouse. Such a terrifying existence he had only heard of in legends. Even in the great Qin dynasty, the existence of a Yuanshan realm master was uncertain, let alone a higher-level Tianrin. Furthermore, having faced the Saint Tribulation indicated the being was a peak Tianrin realm expert in their prime. It was unimaginable that such a presence would reside in his ring. As Jiang Yin was overwhelmed with shock, the voice from the ring spoke again. Now, I am willing to teach you several profound techniques as compensation for these years. If you agree to one condition, I can even take you as my disciple and teach you everything. What is your decision? Jiang Yan's eyes flickered, and he immediately asked, May I know what the condition is? If you achieve great cultivation in the future, you must help me settle old scores and eliminate the traitorous disciple. In that case, Jiang Yin greets his master. Ha! You have potential. The ring's voice responded with a hearty laugh, marking the beginning of an extraordinary master-disciple relationship. A joyful voice emanated from the ring, and Jiang Yin asked again, May I ask, Master, what is your name? The name of this old man need not be mentioned for now. You may call me Elder Zhou, the voice from the ring replied. As a meeting gift, I shall impart to you a profound cultivation technique. As soon as the words were spoken, a cluster of small, translucent blue characters appeared before Jiang Yan's eyes. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a mid-tier earth-level technique called the Great Yin Mystical Art. Elder Zhou, hidden within the ring, was secretly pleased, ready to enjoy his disciple's surprised reaction. He thought to himself that this great yin mystical art, which he had painstakingly gathered, was perfect for beginners, capable of forging a supreme foundation. Surely, this naive disciple thought that the Yuanhai realm was something extraordinary. Elder Zhou had already envisioned Jiang Yan's worldview shattering upon witnessing the intricacies of the great yin mystical art. However, things did not unfold as Elder Zhou expected. Jiang Yan carefully examined the great yin mystical art, and a strange expression gradually appeared on his face. Master, I already have a cultivation technique, Jiang Yan said cautiously, not wanting to offend his master's pride. He recalled the pure yang art bestowed by his clan leader and secretly compared them, feeling that the great yin mystical art was noticeably inferior. Elder Zhou furrowed his brow, assuming the great yin mystical art was too profound for this naive boy to grasp. He quickly explained, this is a mid-tier earth-level technique, far surpassing your current practice by 1,000-fold. What is there to be conflicted about? Jiang Yan rubbed his forehead helplessly and said, but I already have a top-tier earth-level technique. Top-tier earth-level? And yet, Elder Zhou began, but suddenly stopped, realizing, wait, a top-tier earth-level technique? Aren't you from a small clan? At that moment, Elder Zhou was completely taken aback. He knew the rarity of earth-level techniques. They were not something one could find on every street corner, let alone a top-tier one. Jiang Yin instinctively retorted when his master referred to his clan as small. It's not that small of a clan. Our clan leader is a Purple Mansion Realm cultivator, and he was the one who taught me this technique. Elder Zhou was plunged into deep skepticism. If Jiang Yan's clan truly was just a Purple Mansion family, they couldn't possibly possess a top-tier earth-level technique. Even if they stumbled upon such a technique by sheer luck, they would treasure it and never pass it on lightly, especially not to a junior like Jiang Yan. After pondering for a while, a sudden thought struck Elder Zhou. Perhaps the Purple Mansion clan leader, seeking admiration from his clan, falsely claimed it was an earth-level technique to save face. The idea almost made Elder Zhou laugh. To verify his suspicion, Elder Zhou immediately said, why don't you show your top-tier earth-level technique to me? Perhaps there are hidden flaws in your practice that I can help resolve. Flaws? Jiang Yan was startled. How could a technique from the clan leader have flaws? At that moment, he even began to doubt his new master's expertise. However, considering that the master had offered an earth-level technique right away, Jiang Yan thought there might be some credibility to his words. Thus, Jiang Yan quickly pulled out a copy of the pure yang art from his robe, held it in front of him, and began to examine it carefully. Elder Zhou scrutinized the contents of the jade slip with his spiritual senses. Initially, he wore a relaxed expression, but as he delved deeper into the text, his ease quickly faded, replaced by a grave demeanor. Is this truly a technique bestowed by a clan leader at the Zifu realm? Elder Zhou marveled internally. As a strong practitioner at the Tianren realm, he immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this pure yang technique. Although it was classified as a top-tier earth-grade technique, its potential rivaled that of a low-tier heaven-grade technique. Even more astonishing was the profound cultivation route recorded in the jade slip, which appeared flawless even to his discerning eyes. Perfect, it's simply perfect. Elder Zhou praised inwardly. He had never encountered such a flawless earth-grade technique, making it the ultimate cultivation method for low-level cultivators. In his understanding, such a technique would undoubtedly provoke a struggle among the sacred dynasties if it appeared elsewhere. However, this led to a puzzling question. Why would such a miraculous technique be found in such a remote place? Elder Zhou's gaze returned to his newly accepted disciple, filled with a hint of skepticism. Are you sure your family's clan leader is only at the Zifu realm? Elder Zhou asked. Or is it possible that the strongest person in your clan isn't the leader, but someone else? Or do you have other powerful individuals nearby? Faced with his master's barrage of questions, Jiang Yin was momentarily at a loss. But remembering he had already become a disciple, he answered honestly. The strongest in our Jiang family is indeed the clan leader. To my knowledge, the lord of our Wudon city is also a Zifu practitioner, and the strongest sect nearby, Chinchan Sect, is led by a Yuanhai realm practitioner. As Jiang Yin revealed more information, Elder Zhou's brow furrowed deeper. Even in his current residual soul state, he felt a peculiar sense of unease. He suddenly realized that, as a Tianren realm expert, he couldn't fathom this seemingly peculiar Zifu family. Ultimately, Elder Zhou shook his head, deciding not to probe further. He concluded that this family must have a profound destiny and turned to Jiang Yin, saying, the intricacy of this pure yang technique's cultivation is so profound that even I can't find any fault with it. You can cultivate it with confidence. Moreover, this technique is far more precious than you might imagine. The fact that your clan leader has imparted such a technique to you shows that they have high hopes for you. In the future, you must cherish it. Hearing such praise from his master, a fiery determination ignited within Jiang Yin. Having never encountered techniques above the Xin grade, his understanding of the value of earth grade techniques was limited. But now, seeing a Tianren realm expert hold it in such high regard, he realized the extraordinary nature of the pure Yang technique. Grateful for the clan leader's trust in granting him such a precious technique, Jiang Yan resolved to repay his family and never let down the clan leader's expectations. At this point, Elder Zhou fell into brief contemplation. Since Jiang Yan already possessed the most suitable cultivation technique, there was no need to consider other techniques for now. After all, for a low-level cultivator, he had nothing better to offer. However, as a newly accepted disciple, it seemed inappropriate not to give a welcoming gift. After some thought, Elder Zhou decided to present the techniques he had painstakingly collected to Jiang Yan as a gift for his new disciple. The Yuanhua body refining technique is a mid-tier earth-level body refining method. When fully mastered, it grants combat power far exceeding others of the same level and can even withstand top-tier, Xian-level magical treasures with the physical body alone. Jiang Yan glanced at it, frowned slightly, and showed a look of disappointment. He didn't mince words and directly said, "Master, the clan leader has already bestowed upon me a body refining technique." This statement hit Elder Zhou like a heavy hammer. He widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at his disciple. In addition to the perfectly impeccable pure Yang technique, the mysterious Zifu clan leader had also granted Jiang Yan a body refining technique. What was even more astonishing was that, judging by Jiang Yan's expression, the technique he possessed was evidently more powerful than the Yuanhua body refining technique. Elder Zhou's heart surged with turmoil. Body refining techniques are rarer than cultivation techniques, and even he, a consummate Tianren realm expert, had only managed to collect this one technique through sheer luck. But now, this unseen clan leader of the Jiang family was even more generous than himself? Elder Zhou couldn't help but wonder who the real Tianren realm expert was. Watching his disciple's gaze shift from admiration to doubt, Elder Zhou felt an indescribable sense of defeat. He suppressed his discomfort and forced a smile. "My dear disciple, let your master take a look at that body refining technique." Without hesitation, Jiang Yan pulled out a copy of the Great Sun body refining technique from his robe and handed it to Elder Zhou. Having learned from past mistakes, Elder Zhou was now fully alert as he carefully pored over it, trying to spot any possible flaws. However, once he finished reading the Great Sun body refining technique, Elder Zhou had to admit it was yet another nearly perfect technique. What shocked him even more was his keen observation that the Great Sun body refining technique and the pure Yang technique shared some common traits. When practiced together, they could produce a terrifyingly synergistic effect. Elder Zhou's mind was in turmoil. How could two such perfectly matching top-tier Earth-level techniques appear in the hands of an ordinary Zifu clan leader? Who exactly was this Jiang family clan leader? From this moment on, Elder Zhou dared not underestimate this seemingly unremarkable small family. After regaining his composure, Elder Zhou looked at Jiang Yan, his voice unable to hide his astonishment. This technique is equally perfect, its value even surpassing the pure Yang technique. If leaked, it would attract not just Yuanshan realm cultivators, but even Tianren realm cultivators. Your clan leader is truly generous. Elder Zhou was unsure how to evaluate the actions of this Jiang family clan leader. To bestow two such precious techniques upon Jiang Yan demonstrated an astounding level of boldness. Yet, he couldn't help but worry about the Jiang family's safety. If this information were to leak, the entire Jiang family might be torn apart by countless greedy experts. Elder Zhou looked at his disciple, a complex expression in his eyes, uncertain of the best course of action. Hearing his master's exclamation, Jiang Yan's lips curved into a slight smile, and a hint of gratitude flashed in his eyes. He said softly, "Over the years, besides my grandfather, the clan leader's care for me has been unparalleled." Elder Zhou nodded slightly, though a trace of doubt flickered in his eyes. He pondered to himself, to openly share two powerful techniques without fear of them being leaked requires remarkable courage. Who would be so generous if not with their own flesh and blood? Suddenly, Elder Zhou's brow furrowed, and his expression turned peculiar. He looked directly at Jiang Yan and half-jokingly, half-seriously asked, "Boy, could it be that you're the clan leader's illegitimate son?" Jiang Yan was taken aback by the question and immediately waved his hands in denial, his expression serious as he refuted, "Master, you're joking. How could that be possible? The clan leader has never set foot in our branch's territory, let alone married. He is wholly devoted to the family's affairs, working tirelessly for the rise of the Jiang family." Elder Zhou's eyes flickered with thought. He mused silently. If that is true, the Jiang family leader's way of handling things is indeed enigmatic. With a sigh, Elder Zhou continued, "Since you've already mastered the pure Yang technique and the Great Sun body refinement technique, I won't embarrass myself further. However, I do have a peculiar technique I can teach you." As soon as he finished speaking, countless tiny, illusory characters appeared before Jiang Yan. Elder Zhou's voice followed. "This is a technique I acquired from ancient ruins, called the Flame Technique. Although it's only of the lowest yellow grade, as long as you continuously refine exotic flames, the technique's grade can evolve, and it is truly miraculous. I dare say, this flame technique is in no way inferior to the techniques your clan leader bestowed upon you. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up with joy, his excitement evident. Seeing his disciple's reaction, Elder Zhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, if the Jiang family leader had a more superior technique, I would have lost face before my disciple today. Fortunately, this flame technique saved some face. Once Jiang Yan memorized the cultivation method of the flame technique, he eagerly began to operate the pure yang technique, immersing himself in cultivation. Now that his master had awakened and no longer needed to absorb his spiritual energy, he could finally resume his training. With this thought, Jiang Yan was filled with excitement. As the pure yang technique circulated repeatedly, Jiang Yan confirmed that the spiritual energy he absorbed no longer inexplicably vanished. Bathed in the nourishing flood of spiritual energy, his fallen realm began to recover rapidly. The night passed in the blink of an eye. When the first rays of dawn spilled through the window, Jiang Yan remained seated cross-legged on the bed. Despite staying up all night, his spirits were exceptionally high. Feeling the powerful energy surging within him, he could hardly contain his urge to cheer. In just one night, his cultivation not only returned to its peak, but also broke through to the first level of the acquired realm, a long-cherished dream. At this moment, Jiang Yan felt that the world was no longer bleak, but vibrant and full of hope. Noticing the growing sunlight, Jiang Yan immediately got up and dressed swiftly. He pushed open the door and strode out, ready to embrace a brand new day. At this point, Jiang Yan was eager to share the good news about his restored cultivation. He quickly walked through the courtyard, the pebbled path crunching softly underfoot. Suddenly, a whooshing sound broke the silence, and Jiang Yan instinctively halted, turning his gaze toward the source. Under a large tree not far away, a familiar figure came into view. It was Jiang Chun, the prodigy of the Jiang family, with a determined expression and black hair. He wielded a sword in one hand, executing moves with fluid grace and precision. Each strike was like flowing water or a soaring swan, yet carried a sharp, deadly intent. In just a few moments, the fierce sword wind around Jiang Chun sliced the falling yellow leaves from the tree into countless pieces, which fluttered to the ground. At that moment, Jiang Chun seemed to sense someone watching him. He sheathed his sword and looked up, meeting Jiang Yan's gaze. Upon recognizing Jiang Yan, a hint of surprise crossed Jiang Chun's face. As a master at the 9th level of the postnatal realm, he immediately noticed something unusual about Jiang Yan. Yan, have you regained your cultivation? Jiang Chun blurted out. Jiang Yan quickly calmed his excitement and released a wisp of energy, grinning widely. Chun, you and the clan leader were right. Perseverance can indeed create miracles and rebuild from the ground up. Sensing the distinct aura of the postnatal realm, Jiang Chun's eyes flickered with astonishment, and he became more aware of his cousin's extraordinary nature. He recalled the clan leader's words. Your cousin might pique your interest in the future. Initially, he thought it was merely due to their similar experiences, but now it seemed more mysterious. Could the clan leader have foreseen this, knowing Jiang Yan would recover his cultivation? While Jiang Chun was lost in thought, Zhou Lao, residing within the ring on Jiang Yan's finger, noticed something unusual. Through a powerful soul perception, he immediately discovered Jiang Chun's exceptionally strong, innate talent. This revelation puzzled Zhou Lao greatly. With such formidable potential, Jiang Chun could easily be a prodigy in any sacred land or empire, so why was he in a small family? Zhou Lao's expression grew more serious as he intensified his perception to uncover Jiang Chun's true nature. However, as he delved deeper, his face suddenly changed. From within Jiang Chun's being, Zhou Lao sensed an incredibly terrifying presence, so powerful it was unimaginable, even causing his soul to tremble. Realizing he couldn't probe further, Zhou Lao hastily withdrew his perception. Even as someone who had once reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, he felt as fragile as an ant before this mysterious aura. Zhou Lao wondered if Jiang Chun harbored something beyond the realm of saints. This discovery left Zhou Lao filled with uncertainty. He was relieved that Jiang Chun's current cultivation was only at the postnatal realm. If it were higher, he might not even detect the presence of that terrifying entity. Zhou Lao was brimming with questions. What secrets did this young man hold? Jiang Yan stood before the door of the clan leader's residence, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. He had just finished a casual chat with Jiang Chun and was now preparing to report to the clan leader. Before he could knock, the door slowly opened, revealing a distinguished and handsome man, Jiang Daoxuan, the clan leader of the Jiang family. Jiang Daoxuan had already sensed Jiang Yan's arrival with his spiritual awareness and paused his cultivation to greet him. His sharp gaze swept over Jiang Yan, immediately noticing that he had regained his acquired realm cultivation. To recover one's cultivation overnight, it seems the remnant soul of the celestial realm within the ring has awakened. Jiang Daoxuan mused silently. At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding, current target. Investment can trigger a golden level return. Invest 1 pound of divine liquid to receive 1,000 pounds of divine liquid. Invest in Sangyin Spiritual Fire to obtain the Samadhi True Fire ability. Invest in top-grade Anshan Grass to receive 3 top-grade, Earth-level treasures. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up, and his gaze instinctively fell on the ring on Jiang Yan's hand. This glance happened to meet the eyes of Zhou Lao within the ring. Zhou Lao, who had been speculating about the origins of the Jiang family leader, was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. The terrifying gaze, as if seeing through everything, sent a chill down his spine. Damn, I'm a celestial realm cultivator, and he's just a purple mansion realm cultivator. How can he see me? Zhou Lao was shocked and deeply unsettled. Although Jiang Daoxuan didn't express it explicitly, the feeling of being thoroughly seen through was undeniable. Zhou Lao realized he had been exposed. He was now certain that this Jiang family leader was no ordinary person, and there was definitely something unusual about the Jiang family. To uncover the truth, Zhou Lao extended his perception once more. As his perception landed on Jiang Daoxuan, he sensed an almost tangible and terrifyingly intense aura of Dao. Zhou Lao's pupils contracted, his expression changed dramatically. This situation seems somewhat similar to a certain legendary constitution, he thought, his mind in turmoil. Born with a natural affinity for the Dao, known as the innate Dao embryo. A palpable fluctuation of Dao resonance emanated from Jiang Daoxuan, and in that moment, Elder Zhou realized that the head of the Jiang family might possess an extraordinarily powerful constitution. His mind flashed back to the snippets of secrets he had heard, leaving him utterly shocked. Elder Zhou's gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Daoxuan, scrutinizing every subtle change. Although he hadn't yet discerned the characteristics of the ancient sacred body, let alone associated it with the innate sacred body Dao embryo, the phenomenon displayed by the family head was enough to astonish him. If this news gets out, Elder Zhou contemplated, countless powerful factions will surely scramble to recruit him, elevating Jiang Daoxuan to the esteemed status of a holy son. Considering the future prospects of someone with such a formidable constitution, Elder Zhou couldn't help but gasp. As long as he doesn't meet an untimely end, he is destined to achieve the status of a quasi-emperor and may even aspire to become a great emperor, contending with other prodigies on the path to emperorship. What kind of family is the Jiang family, really? Elder Zhou wondered. Even the ancient families don't seem to possess such terrifying potential, do they? Recalling his journey and especially Jiang Yan's claims of their family being a small one, Elder Zhou felt a shiver run down his spine, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He couldn't comprehend how a small family could produce a terrifying youth with karmic connections above the saint realm and a family head with the innate Dao embryo constitution. As Elder Zhou was lost in his astonishment, an even greater surprise occurred. As his senses delved deeper, a blinding golden light suddenly burst forth. Following that, a hazy figure with a human head and a serpent body appeared before Elder Zhou. The figure exuded an immensely majestic aura, so overwhelming that it inspired an involuntary sense of reverence. Terrified by the sudden vision, Elder Zhou withdrew his senses immediately and huddled in a corner of his ring's space, trembling. His face was filled with fear and unease as he continually speculated about the true identity of the Jiang family head. I've never encountered such a terrifying presence, Elder Zhou thought. Even a saint realm cultivator I've been fortunate enough to meet before seems as insignificant as an ant in the face of this aura. This level of power is beyond what a saint realm can emit, and not even a saint king could possess it. At that moment, a bold idea crept into Elder Zhou's mind, refusing to leave. Could it be that the Jiang family head is actually the reincarnation of an ancient great emperor who has awakened his memories? With this thought, Elder Zhou swallowed nervously. If this were true, everything seemed to fall into place. As an ancient great emperor with awakened past memories, possessing 2 top-tier earth-level techniques, perceiving his presence with only a purple mansion cultivation, and harboring such an awe-inspiring aura would not be surprising. Elder Zhou's thoughts raced, realizing that this might be a tremendous opportunity for him. He carefully assessed the current state of the Jiang family, believing that everything was still in its early stages, like a dragon hidden in the depths, destined to soar through the skies. If I seize this opportunity, Elder Zhou calculated, and assist Jiang Yan in growing stronger while the Jiang family is still rising, when the Jiang family head resumes his path to emperorship, he might remember my contributions to Jiang Yan. Just a sliver of fortune from him would easily allow me to not only reconstruct my physical body, but also restore my complete heaven-human realm cultivation, and possibly even break through to the saint realm. Upon realizing this, Elder Zhou immediately lowered his stance and sent a message to Jiang Yan, disciple. Jiang Yan was taken aback by the voice and thought to himself, "What's the matter, master?" Although puzzled, he remained silent, waiting for Elder Zhou to continue, as the clan leader was still present and he couldn't afford to be distracted. Elder Zhou coughed twice and continued, "Ahem, my good disciple, how about from now on, we each call each other by titles? You call me master, and I'll call you young master, all right?" Jiang Yan was completely bewildered by this. He responded in his mind, "Master, What's going on? Why say such a thing? Being addressed as young master by a celestial-level cultivator was unbelievable and something Jiang Yin dared not easily accept. Elder Zhou sensed his disciple's confusion but chose not to explain explicitly. He knew that since the Jiang family patriarch had not revealed his true identity to the clan, there must be a reason. If he were to reveal it recklessly, he might not only miss out on opportunities but also endanger his life. After weighing his options, Elder Zhou sighed and carefully explained, "Alas, there's not much I can say, but I can hint a little. Your patriarch is extraordinary, beyond your imagination. All you need to do is hold on to his coattails, and achieving the Saint Realm in the future will be no problem." He paused and added, "In fact, by then, even the pigs your Jiang family raises might gain opportunities and break through to the Starwill realm, perhaps even knocking out the strongest sect nearby, the Chinchan sect's Yuanhai realm cultivator. Honestly, I kind of envy you for being in the same family as such a being." Jiang Yin was utterly shocked. He never expected that his celestial-level master would hold the patriarch in such high regard. Simply clinging to the patriarch's coattails could lead to the Saint Realm? That seemed too exaggerated. Though he always respected the patriarch, the Saint Realm was immensely powerful. A single strike could potentially destroy the entire Qin dynasty. If what his master said was true, then what kind of existence was the patriarch? Jiang Yan's eyes flickered, his heart burning with even more admiration for the patriarch than before. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan noticed the ever-changing expressions on Jiang Yan's face and found it amusing. He realized that the celestial-level cultivator within the ring might be communicating with Jiang Yan, but didn't concern himself with the details. Then, Jiang Daoxuan placed a pound of divine liquid, the Sanyin spirit fire, and a premium calming herb into a spatial ring. He took out the ring, placed it in his palm, and handed it to Jiang Yan with a gentle tone. "Now that you have regained your cultivation, you could say you've come through the hard times. As the head of the family, it's only fitting I make a gesture. Consider this a gift to congratulate you on your rebirth. Do continue to work hard in your cultivation for the family's rise." Hearing this, Jiang Yin snapped out of his thoughts. He turned to look at the spatial ring in Jiang Daoxuan's palm, staring in a daze. He hadn't even had the chance to share his good news before receiving such generous gifts from the patriarch again. Jiang Daoxuan's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He spoke softly. "Why are you still standing there?" Jiang Yin snapped back to reality, quickly reaching out to take the space ring that shimmered with a faint glow. He knelt on both knees and bowed respectfully, his voice filled with excitement. "Thank you, Chief. I will not disappoint you, and will dedicate myself to revitalizing our family." Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly, his gaze intense. "Very well. Our clan looks forward to the day you shield us from storms. Remember, cultivation is of utmost importance and must not be neglected." "Yes," Jiang Yin replied solemnly, standing up and bowing deeply before turning to leave. Only after Jiang Yan's figure disappeared from view did Jiang Daoxuan retract his gaze and step back into the room. At that moment, a series of crisp system notifications echoed in his mind. "Ding, investment successful. Congratulations on acquiring 1,000 gene of divine liquid. Ding, investment successful. Congratulations on acquiring 3 top-tier Earth-grade treasures. Ding, investment successful. Congratulations on acquiring the Sanmai True Fire skill." As the rewards were bestowed, information about the Sanmai True Fire flooded into Jiang Daoxuan's mind. This pure fire, refined from essence, energy, and spirit, when unleashed, produces dense smoke and cannot be extinguished by water. In fact, it becomes fiercer when exposed to it. Mastering it fully could even incinerate an entire realm. Feeling a unique power surge within him, Jiang Daoxuan willed a cluster of intense flames to appear in his palm, the legendary Sanmai True Fire. "Not bad. I've added another weapon to my arsenal," Jiang Daoxuan mused with satisfaction. He understood well that having a singular combat technique made one vulnerable. Skills like the myriad swords converge and Sanmai True Fire were valuable assets. With that thought passing, Jiang Daoxuan resumed his meditative position on the bed. He took out the divine liquid and continued his focused cultivation. His current level was the 9th completion of the Purple Palace realm, just a step away from reaching the Yuanhai realm. The impending breakthrough filled him with anticipation. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin was also busy. First, he shared the good news of his restored cultivation with his grandfather, Jiang Hongwan, before hastily returning to his residence. Once he ensured he was alone, Jiang Yin carefully closed the door and sat at the table. Eagerly, he activated the space ring given by the chief. Instantly, the contents of the ring were revealed: a jade-like white jar, a fist-sized orange-red flame, and a uniquely shaped blue herb. Faced with these mysterious items, Jiang Yin was momentarily at a loss. He thought to himself, "The chief's gifts must be extraordinary. Perhaps I should consult my master." Having made up his mind, Jiang Yin cautiously took out the white jade jar and placed it gently on the wooden table. He examined it closely but noticed nothing unusual. Driven by curiosity, he slowly opened the lid. Immediately, a rich life essence poured out like a tide, filling the entire room. Jiang Yin gasped in surprise, feeling instantly invigorated and brimming with endless vitality. Captivated by the miraculous sight, Jiang Yin peered into the jar. Inside, a pool of faintly glowing pale green liquid lay, enigmatic and mysterious. What is this? Jiang Yin couldn't fathom it. Lacking the knowledge to identify such a miraculous substance, he could only call upon his master for insight. Master, please take a look. What miraculous properties does this possess? Upon hearing the call, Jiang Yin immediately summoned Zhou Lao from the ring where he was hidden. Zhou Lao urgently responded, "Young master, if I'm not mistaken, this should be divine liquid." Jiang Yin frowned slightly, puzzled by this unfamiliar term. Seeing his confusion, Zhou Lao patiently explained, "Divine liquid is like currency among high-level cultivators. It contains pure essence of heaven and earth, which is greatly beneficial to you. What you have here is worth about 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, with minor variations depending on the region." 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Jiang Yan's eyes widened in shock, a storm of emotions surging within him. He couldn't believe the first gift from the clan leader was so valuable, enough to easily purchase 100 cities like Wudon. Swallowing hard, he calmed himself and eagerly took out the blue mystical herb. "Master, what is this?" Jiang Yan asked urgently. After examining it closely, Zhou Lao replied with a complex expression, "This is calming herb, of excellent quality, likely of earth-grade low rank. It can nourish a remnant soul." Jiang Yin suddenly understood. "Could it be that the clan leader discovered your presence?" Zhou Lao remarked with emotion. "In my prime, this wouldn't have been anything special. But now, for my remnant soul, it's incredibly useful. We're indeed indebted to your clan leader this time." Jiang Yin felt proud of the clan leader's generosity and foresight. Following Zhou Lao's instructions, he placed the calming herb on the ring's surface. A flash of blue light, and the herb vanished instantly. Finally, Jiang Yin took out the peculiar orange-eared flame. It floated in the air without emitting heat, and touching it felt perfectly normal. Zhou Lao exclaimed, "Heaven-grade exotic flame. Your clan leader bestowed such a treasure upon you." Zhou Lao was deeply shaken, unable to comprehend why Jiang Yan, at the first level of the acquired realm, would receive such a precious gift. He urged urgently, "Young master, quickly use the flame technique to refine this fire." Immediately following Zhou Lao's advice, Jiang Yan acted. Moments later, he successfully refined the Sanyin spirit flame. The grade of the flame technique soared directly to heaven-grade mid-rank, and his physique transformed into the Sanyin treasure body. Powerful spiritual energy converged wildly, and Jiang Yan's cultivation advanced rapidly, reaching the 7th level of the acquired realm within mere moments. With the aid of divine liquid and pure yang technique, breaking through to the innate realm seemed within reach. Jiang Yan felt the surging power within him and looked forward to the future with great anticipation. A few days later, the Jang family in Wudon City underwent an unprecedented transformation. Jiang Daoxuan, determined to hasten the growth of the two destined individuals, spared no expense in granting them precious cultivation resources. Bottles of yuan-enhancing pills were consumed by Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun as if they were candy. In addition, each of them received a top-tier earth-grade magical sword, with Jiang Chun also receiving an extra pound of divine liquid. With the aid of these abundant resources, the cultivation of the two youths soared rapidly, like bamboo shoots breaking through the earth in spring. Jiang Chun was the first to break through his limitations, stepping into the Xiantian realm and becoming the 7th Xiantian expert of the Jiang family. Not far behind, Jiang Yin followed suit, reaching the Xiantian realm just 3 days later, becoming the family's 8th expert. This news swept through Wudon City like a whirlwind. The fact that two young men, not even in their 20s, had reached the Xiantian level shocked the entire Jiang family and caused a sensation throughout the city. Even more astonishing was their combat prowess, which far exceeded that of others in the same realm, leaving many in disbelief. The two of them, each wielding a 3-foot-long sword, roamed the city unhindered. Neither young talents nor veteran Xiantian experts could withstand them, crumbling like paper in their presence. Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun seemed like two towering mountains, suppressing all the Xiantian experts in the city. As time passed, their reputation spread to neighboring cities. Talented individuals from afar came in droves, eager to challenge them. However, every challenger was defeated within a few moves and left in disgrace. Before long, the title Jiang family twin stars echoed across several cities, turning them into idols for countless young martial artists. Some even declared that they would marry no one but Jiang Chun or Jiang Yan. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoxuan, the dominant figure in Wudon City, saw his reputation spread with the movement of trade caravans. When City Lord Ding Xian revealed that Jiang Daoxuan had mastered sword intent, it caused a massive uproar in the surrounding areas. It was known that mastering sword intent with only a purple mansion cultivation was a feat not seen in this region for over 1,000 years. Once the news spread, Jiang Daoxuan's name was immediately inscribed in the local annals of several cities. As time went on, fewer people dared to call Jiang Daoxian by his name directly, opting instead for a title filled with respect, Jiang Jianzong. After all, one who masters sword intent could be called a sword master, deserving of the title Sword Sect Master, a respect that speaks for itself. At sunset, in the bamboo forest of the Jiang family's back mountain, a handsome man in white attire sat cross-legged. The spiritual energy around him surged like a small vortex, enveloping the surrounding air. The green bamboo swayed under the powerful aura, with countless bamboo leaves falling like rain. The strength of this aura was such that nearby wild animals fled in terror, and even birds in the sky scattered in fear, leaving the bamboo forest in complete silence. Jiang Daoxian looked down slightly, staring at his palm. A faint red glow flowed in his palm, exuding a strong sense of vitality. The continuous influx of power seemed to promise the ability to tear apart mythical beasts or battle young dragons with bare hands. This was the wonder of the heaven-grade supreme treasure, the martial blood robe. Since donning this treasure, it had seamlessly integrated with Jiang Daoxuan's skin, showing no outward signs. Yet, secretly, it provided Jiang Daoxian with unimaginable passive benefits. The most notable effect was its ability to continuously absorb spiritual energy around the clock, supplying Jiang Daoxian with the energy needed for cultivation. While the effects of this passive cultivation didn't match active practice, its uninterrupted nature resulted in gains comparable to an experience boost buff over time. Coupled with the innate holy body Dao embryo, divine liquid, pure Yang technique, and the collective support of the entire family, Jiang Daoxian was now just a step away from the Yuan High realm. He could clearly feel that he could easily cross this threshold and enter a higher realm at any moment. At that moment, Jiang Daoxian broke through to the Yuan High realm. His eyes flickered slightly as he clenched his 5 fingers tightly, and a torrent of primal energy surged from his body like a tidal wave. Inside his purple mansion, the primal energy quickly condensed, forming a vast ocean in an instant. As he completed the Yuan High realm, an immense pride surged through Jiang Daoxuan's heart. Henceforth, he only needed to continually accumulate primal energy to make this ocean deeper and broader, allowing him to unleash endless power in battles. Just as Jiang Daoxian made his breakthrough, a violent storm of spiritual energy erupted in the sky above. The terrifying spiritual pressure swept across like a tsunami, enveloping the entire Jiang family residence in an instant. The elder with the cultivation of the second level of the Purple Mansion realm was the first to sense this disturbance. He looked up sharply, his gaze piercing through layers of obstacles, directly towards the back mountain. Such powerful spiritual pressure, far exceeding the Purple Mansion realm. The elder's pupils contracted in shock. Could it be that the clan leader has broken through to the Yuan High realm? Recalling the clan leader's recent retreat to the back mountain for seclusion, the elder immediately understood. In just over 10 days, the clan leader has broken through again. Such talent is truly unheard of. He couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. With this, our Jiang family finally has the capital to contend with the Chinchan sect. Knowing that the Jiang family now officially had a Yuan High realm cultivator to guard them, the elder's tense nerves finally relaxed, and a hint of ease appeared on his face. The enormous commotion caused by Jiang Daoxuan's breakthrough quickly alarmed the innate realm elders. They awoke from their cultivation, their expressions filled with uncertainty. This aura, could it be emanating from a Yuan High realm cultivator? Could it be that the Chinchan sect has sent someone to confront us? No, I felt it carefully. This aura seems to be coming from the back mountain. Are you saying it's the clan leader? If I'm not mistaken, the clan leader has reached the Yuan High realm. As the truth became clearer, the elders' doubts turned into elation. Ha! Our Jiang family has actually produced a Yuan High realm cultivator. Who would have thought that just days ago we were nearly wiped out by the Tang family? Thanks to the clan leader, as soon as he emerged from seclusion, he brought such a monumental change to our Jiang family. This exhilarating news spread like wildfire throughout the Jiang family. Upon learning that the clan leader had reached the Yuan High realm, the entire Jiang family was in an uproar, everyone immersed in immense joy. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin exchanged looks, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. The clan leader truly deserves to be the clan leader, progressing at such an astonishing pace. The two had been quite proud of their recent surge in cultivation, but upon learning of the clan leader's breakthrough to the Yuan High realm, their pride vanished instantly. They had thought they were closing the gap with the clan leader, only to find the distance growing even wider. With this thought, Jiang Chen clenched his fist, a fierce determination igniting within him. He knew full well that his current abilities were far from enough to keep pace with the clan leader. From this day forward, he resolved to double his efforts, striving to alleviate the leader's burdens as soon as possible. Jiang Yin also fell into deep thought, a wry smile appearing on his face. He realized how foolish his earlier pride in his progress had been. The clan leader had granted them such valuable resources, not for them to be content with the status quo. He firmly declared his intention to join in relieving the leader's burdens. The two brothers exchanged a glance, their eyes gleaming with resolve. They understood that if they had not been ensnared by arrogance from the start, their abilities would not be at their current level. Jiang scoffed, stating that from now on, if any so-called geniuses came to challenge them for fame, they wouldn't bother responding. It would simply be a waste of precious training time. Jiang Yin nodded in agreement, adding, "Exactly, fame is fleeting, but true strength is what really matters." In that moment, the two talented youths were fully awakened. They shed the superficial mindset that had arisen from their recent fame, reinvigorating their fighting spirit. A fierce drive to excel burned within them, pushing them toward higher realms. While the Jiang family reveled in joy, Jiang Daoxuan, who had just completed a breakthrough, realized there were still 2 days before the fusion was complete. He immediately decided to set up at Kangwu Mountain before informing the clan to relocate. Soon after, Jiang Daoxuan traversed mountain ranges to reach the outskirts of Kangwu Mountain. The near-Dao power emanating from him was so intimidating that even the fiercest beasts of the Yuanhai realm seemed as docile as kittens before him. Jiang Daoxuan used his spiritual sense to locate all beasts at the Zifu realm and above, unleashing a devastating strike to annihilate them. He spared only those at the Xiantian realm and below, providing future training opportunities for his clan. After clearing the area, Jiang Daoxuan descended to the mountainside of Kangwu Mountain. Facing the vast, overgrown landscape, he immediately used the architectural package from his system storage. With a flash of dazzling golden light, magnificent buildings rose from the ground. The Family Hall, Alchemy Hall, Artifact Refining Hall, Law Transmission Hall, Repository, and Martial Arts Field were all complete, presenting a renewed scene that satisfied Jiang Daoxuan. He then set up spiritual springs and fields, planting Longya rice seeds in the fields. As a precious spiritual grain of the lower earth grade, Longya rice not only resembled dragon teeth, but also had miraculous effects in unblocking a cultivator's qi and blood, enhancing physical strength, and regulating the 5 organs. Under the dual influence of spiritual fields and springs, this grain would become the Jiang clan's high-quality staple food. Having completed these tasks, Jiang Daoxuan immediately left Kangwu Mountain and flew to Wudon City. Back home, he cast a sharp gaze across the family elders, issuing a commanding order. "Within the time it takes an incense stick to burn, gather all clan members here." His words seemed to envelop the entire space with an invisible pressure. The elders, as if awakening from a dream, responded in unison, "Yes." They quickly dispersed, weaving through the streets and alleys of Wudon City to notify the Jiang family members to return to the clan grounds immediately. Before long, the Jiang family residence was bustling with people, as clan members hurried in and filled the spacious courtyard. Jiang Daoxuan surveyed the gathered crowd and nodded slightly, satisfied that everyone was present. Standing tall and with a piercing gaze, he announced a shocking decision to the clan. "From this day forward, our Jiang family will relocate to Mount Kangwu and establish it as our new clan residence." The young clan members exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with surprise. The area around Mount Kangwu was notorious for being infested with fierce beasts, a place people typically avoided at all costs. The clan leader's decision seemed akin to walking into a lion's den, naturally stirring anxiety among them. However, when Jiang Daoxuan continued by declaring that he had already slain all the beasts above the innate realm, the clan's apprehension swiftly turned into euphoria. They trembled with excitement, hardly able to believe they would soon reside in a famous mountain brimming with spiritual energy. Compared to this, the spiritual energy in Wudon City was negligible. Unlike the elated younger members, some elders who had lived in Wudon City for decades showed signs of reluctance. Noticing their hesitation, Jiang Daoxuan compassionately arranged for these elders to remain at the ancestral home, leaving ample resources for their needs. He advised, "If you encounter difficulties in the future, you can send someone to Mount Kangwu for assistance." With all preparations complete, Jiang Daoxuan ordered the remaining clan members to get ready for departure. Soon, the grand procession of the Jiang family appeared on the streets of Wudon City, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. The news spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the city lord's mansion. Ding Xian was secretly delighted to learn that Jiang Daoxuan was leading his clan to Mount Kangwu. The departure of this dominant family, which had long been a source of his anxiety, was finally happening. He even began to imagine a life without the Jiang family, free from the nightmares associated with them. Filled with anticipation, Ding Xian felt as if a new future was beckoning him. As the sun set and the sky was painted with the crimson of dusk, the Jiang family finally reached the legendary Kangwu Mountain, known for its surrounding fierce beasts, just before nightfall. However, the sight before them was astonishing. A series of magnificent palaces and pavilions stood tall, starkly contrasting with the desolate image they had heard of. All eyes turned to Jiang Daoxuan, seeking an explanation. Yet, he said little. only ordering everyone to gather. He briefly explained the arrangements for their new settlement and solemnly announced, "From now on, Kangwu Mountain will be the new home of the Jiang family. When you travel outside, you can refer to yourselves as the Jiang family of Kangwu." His words were like a thunderclap, shocking everyone present. They immediately bowed and responded in unison. "As you command." Jiang Daoxuan nodded with satisfaction, waved to dismiss the meeting, and allowed everyone to rest. The next day, Wudon City received an unexpected visitor. The city lord, Ding Xian, was leisurely admiring the fish in his courtyard when he noticed a middle-aged man in green approaching. Upon closer inspection, he recognized an old acquaintance, Su Gu, whom he hadn't seen in years. Su Gu cupped his hands and smiled. "Brother Ding, it's been a while." Ding Xian quickly rose to greet him. "Brother Su, what a surprise. If I had known, I would have prepared a welcoming banquet for you. Since you're here, let's drink to our heart's content tonight." However, Su Gu politely declined. "Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Ding, but I'm here on Sect business and won't be able to indulge." Ding Xian immediately assumed a more serious demeanor and asked, "Oh, what brings you here?" Su Gu paused for a moment before speaking. "Brother Ding, are you aware of the 100 Sect tournament in 3 months?" Ding Xian's eyes lit up. "Of course. It's a grand event personally overseen by the Lord of Tiandu Mansion. Every major sect sends their elite disciples under the age of 20. Those who make it into the top 10 can train at Tiandu Academy and secure more resources for their sect. The top 3 even have the chance to go to the capital of Great Qin and enter the Black and White Academy, where they can receive guidance from cultivators of the Star Wheel, Moon Wheel, and even Sun Wheel stages." Sugu nodded and got straight to the point. "Since you understand, I'll be direct. Our sect has sent me to recruit talented individuals with the potential to participate in the 100 Sect tournament." After searching for days without success, Sugu finally heard of the renowned Jiang family twins in another city. Upon careful inquiry, he was delighted to discover that the Jiang family resided in the city governed by his old friend, Ding Xian. Filled with anticipation, Sugu made a special trip to visit, hoping for an introduction. "Ding, my friend, could you kindly introduce me?" Sugu asked earnestly, his eyes gleaming with expectation. Ding Xian was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning peculiar. He hadn't expected his old friend to come for the Jiang family. Remembering his unpleasant experience at the Jiang residence, he fell silent. Seeing this, Su Gu frowned slightly and continued. "Ding, we share a deep friendship. If you can successfully introduce me, I will forever be grateful. If those Jiang family twins achieve a top 10 ranking in the Great Sect competition, the sect might reward you with a great opportunity." These words instantly piqued Ding Xian's interest. The Chinchan sect was a powerful force with cultivators in the Moon Wheel realm. Gaining an opportunity from them would be a tremendous fortune. With this thought, Ding Xian chose to forget his unpleasant encounter at the Jiang residence. However, the image of Jiang Daoxuan's arrogant demeanor lingered in his mind. Ding Xian couldn't help but caution. "I can introduce you, but the Jiang family patriarch is domineering and proud, not easy to deal with. Please be cautious when you visit." Su Gu's eyes flashed as he asked, "The Jiang family patriarch? Is it Jiang Jinzong? I heard he mastered sword intent in the Purple Mansion realm. How strong is he?" Recalling the humiliating experience with Jiang Daoxuan, Ding Xian, to save face in front of his friend, simply stated, "Unfathomable." Su Gu was slightly surprised but quickly waved it off, confidently saying, "No matter, I'm here to secure a bright future for the Jiang family disciples, not to cause trouble. Would he really attack me over a disagreement? Besides, although he has grasped sword intent, his time in the Purple Mansion realm is short. His strength is far from enough in front of me." Before he finished speaking, a strong aura emanated from Su Gu. Ding Xian's eyes lit up with surprise and delight. "Su, you've advanced to the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm? Congratulations, the Yuanhai realm is within reach." This discovery finally eased Ding Xian's worries. Although Jiang Daoxuan was powerful with his sword intent, he was no match for Su Gu, who was at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Moreover, as a disciple of the Chinchan sect, Su Gu possessed numerous high-level techniques, making his combat prowess far superior to an amateur like Jiang Daoxuan. Su Gu humbly smiled. "I was fortunate to receive a reward from the sect and recently broke through. Ding, can you rest assured now?" "Absolutely. Let me lead the way." Ding Xian readily agreed. "Good," Su Gu nodded in response. Soon after, Ding Xian led Su Gu to the front of Kangwu Mountain. Since they came to recruit disciples, they didn't intrude recklessly but landed at the mountain gate. The Jiang family's gatekeepers quickly sent someone to report their arrival. Upon learning that the city lord had paid another visit, an elder of the Xiantian realm came out to greet them and led Ding Xian and Su Gu to the reception hall. The elder respectfully said, "We will inform the patriarch immediately. Please, city lord, wait a moment." As he spoke, he gestured for the clan members to serve hot tea. Ding Xian sat upright in his chair, his expression serious, clearly not in the mood for tea. Meanwhile, Su Gu discreetly observed his surroundings. assessing the strength of the Jiang clan members. A mocking smile crept across his lips as he thought. The Jiang clan's foundation is surprisingly weak, far less formidable than I imagined. How could such a family produce a purple mansion cultivator who comprehends sword intent? It's truly unbelievable. The more Sugu pondered, the more pleased he became, secretly planning. I bet just mentioning the name of the Chinchan sect will have them overjoyed, eager to send their members my way. Before long, a sharp sword intent suddenly swept through the hall. Sugu looked up abruptly to see a refined and ethereal-looking man stride in it was Jiang Daoxuan. Sugu was taken aback, while Ding Xian lowered his head, unable to meet his gaze, clearly still haunted by their previous encounter. Jiang Daoxuan glanced casually at the two, his insightful eye instantly discerning Sugu's cultivation level the 9th level of the Purple Mansion. Unperturbed, he walked straight to the Grand Master's chair and sat down, asking calmly, "City Lord, it's been a while. You seem unchanged, but today you've brought an outsider. What is the purpose?" Ding Xian dared not speak, only signaling Su Gu with his eyes. Seeing this, Su Gu immediately took over the conversation. "Jiang Jianzong, your reputation precedes you. Truly, seeing is believing. You surpass the rumors by far." Jiang Daoxuan interrupted coldly. "Spare me the pleasantries. I'm not interested." Su Gu frowned, feeling displeased, but remembering his purpose, he suppressed his anger and forced a smile. "Ha! Jiang Jianzong, you are indeed straightforward. Let me get to the point. I am Su Gu, a steward of the Chinchan sect. I've heard that your family's twin stars are exceptionally talented, so I've come to recruit them for our sect. If Jiang Jianzong agrees, please summon Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun for me to test their aptitude. If the rumors are true, they could become core disciples of our sect. This would allow your family to rise to prominence, leaving this place for broader horizons. You, Jiang Jianzong, might also achieve a significant breakthrough. Such a beneficial opportunity, what do you think?" Su Gu finished speaking, watching Jiang Daoxuan closely for a reaction. However, Jiang Daoxuan remained composed, merely sipping his tea before replying calmly. "I have no interest in your Chinchan sect. However, everyone has their own path. I won't stop my clan members. If any Jiang family members wish to pursue opportunities elsewhere, the decision is entirely theirs." As soon as Jiang Daoxuan finished speaking, he gestured for the clan members to summon Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun. Su Gu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that convincing two young people would be much easier than persuading an elder. Before long, the doors of the council hall were pushed open, and Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin walked in side by side. Su Gu looked up, quietly extending his spiritual consciousness to carefully assess the potential of the two young men. When his senses reached Jiang Chun, Su Gu's eyes lit up. The boy's aptitude was far from the ordinary talent that rumors had suggested. His constitution, transformed by the cleansing elixir and celestial fire, was nothing short of perfect. Su Gu was overjoyed, thinking that such a prodigious talent must not slip away. However, what shocked Su Gu even more was yet to come. When his spiritual consciousness fell on Jiang Yin, Su Gu's pupils contracted, and his heart nearly stopped. This unique aura could it be? This boy was the legendary spiritual body. Su Gu trembled with excitement, almost wanting to laugh out loud. How incredibly fortunate he was today to encounter not one, but two exceptional geniuses. He was already imagining the rich rewards he would receive from his sect for bringing these two back. Feeling Su Gu's intense gaze, Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun couldn't help but shrink back, feeling a chill run down their spines. They had already heard from their clan members about the visitor's purpose, but didn't understand why he was looking at them so strangely. Jiang Yin lowered his head and asked silently in his mind, "Master, what do you think of this person?" Zhou Lao, hidden in the ring, glanced at Su Gu dismissively and shook his head, saying, "He's just a shallow-rooted practitioner of the 9th level of the Purple Mansion. Moreover, he seems to have hidden injuries. Though not apparent now, they will inevitably flare up when he attempts to break through to the Yuanhai realm, at which point even immortals won't be able to save him." Hearing this, Jiang Yin nearly burst out laughing. If not for the presence of the clan leader, he would have mocked this short-lived fool. By this time, Su Gu had calmed his excitement and was ready to speak with the two young men. Su Gu's gaze nervously flitted over Jiang Daoxuan, worried that the Jiang family patriarch might suddenly change his mind. He cautiously glanced over, and, seeing Jiang Daoxuan absorbed in his tea, relaxed a little. He then turned to Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun, straightening his back with a touch of pride in his voice. "I am Su Gu, the elder steward of the Chinchan sect, here to select disciples for our sect. I'm sure the Jiang family has heard of the Chinchan sect's reputation. If you two join us, not only will you receive the sect's protection, but you'll also have the chance to learn invaluable earth-grade techniques. With your talents, you're sure to catch the attention of the elders, and even the sect leader, becoming true disciples in no time." Su Gu spoke with eyes shimmering with anticipation, as if he could already see the uproar upon returning to the sect with two prodigious youths. However, his delightful fantasy was quickly shattered by Jiang Yin and Jiang Qin's indifferent responses. Not interested. I won't leave the family, Jiang Yin said flatly, his tone unwavering. Jiang Chun immediately chimed in. Yin is right. Our family patriarch is highly skilled, and with our own opportunities, why should we go to sects full of intrigue and trouble? Su Gu's smile froze, but recalling the sect's instructions, he forced himself to maintain composure, squeezing out a smile. You're still young. It's understandable you may not see the bigger picture. Just listen to me. His words were interrupted by Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun speaking in unison. No means no. There's no need to say more. Su Gu's expression faltered, his tone becoming slightly urgent and cautionary. You've grown up in the family and don't realize how dangerous the outside world is. You may think your family is your strongest support, but to many sects, that support is as fragile as paper. If your family faces disaster, what will you do? Die at the hands of enemies, or become slaves? He took a deep breath and continued to persuade. As someone who's been through it, I tell you, for geniuses from small families, joining the Chinchan sect is the best choice. It will not only help the Jiang family avoid many calamities, but also provide you with abundant resources to quickly turn your talents into strength. Staying with the family might bring disaster, causing avoidable tragedies to befall them. For the safety and development of your family, you should come with me. I'll take you back to the sect, where you'll easily gain opportunities you never dared to dream of. However, Su Gu's heartfelt speech did not stir Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun in the slightest. If not for the patriarch's presence, they might have already turned and left, unwilling to waste any more time. Nearby, Elder Zhou watched Su Gu's futile performance with an amused, almost pitying look. Boasting in front of the Jiang clan's patriarch, a reincarnated emperor, is truly reckless. Jiang Daoxuan looked at Su Gu with a cold gaze, secretly amused. Even as a cultivator of the Tianren realm, he dared not make such bold claims in the Jiang clan. Yet these short-sighted individuals dared to speak so presumptuously? Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin remained silent, and Su Gu instantly realized he had been rejected once more. After being turned down 3 times by the young man, even a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm like him felt irritated. However, determined to recruit these 2 prodigies into his sect, Su Gu suppressed his anger and turned to Jiang Daoxuan. Patriarch Jiang, Su Gu forced himself to remain calm. Surely you see the potential in these 2 children. Keeping them here would only waste their talents, and they might never break through to the Yuanhai realm. Only our Chinchan sect can offer them a broader horizon, with the potential to reach the Xingluan realm. We can also provide protection for the Jiang family, fostering mutual growth. Why not take this opportunity? Jiang Daoxuan scoffed at this. A broader horizon? Belittling others to elevate oneself. Chinchan sect sure knows how to flatter itself. He slowly stood up, looking down at Su Gu. Besides, there's something I've been meaning to say. Jiang Daoxuan's voice was deep and powerful. I've always said I won't hinder the future of my clan members. Their decision to stay or leave is entirely up to them. If Yinner and Chunner wish to join Chinchan sect, I have no objections. But since they have clearly refused, as long as I'm here, I won't allow anyone to force them to change their minds. The room was stunned by his declaration. Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun looked up sharply, their eyes filled with admiration for the patriarch's towering figure. They had heard of Chinchan sect's prowess, but the patriarch's willingness to stand up for them like this made them proud to be part of the Jiang family. Su Gu and Ding Xian's expressions were entirely different. Ding Xian hadn't expected Jiang Daoxuan to risk offending Chinchan sect for 2 clan members. A flicker of malice crossed his eyes as he prepared to watch the unfolding drama. Su Gu's face darkened. It seems I underestimated the leader of this small clan. Since you're intent on holding back your clan's talents and refusing them a better future, then today, whether you approve or not, these 2 disciples will be taken. Jiang Daoxuan sneered. Rejected, and now resorting to force. This is the Chinchan sect's way? It seems you're more like a band of mountain bandits. How dare you? Su Gu roared in fury, drawing his sword in an instant. The blade glinted coldly in the sunlight, and a surge of sword energy aimed directly at Jiang Daoxuan's throat. Everyone talks about your renowned swordsmanship, Jiang Daoxuan. Today, I'm here to see for myself if a Purple Mansion level practitioner like you, who has mastered the essence of the sword and become a sword sect master, truly lives up to the rumors. Su Gu declared, a glint of determination in his eyes as he lunged forward, sword in hand like an arrow. The sword's cold gleam aimed directly at Jiang Daoxuan's arm. The strike seemed fierce but deliberately avoided vital areas, revealing Su Gu's intention to hold back his anger and spare Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin, the 2 geniuses he hoped to recruit into his sect. Jiang Daoxuan remained calm and unmoved in the face of the sudden attack. His eyes slightly closed, and with a thought, a formidable wave of sword intent, near the peak of mastery, surged forth like a tide. Boom! The terrifying sword intent enveloped Su Gu entirely. He felt his mind go blank, overwhelmed by dazzling sword shadows that filled his vision. His movements faltered, losing the initiative in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Daoxuan made his move. His right hand shot out like lightning, targeting Su Gu's sword-wielding hand. Snap! A sharp crack echoed through the council hall as Su Gu cried out in pain. His right hand went limp, fingers loosening, and the sword slipped from his grip, soaring through the air before embedding itself in a wall several meters away, vibrating with a resonant hum. Jiang Daoxuan slowly withdrew his hand, placing it behind his back, his gaze filled with disdain. You can't even hold onto your sword. How dare you challenge me? This scornful tone struck Su Gu's pride like a heavy blow. His face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, yet he found himself speechless. At that moment, he realized Jiang Daoxuan's strength was far beyond the rumors. Su Gu shivered, cold sweat dripping down his back. Reflecting on their encounter, he feared that if the strike had been aimed at his throat instead of his hand, he might be dead. This thought sent chills down his spine. Who exactly is this Jiang family patriarch? Su Gu mused internally. Defeating me barehanded is beyond what a Purple Mansion level could achieve. Is he a Yuan High Realm cultivator? This terrifying notion left Su Gu feeling as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. What he initially thought was an easy target, the Jiang family, now appeared as a perilous den of dragons and tigers. He wanted nothing more than to escape this unsettling place. Meanwhile, Ding Xian, seated on a wooden chair, watched the scene unfold, his expression frozen and body rigid. He couldn't believe Su Gu, a master of the 9th level of the Purple Mansion, was defeated so easily. Wait, Ding Xian suddenly realized. I was defeated in one move, and so was Su Gu. Could it be that Jiang Daoxuan is concealing his true cultivation level? This thought made him swallow nervously, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles. The council hall fell into a tense silence, the air thick with unease, as no one dared to speak. After a brief standoff, Su Gu was unwilling to linger at the Jiang family. As he was about to excuse himself, Jiang Daoxuan spoke first. You come to my Jiang family spouting nonsense. Death can be spared, but punishment cannot be avoided, Jiang Daoxuan said coldly. Slap yourself 30 times, then leave. Su Gu glanced around, feeling the eyes of the Jiang family members upon him, his face burning with shame. As an official of the Chinchan sect, he had never suffered such humiliation. But recalling their confrontation, he couldn't help but feel fear. Driven by the instinct to survive, Su Gu ultimately chose to comply. He gritted his teeth, raised his right hand, and struck his own face repeatedly. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of 30 sharp slaps echoed in the hall. Su Gu, dizzy and with a swollen face, dared not raise his head. He covered his face with his sleeve, losing the composure expected of a Purple Mansion cultivator, and fled in disgrace. I never want to set foot in this damned place, Kangwu Mountain, ever again. Su Gu vowed internally. With Su Gu's departure, Ding Xian, now without support, felt a chill run through him. His body trembled, legs weak, and he nearly stumbled to the ground. Under immense psychological pressure, Ding Xian's face turned as pale as paper, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He stammered, his voice filled with fear. Chief Jiang, this has nothing to do with me. Jiang Daoxuan glanced at him coldly, his eyes full of disdain. He had no interest in dealing with such a petty figure. His voice was as icy as a blade. If you've done wrong, own up to it. Slap yourself 90 times. Hearing this, Ding Xian felt a sense of relief, as if he had grasped a lifeline. With Su Gu's previous example, he dared not negotiate for his life. Almost instantly, he raised his hand and slapped his own face with all his might. To satisfy Jiang Daoxuan, Ding Xian used all his strength with each slap. The crisp sound echoed in the air, accompanied by his muffled groans. After 90 slaps, even with his cultivation level, he was struggling. His face was swollen and red like a monkey's behind, and he even lost 2 teeth. The intense pain made him break out in a cold sweat, tears welling up in his eyes. Enduring the pain, Ding Xian looked up at Jiang Daoxuan. On his swollen and nearly deformed face, he forced a grim smile. Thank you, Chief Jiang, for sparing my life. Jiang Daoxuan looked down at him, his voice cold and piercing. 3 strikes, and you're out. If there's a next time, you'd better prepare a suitable coffin for yourself. The threat in his words sent shivers down Ding Xian's spine, plunging him into extreme fear. Ding Xian immediately knelt down, his forehead hitting the ground heavily as he repeatedly apologized. Please rest assured, Chief Jiang. How could such a thing happen again? I promise, as long as I'm around, I won't meddle in Jiang family's affairs in Wudon City again. If Chief Jiang has any instructions, I'll do everything in my power to get it done, even if it costs me my life. After realizing the opponent might possess Yuanhe-level strength, Ding Xian abandoned any thoughts of revenge. He thought to himself, the opponent offended both Chinchan Sect and Chinchan Sect without hesitation. Would they hold back because of my backing from Tidu Mansion? What a joke. If I continue to dig my own grave, this bold Jiang Daoxuan would surely kill me with a single strike. Besides, with distant water unable to quench immediate thirst, if I truly provoke him, I'm likely to die before Tiandu Mansion's reinforcements arrive. In such a situation, there's no way out for me. To save his life and secure his position as city lord, humbling himself and showing sincerity to the opponent became the best choice. After all, Su Gu could leave Wudon City and return to Chinchan's sect to develop, but his foundation has always been in Wudon City, unable to leave, forced to coexist with the Jiang family, the fierce tiger. Jiang Daoxuan noticed the fear in Ding Xian's eyes and said coldly, I hope you're wise enough not to act foolishly again. Get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Xian felt as if he had been granted amnesty and hurriedly fled the scene, fearing Jiang Daoxuan might change his mind. Once Ding Xian's figure completely disappeared from view, Jiang Daoxuan fell into deep thought. He began to plan his next steps. With Yuanhai achieved, it was time to settle the new and old scores between the Jiang family and Chinchan sect, considering Jiang Chen's past humiliation and Ko Qing being killed by Jiang Yan. With this in mind, killing intent surged in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. Just then, the system's prompt sounded timely. Ding family task triggered. Annihilate Chinchan sect. Task reward. 3 purple mansion-level flying spiritual beasts, Sword Dao Crystal, 200 top-grade Xian-level artifacts, 10 top-grade Earth-level techniques, 1 top-grade Heaven-level technique. Ding family task triggered. Lead 2 children of destiny in practical combat. Task reward. Depending on the performance rating of the 2 children of destiny, different valuable items can be obtained. Jiang Daoxuan gazed at the rewards for the system task, a slight smile playing on his lips. Such a considerate task was just what he needed. He composed himself and slowly turned to meet the admiring gazes of Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan. I intend to go to Chinchan's sect to seek justice for you. Will you join me? Jiang Daoxuan asked softly, his voice gentle, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Jiang Chun was taken aback, the clan leader's past promise flooding his mind. One day, I will go to Chinchan's sect and get justice for you. At the time, he understood the fearsome reputation of Chinchan's sect, thinking it was an unattainable dream. Even after witnessing the clan leader's extraordinary abilities, he still believed this was a monumental task requiring a long time to achieve. Yet now, was this seemingly distant wish about to be fulfilled today? A surge of shock and joy overwhelmed Jiang Chun. Feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders, he respectfully bowed to Jiang Daoxuan. Thank you, clan leader. I have long awaited this moment, and am more than willing to accompany you. Jiang Chun was no longer the outcast whose Dantian was destroyed and who was expelled from the sect in disgrace. He had achieved innate realm cultivation, sweeping through many of the older generation's innate cultivators, becoming one of the Jiang family twin stars, renowned in the surrounding cities. Beside him, Jiang Yan wore an envious expression and was about to request to join them when Jiang Daoxuan turned to him. Since you have also reached the innate realm, you can come with us. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up, swallowing the words he was about to say, and he smiled. Thank you, clan leader. I want to see what those who once humiliated Brother Chun are made of, and if they can withstand a few of my strikes. Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction, looking towards the direction of Chinchan's sect with deep, determined eyes. Chinchan's sect? From today on, there's no need for it to exist. Several hours later, at the gates of Chinchan's sect, a group of young disciples stood idly on guard, chatting to pass the time. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed, "Look, someone's coming." Everyone immediately looked down towards the stone steps. They saw 3 figures approaching slowly, a handsome man in white flanked by 2 young men in green robes. Someone in the crowd recognized Jiang Chun and shouted, "Isn't that Jiang Chun? I saw him get expelled from the sect not long ago, and I heard he was given a lifetime ban. How is he back now? Haha. Could it be that this waste couldn't survive outside and wants to come back seeking protection? I still remember how pathetic he looked back then, like a stray dog with no one to take him in. Now he's all dressed up, barely looking like a person, almost didn't recognize him." The crowd spoke freely, without a hint of tension on their faces. Most of them had witnessed Jiang Chen's disgraceful departure, and seeing him return in fine clothes now only stirred feelings of disdain and curiosity. In the midst of mocking jeers, Jiang Chun was kicked down the mountain gate, tumbling down the stone steps in a sorry state. Everyone thought they'd never see him again, but fate had other plans, bringing them back together sooner than expected. Jiang Chen looked up, his gaze sweeping over the still ugly faces, and anger flared up within him. Memories of past humiliations surged, and fury washed over him like a tide. Jiang Daoxuan, sensing Jiang Chen's shift in mood, spoke in a cold, soft voice. "We're here to seek justice for you and to destroy the Chinchan sect. However they humiliated you, repay them double. Understand?" Jiang Chun felt a warmth in his heart, his anger subsiding slightly. He nodded solemnly, "Understood." He then turned his gaze back to the Chinchan sect disciples at the mountain gate, eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Repay them double? Perfect." The distance between them quickly shortened to less than 5 meters. Seeing Jiang Chun, The Chinchan sect disciples began to shout. Jiang Chun, how dare you come back? Are you ignoring the sect's ban? Ha ha ha. Is your useless family refusing to support you, making you crawl back to the sect? Since you were once a disciple, we won't bother with you. Just get lost on your own. If you insist on coming up, don't blame us for being ruthless. You might lose more than your Dantian. Watch out for broken limbs. These disciples guarding the gate were only at the bone refinement stage, unable to discern Jiang Qin's true strength. They mocked him recklessly, unaware they were flirting with death. Jiang Qin responded with a cold smile, saying nothing more. He slowly drew the top-grade treasure sword bestowed by his clan leader, the blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Seeing this, the disciples laughed even harder, oblivious to the danger. Am I seeing things? He's actually drawing a sword on us. Ha ha ha. Does he forget his Dantian is crippled, that he's a waste now? Is he insane? Attacking us is just asking for humiliation. Time to wake him up. A short youth stepped forward, full of disdain. Let me handle this. Watch me kick him down again. The youth barely lifted his right foot when Jiang Chun moved like a whirlwind. The sword flashed, severing the youth's right leg instantly. The white bone of the stump was exposed to the air, blood gushing out. The youth lost his balance, falling hard to the ground. He looked at his severed leg with wide eyes, disbelief clear on his face. Only when the pain hit did he react. My leg. Arg. His face contorted, veins bulging on his forehead as he clutched his wound, letting out blood-curdling screams. The other Chinchan sect disciples snapped out of their daze, their eyes filled with terror as they looked at Jiang Chun as if he were a ghost. They couldn't comprehend how a crippled waist could unleash such a swift strike. Jiang Chun didn't stop at the youth's cries. As the others watched in horror, he slashed again, beheading the youth without mercy. Jiang Chun remained expressionless, not even glancing at the corpse at his feet. Since the clan leader intended to destroy Chinchan sect today, those who provoked him could just as well be killed. Witnessing their comrade being slaughtered by the former waste, the remaining Chinchan sect disciples were petrified with fear, finally grasping the seriousness of the situation. They hastily drew their weapons, holding them to their chests in a futile attempt to find some semblance of safety. Jiang Chun, we are fellow disciples. Please, spare us, a trembling voice pleaded. Hearing this, Jiang Chin's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. Oh, now you remember our brotherhood? As for sparing you. His voice was icy. Who spared me back then? Memories flooded his mind like a tide. The humiliation of losing his cultivation and being expelled from the sect, the mocking jeers at the mountain gate, the agony of being kicked down several flights of stairs, nearly losing his life. These memories were like a blazing fire, igniting the fury within Jiang Chun. These people deserve to die. They shouldn't continue to exist in this world. Jiang Chun roared internally, raising his sword once more, its blade gleaming with a cold light, ready to launch another attack. Seeing this, a young man in blue robes looked tense and shouted loudly. Everyone knows this guy's Dantian was destroyed. If he could kill Li Tai with one strike, there must be something strange about it. In his current state, who knows if he can even unleash a second strike? The young man in blue looked around and continued. It seems like this guy isn't planning to let any of us go. We might as well fight back together and seize a chance to survive. These words made the crowd exchange glances, finding sense in his suggestion. They quickly realized that with their collective strength, they should easily overpower a so-called cripple. With this thought, they surged forward as one. However, at that moment, the young man who had spoken quietly turned and fled, slipping away unnoticed. These fools deserve to be sold out, he thought smugly, convinced he had seen through Jiang Chin's peculiarities and wouldn't risk staying. The young man in blue ran several steps before realizing the unusual silence behind him. What happened? He wondered, turning back, only for his pupils to contract and shock. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, drenched in blood. Damn it! When did this happen? Panicking, the young man stumbled and fell. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled to escape this terrifying place. Yet, just 2 meters away, his forehead bumped into something soft. He froze, slowly raising his head to find Jiang Chen's right leg blocking his path. Jiang Chen stood there, expression indifferent, holding a bloodstained sword in one hand. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Before the young man in blue could beg for mercy, Jiang Chun flicked his wrist, and the sword lunged forward like a dragon. With a swift swish, the blade pierced the young man's heart. Blood spurted out like an arrow, splattering the surroundings. Jiang Chun withdrew his sword, and the young man in blue collapsed, eyes wide open, body twitching slightly before life left him. With all the disciples of the Chinchan sect dead at his hands, the coldness on Jiang Chen's face vanished, replaced by a pallor. His body seemed unsteady, as this was his first time killing, and he had taken so many lives at once. This intense slaughter instinctively made him feel a wave of nausea. However, having already killed Wang Qing and Dantai Yuer, Jiang Yin felt no discomfort, instead experiencing a strange exhilaration. These conflicting emotions intertwined within Jiang Chun, leaving him in a turmoil of complex feelings. In Jiang Chen's heart, everyone from the Chinchan sect was despicable. Watching Jiang Chen slaughter these people like livestock, his blood boiled with fervor. Jiang Daoxuan noticed a slight change in Jiang Chen's demeanor and said sternly, "When facing the enemy, abandon all mercy. Only with overwhelming force can you instill fear and awe in them. Kindness is reserved for your own." "Understood, patriarch," Jiang Chun replied through gritted teeth, steadying himself with a resolute gaze. Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly, leading the way as he said coldly, "Let's go. I want to see with my own eyes the Chinchan sect, who short-sightedly cast you out, and their true capabilities." As he finished speaking, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with determination. He gripped his sword tightly and followed closely alongside Jiang Yan. In the Chinchan sect's treasure hall, a middle-aged man with a towering presence and broad shoulders was practicing sword techniques with a heavy, wide blade. This was Ko Tongwang, the sect leader known throughout several cities. His face was covered in a thick stubble, and his every move exuded authority. Suddenly, the tranquility of the hall was shattered by urgent footsteps. The doors burst open as a young disciple stumbled in, falling to the ground in panic. "Sect leader, something terrible has happened. The sect has been breached." Ko Tongwang's anger flared at the news, his brows furrowed, and his eyes glinted menacingly. "Who dares to intrude into my Chinchan sect? Is it the Luofeng sect attacking?" The disciple shook his head repeatedly, his voice trembling with fear. "No, it's not the Luofeng sect. It's a man with two youths, one named Jiang Chun, who was once our inner disciple. Recently, he was expelled from the sect after his Dantian was destroyed by the Luofeng sect, with your approval. But now he's recovered and reached the innate realm. He and the other youth have been unstoppable, killing several core disciples. Even High Steward Gao fell to their swords." Ko Tongwang's expression was uncertain. "If it's just that, any elder could handle it. What about the man?" The disciple recalled the terrifying scene and trembled all over. Elder who tried to capture the two youths, but the man, who stood still until then, killed Elder, who with just one move. One move. Ko Tongwang's eyes widened in surprise. Elder who was a formidable practitioner at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, yet he was killed in a single strike, indicating the opponent's immense power. Could he be a Yuan High realm cultivator? Ko Tongwang sneered. "Even if he is, what of it? I've reached the 6th level of the Yuan High realm, comprehended sword intent, and mastered an Earth-grade lower-tier technique. What is there to fear?" Before he finished speaking, Ko Tongwang gripped his heavy sword tightly and dashed away like a shadow. Following the sounds of battle, he quickly reached the scene. What he saw made his pupils contract. A pair of youths in blue robes wielding swords were fiercely engaged with nearly 100 Chinchan sect disciples. Their clothes were stained with the blood of their foes, and countless bodies lay at their feet, creating a chilling sight. Ko Tongwang's gaze swept over Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan like a hawk, finally resting on Jiang Daoxuan, standing behind them. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan stood with his hands behind his back, a playful smile on his lips, as if enjoying a magnificent show. Although he made no move, the surrounding disciples of Chinchan sect were like startled birds, keeping their distance and not daring to approach. Their attacks were all focused on Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan, as if these two were the safest targets. Ko Tongwang understood. These people were already terrified. He thought to himself that he would have to take action personally. Just then, Jiang Chun, holding a sword in one hand, was about to strike down another Chinchan sect disciple. "Stop!" Ko Tongwang roared, his powerful Yuan High realm aura sweeping over like a tide. Jiang Chun instinctively tensed, but the celestial fire within him instantly dispelled the pressure. Without pausing, his sword flashed, and the terrified young disciple met his end. Ko Tongwang's face darkened. How could a mere junior with innate cultivation ignore his aura? At this moment, all the Chinchan sect disciples, upon hearing their sect leader's voice, seemed to find their backbone and retreated, shouting, "Sect leader! The sect leader is here, we're saved. Please, sect leader, stand up for us. These people are bloodthirsty and kill without mercy. They are truly from the demonic path." Ko Tongwang's gaze was cold as he looked at Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan, his tone tinged with regret. "So young, yet so bloodthirsty. You've truly gone astray. It's a pity, given your talents." "Gone astray? Ha ha!" Jiang Chun sneered. "What is the righteous path, and what is the wrong path? Isn't it all dictated by strength? Sect leader Ko, you're so hypocritical, it's nauseating. You start preaching immediately, putting us on a pedestal. Do you really think of yourself as the leader of the righteous path?" Jiang Yan followed with a mocking tone. "Moreover, Jiang Chun has experienced the true nature of your Chinchan sect. Such a ruthless and heartless sect, yet you frequently talk about benevolence and morality, truly hypocritical and despicable." The sharp words of the two young men cut like knives, rendering Ko Tongwang worthless in front of the many disciples. He felt humiliated, his anger rising. Just as he was about to act, a group of Chinchan sect elders arrived. Among them, A Purple Mansion realm elder known for his fiery temper, became furious upon seeing his direct disciple killed by Jiang Chun. Daring to be so brazen in my Chinchan sect, how bold you are! His roar echoed around. The elder, disregarding any reputation for bullying the young, lightly tapped his toes and shot forward like an arrow. In an instant, he was in front of Jiang Chun, a vicious expression on his face, drawing his sword for a fierce stab, intending to kill this reckless boy on the spot. The powerful momentum, mixed with a terrifying killing intent, came crashing down. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted, feeling death so close for the first time. The speed of the sword was astonishing, far beyond the reaction limits of an innate realm fighter. However, just as the sword tip was less than 3 fingers away from Jiang Chen's forehead, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chun, as if descending from the heavens, blocking the deadly blow. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Daoxuan appeared calm and unruffled as he casually extended his right hand. This action sparked confusion and astonishment among the onlookers. His palm was directed straight at the sword's tip, as if he intended to stop the razor-sharp, icy blade with his bare flesh. Is he insane? The crowd was aghast, stunned by Jiang Daoxuan's audacity. Even the sect leader wouldn't dare to be so reckless, attempting to take on the sword of a 9th-level expert of the Purple Mansion with a mortal body. However, in the next moment, a crisp clang sounded, leaving everyone dumbfounded. In their incredulous gazes, Jiang Daoxuan not only caught the sword tip, but his palm remained unscathed without a trace of blood. The crowd erupted, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, wondering if they were hallucinating. Ko Tongwang's face changed dramatically, his expression turning grave. He knew all too well that this weapon was a high-grade profound artifact he had acquired at great expense, and even his own energy shield couldn't withstand it without avoiding its edge. Yet this man in white could block it with just his body, a truly unimaginable feat. Could he possess the legendary powerful spiritual body? Ko Tongwang pondered, a deep wariness flickering in his eyes. While the crowd was in shock, the Purple Mansion elder was even more terrified, his body weakening, barely able to hold his sword. He was acutely aware of his sword's sharpness, which had earned him a place in the Chinchan sect. But now, his prized weapon couldn't even pierce this young man's flesh, leaving him in utter despair. Jiang Daoxuan glanced coldly at the stunned Purple Mansion elder. With the innate holy body Dao embryo, the great sun body refining technique, and the martial blood garment, his physical strength had reached a terrifying level, making it trivial to withstand a profound grade artifact. Then, Jiang Daoxuan's fingers tightened around the sword tip, gripping it firmly. A cracking sound echoed as the sword's surface instantly became webbed with cracks. He channeled his energy again, and with a flick of his wrist, violently shook it. With a loud bang, the high-grade profound sword shattered into countless fragments before the horrified eyes of the Purple Mansion elder, scattering across the ground. Before the elder could react, Jiang Daoxuan casually punched him in the chest, sending him flying dozens of meters. The elder soared like a kite with a broken string until he crashed into a stone wall, creating a large crater before coming to a halt. Dust flew everywhere, and piles of rubble formed. The figure of the Purple Mansion elder was buried beneath the stones, with only a bloodied arm visible. Jiang Daoxuan's powerful punch not only shattered the elder's defenses, but also extinguished his life force completely. This mighty practitioner of the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm met his end at the hands of Jiang Daoxuan, right in front of everyone's eyes. A deathly silence enveloped the scene as everyone was struck speechless by the sudden turn of events. Jiang Daoxuan slowly retracted his right fist, lightly brushing the dust from his knuckles with a wave of his sleeve. He turned to face the crowd, his gaze sweeping over each shocked face, a disdainful smile curling at his lips. Is this all you've got? Jiang Daoxuan's voice wasn't loud, yet it struck the crowd like a heavy hammer. Truly disappointing. My time is precious, so you might as well all come at me together. This statement acted as a spark, igniting the fury of everyone present, especially the head of Chinchan's sect, Ko Tongwang, who was incensed. Although Jiang Daoxuan's physical strength was formidable, Ko Tongwang had confidence in his high-grade profound sword. With the added power of his sword intent, he believed he could break through Jiang Daoxuan's defenses. With this thought, Ko Tongwang steadied himself. He glanced around and declared, "This man is quite dangerous. Any mishap now could spell disaster for our sect. To be safe, we should attack together and kill this fiend." As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining 5 Purple Mansion realm elders responded at once, drawing their weapons and aiming them at Jiang Daoxuan. The air was thick with tension, and a fierce battle was on the brink of erupting. "Attack!" Ko Tongwang shouted angrily, launching the first strike. He dashed forward, his heavy sword slicing through the air with a chilling gleam aimed at Jiang Daoxuan's throat. The other 5 elders followed closely, each executing their ultimate techniques to form an impenetrable encirclement. The disciples of Chinchan's sect held their breath, eyes wide open, not wanting to miss a single detail. Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan, too, watched their clan leader anxiously, wondering how he would counter this siege. Yet, despite the combined assault of 6 Purple Mansion realm experts, Jiang Daoxuan remained exceptionally calm. He stood with his hands behind his back, showing no intention of drawing his sword. This scene only fueled Ko Tongwang's anger. Gripping his heavy sword tightly, he raged internally. Facing our combined attack, how dare he put on such airs? He's really underestimating us. Driven by anger, the 6 accelerated their pace, closing the distance to just 3 meters in the blink of an eye. As the blades were about to strike, Jiang Daoxuan still didn't move a muscle. Just when everyone thought he was about to be captured, Jiang Daoxuan finally acted. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. With a low shout, a perfect grade sky-level sword technique was unleashed. Terrifying power erupted like a tidal wave. As immense pure yang energy surged from his energy sea, merging with powerful sword intent to transform into countless strands of pure yang sword energy. These sword energies were as fine as silk, but incredibly sharp, each containing the terrifying power to pierce through anything. In an instant, thousands of strands of pure yang sword energy appeared out of thin air, swirling around Jiang Daoxuan like a loyal guard protecting their king. Ko Tongwang and the others' attack came to an abrupt halt, their eyes wide with fear as they gazed at the dense web of sword energy. Jiang Daoxuan slowly raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together to form a sword, and with a gentle swipe, aimed at the 6 before him. Swish! The blazing aura of pure yang sword energy shot up like golden lightning, carrying an overwhelming intent to kill, and spread in all directions with unstoppable force. Each miniature sword formed from this energy was razor-sharp, its tip gleaming with a chilling light that seemed capable of piercing through any obstacle. Faced with such an overwhelming force, the Purple Mansion cultivators were like leaves in a storm, utterly defenseless. Their energy barriers were fragile against the pure yang sword energy, quickly riddled with holes. The air was filled with heart-wrenching cries of despair as the cultivators' bodies were sliced like paper by sharp blades, their lives extinguished in an instant. Ko Tongwang's situation was equally dire. Under Jiang Daoxuan's perfected 10,000 swords converge, he was like a lone boat in a raging sea, the immense power disparity crushing him effortlessly. His proud 6th-level Yuan-Hai cultivation was rendered useless, and even his budding sword intent was swallowed by the surging sword energy, leaving him powerless to resist. After 3 breaths, the pure yang sword energy receded like a tide. 6 mangled corpses lay on the ground, their skin in tatters, a gruesome sight. Jiang Daoxuan remained unfazed, accustomed to such scenes of slaughter. Jiang Daoxuan quickly assessed the remaining energy in his Yuan-Hai, calculating in his mind. For others, 10,000 swords converge might be a last resort, but not for him. He concluded that although the heavenly grade sword technique consumed immense energy, he could still use it over 100 more times before exhausting his Yuan-Hai and having to rely solely on physical strength in battle. As Jiang Daoxuan pondered, the disciples of Chinchan's sect were petrified by the cataclysmic scene. They stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, as if frozen in place. No one had anticipated such an outcome. Even their renowned sect leader and several elders had been slain by this white-robed man with a single move. Fear washed over everyone present like a tidal wave. Despair was etched on their faces. Some even broke into tears, collapsing to the ground. Desperate to survive, they all threw down their weapons and knelt before Jiang Daoxuan, pleading tearfully. "Spare us, sir." A young disciple trembled as he spoke. "I've been with Chinchan's sect for less than 3 days, still an outer disciple. I've only practiced my family's techniques, not the sect's. Please understand, I have almost no ties to Chinchan's sect." "Me too." Another disciple chimed in hastily. "I've been an outer disciple for a year, always at the mercy of inner disciples who humiliate us and make us do all the dirty work. We've suffered under the sect for too long. I wouldn't dream of causing trouble for you, sir. Please spare us." An inner disciple, unwilling to be outdone, quickly explained. "Though I'm an inner disciple, without family or elder support, I've struggled constantly and been bullied by their descendants. With Chinchan's sect facing destruction, if you spare my life, I wouldn't risk offending you for such a sect." Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd. "Clan leader Jiang, do you remember me? My father is Zhang Mingyuan from Wudon City, of the Zhang family," the disciple said urgently. "He once had ties with you, helped gather materials for the profound grade sword you forged. For the sake of our family's connection, please spare me. I joined Chinchan's sect only for resources, not out of loyalty. I assure you, I won't cause you trouble in the future." Jiang Daoxuan faced the crowd's pleas for mercy with an unyielding expression. He spoke calmly, his voice as cold as ice. "If you want to live, point out those among you who are close to your sect's leadership." His words struck like a bolt of lightning, causing chaos to erupt instantly among the gathered people. In a frenzy to save themselves, the outer disciples and those without connections within the inner circle began accusing those around them. In the blink of an eye, the square was divided into 2 camps. Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the outer disciples as he coldly declared, "You have 10 seconds. Leave." Hearing this, those individuals felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. They scrambled to their feet, fleeing in all directions without daring to glance back. Any thought of avenging their sect had long been quashed by the terror of witnessing their leader and elders being effortlessly slain. They were just grateful to have escaped with their lives and had no room for reckless thoughts. In no time, only about 20 people remained. These individuals were deeply connected to the upper echelons of the Chinchan sect. Watching those who had betrayed them flee, their faces were etched with despair, and their hearts grew heavier. The ship of Chinchan's sect had sunk, and they too wished to drift away. However, the terrifying power displayed by the man in white before them left no room for foolish ideas of escape, which would be tantamount to courting death. Under the tense scrutiny of the remaining crowd, Jiang Daoxuan pointed to Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin and said coldly, "Now, I offer you one last chance. If you can defeat these two together, I will let bygones be bygones and allow you to leave." Upon hearing there was still a glimmer of hope, a spark of optimism flickered in their eyes. Despite the slim chances against the formidable Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin, it was preferable to facing the dreadful man in white directly. They understood well that inaction meant certain death, whereas fighting with all their might offered a slim chance of survival. With this realization, they hastily picked up scattered weapons and prepared to fight Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin, hoping to carve out a path to survival. Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun remained calm in the face of this, aware that their clan leader was testing them, and they seemed eager for the challenge. "Attack! We must defeat them to survive. Fight them with all we've got." With these cries, the group of over 20 charged furiously at Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin. However, the initial disadvantage of 2 against 20 was swiftly overturned by the overwhelming strength of the Jiang family twins, who even managed to achieve a stunning reversal. In just a few breaths, the clashing of weapons fell silent, and the scene returned to calm. The 20 or so individuals lay scattered on the ground, their bodies marked with gruesome sword wounds, life extinguished. As the last person fell, a cold system notification echoed once more in Jiang Daoxuan's mind. Ding! The system notification sounded, and Jiang Daoxuan saw the task completion notice appear before him. The destruction of the Chinchan sect brought generous rewards. 3 flying spirit beasts of the Purple Palace realm, 200 top-grade, Xian-level magical treasures, 10 top-grade, Earth-level cultivation techniques, and 1 heaven-level technique, the Pure Yang Wuji technique. Jiang Daoxuan's attention was firmly captured by the final reward. The Pure Yang Wuji technique involves both internal and external cultivation, combining movement and stillness. It can purify and concentrate pure yang energy, representing an advanced form of pure yang cultivation. Even more exciting was the bonus of a strand of innate sword energy imbued with sword intent. He immediately accessed the system's storage and downloaded the cultivation method for the Pure Yang Wuji technique into his mind. With his innate divine body and extraordinary comprehension, the powerful technique revealed all its secrets to him. In just a few moments, Jiang Daoxuan had fully mastered it. He then began to operate the Pure Yang Wuji technique, rapidly purifying and concentrating the vast amount of pure yang energy within him. As the energy transformed, the depth and breadth of his Purple Palace sea of energy expanded dramatically. Consequently, Jiang Daoxuan's cultivation level soared. 2nd level, 3rd level, 4th level of the sea of energy realm within mere moments. He broke through 3 minor levels in one go. In addition to the rise in cultivation, Jiang Daoxuan also felt a significant enhancement in his physical strength. With multiple amplifications, his physical strength had reached an immeasurable level. As Jiang Daoxuan reveled in the joy of his rapidly increasing power, the system notification sounded once more. The practical combat simulation ended with a perfect score of A. Immediately following this, more rewards flowed in. 500 points of family fortune, the Kunping art, and a level 1 Hongmeng ancient tree. The Kunping art is renowned for its speed, allowing practitioners to grasp the intricacies of yin and yang transformation and break through speed limits. The level 1 Hongmeng ancient tree is even more remarkable, capable of being planted at the family residence, hiding between reality and illusion, and upgrading with the family's fortune, providing increasingly stronger support. At this moment, the Hongmeng ancient tree had unlocked its level 1 awakening effect, slightly enhancing the comprehension of all family members within the family residence. Jiang Daoxuan's heart was filled with indescribable joy, as this series of rewards would undoubtedly bring significant enhancement and opportunities for him and his entire family. Jiang Daoxuan gazed at the rewards before him, his pupils slightly contracting. The generous returns from the 2nd family mission far exceeded his expectations. However, being a man of the world, he quickly composed himself and focused on the Kunping treasure technique. This technique was precisely the life-saving escape skill he urgently needed to compensate for his shortcomings. He promptly retrieved the Kunping treasure technique from the system's repository and instantly, the cultivation method flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. Jiang Daoxuan immediately mastered this technique, which far surpassed the heavenly rank, and felt the mystical elements it contained. His gaze then fell on another precious reward, a Hongming ancient tree. For Jiang Daoxuan, who commanded the power of the entire clan, the value of this tree was immeasurable. It could enhance the clan members' comprehension, accelerate their breakthroughs, and in turn, bolster Jiang Daoxuan's own strength. Although the current effect of the level 1 Hongming ancient tree was limited, for those clan members whose comprehension was just at the passing mark, this slight enhancement was enough to help them take a crucial step forward. Jiang Daoxuan was secretly delighted. As long as he accumulated the clan's fortune and continuously upgraded the Hongming ancient tree, the future benefits would be unimaginable. He even envisioned a day when every member of the Jiang family could become a prodigy admired by others. After dealing with the rewards, Jiang Daoxuan immediately set about plundering the resources of the Chinchan sect. His divine sense enveloped the entire premises like a net, collecting all the space rings in the sect's treasury. Having completed this, he decided to return to Kangwu Mountain without delay. With this in mind, Jiang Daoxuan summoned 3 Purple Mansion Realm flying spirit beasts from the system's repository. Considering Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan were nearby, he opted to have the spirit beasts come on their own to add a sense of plausibility. 10 breaths later, a series of high-pitched eagle cries suddenly echoed in the sky. Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan looked up at the sound, only to see 3 massive scarlet eagles slicing through the sky at high speed. Their bodies were covered in flame-like red feathers, exuding an imposing aura. In the blink of an eye, the scarlet eagles descended in front of the group. As they landed, scorching gusts of wind fanned out from their enormous wings, kicking up clouds of dust. The air suddenly became dry, and the heat waves hit them, causing Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan's expressions to change abruptly, their hearts tightening involuntarily. The sheer, unmasked power immediately allowed Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan to discern that the 3 mighty raptors had reached the Zifu stage. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they exchanged a glance, even suspecting that their senses had deceived them. Raptors at the Zifu stage? It seemed like a tale from the Arabian Nights. In their experience, they had never even encountered raptors of the innate stage, let alone such formidable beings. Yet here they were, not just 1 but 3, right before their eyes. How could they not be astounded? Before the 2 could recover from their shock, the scene before them left them even more dumbfounded. The 3 Xiphostage Crimson Eagles, which had exerted such an overwhelming sense of oppression, were now bowing their heads like obedient pet dogs in front of Patriarch Jiang Daoxuan, lining up to let him stroke the tufts of feathers on their heads. Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan suddenly realized. These colossal creatures were actually the Patriarch's pets. Jiang Daoxuan smiled faintly, glanced at the 2 destined disciples, and then issued a command to 2 of the Crimson Eagles. With a soft cry, the instructed eagles turned and walked over to Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan, lowering themselves. The 2 exchanged a puzzled look and instinctively glanced at the Patriarch. Seeing him nod slightly, they felt somewhat reassured. With a mix of curiosity and apprehension, they cautiously stepped onto the eagles' backs. Fortunately, these Crimson Eagles were much larger than an adult man and could even accommodate 5 people at once. As they each stood on an eagle's back, they realized the space was not cramped but rather spacious. The soft sensation underfoot quickly dispelled their unease. Once the 2 were settled, Jiang Daoxuan calmly mounted the back of the 3rd eagle. With a wave of his hand, he gave the command to depart. The 3 Crimson Eagles let out a unified screech, flapped their wings powerfully, and soared into the sky, speeding towards Wudon City. They cut through the sea of clouds at a terrifying speed, causing the scenery around them to change rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the 3 eagles had crossed over Kangwu Mountain and arrived above the Jiang family's territory. Under Jiang Daoxuan's absolute command, the 3 eagles immediately halted their advance and began to dive downward. With the sound of swoosh, swoosh, swoosh slicing through the air, these gigantic, awe-inspiring Xiphostage raptors landed heavily in the family square. The sudden spectacle instantly threw all the nearby Jiang family members into a panic. After all, these terrifying, majestic eagles seemed like legendary man-eating monsters to them. Their frightened gazes were filled with both fear of the unknown and reverence for the Patriarch. As everyone stood in shock, a familiar figure slowly descended from the Red Eagle. The clan members widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. The chief? Is it really the chief who has returned? Someone exclaimed. Are these 3 spirit beasts all tamed by the chief? Another asked in disbelief. Ha ha, truly worthy of the chief. Cheers erupted among the crowd. The people carefully observed the 3 giant eagles, sensing the formidable aura they exuded. An experienced clan member whispered, "This aura is almost as powerful as that of the Grand Elder." Someone drew a sharp breath. If that's the case, could these 3 spirit beasts be? Perhaps they are indeed beasts of the Purple Palace realm. It's unbelievable that the chief could tame not 1, but 3 such mighty spirit beasts. Amidst the discussions, another person questioned, wasn't the chief supposed to have gone to the Chinchan sect? How did he return so soon, and with such fierce companions? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, two more figures dismounted from the Red Eagle. When the clan members noticed the crimson stains on Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan's robes, many inhaled sharply, their eyes filled with concern. However, some astute clan members' eyes lit up, eagerly asking, Chun, Yan, did you just fight your way back from the Chinchan sect? This question caused an uproar. Countless eyes turned to Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan, the crowd holding their breath in anticipation of their response. Jiang Chun did not keep them waiting long. He nodded slightly, a smile playing on his lips as he declared, the sect master of Chinchan and the elders have all fallen at the hands of the chief. Some disciples were slain by us, while those not deeply tied to the sect were sent back home. Now, the Chinchan sect is no more. His words hit the Jiang clan like a bombshell, igniting cheers and exclamations. The entire square erupted with excitement. Even the innate realm elders, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, couldn't help but be moved, their eyes filled with indescribable excitement. It's important to understand that the Chinchan sect was a renowned and formidable sect, dominating the surrounding region for hundreds of years. In the past, the Jang family had to pay a hefty price to secure connections just to get their clan members admitted into this prestigious sect. If any family member was chosen by the Chinchan sect, it was considered such a blessing that the family head would be too excited to sleep for days, even throwing a grand feast to celebrate this uplifting news with friends and relatives. And this was just a fraction of the Chinchan sect's centuries-old prestige. Even without considering this reputation, the renown of Chinchan sect's master, Ko Tong Wang, alone was enough to intimidate the surrounding cities, prompting countless small families to offer their members in hopes of forming connections and gaining protection. But now, this colossal entity had vanished overnight. The sense of awe among the people grew even stronger as they gazed in admiration at Jiang Daoxuan's imposing figure. As everyone remained immersed in their astonishment, Jiang Yan revealed another startling detail. He laughed heartily. Ha ha! You wouldn't believe how impressive the chief was at Chinchan's sect. Even the sect master couldn't withstand a single move from him. With Jiang Yan's vivid recounting, the onlookers felt as if they had witnessed the thrilling scene themselves, further deepening their reverence for the chief's prowess. When the clan leader unleashed that earth-shattering move, instantly defeating the sect master of Chinchan and numerous elders, the entire scene erupted in astonishment. The air was thick with shock and disbelief as everyone's gaze fixated on that towering figure. My goodness! Those elders of Chinchan sect are all cultivators at the Zifu realm, one clan member exclaimed, his voice filled with awe. Zifu realm, so what? Another chimed in. That sect master Ko was a formidable figure who reached the Yuanhai realm over a decade ago. In our surrounding territories, he's unmatched. Yet such a top-tier expert was vanquished by the clan leader in just one move. Discussions surged like waves among the crowd. Some rubbed their eyes, as if questioning whether they were dreaming. More were speculating on the true strength of the clan leader, their faces a mix of confusion and curiosity. When did the clan leader's power become so terrifying? Even Chinchan's sect couldn't harm him in the slightest. What realm do you think the clan leader is at now? Despite the surrounding clamor, Jiang Daoxuan remained calm and composed. His gaze swept past the crowd, as if he was already envisioning a more distant future. With Chinchan's sect now destroyed, he immediately gathered all the clan members and announced in a loud voice. I issue the clan leader's decree today. All innate realm warriors in the clan are to depart at dawn tomorrow, heading to every branch of the Jiang family. Meet with the branch leaders and tell them this clan leader forgives the wrongs of their ancestors, inviting them to return to the main family for joint development. From now on, the children of the Jiang family shall unite and work together to strengthen our Kangwu Jiang family. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd fell silent, only to erupt into a flurry of exclamations. Many Jiang family members looked up in disbelief at their clan leader. They never expected him to have such a magnanimous spirit, not only forgiving the Xuanqing branch, but all branches, inviting them to Kangwu Mountain to share in prosperity. This is a tremendous opportunity for those branches, someone whispered in admiration. With thoughts racing, everyone immediately bowed and responded in unison. As you command. Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the expressions of the crowd. He already had a plan in mind, intending to perfect the family system once all branches returned. Now, everything was in place. This family meeting is hereby concluded, Jiang Daoxuan declared, and before the words fully settled, he disappeared from sight, leaving the clan members staring at each other, unable to regain their composure for a long time. Shortly after returning to his room, the cold, mechanical voice of the system suddenly announced, Ding, the spiritual veins fusion is complete. As soon as the words were spoken, Jiang Daoxuan keenly noticed a sudden surge in the surrounding spiritual energy. He acted quickly, burying the remaining 2 low-grade, earth-level spiritual veins beneath Kangwu Mountain. Since Kangwu Mountain had already been elevated from a mundane mountain to a spiritual one, the fusion process was astonishingly swift. In an instant, the environment underwent a dramatic transformation. The immense spiritual energy released by the three veins surged like a tide, enveloping the entire area. The dense spiritual energy almost became tangible, with wisps of pure ethereal energy floating in the air, making Kangwu Mountain resemble a celestial paradise. The rapid increase in spiritual energy soon caught the attention of all the Jiang family members. They looked around in amazement, their eyes filled with disbelief. What? What happened to cause such an increase in spiritual energy? The spiritual energy is so dense it's visible to the naked eye. I've never seen anything like it. Could it be that the disciples of the former Chinchan sect trained in such an environment? We definitely made the right decision coming here. Ha. With such an abundance of spiritual energy, it's truly heaven sent. I thought it would take a month to break through, but now, it can be done in a day. The Jiang family members were astounded by the abundant spiritual energy and couldn't help but praise the clan leader's wise decision to relocate to Kangwu Mountain. Meanwhile, the great elder, who had just returned to his temporary residence, also sensed the anomaly, his pupils contracting in shock. As a cultivator in the Purple Mansion realm, he was more attuned to these changes than most. The great elder knew that the previous Kangwu Mountain could not possibly possess such dense spiritual energy. A virtuous man with a precious stone attracts jealousy, the great elder pondered. Even a powerful sect like the former Chinchan sect would face destruction if they dared to claim such a treasure. The fact that they occupied Kangwu Mountain for hundreds of years without incident suggests that it was never as extraordinary as it is now. The great elder fell into deep thought. Before the family meeting, the spiritual energy was normal, but afterward, it surged. He suspected this was another of the clan leaders' doing. The thought left him in awe, increasingly aware of the clan leader's unfathomable abilities. It's one thing to produce various treasures regularly, but to directly alter the spiritual energy of Kangwu Mountain is truly incredible. Despite his curiosity, the great elder had no intention of investigating further. He understood that everything the clan leader did was for the family's advancement. Now, he was more hopeful than ever that under the clan leader's guidance, the Jiang family could rise to prominence, perhaps even becoming one of the leading families in the Qin dynasty. Elsewhere, Jiang Yan, seated cross-legged on his bed, also noticed the astonishing changes around him. Just as he furrowed his brows in confusion, old Zhou remarked, "Young master, your clan leader is truly remarkable. From my perspective, this transformation must be due to the influence of spiritual veins. Moreover, given the current quality of the spiritual energy, these veins are likely of low-grade earth level. And considering the density of the spiritual energy, there are likely more than one of such veins. With several low-grade, earth-level spiritual veins at their disposal, your clansmen are quite fortunate." Old Zhou couldn't help but marvel internally, thinking, the Jiang clan leader is indeed the reincarnation of a great emperor. To possess multiple low-grade, earth-level spiritual veins is extraordinary. Do you realize how precious spiritual veins are? They are typically formed naturally over long periods and cannot be artificially created. Therefore, when one is discovered, it inevitably leads to fierce competition among countless factions. However, surprisingly, the unremarkable Kangwu Mountain hides several such coveted spiritual veins. It's as if Kangwu Mountain has accumulated 10 lifetimes of good fortune, transforming overnight from an ordinary mountain into a spiritual Oni, truly monumental opportunity. When Elder Zhou mentioned the spiritual veins, Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned. He recalled reading in a biography that the mere appearance of even a lower Xian-grade spiritual vein could trigger deadly battles among powerful figures, resulting in the deaths of several Star Wheel Realm experts. This illustrates the immense value of spiritual veins. Now, with Patriarch Jiang Daoxuan revealing several lower Earth-grade spiritual veins, the shock is unimaginable. Amidst his internal upheaval, Jiang Yan suddenly remembered the visit from Su Gu. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The Chinchan sect, with its abundant resources and a Moon Wheel Realm ancestor overseeing it, looked down upon the Jiang family. Little did they know whether their base even possessed a single Xian-grade spiritual vein. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh heartily, feeling a surge of superiority and pride in being a member of the Jiang family. With the patriarch's protection, what do we have to fear for the future? While the Jiang family members were still immersed in shock, Jiang Daoxuan had already set up the binding spirit array in a bamboo forest. Since the array's coverage was vast, encompassing the entire Kangwu Mountain, the exact location was not crucial. Before activating the array, Jiang Daoxuan entered the bloodline aura of the Jiang family members into the whitelist to ensure they would not be affected by any suppression of their cultivation. After completing these preparations, he officially activated the binding spirit array. With the support of 3 lower Earth-grade spiritual veins, the array operated smoothly without revealing any phenomena, making it difficult for outsiders to detect. Only Jiang Daoxuan knew what miraculous effects would be triggered if someone dared to intrude. Subsequently, to plant the Hongming ancient tree, Jiang Daoxuan immediately left the spot and ascended to the peak of Kangwu Mountain. At that moment, the mountain peak was shrouded in mist, with faint rays of light piercing through, resembling a divine abode. Jiang Daoxuan, clad in white, stood tall and proud. He clasped his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance with deep, penetrating eyes, as if surveying all of creation. A fierce, cold wind howled past, lifting his long, loose black hair, and his white robe flapped in the breeze. He gently shook his head, withdrew his gaze, and retrieved a first-grade Hongming ancient tree from the system's storage. Instantly, a gray mist appeared out of nowhere, captivating the soul. When the mist dispersed, a palm-sized tree enveloped in seven-colored light was revealed. Without hesitation, Jiang Daoxuan planted it into the ground. As the Hongming ancient tree broke through the surface, small spatial cracks appeared around it, and its roots penetrated the void. The tree's trunk and roots existed simultaneously in both the real and virtual worlds. Moments later, the Hongming ancient tree began to conceal itself, isolating its presence, making it undetectable to all living beings. Seeing everything in place, Jiang Daoxuan used the Qilin technique to leap from the peak of Kangwu Mountain and return to his abode. The next morning, Mount Kangwu was abuzz with activity. Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan, carrying the clan leader's command, set out with several senior elders at dawn, leaving the mountain gate under the faint morning light. Their destination was the branch family location, and they walked with determined steps and serious expressions. At the same time, disciples who had fled from the Chinchan sect returned to their respective families. The news they carried spread like a thunderclap across the cities. The Chinchan sect had been destroyed. The families were shocked, and the discussion in meeting rooms was incessant. Jiang Daoxuan, isn't he the Jiang sect's rising star? Isn't he only at the Purple Mansion stage? How could he defeat Sect Master Ko, a Yuanhai realm cultivator, in one move? Could it be that he's been hiding his true strength all along? People marveled at the Jiang clan leader's foresight. Someone remarked, 6 years in seclusion, and then a sensational emergence. The centuries-old foundation of the Chinchan sect has become a stepping stone for the Jiang family's rise. Various families gathered their members to discuss strategies in response. After the meetings, the news of the Chinchan sect's downfall spread like wildfire. By mid-morning, the entire city was in an uproar. In the streets, alleys, tea houses, and taverns, conversations buzzed everywhere. Is it true? The Chinchan sect has been wiped out. Sect Master Ko was a Yuanhai realm powerhouse. Who could possibly kill him? I heard it was Jiang Daoxuan of the Jang family. Jiang sect? The swordsmanship prodigy from Wudon city. The news spread rapidly and soon reached the ears of the major sects in the vicinity. In the main hall of the Luofeng sect, the sect leader was discussing the sect's development with the elders. Suddenly, urgent footsteps interrupted their conversation. The hall doors burst open with a jarring sound, and everyone looked up, displeased, to see a disciple rushing in with a panicked expression. Suddenly, a disciple in gray robes burst in, looking panicked, and shouted, "Master, something terrible has happened." Hulong, the leader of the Luofeng sect, furrowed his brow, a trace of unease flashing in his eyes. Tell me in detail." In an instant, the displeasure on the elders' faces vanished, replaced by a grave expression. All eyes turned to the gray-robed disciple, their gaze intense and overwhelming. Feeling the weight of their stares, the disciple's heart skipped a beat, and his legs trembled slightly. But recalling the shocking news he carried, he took a deep breath, steadied his nerves, and spoke. "It's Chinchan sect. I just heard that they faced a disaster yesterday and have now been completely wiped out." His words hit the assembly like a heavy blow. Hulong and the elders exchanged looks of disbelief and suspicion. Over the years, due to resource disputes, the Luofeng sect and the Chinchan sect had harbored deep animosity. They were well aware of Chinchan sect's strength and the formidable power of their leader, Ko Tongwang. Even Hulong admitted he was no match for him. Yet, such a strong sect had been annihilated overnight. What puzzled them even more was that recent intelligence suggested Chinchan sect hadn't provoked any formidable forces. The elders were perplexed, unable to make sense of the situation. Only Hulong, being of the Yuanhai realm, quickly regained his composure and asked in a deep voice, "Do you know who was responsible for the destruction of Chinchan sect?" As soon as the question was posed, all eyes again focused on the gray-robed disciple. Feeling the sharp gazes, his legs nearly gave way. He stammered, suppressing his fear, "Master, it was Jiang Daoxuan, the patriarch of the Jiang family, who did it. It's said that just yesterday, he killed Sect Master Ko with a single move." Hearing this, everyone was shocked, their faces showing disbelief. Hulong pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Jiang family? Is it the Jiang family of Fengbai?" To everyone's surprise, the disciple shook his head. "Based on what I found out, this Jiang family is not from Fengbai, but from Wudon city." At this, the assembly was stunned, almost doubting their ears. Wudon City? Its distant location left them with only a vague impression of it. Seeing their confusion, the disciple quickly shared all the information he had gathered about the Jiang family. After hearing about the Jiang family's deeds, the room fell into a contemplative silence, deeply affected by the revelation. Eventually, an elder broke the silence, saying, "The Jiang family has developed so rapidly, and this Jiang Jinzhong is incredibly powerful. After destroying Chinchan's sect, they might become a dominant force in the area. Perhaps we should prepare some gifts and send someone to visit the Jiang family to establish a good relationship." "I agree," another elder chimed in. "Chinchan's sect used to be arrogant, relying on Ko Tongwang's power, and looked down on us. Now that they've been destroyed, it's quite satisfying. We have no quarrel with the Jiang family, so it might be wise to try and befriend them." As the head of a clan, Jiang Daoxuan surely understands that having more friends is better than having more enemies. He shouldn't refuse our goodwill. As the discussion continued, Hulong felt persuaded. After all, if Jiang Daoxuan was indeed a Xingluan realm powerhouse, the Luofeng sect would be defenseless against him, potentially sharing Chinchan's sect's fate. To avoid such a risk, befriending him was undoubtedly the best course of action. With that in mind, Hulong made up his mind and addressed the assembly. "In that case, prepare the gifts immediately. I will personally visit Kangwu Mountain to meet Jiang Jinzhong." The elders all bowed in agreement, saying, "Yes, master." They understood the stakes. The Jiang family was powerful, and the Luofeng sect could not afford to offend them with their limited resources. It was better to set aside their pride and establish a connection early on. A few days later, the foot of Mount Kangwu was bustling with activity. Representatives from major sects and families had gathered to visit the newly ascendant overlord, the Jiang family of Kangwu. A lively marketplace had formed at the foot of the mountain, with vendors setting up temporary stalls to sell various snacks. Although Jiang Daoxuan's order to keep the mountain closed meant no one could ascend, it became an opportunity for different factions to interact. At noon, the appearance of a man in black broke the market's clamor. He was tall and imposing, with an empty right sleeve and his left hand gripping the hilt of a black sword at his waist. As he moved through the crowd, people felt a slight prickling on their skin, as if pierced by invisible silver needles. "Is that sword intent?" someone whispered in awe. "Black clothes, black sword, one arm. Could it be Gu Xingzhan?" Another person speculated. The murmurs spread like ripples. Gu Xingzhan, a legendary figure from the Gu Sword Sect, was renowned for mastering an incomplete sword manual and challenging sword masters across the land. The crowd's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to witness a showdown between Gu Xingzhan and Jiang Daoxuan. Gu Xingzhan stood before the stone steps leading to the mountain peak, gazing up at the summit shrouded in mist. His eyes gleamed with determination as he murmured, "Jiang Daoxuan, I hope you won't disappoint me." For years, he had vanquished countless sword masters with his blade, never tasting defeat. He had traveled far this time in search of a worthy opponent. "I wonder if your skills are as exaggerated as the rumors suggest." Gu Xingzhan stood at the entrance of the Jiang family mountain gate, his gaze sharp and his mind awash with thoughts. The tales of the Jiang sword sect echoed in his mind, especially the feat of killing Ko Tongwang with a single strike. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he recalled his earlier encounters with Ko Tongwang. Back then, Ko's swordsmanship was weak, and he was defeated in just a few moves. The Jiang sword sect's ability to kill Ko Tongwang in one move is indeed impressive, Gu Xingzhan mused to himself, but the world is full of charlatans. How much of the rumors are true? Shaking his head, Gu Xingzhan hesitated no longer and ascended the stone steps. With his formidable cultivation, he quickly reached the top of the mountain gate. Three Jiang family disciples, who had been chatting, turned their heads in unison at the sound. They saw a menacing-looking man in black standing before them, exuding an intimidating aura. Though initially startled, they quickly regained composure, reminded of their clan leader's strength. The leading disciple spoke in a deep voice. "The clan leader has ordered that we are not receiving visitors these days. Please leave for now." Gu Xingzhan raised an eyebrow and replied calmly, "Young man, you are neither arrogant nor servile, and quite bold. However, I am not here to make acquaintances. I have come to challenge your clan leader to a duel." The three were taken aback. Many had come to seek connections, but this was the first to request a duel with the clan leader. "May I know your name?" the leader asked, his eyes flickering with curiosity. Given that the visitor was aware of the clan leader's reputation, yet dared to challenge him, he must be a powerful expert. "Gu Xingzhan," the man in black replied coldly, uttering the name with a soft voice. The trio exchanged incredulous glances. "Gu Xingzhan, the renowned swordsman known throughout the martial world?" The leader immediately bowed and said, "Since it is the esteemed Gu Sword Sect leader himself, please allow me to inform the clan leader. Kindly wait a moment." Gu Xingzhan responded lightly, unperturbed. He had come for a simple duel, and waiting a moment was no trouble. As the leader left, only two Jiang family disciples remained with Gu Xingzhan. Remembering the many stories of Gu Xingzhan, they lowered their heads in silence. fearing to offend the formidable swordsman. The atmosphere grew tense and oppressive. Gu Xingjian, however, was indifferent. He closed his eyes leisurely, anticipating the impending duel. The mountain wind rustled the leaves, as if nature itself awaited this epic battle. In the ancestral hall of the Jiang family, the air was thick with the presence of sword intent. Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, eyes closed, pores open, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. After a period of intense training and the support of his entire clan, his cultivation had advanced to the 5th level of the Yuanhai realm. Even more astonishing was his progress in the way of the sword. Through insights gained from an unnamed sword manual, Jiang Daoxuan's understanding of swordsmanship had surged like a fountain, elevating his sword intent from minor attainment to major attainment in just a few days, even touching upon perfection. At this moment, he was only a step away from condensing a sword heart and joining the ranks of the sword lords. Such mastery in swordsmanship was enough to leave many Star Wheel Realm sword cultivators in the dust. It is known that the realm of the sword heart is usually only achieved by sword cultivators of the Moon Wheel realm or even the Sun Wheel realm, highlighting its difficulty. As Jiang Daoxian completed a cycle of the pure Yang infinite technique, he heard footsteps outside the hall. Sensing it keenly, he immediately ceased his practice, dissipated the surrounding sword intent, and turned his gaze towards the hall entrance. A young member of the Jiang family entered the hall, respectfully bowing. Reporting to the clan leader, Gu Xingjian from the Gujian sect has arrived at the mountain gate and wishes to spar with you. What are your thoughts? A sword duel. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes flickered with interest. He hadn't expected his reputation to spread so quickly, attracting even the renowned Gujian sect to challenge him. Jiang Daoxian pondered to himself. I've heard that his sword skills are extraordinary. Just as I have comprehended perfect sword intent, he could be a good opponent to practice with. As he was about to rise, the system's notification suddenly chimed. Ding, a timed family task has been triggered, sword duel. With the expansion of the host's influence, you have successfully attracted a talented sword cultivator. Ding, 2 different reward options have been triggered. 1. Defeat the opponent to receive 1 beginner's treasure blind box. 2. Kill or subdue the opponent to receive 2 beginner's treasure blind boxes. Task duration, 1 hour. Jiang Daoxian chuckled softly, thinking the system was indeed considerate. Just as he was lacking an opponent, one presented himself. Noting the time limit of the task, he decided to make it a swift battle. Jiang Daoxian swiftly exited the ancestral hall, using the Kunpeng treasure technique, transforming into a streak of white light, and rapidly heading down the mountain. Moments later, at the Jiang family mountain gate, Gu Xingjian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, his gaze like lightning shooting forward. He saw a handsome man in white appear out of nowhere, observing him with interest. Gu Xingjian was inwardly startled. Such speed. In this Kangwu mountain, someone with such cultivation, dressed in white, must be Jiang Daoxian. His eyes gleamed with interest. Although he had his eyes closed earlier, his spiritual sense had been monitoring the surroundings, closely watching all movements. His long-standing habit of being cautious while traveling alone unexpectedly allowed him to capture the terrifying speed at which the other party approached. Gu Xingjian's eyes sharpened instantly, his entire body tensed, ready to face any potential threat. At that moment, 2 gatekeeping members of the Jiang family sensed the disturbance around them and simultaneously looked up at Gu Xingjian. Following his gaze, they slowly turned their heads and quickly spotted Jiang Daoxuan's figure. It's the clan leader. The clan leader himself has come? They exclaimed, promptly bowing and greeting. We greet the clan leader. Jiang Daoxuan's expression remained calm, acknowledging them with a slight nod. He strode confidently toward Gu Xingjian, his perceptive eyes quietly assessing the situation. Instantly, he grasped Gu Xingjian's cultivation level 9th level of Yuanhai realm, just a step away from the Star Wheel realm. Jiang Daoxian thought to himself. No wonder Gu Xingjian has earned such a formidable reputation. Unaware that he had been seen through, Gu Xingjian only felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him. His left hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, his fighting spirit surged within him, and sword intent erupted all around him. Facing such a formidable opponent, he could hardly contain himself, eager to draw his sword for battle. Seeing this, the 2 Jiang family members, intimidated by the aura, retreated to provide ample space for the confrontation. Gu Xingjian and Jiang Daoxian locked eyes. No words were needed, as everything was understood in silence. A gentle breeze passed by, and with a light tap of his toes on the ground, Gu Xingjian moved like lightning, drawing his long sword from his waist and thrusting it directly at Jiang Daoxuan's chest. His swordsmanship wasn't a collection of various schools, but was honed through countless life-and-death battles. It wasn't about flashy moves, but speed, precision, and ruthlessness. This was the true sword of a killer. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. This strike carried a formidable killing intent, as if it could pierce through anything in its path. Impressive swordsmanship, Jiang Daoxian thought to himself. This extraordinary strike alone could claim the life of someone like Ko Tongwang in an instant. Unfortunately, it was aimed at him. Jiang Daoxuan didn't draw his Chungying sword. He knew that the supreme power of a heavenly weapon could easily cut through the opponent's blade, but that wasn't his intention. Just as Gu Xingzhan's sword tip was within 3 fingers distance from Jiang Daoxuan suddenly moved. His speed was beyond extreme, his figure blurred, leaving behind afterimages as he effortlessly dodged the fatal blow. What incredible speed! Gu Xingzhan's pupils contracted in shock. This speed exceeded any Yuanhai realm cultivator he had encountered, even rivaling the Star Wheel realm expert he once met. Despite his inner astonishment, Gu Xingzhan remained calm. His wrist flicked, changing his sword technique from a thrust to a slash, once again attacking Jiang Daoxuan. Just as Gu Xingzhan let out a gasp of amazement, Jiang Daoxuan flicked his wrist, and the branch in his hand, enveloped in pure yang energy, struck out like lightning. A chilling wind rushed at Gu Xingzhan, as if countless tiny blades were slicing across his skin. His pupils contracted as alarm bells rang in his mind. Quickly steadying his trembling sword, he held it horizontally in front of him, fully focused on bracing for the unstoppable blow. Boom! A deafening thud exploded as the sword and branch collided, unleashing a terrifying, overwhelming divine force that surged like a tidal wave. Gu Xingzhan felt an immense power crashing into him, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string, carving a long arc through the air before crashing heavily dozens of meters away. He slammed into a human-sized boulder, finally managing to halt his momentum. The surface of the boulder was instantly covered in a web of cracks under the massive impact, as if it might shatter at any moment. Cough, cough. Gu Xingzhan's face was deathly pale. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly with his left hand, he plunged it into the ground to barely steady his shaky body. Even with his cultivation at the 9th level of the Yuan-Si realm, Jiang Daoxuan's terrifying divine power was proving incredibly daunting. Just one strike had his internal energy roiling. A few more might very well end his life here. At that moment, an indescribable frustration welled up inside him. He suddenly realized that even without any weapon, Jiang Daoxuan could likely beat him to death with just his iron fists. The thought sent a cold sweat down his back, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. Suppressing his unease, Gu Xingzhan looked up at Jiang Daoxuan and said coldly, "Jiang Jinzhong, people outside speak of your incredible mastery of swordsmanship, but now that I've seen it, it's all about overpowering with brute force, with no sign of any refined sword moves. Are you suggesting that I'm not worthy of your sword techniques?" His heart was full of indignation. He had come for a sword duel, yet Jiang Daoxuan had never once drawn his sword or employed any sword techniques. Instead, he had picked up a roadside branch and relied on his innate strength to overwhelm Gu Xingzhan with ridiculous force. This encounter had completely deviated from its intended purpose, turning into a one-sided trouncing. Seeing Gu Xingzhan's expression grow darker, Jiang Daoxuan gently shook his head and said calmly, "I will make just one strike. Watch closely." Before the words had fully left his mouth, an astonishing aura erupted from Jiang Daoxuan. A surge of pure yang energy poured out, concentrating entirely on the seemingly ordinary branch. In an instant, the branch radiated with a profound aura of death, as if the entire world had plunged into silence. "Return to origin, sword technique," Jiang Daoxuan shouted, and the branch in his hand suddenly burst with overwhelming power. Nearby flowers and grass snapped, leaves on the trees shook wildly, and a flurry of falling leaves scattered through the air. Faced with a strike that unleashed such an extraordinary phenomenon before even fully being executed, Gu Xingzhan swallowed nervously. His left hand gripped his sword hilt tightly, holding his sword before his chest, fully prepared to meet the potentially game-changing strike. To be safe, he quickly activated the perfected sword intent within him. His sword intent flared, creating a unique pressure that stood against the phenomenon emitted by Jiang Daoxuan. However, at that moment, a dazzling and terrifying sword light shot skyward, its sharpness unmistakable. Realizing his perfected sword intent was being suppressed, Gu Xingzhan's pupils contracted, and he exclaimed in shock, "Perfected sword intent." Just as the words left his mouth, a gust of bone-chilling wind swept across, freezing Gu Xingzhan in place. His body went rigid, and his hair stood on end as a spine-tingling sensation coursed through him. Once the cold wind dissipated, calm returned, but Gu was left drenched in cold sweat. Large beads of sweat dripped from his chin, splattering on the ground. Stiffly lowering his head, he was horrified by the sight. A branch, shaved down to a sharp point, hovered less than a half-finger's distance from his neck. Realizing that if not for the opponent's restraint, the branch would have pierced his throat, Gu was struck by fear. "What a swift sword, I admit defeat," Gu murmured in a dejected tone, a hint of frustration in his eyes. This scene left the two Jiang family members watching in shock. To them, the exchange was as swift as lightning, with the outcome decided in mere moments. The result was far beyond their expectations. They anticipated a closely matched duel, yet the renowned Gu Jianzhong was utterly outmatched before their clan leader, suffering a humiliating defeat. They marveled inwardly at their leader's prowess, their eyes filled with admiration as they focused on Jiang Daoxuan. Jiang Daoxuan turned to Gu Xingzhan, a slight smile on his lips. How do you find my sword technique? Gu shook his head and replied honestly. I've traveled to countless cities, dueling many swordsmen, but your technique, Jiang Jianzhong, surpasses them amidst the most extraordinary I've ever seen. Such a formidable move is rare, even among the great powers with Moon Wheel Realm experts. Moreover, for you to comprehend the perfect sword intent at the Yuanhai realm is beyond belief. I am humbled. I thought the tales of your deeds were somewhat exaggerated, but now I see they underestimated your true strength. Jiang Daoxian nodded slightly and asked, would you like to learn it? The question struck Gu Xingzhan like a bolt of lightning. Stunned, he asked in disbelief. You mean, I can learn this move? Considering the terrifying power of the earlier strike, Gu knew it must be the opponent's ultimate skill. Yet, after just a brief encounter, this Jiang Jianzhong was willing to teach him the technique. Such a turn of events seemed surreal. A sense of shame washed over him. He had come to Kangwu Mountain, challenging for a duel right away. The opponent not only accepted but, after defeating him, offered a tremendous opportunity instead of making things difficult. Such magnanimity made Gu feel inadequate. Jiang Daoxian casually tossed the branch aside, crossed his arms, and smiled. If you are willing to become a venerated member of the Jiang family, I can teach you this sword technique. What do you think? Hearing there was a condition, a conflicted expression appeared on Gu Xingzhan's face. Although Jiang Daoxuan's offer was tempting, Gu Xingzhan still hesitated. He was accustomed to being a lone wolf, and joining a faction meant losing his freedom. Just as he was about to refuse, Jiang Daoxian seemed to read his mind and quickly interjected. If you become a venerated member of the Jiang family, you only need to stay on Mount Kangwu for 3 years. After that, you're free to leave or stay as you wish. How does that sound? Jiang Daoxuan's gaze was sharp as he continued. I noticed that while your sword strikes are powerful, they lack sustained strength. This is likely due to the incomplete sword technique you're using, which is hindering your progress in swordsmanship. The Guiyuan sword technique I just demonstrated is a top-tier, earth-level sword art. Mastering it will surely compensate for your shortcomings and help you reach higher levels. These words struck Gu Xingzhan like a heavy hammer. He stared at Jiang Daoxian in disbelief. A top-tier earth-level sword technique? This was far beyond his expectations. His incomplete sword technique, even in its complete form, was only a lower-tier earth-level art. Gu Xingzhan's heart raced as he began to seriously consider the proposal. 3 years in exchange for freedom and a top-tier earth-level sword technique was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Finding such a precious technique within the Tiandu prefecture was nearly impossible. After weighing his options, Gu Xingzhan finally made up his mind. He looked up, his gaze firm as he faced Jiang Daoxian, setting aside his pride for the first time, and said solemnly, Gu Xingzhan, at your service, clan leader. Jiang Daoxian smiled faintly and took out a sword manual from his robe, handing it to Gu Xingzhan. In our family, we trust those we hire. Since you've joined the Jiang family, there's no need for formalities. Take this Guiyuan sword technique and start your training. Gu Xingzhan was surprised and touched to receive the manual so quickly. He accepted it with gratitude, saying, Thank you, clan leader. Jiang Daoxian nodded and turned to lead the way. Follow me up the mountain. Gu Xingzhan sheathed his sword and followed closely behind. As they crossed the mountain gate and headed towards the Jiang family estate, a new chapter was about to begin. As Gu Xingzhan ventured deeper into Kangwu Mountain, he was astounded by the dense spiritual energy surrounding him. This intense aura enveloped him, causing his pores to open and his spirits to lift. Even a seasoned traveler like Gu Xingzhan couldn't maintain his composure. He was taken aback, his face reflecting his astonishment. The concentration of spiritual energy here far exceeds that of powerful sects with cultivators at the Moon Wheel realm. He marveled inwardly, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the figure of Jiang Daoxian ahead of him. He suddenly realized that this guide was shrouded in mystery. Gu Xingzhan's thoughts began to race. In Kangwu Mountain, not only could he spar with a formidable sword cultivator like Jiang Daoxian, who had perfected his sword intent, but he also had access to such rich spiritual energy for cultivation. He couldn't help but think, why would anyone want to leave such an ideal place for cultivation? A surge of excitement welled up within him. Before long, Jiang Daoxian led Gu Xingzhan to the family compound. Facing the gathered clan members, Jiang Daoxian solemnly announced, from today onwards, Gu Xingzhan will become the family's new consecrated protector, following the Wang brothers. The announcement caused an immediate stir among the clan members, who began whispering to each other. Is that the Gu Xingzhan? Who else wears black clothes, carries a black sword at the waist, and wields a sword with his left hand due to his right hand being injured? If the clan leader has chosen him, his strength must be exceptional. One person exclaimed, it's unbelievable. Just yesterday, I heard about Gu Jianzhong's story of cutting down Blackwind Fortress, and today he's here, becoming our family's protector. Will we be able to learn sword techniques from Gu Jianzhong now? The clan leader is usually busy with family matters, but Protector Gu should have time to guide us, right? The Jiang family disciples were filled with joy and pride to be part of such a powerful family. The news of Gu Xingzhan joining them spread like wildfire throughout the Jiang family compound. After making the announcement, Jiang Daoxuan left the scene. Soon, many Jiang family disciples practicing swordsmanship approached Gu Xingzhan, asking for guidance. As a newcomer, Gu Xingzhan, out of respect for Jiang Daoxuan, did not refuse and patiently pointed out the flaws in their sword techniques. Thus, from that day on, Gu Xingzhan not only became a consecrated protector of the Jiang family, but also inadvertently took on the role of a swordsmanship instructor. In the family hall, Jiang Daoxuan settled back onto his cushion, a hint of anticipation on his face. Carefully, he took out the 2 treasure blind boxes he had just earned from completing the sword competition task, his fingers trembling slightly. The system had explained that once these blind boxes were opened, they would randomly yield rare treasures like magical artifacts, elixirs, cultivation techniques, bloodlines, and constitutions. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Daoxuan rubbed his hands together and slowly opened the first blind box. In an instant, a dazzling white light emerged, and the blind box vanished. In its place was a golden elixir, shimmering enticingly in the hall. The system's notification chimed in. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Heaveneer top-grade elixir, the Tongxian Golden Pill. This pill contains the power of creation itself. When consumed by a cultivator, it can cleanse mortal impurities, restore innate foundations, and be blessed by the forces of heaven and earth, unlocking the body's acupoints, enhancing bone and aptitude, and accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy. Note, it is only effective for those with mortal constitutions. Those with special constitutions should not consume it. Hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan raised an eyebrow. Although he had acquired many Heaveneer treasures recently, this was the first time he encountered such an elixir. However, he quickly realized that the pill was of no immediate use. After all, he possessed an innate holy body Dao fetus, and Jiang Yin had the azure flame body, both special constitutions that couldn't benefit from the Tongxian Golden Pill. After a moment's thought, Jiang Daoxuan concluded that Jiang Chun was the most suitable recipient. Unfortunately, Jiang Chun had left Kangwu Mountain a few days ago to gather clan members, leaving Jiang Daoxuan to carefully store the Tongxian Golden Pill in his purple mansion space, waiting for the right time to use it. Not wanting to dwell on it, Jiang Daoxuan quickly turned his attention to the second blind box. Without hesitation, he opened it, his eagerness evident. The next moment, accompanied by an even more brilliant flash of white light, a black and white crane appeared before him. This crane held its head high, 1 foot slightly raised, wings spread, with a faint cloud-like aura flowing around it, exuding an extraordinary and ethereal presence. The system chimed again. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring a Star Wheel Realm first layer mount, the Songyun White Crane. This crane possesses the bloodline of a sacred beast, with unparalleled intelligence and speed. Star Wheel Realm. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes widened in disbelief at the crane before him. He never expected to draw such a high-level mount. Even the strongest individual currently on Kangwu Mountain, Gu Xingzhan, was only at the 9th level of the Yuanhai realm, nowhere near the power of this Songyun White Crane. Realizing that his mount had become the strongest presence on Kangwu Mountain, Jiang Daoxuan couldn't help but show a peculiar expression, sensing the system's playful nature. Shaking his head to dismiss these thoughts, he turned to ponder the meaning of sacred beast bloodline. From his knowledge, once a spiritual beast breaks through to the saint realm, it is considered a sacred beast. Upon achieving the status of a sacred beast, its bloodline undergoes a mutation, which is hereditary. If a sacred beast bears offspring, the descendants are likely to awaken due to the mutated bloodline, inheriting some innate abilities from their parent, with potential far surpassing ordinary species. Realizing this, a smile of delight appeared on Jiang Daoxuan's face. Although his previous Purple Mansion Realm 9th Layer Red Eagle was decent, it paled in comparison to this Songyun White Crane with the sacred beast bloodline. He felt secretly fortunate and was thrilled to have gained such a powerful mount. If one were to make a comparison, Jiang Daoxuan couldn't help but marvel internally that this transformation was akin to upgrading from an ordinary sedan to a luxury supercar worth millions. Just as he was immersed in this astonishing contrast, a gentle touch came from his sleeve. He immediately composed himself and slowly turned his gaze downward. He saw the majestic Songyun White Crane gently nuzzling his sleeve with its long beak, its actions graceful and somewhat affectionate. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes flickered slightly as he softly asked, "Are you inviting me to get on?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the Songyun White Crane nodded solemnly and, with agile steps, walked to the entrance of the grand hall. It spread its cloud-like white wings, lowered its slender neck, and made an inviting gesture, waiting patiently for its master to climb onto its back. Watching this scene, Jiang Daoxuan's lips curled into a slight smile, and he couldn't help but admire the crane's remarkable intelligence. Very well, let's go for a walk. He rose from the meditation mat, flicked his sleeve lightly, and walked leisurely to the front of the Tsangyun white crane. With a gentle leap, he landed steadily on the crane's broad back. Though the Tsangyun white crane wasn't as large as the Red Eagle, it could easily carry 3 adults without feeling crowded. Sensing Jiang Daoxuan's weight, the crane raised its head and let out a clear call. In the next moment, its wings unfolded forcefully, flapping with power. The white crane swiftly lifted off the ground with Jiang Daoxian and soared straight into the sky. In no time, they disappeared into the depths of the heavens, beginning to glide across the vast horizon of Kangwu Mountain. The misty clouds became their companions, and the drifting clouds their friends. This solitary figure and crane appeared and vanished, resembling an immortal descending to earth, reveling in the boundless freedom of the world. They quietly observed the myriad forms of life below, the entire scene exuding an endless sense of ease and transcendence. Soon after, the scene shifted to the Jiang family's martial training grounds. At this moment, a large group of enthusiastic young Jiang family members surrounded Gu Xingzhan, bombarding him with questions about swordsmanship experience. The air was filled with a cacophony of inquiries, and Gu Xingzhan helplessly held his forehead. He hadn't anticipated that after advising a few people, so many would seek his guidance, leaving him no time to practice the Qilin Sword Technique he had been yearning for. Just as Gu Xingzhan was about to tactfully decline and ask them to return the next day, a loud call from the sky interrupted his thoughts. Caw! The crisp cry instantly drew everyone's attention. The crowd instinctively looked up, and upon seeing the scene in the sky, a chorus of surprised murmurs arose. Wow! When did such an elegant white crane appear on Kangwu Mountain? Kangwu Mountain is a land of outstanding people. Attracting a white crane is no big deal. Just as Gu Xingzhan was lost in deep confusion, his eyes were suddenly drawn to a familiar figure on the back of a white crane. It was a graceful man in snow-white robes, sitting cross-legged like an ethereal being descended to earth. Gu Xingzhan's pupils shrank, and he whispered in disbelief, "Clan leader?" He never expected to see Jiang Daoxian on the back of this Star Wheel Realm spirit beast. Shocked, a dreadful hypothesis emerged in his mind. Could this spirit beast be the clan leader's mount? At this thought, Gu Xingzhan's heart trembled. Not only did Jiang Daoxian master the perfect sword intent, capable of defeating him with a single stroke, but he also had a Star Wheel Realm spirit beast as a mount. This Jiang clan leader was truly enigmatic and unfathomable. Gu Xingzhan sighed inwardly and quickly calmed his emotions. As a vassal of the Jiang family, he realized that the stronger the Jiang family became, the more opportunities he would have. Perhaps, as long as he dedicated himself to serving the Jiang family, he might gain a stroke of luck. Achieving the perfect sword intent might no longer be a distant dream, and even the legendary, mysterious Sword Heart realm might not be out of reach. Hope ignited within him. Reaching the Sword Heart realm and joining the ranks of the Sword Lords, becoming renowned throughout Tidu Prefecture, was just a matter of time. At the foot of Kangwu Mountain, the golden sunset bathed the land. The marketplace buzzed with voices as people from numerous families and sects gathered, their eyes frequently turning to the stone steps leading to the Jiang family's mountain gate. They eagerly awaited the outcome of the sword duel between the two great sword sects, hoping to see Gu Xingzhan descend the mountain. However, hours passed with no news from the mountain. Curiosity and doubts spread among the crowd. Someone whispered, "With so much time gone by, surely the duel should be over, regardless of their strength?" Another person chimed in, "Could something have happened up there?" As the wait dragged on, the crowd grew increasingly anxious. Finally, a burly man couldn't contain himself and stepped forward. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he strode up the stone steps to investigate. Before long, the man hurried back down the mountain. The people in the marketplace immediately surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. Recalling the information he had gathered, the man said gravely, "I heard from the Jiang family guards at the gate that Gu Jian Sect was defeated by Jiang Jian Sect with a single stroke, just a few hours after going up the mountain." This revelation struck the crowd like a thunderbolt. Gu Xingzhan, who had made a name for himself wielding a left-hand sword and was a powerful sword cultivator with countless followers, couldn't withstand even one strike from Jiang Daoxian. The news stunned everyone present, leaving them speechless and in disbelief. The stark contrast of the outcome was truly astonishing. As the shock lingered on everyone's faces, a voice filled with doubt suddenly broke the silence like a sharp knife cutting through the air. If Gu Jianzong has already been defeated by Jiang Jianzong, why hasn't he descended the mountain yet? This question seemed to open Pandora's box, snapping everyone back to reality as they began to discuss heatedly. "Strange, it's been so long, yet I haven't seen a trace of Gu Jianzong," a slender man remarked with a frown. "Could it be that Jiang Jianzong went too far and killed Gu Jianzong outright?" Another person whispered, eyes flickering with unease. "It's not impossible. An elderly man with graying hair chimed in. Rumor has it that Jiang Daoxuan is extremely ruthless. Remember the massacre in Wudon City? He wiped out an entire rival family. They say not even chickens or ducks were spared. A round-faced woman interjected. I heard even anthills were scalded with hot water, and earthworms were cut in half. Survivors? Not a single one. As the conversation veered into the outrageous, a burly man could no longer hold back. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice. Everyone, the reason Gu Jianzong hasn't come down the mountain is simple. After his defeat, he accepted Jiang Jianzong's offer to join the Jiang family as a patron. The moment the words left his mouth, the place fell into a dead silence. It was as if everyone had been struck by lightning, their minds buzzing and unable to process the information. The silence lasted a few moments before everyone gradually came to their senses. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into even more fervent discussion, with exclamations echoing throughout. What? Even Gu Jianzong has joined the Jiang family. With his solitary nature, how could he possibly submit to the Jiang family? This is simply unbelievable. A middle-aged man in a brocade robe couldn't help but speak up. 3 years ago, a major sect with a Moon Wheel Realm expert tried to recruit Gu Jianzong as an elder. Even with all the generous offers, he flatly refused. Indeed, a young man next to him added. What kind of charm does this Jiang clan leader possess to make Gu Jianzong give up his wanderlust and willingly stay with the Jiang family as a mere patron? The world has indeed changed, an elderly man sighed. Now, with both sword masters in the Jiang family of Kangwu, who would dare defy their orders? The heated discussions grew more intense, with more people joining in. Faces in the crowd showed a mix of shock, worry, and fear. With both sword masters presiding, the Jiang family's foundation in Kangwu surpasses all surrounding regions. If they harbor intentions towards nearby forces, how could we possibly resist with our strength? Realizing the gravity of the situation, individuals from various families and sects began to quietly leave the marketplace. Their expressions were hurried, eyes filled with anxiety, eager to report this shocking news back to their respective forces. Soon, the marketplace was nearly deserted, with only a few ordinary people without any affiliations left standing in a daze. Meanwhile, in the Jiang family's branch in Kwantong City, the atmosphere in the council hall was tense. Many Jiang family members stood with heads lowered, stealing glances at the man in luxurious attire with a delicate yet stern demeanor sitting across from them. The man sat elegantly in a grand chair, gracefully sipping tea. Suddenly, his expression darkened, and he casually smashed the teacup to the ground. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed in the hall. Is this the kind of tea your Jiang family serves guests? He sneered. It tastes like wax, utterly unpalatable. Is this tea meant for livestock, or is this how you treat your guests? His voice was soft, yet it cut through the room like ice, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. As the voice of the effeminate man faded, the 3 young men behind him immediately chimed in, like well-trained hunting dogs. Their voices were filled with disdain and threat, echoing through the Jiang family's hall. Brother Chow has traveled a great distance to visit your Jiang family, showing you respect. Yet, instead of being grateful, you treat him rudely by serving such inferior wild tea. It's an unforgivable offense, one of them shouted, his eyes flashing with contempt. Another quickly added, has the Jiang family become so arrogant that you no longer respect our Black Tiger sect? Brother Chow is easygoing, but we are not. The third went further, directly threatening. I think the Jiang family is tired of living. Faced with these harsh accusations, the members of the Jiang family in the hall couldn't help but clench their fists and lower their heads. Their eyes glistened with tears of anger and humiliation, their hearts filled with grief and indignation. The Jiang family knew well that these tea leaves were rare treasures they had painstakingly collected at great cost. Even the head of the family rarely indulged in them, keeping them as prized possessions. Only when entertaining the most esteemed guests would they reluctantly bring some out. Yet now, such precious tea was being disparaged so easily. Everyone understood that there was nothing wrong with the tea. It was simply a deliberate provocation. But the situation was beyond their control, and they could only swallow their pride. Jiang Hongyang, the current head of the Jiang family, suppressed his anger and looked at the effeminate man, speaking humbly. Chao Zhenchuan, we apologize for our inadequate hospitality. Let me replace your tea with a better one. Xiaobo shook his head disdainfully and replied casually, forget the tea. It's not easy for me to leave the sect, and time is tight. Just bring Rower to see me, and I'll leave once I've met her. Jiang Hongyang's temples throbbed with anger as he restrained himself and said, Chao Zhenchuan, you are highly esteemed in the Black Tiger sect, admired by countless female disciples. Why covet the beauty of a widow? If word got out, wouldn't it tarnish your reputation as a true disciple? Xiaobo raised an eyebrow, his tone suddenly icy. Oh, old man, are you trying to teach me how to do my job? Seeing the Black Tiger sect disciples suddenly turn hostile, Jiang Hongyang felt a deep sorrow. Thinking of his relatives around him, he dared not directly retaliate, and quickly lowered his stance to apologize. I wouldn't dare, Chao Jianchuan. Your esteemed status is beyond reproach. How could I presume to instruct you? Chao Bo sneered, unwilling to bicker with the old man, and said directly, You're right. Many junior sisters in the sect admire me, hoping to become my Dao companion. But they are too naive and inexperienced in matters of pleasure, unlike Rower's mature charm. To be honest, I left the sect this time for Rower. I hope the Jiang family will be sensible. Upon hearing this, the three Black Tiger sect disciples behind Chao Bo couldn't help but reveal lewd smiles. As Chao Bo's followers, they knew well that his greatest hobby was coveting other men's wives, especially those with lingering charm. It was no surprise to them that Gao Wanru had caught Brother Chao's eye. After all, her mature appearance and figure could stir desire even in them. At this moment, seeing Chao Bo's determination to meet Gao Wanru, Jiang Hongyang couldn't help but sigh deeply for her unfortunate fate. In his early years, he became acquainted with Jiang Daoxuan, the foremost genius of his family, and later married into the Jiang family, successfully giving birth to a son named Jiang Han. However, fate was unkind, and Jiang Daoxuan, the family's only innate master, died in an accident, leaving Gao Wanru a young widow. She was left to weep daily and raise her young son alone, enduring great hardships. As Gao Wanru struggled to cope, Chao Bo, a notorious disciple of the Black Tiger sect, developed malicious intentions towards her. Chao Bo was infamous for his fondness for other men's wives and his habit of tormenting and discarding them. When Jiang Honyang learned that Gao Wanru had met with Chao Bo and suffered harassment, he immediately recognized the danger and secretly sent her back to her maternal family for refuge. At this moment, facing the aggressive Chao Bo, Jiang Honyang felt uneasy. He forced himself to remain calm and respectfully said, Chao Jianchuan, Wanru recently returned to her family with honor. If you wish to see her, perhaps you should visit the Gao family. As soon as he finished speaking, the smile on Chao Bo's face froze, turning into a menacing glare. He stared coldly at Jiang Honyang, gritting his teeth as he asked, What? Is the head of the Jiang family playing tricks on me? Jiang Hongyang's heart trembled, and he hurriedly explained, How could that be? Chao Jianchuan, you misunderstand. It's just that Wanru had an urgent matter to attend to at her family. Before he could finish, Chao Bo suddenly grabbed Jiang Honyang by the collar and lifted him off the ground. With eyes icy and cutting, Chao Bo sneered, Old man, spare me your nonsense. Remember, if you dare to make me run in vain, I'll make sure your entire family pays the price today. Seeing their leader humiliated, someone in the crowd finally couldn't hold back and charged forward, shouting, Let go of the family head. However, as soon as he reached Chao Bo, he was slapped to the ground. Chao Bo looked around coldly and said indifferently, Utterly reckless. At that moment, everyone in the Jiang family realized that this Chao Jianchuan was indeed a genuine second-level innate master, and no one in the Jiang family was a match for him. Despair hung over the Jiang family, but suddenly, a vibrant voice cut through the tension, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Make my entire family pay the price here? Ha ha ha, you sure have quite the audacity. Upon hearing this, Chao Bo raised his eyebrows, displaying an expression of displeasure. The members of the Jiang family were taken aback, never expecting that someone would dare to step forward in such a critical moment. They all turned to look and saw a black-haired youth with a long sword on his back walking towards them. The Jiang family members exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Even the current family head, Jiang Honyang, looked puzzled, clearly having no recollection of this young man. Seeing the speaker was so young, Chao Bo laughed in anger. Ha! Has your Jiang family truly run out of people? To let such a reckless kid step forward? With Chao Bo's mockery, the three members of the Black Tiger sect behind him stared at the youth with eyes as if looking at a dead man. They thought, the last person who dared to provoke Brother Chao like this probably has grass 3 meters high on his grave by now. Feeling everyone's gaze, Jiang Yin remained calm and unafraid. He quietly walked up to Chao Bo, who, confident in his innate skills, did not take the youth seriously. However, he was soon to pay for his arrogance. Jiang Yin smirked slightly and threw a punch without hesitation. The punch was as fast as lightning, catching everyone off guard. In the blink of an eye, his fist landed heavily on Chao Bo's abdomen. With the support of his Tsangyin treasure body and Great Sun body refining technique, Jiang Yin unleashed an astonishing force. Chao Bo, an innate martial artist, was instantly in agony, his face contorted, veins bulging on his forehead, and his stomach churning. He couldn't help but let out a howl, spitting out a mouthful of bitter liquid. He quickly released Jiang Honyang, clutching his stomach with both hands, bending over involuntarily. Chao Bo managed to lift his head, glaring venomously at Jiang Yin. You brat. Before he could finish, Jiang Yin swiftly drew his sword from its sheath and struck forward, hitting Chao Bo hard on the back. This blow sent him crashing to the ground, performing an ungraceful faceplant. Amidst the shocked gazes of everyone present, Jiang Yin looked down coldly at Chao Bo, who lay on the ground like a beaten dog. He lifted his right foot, pressing it against Chao Bo's head, applying enough force to make his face intimately meet the ground. Jiang Yin shook his head and mocked. With someone like you, do you think you can cause trouble in my Jiang family? These words left the Jiang family members bewildered. They wondered, what did he mean by cause trouble in my Jiang family? There seemed to be no such person in the Jiang family. Yet, despite their inner doubts, no one dared to speak up. After all, given the formidable strength Jiang Yin had displayed, the Jiang family needed his help to overcome this crisis. At that moment, Jiang Yin swiftly defeated Qiao Bo, knocking him to the ground. The three Black Tiger Sect disciples present turned pale, their legs trembling, completely losing the courage to fight. They were fully aware that if even their brother Qiao, who had reached the innate realm, was not a match for this young man, they, with their maximum cultivation at the 5th level of the acquired realm, stood no chance. The scene fell into a deathly silence, the air seemingly frozen. After about 10 seconds, a disciple closest to Qiao Bo mustered the courage to step forward. Suppressing his fear, he cupped his hands towards Jiang Yin and said, "Your cultivation is profound, and it was our lack of judgment. If you spare Brother Qiao, we will leave immediately without any delay." He swallowed hard and added, "We are backed by the Black Tiger Sect, so please think carefully and don't act impulsively." Jiang Yin, hearing this, showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to speak further. Suddenly, he drew his supreme grade sword from its sheath. With a flash of the blade, the sharp tip pierced through Qiao Bo's forehead. Blood gushed out like a fountain, spreading across the ground. Before anyone could react, Jiang Yin had already withdrawn the sword and returned it to its sheath. Then, with a casual kick, he sent Qiao Bo's body rolling towards the three Black Tiger Sect disciples. Jiang Yin coldly said, "Since you want this guy, you can have him back." The three from the Black Tiger Sect paid no attention to Jiang Yan's words. Their eyes were fixed on Qiao Bo's corpse, particularly the gaping, bloody wound on his forehead. Their faces turned ashen, white as paper, as overwhelming fear washed over them, causing their legs to buckle, and they collapsed to the ground. These three were used to bullying the weak under their senior brother's reputation, never having witnessed such a horrifying scene. They completely lost their previous arrogance, now trembling like frightened quails. Jiang Yin watched coldly, devoid of any sympathy. He said icily, "Dare to cause trouble at my Jiang family. None of you need to return." At these words, the three seemed struck by lightning, raising their heads sharply, instinctively wanting to beg for mercy. However, all that awaited them was the dazzling flash of a sword. With a swift slash, the sword light flashed, and a crimson line appeared simultaneously on their necks. Their eyes widened, but they could no longer utter a word, collapsing dead on the spot. As Jiang Yin sheathed his sword, the surrounding Jiang family members were utterly stunned. They never expected this young man to act so decisively, seemingly disregarding the Black Tiger Sect entirely. At this moment, although Jiang Honyang was shocked, he quickly composed himself, considering that this person had saved them. He faced Jiang Yin, cupping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. But I have one question. Why do you repeatedly claim to be one of the Jiang family?" Facing the clan members, Jiang Yin immediately put on a gentle smile and said, "My name is Jiang Yin, and I am from the Kangwu Jiang family, naturally sharing the same roots with you." Jiang Honyang was momentarily stunned, then showed a look of surprise. "Are you from another branch family?" He thought to himself, Kangwu Jiang family, a name he had never heard of. Could it be a newly separated branch from the main family? With this thought, more doubts arose in Jiang Honyang's mind. Jiang Yin, although young, was able to defeat Qiao Bo in one move, undoubtedly indicating his formidable strength at the innate realm. But why would a newly separated branch from the main family have such a cultivation prodigy? Wouldn't the main family have tried to retain him? Jiang Honyang, the head of the branch family, looked perplexed, his brow furrowed in confusion over the situation. Jiang Yin noticed his bewilderment and decided to reveal everything, explaining his background and the purpose of his visit. When Jiang Yin mentioned that the main family had relocated from Wudon City to Mount Kangwu, and that clan leader Jiang Daoxuan intended to summon all clan members back, the Jiang family members present were stunned into silence. They had heard rumors of the formidable strength of the Jiang family at Kangwu, where cultivators in the Purple Mansion realm were no match for the clan leader, and even experts in the Yuanhai realm struggled against him. The sudden news was hard for everyone to believe. Moments ago, they had been worried about the threat from the Black Tiger Sect, only to learn they had such a powerful backing. After Jiang Yin confirmed it repeatedly, they finally accepted this exhilarating truth. "Even though I know it's true, it's still hard to believe that we could one day return to the main family and be under the protection of the clan leader," one clan member murmured. "Isn't that the truth?" another agreed. "Who would have thought that after hundreds of years, our Jiang clan would produce such an extraordinary figure? That's someone in the Yuanhai realm." The group excitedly discussed clan leader Jiang Daoxuan's remarkable achievements, achieving a perfect innate realm, breaking through two major realms, the Purple Mansion and Yuanhai, mastering the true essence of swordsmanship, and being recognized by the Sword Sect. Such accomplishments surpassed their ancestors and were unprecedented. Haha, I can't wait to head to Mount Kangwu. One clan member laughed. With the clan leader's protection, let's see who dares to oppress us now. The long-oppressed Jiang family members felt a weight lifted, and their laughter and joy filled the air. Jiang Yan, observing this, turned his gaze towards the distant corpse of Qiao Bo and inquired about the circumstances from Jiang Hongyang. Jiang Hongyang sighed and explained. It all started when Wanru took Honor out and accidentally encountered Qiao Bo. He recounted the events in detail. After listening, Jiang Yin thought of Gao Wanru and Jiang Han, who were still with the Gao family. He softly remarked, the clan leader instructed that no one from the branch family should be left behind. In that case, send someone to guide me to the Gao family so we can bring the mother and son back. Jiang Hongyang nodded in agreement, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. He immediately ordered his clan to pack their belongings and personally led Jiang Yin to the Gao family. Soon, the Gao family courtyard was bustling with activity. A group of young Gao family members, led by an elder, was practicing martial arts, their punches cutting through the air with impressive momentum. This scene was quietly observed by a pair of brown eyes. The owner of these eyes was a slender, black-haired youth dressed in simple, coarse clothing. He watched the movements intently, eyes gleaming with understanding. Just as the youth was absorbed in his covert learning, a well-dressed member of the Gao family passed by. Noticing the movement, the youth snapped back to reality, lowered his head, and gripped his broom tightly, pretending to diligently sweep the fallen leaves. Seeing this, the Gao family member smirked mockingly and taunted. Oh my, isn't this the young master Jiang Han, who refused to change his surname? How pitiful he's become. The mocking words rang in his ears, but Jiang Han remained unfazed, long accustomed to such treatment. Since moving to the insular Gao family with his mother, Gao Wanru, and refusing to change his name to Gao Han, he had become isolated by all the Gao family members. Especially after his mother, who had raised him, passed away from overwork, his situation at the Gao family worsened, forcing him to do odd jobs in exchange for food to barely survive. However, this hardship was about to end. Jiang Han clenched his fists, feeling the surge of blood and energy within him, having reached the bone refining stage. It was a significant achievement, considering his previously poor aptitude and slow progress, which left him stuck at the 9th level of the blood condensing stage despite years of effort. But everything changed dramatically 3 nights ago. Jiang Han closed his eyes, recalling the image of a treasure map glowing with yellow light, the Yellow Springs Demon Map. This was the invaluable inheritance of the ancient emperor of the Yellow Springs that he had stumbled upon that night, containing tremendous power waiting to be unlocked. Over the past few days, thanks to his exceptional comprehension, he had mastered a powerful technique from it known as the Yellow Springs Demon Art. By using the Yellow Springs Demon Art, he could absorb others' essence and spirit to enhance his own cultivation level. Although each absorption required time to digest, this technique allowed him to overcome his poor aptitude and rapidly advance. Once my cultivation improves, I'm leaving this miserable place. Jiang Han thought grimly. Recalling his recent experiences, his eyes filled with fury. If it weren't for the relentless pressure from Qiao Bo, a direct disciple of the Black Tiger sect, he wouldn't have followed his mother back to the Gao family for refuge, and his mother wouldn't have died as a result. It was all Qiao Bo's fault, no, the entire Black Tiger sect's fault. If not for the sect's protection and indulgence, how could Qiao Bo have acted with such impunity? Since no one dared to challenge them and eradicate these malignant sects, he vowed that when his cultivation reached its peak, he would climb the mountain himself and annihilate the detestable sect, leaving no one behind. As Jiang Han's mind brimmed with murderous intent, a young member of the Gao family nearby glanced around before his eyes brightened. He hurried over to Jiang Han and said urgently, Jiang Han, someone from your family has arrived. They're in the conference hall, and the family had asked me to bring you over. Jiang Han was taken aback, his thoughts interrupted. He wondered why his family would send someone at this time. Could something significant have happened? A sense of foreboding washed over him. He quickly tossed aside the broom he was holding and rushed towards the conference hall. Soon, Jiang Han arrived at the hall. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, he found it already filled with people. His eyes scanned the room and immediately focused on Gao Mingshi, the head of the Gao family, sitting at the head of the table, alongside Jiang Hongyang, the head of the Jiang family, and a black-haired youth who appeared to be of a similar age. Jiang Han frowned slightly, silently pondering the identity of this unfamiliar young man. At that moment, the black-haired youth Jiang Yin noticed Jiang Han's gaze and looked him over. Seeing nothing unusual, Jiang Yin returned his attention elsewhere. However, Elder Zhou, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Young master, your cousin here is quite extraordinary. Jiang Yin was surprised and internally questioned. Oh, what do you mean by that? Elder Zhou smiled and said, from what I observe, your cousin's strength has reached the 9th level of the bone refining realm. This revelation astonished Jiang Yin. According to Jiang Hanyang, Jiang Han had poor talent and a slow cultivation pace. Even with the help of ancestral resources, he had only reached the 9th level of the blood condensation realm after years of training. Yet, his cultivation had surged dramatically since arriving at the Gao family, silently breaking through an entire major realm. This pace even surpassed Jiang Yin and brother Chun. Jiang Yin couldn't help but wonder if his cousin was a hidden cultivation prodigy. His interest in Jiang Han peaked. Elder Zhou, also intrigued by Jiang Han's transformation, instinctively extended his senses to probe further. As his powerful perception at the heavenly human level delved deeper, the casual expression on his face was gradually replaced by one of seriousness. In his perception, Jiang Han's foundational talent was indeed poor, destined to remain at the postnatal realm for life. Yet, despite such a weak foundation, he had leaped from the 9th level of the blood condensation realm to the 9th level of the bone refining realm in a short span. Such a significant breakthrough was beyond comprehension. Just as Elder Zhou was grappling with this mystery, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Jiang Han's body. Elder Zhou's pupils contracted, his expression changed dramatically, as if he had seen a ghost. Without hesitation, he retracted his senses and quickly retreated to a corner of his ring, as if he had encountered something terrifying. At that moment, old Zhou was horrified to realize that the overwhelming aura emanating from Jiang Han was no less formidable than Jiang Chen's had once been. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart pounded violently. Clearly, Jiang Han, like Jiang Chun, was a person of great destiny, bearing significant karma above the saint realm. Old Zhou felt a sense of relief. If it weren't for Jiang Han's relatively shallow cultivation, which couldn't conceal his unusual aura, this astonishing secret might have gone unnoticed. A bitter expression appeared on his face as his mind swirled with an uncontainable shock. Reflecting on the Jiang clan leader, the young master, Jiang Chun, and now Jiang Han, old Zhou couldn't help but gasp. How could the small Jiang family have produced 4 individuals with such extraordinary destinies and unparalleled fortune? It was simply unbelievable. He began to suspect that there might be some hidden mystical quality within the Jiang family's bloodline. His thoughts surged like a tide, even leading him to speculate on the true origins of the Jiang family. Could this seemingly ordinary family actually be a remnant of an ancient imperial clan that once held great power but had faded from history over endless ages? While old Zhou was lost in thought, Jiang Han, on the other side, felt the intense gaze of Jiang Yan. He furrowed his brow in caution. When he noticed Jiang Yan's meaningful smile, Jiang Han froze, his heartbeat seemingly slowing. An absurd idea suddenly flashed through Jiang Han's mind. Could this person have seen through my true cultivation level? A flicker of uncertainty and suspicion crossed his eyes, and his muscles tensed instinctively. In this tense atmosphere, the voice of Gao Mingshi, the head of the Gao family, suddenly broke the silence. You once feared the power of the Black Tiger sect, and sent Wan Rou and Jiang Han back to our Gao family. Out of past friendship, I didn't refuse and took them in, risking offending the Black Tiger sect. But now, with Wan Rou gone, you want to take Jiang Han back. Are you going to give my Gao family an explanation? Jiang Hongyang, hearing this, showed a look of guilt and quickly explained. This was a decision we had no choice but to make. The Black Tiger sect is powerful, and as you know, our Jiang family cannot withstand provoking them. We had to take this step, and we hope for your understanding, Master Gao. However, this time, we must take honor back because our clan leader has ordered everyone to return to Kangwu Mountain to rejoin the main family. Therefore, we must take honor with us. Hearing Jiang Hongyang's firm tone, Gao Mingshi's face showed displeasure, and he instinctively wanted to argue. But as he was about to speak, he suddenly thought of something and swallowed his words. Kangwu Mountain? That name sounds familiar, Gao Mingshi muttered, frowning as he tried to recall. Using his exceptional memory, he soon remembered a piece of information he had heard not long ago. Due to the Gao family's extensive trade dealings with surrounding cities, their family caravans had recently brought back news of the powerful rise of the Jiang family in Kangwu. These stories had been passed from person to person and were somewhat incomplete. Thus, Gao Mingshi knew of the Kangwu Jiang family, but was unaware of any connection to Wudon City. Gao Mingshi speculated internally that if Jiang Hongyang's words were true, then perhaps the Jiang main family residing in Kangwu Mountain was indeed the rumored Kangwu Jiang family. To verify this suspicion, Gao Mingshi suppressed his inner turmoil, looked at Jiang Hongyang, and asked solemnly, Kangwu Mountain? I remember your main family wasn't in Wudon City, was it? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Hongyang quickly clarified. Previously, our main family did reside in Wudon City, but some time ago, the clan leader ordered the relocation of the main family to Kangwu Mountain. So now, Kangwu Mountain has become our new home. Gao Mingshi's eyes flickered slightly as he cautiously asked, Is your family's current patriarch named Jiang Daoxuan? Jiang Hongyang, oblivious to the unusual atmosphere around him, nodded casually and replied, Yes, indeed. This seemingly simple answer exploded like a bombshell among those present. Many members of the Gao family maintained a calm exterior, But those who had been involved with the family caravan or had heard news about the Kangwu Jiang family were internally shaken. How is this possible? Could our city's Jiang family really be connected to the Kangwu Jiang family? Someone whispered in disbelief. The Jiang family must have hit the jackpot. Another thought, reflecting. Not long ago, they were worried about the Black Tiger sect, and now they've suddenly risen in status by associating with the Kangwu Jiang family. Jiang Han, that kid, is incredibly lucky to have the chance to connect with Jiang Jinzong. More onlookers thought with envy. Suddenly, a voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. How can you address him so casually? Han is half Gao by blood and older than us by a few years. From now on, we should regard him as an elder brother. Gao Mingshi's pupils contracted as a wave of joy surged through him. He had initially looked down on the declining Jiang family, but now they had given him an unexpected surprise. The Kangwu Jiang family was a powerhouse with a cultivator as formidable as Jiang Daoxuan. Even if the Gao family's own ancestor in the Purple Mansion realm went to visit Kangwu Mountain, they might not get the chance to meet him. Now, with Jiang Han as the link between the Jiang and Gao families, the Gao family might have a chance to climb the ladder to greatness. Just being associated with the Kangwu Jiang family could bring immense opportunities, leading the family to unprecedented glory. With these thoughts, Gao Mingshi felt a burning excitement within and couldn't help but show a joyful expression. He turned to Jiang Han and said gently, Han, the journey ahead is long. Please take care of yourself. Here, I have a bottle of qi gathering pills for you. As he spoke, he handed a bottle of pills to Jiang Han. When you reach Kangwu Mountain, remember to visit us often. After all, you carry the blood of the Gao family too, and we are all family. Jiang Han was bewildered by this sudden change, instinctively accepting the pills. Before he could fully process what was happening, voices began to rise around him. Han, do you remember when you were just a year old and climbed onto my shoulders, tugging at my beard? An elderly voice reminisced. Han, we were foolish and acted wrongly in the past. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against us. Another voice pleaded. Han, if you ever achieve great wealth, don't forget us. More voices chimed in. Faced with this dramatic shift in attitude, Jiang Han was initially stunned. But recalling past experiences, he quickly caught on. His mind raced, and he soon deduced the root of these changes. The Kangwu Jiang family? Could it be because of the main family? Jiang Han was filled with doubt and fell into deep thought. It is said that during the peak of the Jiang family's glory, they only had one cultivator at the Purple Mansion realm. Jiang Han was puzzled as to why the Gao family, which had an ancestor at the same realm, was so eager to curry favor with him. Shaking his head to dismiss the thought, he turned to Jiang Hanyang and asked in a low voice, Grandfather, what do you think about the Black Tiger sect? Frowning slightly, Jiang Han continued, the Black Tiger sect is a formidable force with several cultivators in the Purple Mansion realm. Our Jiang family, apart from that one ancestor, has no one else at that level. If the Black Tiger sect were to cause trouble, wouldn't it implicate the main family? Before Jiang Hanyang could respond, Jiang Yin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up in a calm tone. There's no need to worry about the Black Tiger sect. If they are foolish enough to trouble the Jiang family, well, he let out a cold laugh. With the clan leader present, not just one Black Tiger sect, even 10 would face annihilation. His words left everyone in shock. The confidence and disdain in Jiang Yan's voice stirred a storm in the hearts of all present. Jiang Han's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Jiang Yan. He finally understood why the Gao family was so eager to please him. The main family had a clan leader of unimaginable strength. Gao Mingshi's eyes flickered, as if he had realized something. He turned to Jiang Yan and cautiously asked, May I ask who you are? Jiang Yan glanced at him indifferently and replied softly, Jiang Yan from the Jiang family of Kangwu. Gao Mingshi's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, as expected, he realized that the Jiang family of Kangwu was the opportunity his family needed, and he must seize it. Just as he was about to speak and build a connection with Jiang Yan, he saw Jiang Yan already turning to Jiang Han, uninterested, and saying, I need to return to Kangwu Mountain to report to the clan leader. If you have nothing else, come with me. Jiang Han was overjoyed and eagerly replied, Cousin, since coming to the Gao family, I've been idle, so there's nothing holding me back. Let's leave now. Detecting the dissatisfaction in Jiang Han's tone, Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow slightly, as if understanding something. Gao Mingshi, meanwhile, felt a vain throb on his forehead, not expecting Jiang Han to undermine him at such a critical moment. Fortunately, Jiang Yin seemed uninterested in the affairs between the two families and simply shook his head and walked away. Jiang Hanyang and Jiang Han followed closely behind, and the three quickly returned to the Jiang family residence. Seeing all the clan members ready to depart, Jiang Yin wasted no time and promptly called everyone to set off for Kangwu Mountain. The following day at noon, a dark figure streaked across the sky like an arrow, landing firmly at the foot of Mount Kangwu. The man, dressed in black, had bronzed skin that gleamed under the sun, and his sharply defined features exuded an intimidating aura of authority. This was Hulong, the leader of the Luofeng sect, who had arrived several days later than planned. Hu Long surveyed his surroundings, a hint of approval in his eyes. So this is Mount Kangwu? It seems even better than the rumors suggest. He chuckled softly, his gaze resting on the winding stone steps leading upward. To foster a good relationship with Jiang Daoxuan, Hu Long had deliberately delayed his journey, spending considerable time gathering a collection of precious gifts. He intended to use these as a gesture of goodwill to forge a connection. Now, to avoid arousing hostility from the Jiang family, he restrained his spiritual power and chose to ascend the mountain on foot. With his advanced cultivation at the Yuan High level, Hu Long reached the top of the steps in just a few breaths, arriving at the entrance to the Jiang family estate. The guards, members of the Jiang family, immediately approached him, their tone respectful yet firm. The patriarch has decreed that we are not receiving any visitors at this time. Please, sir, we must ask you to leave. Hu Long remained composed, responding calmly. I am Hu Long, the leader of the Luofeng sect. I have come to visit your patriarch. As he spoke, he casually waved his hand, retrieving a small cloth bag from his spatial storage and tossing it to the guard. A small token of my goodwill. Please inform Jiang Jinzong of my arrival. The guard furrowed his brow, his expression unchanged. Thanks to Jiang Daoxuan's generosity, the Jiang family members received ample cultivation resources each month, making them indifferent to Hu Long's attempted bribery. Just as he was about to refuse, the guard suddenly recalled the visitor's identity. Luofeng sect. The guard's eyes flickered with recognition. In a flash, he remembered this was the sect responsible for crippling Jiang Chen's Dantian. A cold smile formed in his mind as he thought. We haven't even sought revenge on your sect yet, and here you are, the leader, delivering yourself to us. After weighing his options, the guard changed his mind, bent down to pick up the bag, and said, since I'm to deliver a message, I might as well accept this gift. He then respectfully told Hu Long, please wait here for a moment, Master Hu, while I go inform the patriarch. Hu Long nodded slightly. Thank you. As the guard turned and left, Hu Long watched him go, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Money indeed makes the world go round. If you're willing to pay enough, there's nothing you can't achieve. Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion in the family hall, eyes closed, fully focused on listening to the report from the mountain guarding disciple. When the report concluded, he slowly opened his eyes, a thoughtful look crossing his face. Luofeng sect. Jiang Daoxuan murmured to himself. Recently, he was engrossed in his cultivation and had no time to dwell on old grievances with the Luofeng sect. Unexpectedly, the sect leader came knocking today. A slight smile played on Jiang Daoxuan's lips. That saves me the trouble of seeking him out. He turned to the disciple, his voice steady and commanding. Deliver my order to Gu Xingzhan. Have him capture the Luofeng sect leader and bring him here to see me. With Gu Xingzhan as a capable enforcer, Jiang Daoxuan preferred not to waste his cultivation time dealing with such minor figures himself. The disciple respectfully acknowledged the command, bowed, and cautiously exited the hall. Silence reclaimed the space, and Jiang Daoxuan closed his eyes, immersing himself once more in his cultivation. Despite the cumulative support of his entire clan, Jiang Daoxuan's own cultivation level was so advanced, and his clan members not yet fully developed, that the combined effect was somewhat limited. In such circumstances, the most effective way to rapidly enhance his strength remained through personal cultivation. With his innate sacred physique and Dao embryo constitution, Jiang Daoxuan broke through realms as effortlessly as drinking water, with no bottlenecks. A bit of accumulation was all it took for him to achieve breakthroughs smoothly. Coupled with the clan's permanent cumulative support, his cultivation speed was unparalleled. Meanwhile, the martial arts arena buzzed with activity. The disciple navigated through the crowd and approached Gu Xingzhan, relaying Jiang Daoxuan's command. Upon hearing the message, Gu Xingzhan placed his left hand on the sword hilt at his waist, his hawk-like eyes gleaming with formidable sword intent. A grin spread across his face. Finally, the clan leader is letting me do something worthwhile. If I stay idle any longer, I'll rust. In recent times, with Jiang Daoxuan frequently in seclusion, Gu Xingzhan found no worthy opponents across Kangwu Mountain. His daily routine had dwindled to solitary sword practice and instructing the Jiang family juniors, a monotonous existence that left him bored. Hearing the clan leader's command now, his blood surged with excitement. Gu Xingzhan was no stranger to Hu Long, the Luofeng sect leader. This minor character, who couldn't even defeat Ko Tongguang, had never caught his attention before. But now, amidst the dull days, Hu Long, a Yuanhai realm cultivator, turned into a somewhat entertaining opponent, perfect for testing the newly mastered Guiyuan sword technique. In Gu Xingzhan's eyes, that was the extent of Hu Long's worth. Soon after, at the entrance of the Jiang family on Kangwu Mountain, Hu Long stood with his hands behind his back, looking around patiently waiting for the disciples guarding the mountain to return. However, before he saw anyone, an incredibly sharp sword aura suddenly attacked from afar, pressing against the air as if it were tangible. Hu Long's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed drastically. Such an astonishing sword aura could it be that Jiang Daoxuan himself had arrived? He recalled the information about Kangwu Mountain with a serious look. As far as he knew, only the renowned Jiang sword master could wield such an overwhelming sword aura. Following the source of the sword aura, Hulong saw a man dressed in black, with a black sword hanging at his waist, approaching. Most strikingly, his right sleeve was empty, clearly missing an arm. The suffocating sword aura emanated from this man. Hulong's pupils contracted, and a sense of doubt filled his mind. There was no mention of Jiang Daoxuan losing an arm in the rumors. He couldn't help but take a closer look, and suddenly, a strong sense of familiarity surged in his heart. This sword aura, these characteristics, could it be the famed Gu sword master? As they drew closer, Hulong cautiously tested the waters. Is it Gu sword master himself? Gu Xingjian glanced at him coldly, gave a slight nod, but did not speak. A look of realization flashed across Hulong's face, and he bowed respectfully, saying, "It truly is an honor to meet Gu sword master in person. I've heard of your deeds over the years and have long admired you, yet we never had the chance to meet. Today, it's indeed destiny. If I weren't occupied with other matters, I would certainly invite you to a banquet for a few drinks." While speaking, Hulong secretly observed Gu Xingjian's expression. Although the appearance of Gu Xingjian was unexpected, it wasn't incomprehensible. After all, Gu Xingjian's obsession with the sword and his reputation as a sword fanatic were well known in the surrounding areas. Surely, upon hearing of Jiang sword master's fame, a strong desire to challenge must have ignited within him, making his visit to the Jiang family of Kangwu quite logical. However, in response to Hulong's flattery, Gu Xingjian merely shook his head. He slowly placed his left hand on the sword hilt at his waist, gripping it tightly, and drew the gleaming sword. "Enough with the useless talk," Gu Xingjian said coldly. "I'll give you the chance to strike first. Draw your sword." At these words, the smile on Hulong's face froze instantly. He never expected that what he thought would be a simple meeting would turn into a life-threatening confrontation. This was completely unexpected. Wasn't it said that Gu sword master only drew his sword against those he deemed worthy opponents? Hulong smiled bitterly inside, fully aware of his own abilities. Even the likes of Ko Tongguang couldn't withstand a single move from Gu Xingjian, let alone himself, who hadn't even grasped the essence of sword aura. At this thought, Hulong's expression turned anxious, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He quickly waved his hand, his voice trembling. "Your strength is formidable. I'm aware I'm no match for you, so I won't embarrass myself. Let's just skip this sword fight, shall we?" Gu Xingjian's face was as hard as iron, holding his sword with one hand, the tip aimed directly at Hulong's chest. He said coldly, "If you don't make a move, then it will be my turn." No sooner had he finished speaking than a more powerful sword intent surged like a tide, filling every inch of space and bursting forth with a chilling sharpness. Beads of sweat appeared on Hulong's forehead, his Adam's apple bobbing as he nervously swallowed. At that moment, he could clearly feel the cold, killing intent emanating from his opponent's sword intent. Hulong knew full well that if he didn't act, his opponent wouldn't show any mercy and would strike without hesitation. Realizing this, Hulong quickly composed himself, drawing his sword from his spatial storage. With a swift step, he rushed in front of Gu Xingjian, channeling his energy into the blade and delivering a fierce slash towards Gu Xingjian's chest. However, Gu Xingjian looked on with disdain, his body unmoving. With a slight flick of his wrist, he effortlessly deflected Hulong's sword. Then, with the flat of his blade, he struck Hulong across the face, sending him stumbling back several steps, his cheeks stinging painfully. Gu Xingjian sheathed his sword behind him and said disdainfully, "Weak, too weak. With sword skills like yours, you're not even worthy of me using a new technique." In an instant, he had already discerned Hulong's capabilities. Although Hulong was at the third level of Yuanhai realm, he hadn't comprehended sword intent, his foundation was shallow, and his combat strength was far below Gu Xingjian's expectations. As Gu Xingjian's mocking words fell, Hulong clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, his heart burning with anger. Just as he was about to defend his failure, Gu Xingjian gave him no chance. Gu Xingjian casually stabbed his sword into the ground, his figure flickering as he appeared before Hulong, unleashing a flurry of fierce punches. Faced with the powerful onslaught of a 9th-level Yuanhai realm cultivator, Hulong had no defense. He took dozens of hits, his body battered and torn, ultimately collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Witnessing his undeserved beating, Hulong was filled with sorrow and anger. He struggled to lift his head, his eyes full of resentment as he looked at Gu Xingjian. "Gu sword sect. I believe I've never wronged you. So why are you using your power to bully me today? Don't forget, this is not outside, but Kangwu Mountain. I'm here visiting the Jiang family, and I am, after all, a guest of the Jiang family. If you act so recklessly, disregarding the Jiang sword sect's reputation, aren't you afraid it will tarnish the Jiang family's name, making others hesitant to visit in the future?" Hulong knew that if his opponent intended to continue, he might not survive the day. To protect his life, he had to invoke the Jiang family's name, hoping the reputation of the Jiang sword sect would restrain his opponent. However, reality was harsher than Hulong anticipated. Gu Xingjian suddenly extended his left hand, grabbing Hulong's collar and effortlessly lifting his injured body. As Hulong was still in shock, a playful voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Oh? I am now in service to the Jiang family. Are you sure you want to use the patriarch's name against me?" Upon hearing the words, Hulong's pupils shrank to the size of a needle's point, his heart in turmoil. Gu Xingjian is actually a venerated guest of the Jiang family? This earth-shattering revelation hit him like a bolt from the blue. Hulong sensed imminent danger, and cold sweat instantly drenched his back. His mind raced, suddenly considering a terrifying possibility. Could Gu Xingjian's actions be on Jiang Daoxuan's orders? As this thought emerged, a chilling fear surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. I don't recall ever offending the Jiang family. Hulong screamed internally, unable to comprehend his current predicament. Fear washed over him like a tidal wave, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. Gu Xingjian watched Hulong's pitiful state with cold indifference, shaking his head inwardly, feeling disdain for the cultivator's character. Eager to report back quickly, he wasted no time, grabbing the back of Hulong's collar with his left hand and swiftly heading towards the Jiang family premises like a gust of wind. After a few hundred steps, the surrounding spiritual energy density suddenly surged, creating a stark contrast with the area before the mountain gate. Hulong was once again left speechless, incredulous at the suffocating concentration of spiritual energy. He was shocked to realize that the richness of the spiritual energy here far exceeded that of his own sect by dozens, if not hundreds, of times. Just as Hulong was immersed in this astonishing discovery, a sudden change occurred. An invisible but terrifying force descended from the sky, enveloping his entire body. Before he could react, Hulong was horrified to find his cultivation level rapidly declining. From the third to the second, then to the first level of the Yuanhai realm, and in the blink of an eye, it fell to the third level of the Zifu realm, dropping an entire major realm. The only consolation was that this decline seemed to be a temporary seal rather than a permanent loss. Gu Xingjian keenly noticed the change in Hulong's condition, feeling deeply astonished. He wondered if this bizarre occurrence might be related to the enigmatic head of the family. Suppressing his curiosity, Gu Xingjian quickened his pace, bringing Hulong into the Jiang family premises. Along the way, the sight of Gu Xingjian carrying Hulong single-handedly attracted quite a few curious glances within the Jiang family grounds. The unexpected arrival of a stranger caused an immediate stir among the crowd. At the entrance of the Jiang family estate, disciples who had been diligently practicing their sword and fist techniques paused, their gazes collectively fixed on the unfamiliar figure in Gu's grasp. Conversations erupted, filled with speculation and curiosity. Who is this person? Could it be someone trying to force their way into the Jiang family estate? As the crowd buzzed with interest, the guard who had just delivered the news wore a smug expression, a slight smile playing at his lips. "Huh, you all don't know yet, do you?" he said with a hint of mystery. "This man is named Hulong, the leader of the Luofeng sect." The Luofeng sect? Someone repeated the name in confusion, then suddenly understood. Wait, isn't that the sect that crippled Brother Chen's cultivation a while back? Instantly, the atmosphere turned tense. The Jiang family disciples' faces hardened with anger, fists clenching in unison. What a small world, an older clan member gritted his teeth, saying, "I still remember how Brother Chen looked so frail after losing his cultivation. If he'd returned a few days later, who knows what might have happened." Before the sentence was finished, the crowd was already in an uproar. The reputation of the twin stars was of great importance to them, especially since Jiang Chun was known for his kindness and willingness to help others, earning him widespread affection. We haven't even gone to trouble them. And here the Luofeng sect leader delivers himself to our doorstep, someone sneered. Gu Xingjian led Hulong to the family hall, unceremoniously tossing him onto the ground. Inside, a figure in white robes was seated cross-legged on a mat. Gu Xingjian respectfully bowed. "Patriarch, I have captured the leader of the Luofeng sect." Hulong immediately realized that this was the true master of the Jiang family, and his heart skipped a beat. He cautiously lifted his gaze to see a man with an ethereal presence, handsome and otherworldly, standing before him. Not daring to meet his eyes, Hulong quickly lowered his head, struggling to suppress his inner turmoil, and nervously spoke. "Jiang Jinzong, I have come with great sincerity to foster relations between our sections. May I ask why I have been brought here in this manner?" Jiang Daoxuan's expression remained calm, his tone steady as he said, "Not long ago, your Luofeng sect ambushed a disciple of the Chinchan sect, shattering his cultivation and leading to his expulsion. Unfortunately for you, that disciple is a member of my Jiang family." The revelation was like a thunderclap. Hulong's face turned ashen, realizing he was in an exceedingly precarious situation. Hulong's pupils suddenly contracted, his face filled with disbelief and shock. He never imagined such a bitter connection existed between the Luofeng sect and the Jiang family of Kangwu. His voice trembled with fear as he urgently said, "Jiang clan leader, could there be some misunderstanding here?" Hulong's expression turned bitter as regret filled his heart. He thought to himself that if he had known about the past grievances with the Jiang family, he would have steered clear, never foolishly walking into such a trap. Jiang Daoxuan cast a cold glance at Hulong, his voice as chilling as ice. "Since your Luofeng sect once destroyed the Dantian of my Jiang family member, the rights and wrongs of the situation are irrelevant to me." As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura of terror erupted from Jiang Daoxuan, sweeping through the entire hall like a tidal wave. Hulong's face immediately showed panic, his body trembling uncontrollably. He never expected Jiang Daoxuan to be so domineering, unwilling even to investigate the reasons before taking action against him. In desperation, Hulong, hoping to save his life, tried to explain. However, just as he uttered the word Jiang, a powerful surge of pure yang energy shot towards him like lightning. Swish! The pure yang energy was so fast that it was impossible to defend against, and in an instant, it struck Hulong, precisely piercing through his Dantian and Yuan Si. Jiang Daoxuan's voice was cold as frost. "I always act fairly. Since you destroyed Chun's Dantian, I will destroy the Dantians of all members of the Luofeng sect." Hulong's face was filled with terror as he collapsed to the ground. He could clearly feel his Dantian riddled with holes, his Yuan Si shattered, and countless Yuan energy rapidly leaking out. His cultivation level plummeted at an alarming rate, dropping to the 9th level of the bone refining stage within moments. However, this was far from the end. As his body lacked the nourishment of spiritual energy, signs of decay began to appear. His cultivation would continue to fall to the blood condensation and body refining stages, eventually returning to a mortal state, never to regain his cultivation. Jiang Daoxuan continued indifferently. "From now on, you will be a slave to my Jiang family, never to leave Kangwu Mountain without permission. For now, you will manage the herbal fields for my Jiang family. Since there is already a piece of lower-grade spiritual land, someone needs to tend to the various spiritual herbs. Such time-consuming chores shouldn't burden the clan members, wasting their precious cultivation time. It's quite fitting to assign these tasks to the people of the Luofeng sect." Upon realizing his life would be spared, Hulong's face showed no relief, only a look of utter despair. For a former Yuan Si stage cultivator, losing his cultivation and becoming immortal was a fate worse than death. Jiang Daoxuan no longer paid attention to Hulong and turned to Chinchan, issuing a new order. "At this point, the Luofeng sect no longer needs to exist. You should head to the Luofeng sect, find the one who destroyed Jiang Qin's Dantian, and abolish the cultivation of all its leaders. The ordinary disciples can leave freely. Once these tasks are completed, bring those who remain back to Kangwu Mountain to join Hu Zongzhu in tending the herbal fields." Hearing he could go out, Gu Xingjian agreed without hesitation. Yes. His tone carried a hint of excitement, clearly eager for the task ahead. Gu Xingjian couldn't wait to leave the grand hall. With a light tap of his toes, he soared into the air, swiftly heading towards the direction of Luofeng's sect. Jiang Daoxuan didn't spare Hulong another glance. Instead, he summoned several post-natal realm clansmen from outside the hall and ordered them to take Hulong to the spiritual fields, where he would be responsible for daily planting, fertilizing, and watering. To prevent Hulong from slacking off, Jiang Daoxuan also established a supervision system that rotated every 2 days. The clansmen dragged Hulong, who was like a dead dog, out of the hall, attracting more and more onlookers along the way. The news quickly spread across Kangwu Mountain, with Jiang family members gathering to either praise the clan leader's wisdom or curse Hulong's incompetence. Some couldn't hold back and even resorted to beating Hulong, causing a scene of chaos. Meanwhile, even more shocking news arrived. The clan leader had dispatched Gu Xingjian to Luofeng's sect with the intention of completely eradicating it. This news was like a thunderclap, causing an uproar among the clan. A sense of pride and belonging ignited in everyone's hearts as they felt grateful to be part of the Jiang family. On the other hand, Gu Xingjian had already descended above Luofeng's sect. He looked down at the sect with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Then he closed his eyes, concentrating to unleash the perfected sword intent within him. In an instant, a pressure as heavy as a mountain enveloped the entire sect. The disciples of Luofeng's sect immediately found it hard to breathe, terror washing over them like a tide. At that moment, a voice as cold as thunder resounded through the heavens and earth. "I am Gu Xingjian, consecrated of the Jiang family, here by the order of the clan leader to annihilate your sect." The overwhelming power caused all the disciples' pupils to constrict in shock. Questions filled their minds. Is this the renowned Gu Jianzong? Who exactly is the Jiang family? When did we offend such a formidable force? Amidst the attention of all, Gu Xingjian slowly descended in front of the sect's grand hall. Looking down, he coldly demanded, "Where are the elders of Luofeng's sect? I have arrived." Why have they not come to pay their respects? As soon as Gu Xingjian appeared, his imposing presence swept over the entire scene like a massive tidal wave, leaving all the elders of the Zifu realm struggling to breathe. Their expressions were tense as they hurriedly flew out of the crowd to stand before him. Remembering the many rumors about this sword master, the elders suppressed their anger and spoke humbly. Master Gu, is there some misunderstanding between us? We have never offended the Jiang family. Gu Xingjian, expressionless, drew the sword from his waist and replied coldly. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not is none of my concern. We can discuss it later. I am here to fulfill the task given by the clan leader. With that, he turned his gaze toward the plaque above the main hall of the sect, where the 3 gilded characters, Luofeng's sect, were inscribed. Under the tense watch of all the disciples and elders of Luofeng's sect, Gu Xingjian gripped his sword with his left hand and activated the Qilin Sword Technique. The elemental power flowed over the blade like water, and with a powerful swing, he unleashed a formidable strike. Swish! A dazzling beam of sword light instantly illuminated the surroundings, its divine glow swirling, filled with an overwhelming sword intent. The sharpness was so intense that everyone felt a painful sting in their eyes, causing them to instinctively lower their heads and close their eyes. Boom! As the mighty strike, imbued with elemental sword intent, landed on the plaque, it shattered instantly. The elemental force raged, and the sword energy erupted, forming a terrifying storm of sword intent. In the blink of an eye, the once grand and majestic main hall of the sect was left covered in dense, shocking sword marks. When Gu Xingjian casually sheathed his sword and turned to face the crowd, a sudden, dull sound echoed throughout the sect's premises. The disciples of Luofeng's sect opened their eyes abruptly to see all the wooden pillars inside the hall snapping, the walls crumbling, and the structure collapsing with a resounding crash. Amidst the swirling dust, the magnificent hall was reduced to a scene of utter ruin. The entire area fell into a deathly silence. The disciples of Luofeng's sect swallowed nervously, not daring to make a sound. Gu Xingjian paid no mind to the reactions around him. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, pointing the tip at the crowd, and spoke with cold indifference. I need to report back to the clan leader quickly. To avoid wasting time, you should all come at me together. The 6 elders of the Zifu realm, hearing this, looked fearful and hesitant. From the astonishing sword force Gu Xingjian had just displayed, they knew that even if they joined forces, they might not withstand him. However, sensing the hint of killing intent emanating from Gu Xingjian, they couldn't help but shudder. Realizing they were doomed either way, the 6 elders gritted their teeth, a fierce glint in their eyes. They each drew their weapons, aimed them at Gu Xingjian, and shouted, "Attack!" With a mutual glance, they charged forward in unison. Facing the fierce onslaught of the elders, Gu Xingjian remained calm and unchanged in expression. As the first Zifu elder reached him, Gu Xingjian was already prepared to engage in battle. Swish! Gu Xingjian's wrist flicked, and his sword shot out like a snake, swiftly striking towards the elder of the Purple Mansion. The sword's speed was as fast as lightning, its trajectory almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. The elder had no way to dodge and could only watch helplessly as the blade approached. Gu Xingjian did not take the elder's life, but instead lightly tapped the sword's tip, instantly piercing the elder's dantian. He then kicked the elder, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Before he could catch his breath, 5 gleaming swords attacked. Gu Xingjian glanced at them, his figure flickering like a ghost, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he effortlessly evaded the combined assault of the 5 Purple Mansion cultivators. Seizing the moment when their attack missed, Gu Xingjian channeled his internal energy, his speed soaring once more. He flashed in front of the 5, thrusting his sword 5 times in quick succession, precisely piercing the dantians of all the Purple Mansion elders. Crimson blood instantly stained the elders' robes. They collapsed to the ground, their bodies limp, emitting cries of agony. Decades of cultivation were rendered useless in an instant. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Luofeng sect watched in terror, frozen like cicadas in winter. They knew all too well that the fate of their sect was likely sealed. As Gu Xingjian's gaze swept over them, all the disciples trembled involuntarily, fearing they would be next. However, his next words brought them a measure of relief. Once, a member of the Jiang family from Kangwu studied at the Chinchan sect. His name was Jiang Chun. Gu Xingjian's cold voice echoed around them. Not long ago, Jiang Chen's dantian was crippled by one of you, leading to much suffering for him. Now, the head of the Jiang family has ordered me to find the perpetrator. If anyone can identify this person, I will spare your lives. If no one comes forward, I will consider you all accomplices, and there will be no need for any of you to leave. These words caused an uproar among those present. The elders of the Luofeng sect, whose cultivation had been destroyed, were deeply shocked. Only now did they realize that the Jiang family Gu Xingjian spoke of was the renowned Kangwu Jiang family. Everyone recalled how the sect master had prepared lavish gifts and personally visited Kangwu Mountain to meet the Jiang family days ago. How had things turned so quickly, with the Jiang family head Jiang Daoxuan sending Xinzhan to kill them? Had the sect master offended Jiang Daoxuan at Kangwu Mountain? Various speculations swirled in their minds. At the same time, the disciples of Luofeng's sect were wide-eyed with disbelief. They never imagined that the conflicts with the Chinchan sect over the years would provoke the Kangwu Jiang family. With the family members Dantian crippled, it was no wonder Xinzhan came with orders from the Jiang family head to seek justice. But who was this Jiang Chun? It was a name they had never heard. Knowing that identifying the culprit could save their lives, everyone began desperately trying to recall any grievances with the Chinchan sect. Yet, despite racking their brains, most Luofeng sect disciples remained bewildered. Aside from a few well-known true disciples and some prominent inner sect members of the Chinchan sect, they had no recollection of the name. Among the crowd, 3 disciples from the Luofeng sect stood out with expressions that were completely different from the others. They stood side by side, brows slightly furrowed, and a thoughtful glint in their eyes. Jiang Chun, one of them murmured, "Why does that name sound so familiar? I think I've heard it somewhere too." Another agreed, suddenly perking up. "Wait, I remember now." The 3 of them simultaneously recalled an incident from not long ago. They exchanged a knowing glance as memories flooded back. Recently, they had accompanied senior brother Du Guang to the Fierce Beast mountain range to carry out a sect mission. Upon arrival, they unexpectedly spotted 4 individuals in Chinchan sect attire from a distance. Initially intending to avoid trouble, Du Guang changed his mind. The 4 looked disheveled, clearly having just been through a fierce battle. Instead of leaving, Du Guang stealthily moved closer to observe. They soon noticed the beast carcasses beside the Chinchan sect disciples and the precious top-grade yellow spiritual herb, Qingling grass, in their possession. A glint of greed flashed in Du Guang's eyes as he immediately ordered an ambush to seize the Qingling grass. A battle was imminent, and the result was the death of 3 Chinchan sect members and 1 who managed to escape. The escaping Chinchan sect disciple was cornered at the edge of a cliff. Ultimately, Du Guang personally struck, shattering the disciple's Dantian with a punch and pushing him off the cliff. During the fight, they learned the name of the Chinchan sect disciple who was pushed off the cliff, Jiang Chun. Recalling this, the 3 Luofeng sect disciples couldn't help but gasp. They never imagined that the boy Du Guang had knocked off the cliff could have survived. They had specifically noted the cliff's height, which was several hundred meters. Even an innate realm expert would likely perish from such a fall, let alone Jiang Chun with a destroyed Dantian. This is unbelievable. How did he survive? The 3 looked at each other, eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. At that moment, a young man in gray caught their attention in the crowd. He was sweating profusely, looking panicked, and trembling uncontrollably. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Du Guang. Du Guang was in turmoil, unable to believe it. The boy he had casually knocked off a cliff had not only survived, but the Zhang family had also sent the renowned powerful swordmaster Gu Xinzhan to the Luofeng sect to seek justice, specifically looking for him. Realizing this, Du Guang's legs trembled like a sieve. He had never anticipated that one day, the mighty sect might fall because of him. In a state of panic, he instinctively looked around, his gaze meeting those of the 3 Luofeng sect disciples. Du Guang's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Sure enough, in the next moment, the 3 disciples of the Luofeng sect were pale-faced and trembling. To save their lives, they hurriedly began to report. Reporting to Gu Jianzhong, "I wish to report. I want to report as well. It was Du Guang who destroyed Jiang Chen's Dantian. That's right. We witnessed it with our own eyes. It was senior brother Du who did it." Their voices were filled with fear and urgency. Although they understood that reporting might lead to punishment for pursuing Jiang Chun, it was undoubtedly a safer choice than concealing the truth. As the accusations rang out, the crowd felt a wave of relief, their brows unfurrowing, and their hearts instantly lightened. They had been worried about facing disaster if they couldn't identify Jiang Chen's assailant, but now someone had stepped forward to save them all. Grateful glances were cast towards the 3 informants, followed by angry glares directed at Du Guang. "So it was you all along," a disciple shouted angrily. "Since you shattered Jiang Chen's Dantian, why didn't you just kill him? If you had finished the job, our Luofeng sect wouldn't have offended the Jiang family of Kangwu." The crowd's gazes were like daggers piercing Du Guang, causing him to collapse to the ground. Ignoring the pain, Du Guang quickly looked up at Gu Xinzhan, desperately revealing that the 3 informants had also participated in the pursuit of Jiang Chun. They were involved too. Du Guang's voice trembled. "We hunted Jiang Chun together, so why should they live while I must die?" Driven by intense resentment, Du Guang began to frantically expose the disgraceful actions of the 3. The informants were stunned, then quickly engulfed by fear. To protect themselves, they immediately retaliated, exposing Du Guang's misdeeds, throwing the scene into chaos filled with profanities and accusations. Gu Xinzhan listened silently, piecing together the sequence of events. Considering Patriarch Jiang Daoxuan's protective nature, he reached a conclusion: none of these people could be allowed to escape. Gu Xingjian sheathed his sword at his waist, and, with a light tap of his toes, flew to the center of the crowd. He unleashed his spiritual power, pinpointing the positions of Du Guang and the others. Raising his left hand, he brought 2 fingers together to form a sword, quickly channeling his energy to his fingertips, and unleashed 4 swift, arrow-like energy bolts. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 cried out in pain, curling up like shrimps. Gu Xingjian nodded slightly. The task entrusted by the patriarch was complete. He turned and surveyed the area, looking at the Luofeng sect disciples, who were pale and trembling with fear, and solemnly announced, "By order of the patriarch, the Luofeng sect is to be disbanded today. You have the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to leave. If not, there will be no need to leave at all." As soon as the words were spoken, chaos erupted at the entrance of the Luofeng sect. All the disciples, like startled birds, trembled with fear and scrambled to flee the scene. Some stumbled and fell in their haste, but paid no attention to the pain, rolling and crawling away as quickly as they could. In the blink of an eye, the entrance was left in disarray, with an air of fear lingering. Gu Xingjian slowly turned around, his gaze sharp and piercing as he looked at the ashen-faced elders of the Luofeng sect and Du Guang. His eyes conveyed a cold determination, as if saying, "There is only one thing left to escort these people back to Kangwu Mountain for the clan leader to deal with." The news spread like wildfire. As the Luofeng sect disciples scattered back to their families, the shocking news of the sect's downfall quickly reached the surrounding areas. Clan leaders, sect masters, and even ordinary people took it as a hot topic of conversation, causing a stir throughout the region. In the Longmen Inn in Qingyang City, diners put down their bowls and chopsticks to gather and discuss the astonishing news. "Have you heard? The Luofeng sect has been destroyed," a guest whispered, eliciting gasps from those around. "Really?" Someone inhaled sharply. Wasn't the Luofeng sect protected by a powerful leader like whose sect master? How could it suddenly be wiped out? Another person nodded knowingly. "Well, rumor has it that it was Gu Xingjian of the Gu Sword sect who destroyed Luofeng sect. He stormed their mountain gate with his Qingfeng sword and took down the elders in just a few moves." "How is that possible?" Someone shook their head in disbelief. Gu Sword sect is known for his obsession with swordsmanship and sparring, but he's never destroyed a sect before. Did Luofeng sect do something so outrageous that it provoked Gu Sword sect to such an extent? The crowd buzzed with speculation. The sensational topic quickly drew in more patrons who paused their activities, eager not to miss any detail. After all, the Luofeng sect was a formidable presence that had dominated the region for hundreds of years. In the past, having a family member join the Luofeng sect was a cause for great celebration, drawing admiration and congratulations from neighbors and friends. Yet, this mighty sect was destroyed by Gu Sword sect? What earth-shattering events led to this? Under the eager eyes of the crowd, someone finally spoke up with insider information. He looked around, lowered his voice, ready to reveal the shocking secret behind the sect's downfall. The news of the Luofeng sect's downfall spread like a hurricane throughout the entire world of cultivation. Inside the Longmen Inn, a seemingly ordinary diner set down his wine cup and slowly revealed this astonishing secret. "My uncle's grandmother's neighbor's distant cousin's daughter was once a disciple of the Luofeng sect," he said in a hushed tone. "From her, I learned some unknown truths." The surrounding diners immediately perked up their ears, holding their breath as they listened. "Nowadays, the Gujian sect has become a vassal of the Jiang family," he continued. "The Luofeng sect hadn't offended the Gujian sect, but they angered the Jiang family behind it. Therefore, the Gujian sect acted on Jiang Jin sect's orders to settle the score with Luofeng sect." As soon as these words were spoken, the inn erupted in chaos. The Jiang family? I didn't know which family the Gujian sect joined. Which Jiang family could compel the Gujian sect to serve them? In response to the crowd's questions, the diner calmly took another sip of wine and said leisurely, "Which Jiang family? Naturally, it's the one settled in the Kangwu Mountains, with Jiang Jin sect overseeing it." This statement was like a thunderclap, shaking everyone present to their core. But even the Kangwu Jiang family shouldn't have the authority to make Gujian sect join them, right? Yeah. Although Jiang Jin sect is renowned, it rose to power only recently. It's uncertain if it can rival Gujian sect, so how could it attract such a powerful sword cultivator? Faced with the crowd's skepticism, the diner displayed a mysterious smile. "Rumor has it that someone named Jiang Chun from the Jiang family had his Dantian crippled by the Luofeng sect. That's what led the Jiang family to send Gujian sect to settle the score." A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. Just because one clan member's Dantian was crippled, they want to destroy an entire sect? The Kangwu Jiang family is too domineering. Jiang Chun didn't die. He just can't cultivate anymore. Couldn't Luofeng sect compensate them or hand over the disciple who did it? Why annihilate the entire sect? An elderly man stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, "I believe Jiang Jin sect's intentions are not just about revenge. The Kangwu Jiang family has only recently emerged, and despite destroying Chinchan sect, their short-term prestige can't compare with similar powers. Jiang Sect's actions likely aim to enhance their reputation more than anything else. With these words, the crowd suddenly understood. A classic case of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. Jiang Sect truly has deep foresight. Now that Luofeng's sect is gone, once this news spreads, who would dare to easily offend the Jiang family of Kangwu? As the discussion deepened, the topic gradually strayed. The inn was filled with voices of envy and jealousy. To be honest, I'm starting to envy those Jiang family members. Indeed, not only do they have a strong figure like Jiang Sect, but they also provide such strong protection for their clan. People say all roads lead to the capital, but some are born in the capital, while we common folk may never reach it in our lifetime. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Qilin Sect, an emergency meeting was underway. The sect leader and innate elders gathered, their faces full of shock and worry. The sect leader wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, suppressing his panic, and sighed. To think even Luofeng's sect would fall to the Kangwu Jiang family. The elders echoed, their expressions bitter. That the Gujian sect would become a vassal of the Jiang family is indeed unexpected. Even the Day Sword Palace, with its Moon Wheel realm experts, was refused. What means did Jiang sect employ to make Gujian sect willingly lower itself to join such a small Jiang family? Finally, one elder couldn't help but remark, just because a disciple of Luofeng's sect crippled a Jiang family member's Dantian, they sent Gujian sect to annihilate Luofeng's sect. Jiang sect is truly vengeful and protective. Even a powerful sect like the Luofeng sect was wiped out in an instant. If we were the ones who offended the Jiang family, how could we possibly survive? These words hit the elders of the Qilin sect like a heavy blow. They exchanged fearful glances, their eyes filled with terror. One of them, voice trembling, said, I'm afraid that the Jiang patriarch won't give us a chance to explain. Indeed, another elder agreed, cold sweat forming on his forehead. With what's happened now, who would dare to offend the Jiang family? The Luofeng sect serves as a grim reminder. Fear spread like wildfire in the hall. Everyone understood that their fear was not unfounded. Once, the Luofeng sect was a dominant force in the region, unmatched by any family or sect, compelling others to submit to its might. Yet, such a formidable sect was completely obliterated in a single day for offending the Jiang family of Kangwu, erasing centuries of heritage in an instant. The Qilin sect's leader was not faring any better. His complexion was pale, his gaze unfocused, anxiety consuming him. Jiang Jinzong had annihilated the Luofeng sect mercilessly over a single clansman with a crippled Dantian. Such terrifying power left him feeling unprecedented panic. To avoid a similar fate, the sect leader abruptly raised his head, scanning the elders with grave intent, and ordered, instruct all our disciples from today onwards. If they encounter anyone from the Jiang family of Kangwu, they must retreat and avoid any conflict at all costs. As soon as he finished speaking, every elder in the room nodded fervently, as if grasping a lifeline. They genuinely feared that a careless disciple might offend the Jiang family, bringing disaster upon them. In such a case, it would indeed be a calamity that descended from the heavens. Facing a family capable of effortlessly annihilating the Luofeng sect, how could the Qilin sect, with its limited resources, possibly withstand or escape such a fate? The elders resolved to repeatedly caution every disciple in the sect to prevent any future catastrophe. Seeing their urgency and tension, the Qilin sect leader sighed with relief. He was confident that they would convey his orders accurately to every disciple in the shortest time possible. Just as he was about to dismiss the meeting, a thought suddenly struck him. His eyes sparkled with a new idea. He changed his tone and addressed everyone. Since the Jiang family is so protective of their own, why don't we send some suitable young women from our families to Kangwu Mountain? If they marry into the Jiang family, when our sect faces difficulties in the future, the Jiang family might consider this connection and not stand idly by. He paused, then continued. Even if they do nothing, having a marital tie with the Jiang family would certainly make others wary and keep them at a distance. Our Qilin sect could use this relationship to rapidly grow and reach unprecedented heights. As the sect leader's words resonated, the elders' eyes grew brighter. Someone whispered excitedly, yes, if Jiang Daoxuan is so protective, forming an alliance with them could surely bring us some benefits. Then, we would truly rise to prominence. The leader truly lives up to the title, quickly pointing us towards a promising path. Day Sword Palace is a powerful sect focused on swordsmanship, where every disciple is skilled in various sword techniques, all in pursuit of the ultimate sword Dao. With a Moon Wheel Realm sword cultivator in residence, it holds a prestigious position in the cultivation world. At this moment, in front of a waterfall, the palace master Pei Qingfeng sits cross-legged. Despite his graying hair, his features remain handsome, and a verdant longsword is embedded in the rock before him, exuding a chilling sharpness. Pei Qingfeng listens to the elder's report beside him, maintaining a calm expression, though a hint of curiosity flickers in his eyes. The rise of the Kangwu Jiang family hasn't drawn much of his attention. even though they've consecutively defeated Chinchan Sect and Luofeng Sect. To him, these are merely skirmishes among juniors. What truly intrigues him is the young man named Gu Xingjian. Reflecting on the past, Pei Qingfeng's eyes reveal a trace of nostalgia as he murmurs to himself, I recognized your exceptional talent in swordsmanship back then. Had I personally mentored you, within 5 years, you would have comprehended perfect sword intent. Within 20, you could have reached the sword heart realm. I even promised you a mid-grade earth-level sword technique, for the simple price of joining my day sword palace and never leaving. His tone carries a tinge of regret and confusion. You should understand how precious a mid-grade earth-level sword technique is. This technique is the foundational art of our day sword palace, not to be passed on lightly. Only by you becoming a lifelong member of our sect could I feel at ease. Yet, you turned down everything, rejecting an opportunity many dream of, and missed your only chance to grasp the sword heart. Pei Qingfeng's gaze shifts to the waterfall before him, eyes suddenly becoming sharp. Everyone has their own aspirations, I won't stop you. But you abandoned all this, squandering your sword talent, to join a weak family where the strongest is merely Yuan Hai, and serve as their patron. His words now carry a clear note of anger. As someone who has comprehended the sword heart, holds the title of Sword Marquis, and commands respect throughout the Tiandu prefecture, Pei Qingfeng is unaccustomed to rejection. Not only did Gu Xingjian refuse him, but he also joined the weaker Kangwu Jiang family, which is a significant affront to his dignity. A strong sense of discomfort wells up within Pei Qingfeng, akin to being rejected by someone he admired, only to see them embrace someone inferior. He is tempted to immediately visit the Kangwu Jiang family to uncover what allure this small family holds to attract a sword prodigy like Gu Xingjian. But considering his status and the upcoming duties with the 100 Sect competition, Pei Qingfeng suppresses his impulse. He murmurs softly, once the 100 Sect competition, overseen by the prefecture lord, concludes, perhaps I should also visit Kangwu Mountain. Jiang Han stood at the foot of the mountain, his eyes sweeping over the magnificent scenery around him, filled with an almost uncontrollable excitement. As he looked up ahead, his pupils contracted sharply, and his heart pounded wildly. A towering mountain loomed before him, its upper half shrouded in mist, with grand and majestic pavilions faintly visible, as if a fairyland had descended to earth. This is where I'll be living, Jiang Han murmured to himself, his voice full of disbelief. Despite having learned about the clan leader's achievements and the fact that Kangwu Mountain had become the new home of the Jiang family during his long journey from Jiangyan, witnessing this spectacular sight firsthand left him in awe. Let's go, it's time to head up the mountain. Jiang Yan's voice pulled Jiang Han back to reality. He took a deep breath, looking again at Kangwu Mountain, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. Meanwhile, in the family hall of Kangwu Mountain, Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by a powerful aura that emanated an intimidating presence. After a long moment, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing deep pupils filled with endless authority. Sensing the vast energy within him, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Stage 8 of the Yuan Hai realm, finally achieved. Jiang Daoxuan rejoiced inwardly. In just a few days, through his own cultivation and the support of the entire clan, he had broken through 3 minor stages from the 5th stage of the Yuan Hai realm. At this pace, he estimated that within a month, he could step into the Xingluan realm, becoming a renowned true expert. In addition to his rapid progress in cultivation, Jiang Daoxuan had also made strides in the way of the sword. Although he had not yet comprehended the sword heart to become a sword marquis, he had perfected his understanding of the sword intent, reaching the threshold of consolidating the heart of the sword. For most people, this threshold might be insurmountable in a lifetime. Even for those with extraordinary talent, it could take several years or even a decade. However, Jiang Daoxuan estimated it would take him only 10 days to barely cross it and grasp the sword heart. As Jiang Daoxuan was immersed in the changes within his body, a clan member on duty entered the hall, respectfully reporting, Clan leader, Jiang Yin has returned with the people from the Kwansong branch. They are outside the hall. Would you like to see them? Jiang Daoxuan gathered his thoughts, his eyes flickering slightly, and softly said, let them in. The clan member acknowledged and left. Moments later, footsteps approached from the entrance of the hall. Jiang Daoxuan was about to rise and turned his head to look. At that moment, a notification from the system suddenly echoed in Jiang Daoxuan's mind. Ding, a red-level clan member has been detected. The host can initiate an investment. This information brought a hint of surprise to Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. After all, the 2 fated individuals within the clan were only at the gold level. What extraordinary qualities did this clan member, who had reached the red investment level, possess? Driven by intense curiosity, Jiang Daoxuan slowly rose from his cushion and turned to look behind him. Just then, Jiang Han was anxiously following Jiang Yin into the grand hall. Jiang Han instinctively glanced up, meeting Jiang Daoxuan's gaze. Those deep eyes, seemingly capable of seeing through everything, sent a shiver through Jiang Han. A strange feeling surged within him, as if all his secrets had been laid bare. So, this is the clan leader? Why does he seem even more intimidating than the rumors? Jiang Han murmured to himself, quickly lowering his head to avoid further eye contact. Jiang Daoxuan, however, paid no heed to Jiang Han's change in expression. His attention was fully focused on the virtual panel that suddenly appeared before him. Name: Jiang Han. Cultivation: 9th level of bone refinement. Innate talent: inferior. Comprehension: prodigy. Fortune: red. Talent for turning misfortune into fortune: mortal body. Opportunity: reincarnation of a fragment of a mysterious treasure spirit, inheritor of the Yellow Springs Emperor's legacy, master of the Yellow Springs demonic arts, capable of absorbing others' essence to enhance his own cultivation speed. Seeing Jiang Han's impressive panel, Jiang Daoxuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't expected that this red-level fated clan member would have such inferior innate talent. Even within the entire Kangwu Jiang family, there were fewer than 5 people with such poor talent. After all, 99% of the Jiang family members had average talent, equivalent to ordinary people. However, Jiang Han's comprehension was exceptionally outstanding, reaching the level of a prodigy. Even Jiang Chun, who had completed his transformation, was only at this level. What puzzled Jiang Daoxuan even more was the Yellow Springs demonic arts Jiang Han had mastered. If such a skill, which allowed him to absorb others' essence to accelerate his own cultivation, were leaked, it would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar. At that time, Jiang Han, using countless cultivators as resources, would likely become a target, attracting attacks from numerous factions. Despite understanding the potential consequences, Jiang Daoxuan had no intention of interfering with Jiang Han or persuading him to abandon the Yellow Springs demonic arts for another practice. After all, every clan member had their own path to follow, and he had no desire to intervene. As Jiang Daoxuan's thoughts swirled, the system's notification sounded again. Ding, current target. Investment can trigger red-level returns. Invest a strand of Golden Crow energy to receive a strand of Sword Saint power. Invest a Tongshin Golden Pill to acquire a special constitution, innate sword body. Invest in the Earth Grade Supreme Technique, Great Sun Body Refinement Art, to gain a unique divine ability, Great Annihilation Technique. Invest in the Earth Grade Supreme Martial Skill, Purple Thunder Palm, to obtain a special constitution, Thunder Spirit Body. Seeing the array of enticing reward options, Jiang Daoxuan's lips curled into a slight smile. He withdrew his gaze, turning his attention to the branch family members standing before him. As soon as Jiang Daoxuan finished speaking, it sparked an enthusiastic reaction from all the branch family members present. They bowed deeply, their faces filled with genuine gratitude. Everything they had witnessed on this journey made them deeply appreciate the value of Kangwu Mountain. The air was thick with spiritual energy, far surpassing any cultivation sanctuary they could recall. Even the closest place they knew only had a fraction of the spiritual concentration found here. Reflecting on the excitement they felt when the clan leader summoned them back to the main family, they now truly understood the significance of this opportunity. It wasn't just about returning to the main family. Even this once overlooked Kangwu Mountain was an incredible opportunity beyond their imagination. Thinking about the possibility of long-term cultivation here and the rapid progress they would make, everyone couldn't help but tremble with uncontrollable joy. Jiang Daoxuan observed their reactions, a slight smile playing at his lips. After hearing Jiang Yan's report on the troubles faced by the Quanhong Jiang family, he silently noted the name, Black Tiger Sect, and then signaled Jiang Yan to lead the group away. Jiang Yan respectfully bowed deeply, preparing to lead the branch family members out of the hall. However, just as they took a few steps, Jiang Daoxuan's voice resonated again. Jiang Han, you stay. This sudden instruction left everyone momentarily stunned, their steps halting involuntarily. They looked at Jiang Han with confusion, unsure why the clan leader singled him out. A thoughtful look crossed Jiang Yan's eyes, as he recalled his master mentioning something special about this clan cousin. Yet, as someone with secrets of his own, Jiang Yan had no intention of probing further. He turned to the others and urged, we should go. Let Jiang Han remain here. Only then did the group snap out of their daze, quickly following Jiang Yan out, wary of disturbing the clan leader. Soon, the vast family hall returned to silence. Jiang Han stood there, head bowed, hands gripping his sleeves tightly, anxiety gnawing at him as he wondered why the clan leader had kept him back. Just as cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, a voice as gentle as a breeze spoke. No matter what dangers you face outside, never forget that the family is always your strongest shield. The words struck Jiang Han like a bolt of lightning, and he looked up sharply, eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at the man before him. He knew without a doubt that the clan leader wouldn't say such things to him without reason. Could it be that my secret has been discovered? Jiang Han's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively prepared to speak, wanting to confirm his suspicions. However, just as he uttered a word, Jiang Daoxuan interrupted him with his next sentence. When in conflict with others while traveling, remember to finish them off to prevent them from faking death and deceiving you. Jiang Daoxuan's voice was low and serious. You must also destroy any evidence to reduce your chances of exposure. Do you understand? Jiang Han froze on the spot, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. The clan leader's words were like a sharp blade, piercing straight into the deepest secret of his heart. The dangerous nature of the Yellow Springs demon art flashed in his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Listening to the clan leader's guidance, Jiang Han was completely taken aback. The hidden meaning in those words laid everything bare. Clearly, the clan leader was concerned that after using the Yellow Springs demon art to absorb others' vital essence, Jiang Han might not deal with the bodies in time, leading to anomalies that would arouse the suspicion of other cultivators. Hence, the advice to finish off and destroy evidence, leaving no traces and reducing the risk of exposure. Jiang Han looked at his clan leader with growing reverence. By now, he understood that not only had the clan leader seen through his secret, but he also knew about the Yellow Springs demon art that Jiang Han had mastered. Indeed, my earlier intuition wasn't wrong. The clan leader must have seen through me at first glance. Jiang Han sighed inwardly, filled with confusion and puzzlement. This was the heritage left by the Yellow Springs Emperor. How did the clan leader see through it with just one look? With these questions in mind, Jiang Han faced Jiang Daoxuan and respectfully bowed, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, clan leader." His heart warmed, deeply moved. The clan leader had not only refrained from pointing out his inheritance, but had also offered advice, a kindness that filled him with gratitude. He had been prepared to reveal his secret, yet the clan leader showed no interest in it. In response to Jiang Han's gesture, Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly, and then retrieved a space ring from his purple mansion. The ring already contained items related to cultivation, such as the Tongxian Golden Elixir and the Great Sun Body Refining Technique. To accelerate Jiang Han's cultivation, he had even included a pound of divine liquid, which could substitute for spirit stones for absorption. Since Jiang Han did not have an elder in the Heavenman realm like Jiang Yan, and his knowledge might be limited, Jiang Daoxuan imprinted a faint trace of divine consciousness on each item to help Jiang Han with any questions. Then, with a wave of his hand, Jiang Daoxuan released an overwhelming surge of pure yang energy. Instantly, the energy formed an ethereal giant hand that grasped the space ring and presented it to Jiang Han. Caught off guard by this, Jiang Han was bewildered, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Take these resources with you when you travel," Jiang Daoxuan said calmly. "They might help you in times of urgent need and bring you some surprises." Understanding the nature of the Yellow Springs demon art, Jiang Daoxuan knew well that if Jiang Han wanted to grow quickly, he couldn't stay in Kangwu Mountain like others to cultivate. He had to venture into the outside world, using the blood and flesh of countless cultivators to forge his supreme foundation. That was the path he should take, the fastest way to grow. Though this path was fraught with countless dangers, often hovering between life and death, Jiang Han's red luck suggested he would turn misfortune into fortune. So, what was there to worry about? Jiang Daoxuan's voice echoed throughout the hall, warming Jiang Han's heart. He reached out, clenching his 5 fingers tightly around the spatial ring suspended in midair, causing the energy hand supporting it to dissipate instantly. Jiang Han looked up at the clan leader, bowed respectfully, and said, "Thank you, clan leader." Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly, his tone gentle. "In the future, if you have any issues, feel free to discuss them with Jiang Yan. We are family, no need to be overly formal." "Understood," Jiang Han replied solemnly. Through recent interactions, he had come to understand his cousin's character, warm and kind-hearted towards family, yet extremely indifferent to outsiders. Jiang Daoxuan waved his sleeve lightly and advised, "You may go now. Remember, the family and I are always behind you." Jiang Han's face lit up with joy as he expressed his gratitude repeatedly. He initially thought that the renowned clan leader would be very strict, which made him anxious. Unexpectedly, the clan leader was just like an ordinary elder, offering repeated reminders, a warmth of care he hadn't felt in a long time. After expressing his thanks, Jiang Han turned and left. The hall returned to silence, with only Jiang Daoxuan remaining. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the system prompt before him. "Ding, investment successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a trace of Sword Saint's power." Sword Saint's power contains a trace of the true essence of swordsmanship left by a Sword Saint level cultivator, available for comprehension and cultivation, or for unleashing a devastating attack on a saint. Once released, the Sword Saint's power will dissipate. Sword Saint. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up. As a sword cultivator, he understood the weight of this term. Only by refining swordsmanship to its pinnacle and comprehending the soul of the sword could one be called a sword saint. The realm of the sword soul is beyond the reach of many saints, highlighting the rarity of this sword saint's power. For Jiang Daoxuan, this opportunity arrived just in time. He had noticed that the effects of the wordless sword manual were rapidly diminishing, and by the time he comprehended the realm of the sword heart, the manual would likely become ineffective. This trace of Sword Saint's power perfectly filled that gap, allowing his sword cultivation to continue advancing rapidly. More importantly, this Sword Saint's power not only provides insights into swordsmanship, but can also be unleashed to deliver a terrifying strike capable of severely injuring a saint. If faced with a powerful opponent in the Heaven and Man realm, this strike might be enough to destroy them completely. Jiang Daoxuan calculated in his mind that this was undoubtedly an ultimate trump card for survival. It could be used for comprehension and enhancing swordsmanship in normal times. If confronted with an unbeatable enemy and facing a life-or-death crisis, the Sword Saint's strike could be unleashed. As for whether an enemy could withstand this strike, Jiang Daoxuan had no worries. Jiang Daoxuan focused intently on the system prompt, his brow slightly furrowed. The current state of power in the Great Qin dynasty gave him pause. There hadn't been a single appearance of a Yuanshan realm expert, let alone a Tianren realm cultivator. The strongest was merely a Vientiane realm true lord, who would likely struggle to withstand a single strike from a sword saint. His gaze shifted downward as he continued to review the rewards. The system notification sounded, announcing successful investment. Jiang Daoxuan had acquired a special constitution, the Thunder Spirit Body. This physique contained the power of thunder, enhancing energy with thunderous force, making it exceptionally lethal and capable of piercing through defenses. The system also reminded him that since he already possessed the innate Sacred Body Dao embryo, he could choose any clan member to awaken the Thunder Spirit Body within 3 days. Once awakened, it could not be changed. Jiang Daoxuan was familiar with the Thunder Spirit Body. The ancestor of the Tang family in Tidu wielded this physique, and despite being only a Moon Wheel Realm cultivator, his combat prowess was extraordinary and his renown widespread. However, the ability to directly bestow this physique upon a clan member was quite unexpected. He fell into contemplation. The 3 fated individuals in the clan were the obvious choice, but upon further reflection, it might not be suitable. Jiang Chun had a physique transformed by celestial fire. Jiang Yin possessed the Azure Flame Treasure Body, and even Jiang Han's constitution had been improved by the profound gold pill. Forcing the Thunder Spirit Body upon them might actually limit their potential. After careful consideration, Jiang Daoxuan decided to grant the Thunder Spirit Body to the Great Elder. This decision was based not only on past contributions, but also because the Great Elder, being the second strongest in the Jiang family with a Purple Mansion realm cultivation, was worthy of such an investment. With the Thunder Spirit Body, breaking through to the Yuanhai realm, or even the Star Will realm seemed imminent, and reaching the Moon Will realm wasn't out of reach. Having made his decision, Jiang Daoxuan continued to examine the next reward. The system once again announced a successful investment, this time revealing a special constitution, the innate sword body. This powerful physique was born for the sword, allowing cultivators to comprehend the Tao of the sword with divine assistance and to condense formidable innate sword energy. However, the innate sword body had its limitations. Only clan members with a singular dedication to the sword and unwavering determination could perfectly merge with it. Currently, none of the 3 fated individuals in the Jiang family met the criteria, so Jiang Daoxuan decided to store it in the system warehouse, awaiting a clan member as passionate about the sword as Gu Xingjian to emerge. The final reward surprised Jiang Daoxuan slightly. The system declared he had obtained a special divine ability, the Great Annihilation Technique. This was one of the top demonic path divine abilities, containing the terrifying power to obliterate all things. If cultivated to perfection, it could even shatter the stars and destroy an entire realm. A hint of astonishment flashed in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes, followed by deep contemplation. These rewards were undoubtedly precious, but how to utilize them effectively required careful planning. Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction, feeling a surge of joy within. This incredibly destructive and terrifying power was now his foremost weapon. Once unleashed, even he couldn't predict its full potential. Another card up my sleeve, not bad, Jiang Daoxuan thought. He always believed that having more options was never a burden. Reflecting on his journey so far, techniques like the myriad swords converging, the power of the sword saint, the Samadhi true fire, the great collapse technique, the Kunpeng's secret art, and the sacred body phenomenon had all become part of his foundation. Yet, no one had yet been worthy enough for him to use these powerful techniques. Even his strongest opponent so far, Gu Xingjian, who was at the 9th level of the Yuanhai realm, wasn't enough. Jiang Daoxuan easily defeated him with just a top-tier earth-grade sword technique, leaving his other skills unused. Jiang Daoxuan wasn't worried about this. He understood well that having a sword and choosing not to use it were entirely different matters. These techniques could remain unused, but they must never be absent. Shaking off these thoughts, Jiang Daoxuan refocused and sat back down on his mat. He closed his eyes, once again practicing his pure yang limitless technique, diving into a new round of cultivation. Despite having many powerful techniques, he always remembered that cultivation level was the true foundation. If he could overpower opponents with his level alone, why take the risk of fighting beyond his limits? As the sky turned dusky, In the Jiang family residence at Kangwu Mountain, Zhang Han cautiously looked around to ensure no one was watching before quickly sitting down on his bed. He carefully took out a spatial ring given by the patriarch and opened it. Instantly, the contents of the ring appeared before him. 2 small booklets, a golden pill, a white jade jar, and a fist-sized golden flame. Seeing these extraordinary items, Zhang Han's eyes lit up as he speculated. Could these be the legendary Xiangrade treasures? They seem so mystical, far beyond ordinary Huanggrade items. Xiangrade treasures are rare items usually obtained by Zifu cultivators. Thinking about the remarkable descriptions of Xiangrade treasures, Zhang Han's heart raced, and his eyes burned with excitement. Although he had inherited the legacy of the Emperor of the Yellow Springs, the gap was too vast and lacked reference, so it didn't have the same impact. Xiangrade treasures, being highly coveted, were easier for him to appreciate. Zhang Han marveled internally. The patriarch is so generous. Even though I'm only at the bone refining stage, he's bestowed upon me treasures that even innate experts dream of obtaining. Suppressing his excitement, Zhang Han picked up one of the booklets and began to read. The further he read, the more his fingers trembled, and by the time he reached the section describing the grade, he could hardly contain himself. The phrase, Great Sun Body Refinement Technique, Earth Tier Supreme, hit Zhang Han like a sledgehammer, pounding into his mind. He shuddered, his eyes widened, and his lips trembled slightly as he muttered in disbelief. Earth Tier Supreme? Zhang Han had been content with acquiring a profound tier technique, never expecting the clan leader to bestow such an earth-shattering gift upon him. An Earth Tier Supreme technique? What kind of concept was this? Even the legendary strongest figures were said to possess no more than Earth Tier high-grade techniques. Amidst his shock, Zhang Han's eyes involuntarily shifted to another booklet. A bold speculation arose in his mind as he nervously swallowed and, with trembling hands, brought the booklet to his face, quickly flipping through it. In no time, Zhang Han's expression turned completely numb. His guess was indeed correct. This martial technique, named Purple Thunder Palm, was also Earth Tier Supreme. Zhang Han felt his understanding of the world collapse and reconstruct in an instant. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that the clan leader would provide such precious treasures. Reflecting on his earlier thoughts, Zhang Han couldn't help but feel utterly foolish. He had naively assumed these items were merely profound tier treasures, and even in his boldest assumptions, he had only speculated they might be profound tier supreme. Yet reality had struck him with a harsh blow, completely overturning his perception. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Han forced himself to calm down. His gaze turned to the remaining 3 items within the spatial ring, now with a completely transformed mindset. Carefully extracting the white jade jar, Zhang Han held his breath and slowly opened the lid. Instantly, an intense life essence surged out like a tide, filling the entire room. Startled by the sudden phenomenon, Zhang Han instinctively took a deep breath, only to be amazed as he realized his cultivation had signs of breaking through. This is unheard of. Zhang Han marveled internally. Just inhaling a single breath had such an effect. The consequences of directly refining it were unimaginable. This miraculous liquid's efficacy far surpassed the inferior spirit stones he had used before. They weren't even in the same league. Recognizing the item's immense value, Zhang Han hurriedly returned the divine liquid to the spatial ring. Next, he took out the completely golden pill, examining it closely in his palm, yet unable to discern its purpose. As Zhang Han pondered, a faint glow suddenly flickered across the pill's surface, merging instantly into his forehead. Before he could react, a surge of unfamiliar information flooded his mind. Tongxian Golden Pill, Heaven Tier Supreme Pill, containing the power to seize the creation of heaven and earth. Zhang Han stood frozen, once again struck speechless by this astonishing revelation. Once Zhang Han processed the information in his mind, his eyes suddenly lit up. He now understood the astounding effect of this top-grade celestial pillet could enhance his innate talent and constitution. A surge of exhilaration filled his heart, as the thorn that had plagued him for years finally seemed within reach of being removed. Carefully, he cradled the Tongxian Golden Pill, his hands trembling slightly. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Han placed the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from his abdomen, rushing through his body like a river bursting its banks. A sudden wave of drowsiness washed over him, and his eyelids grew heavy. He struggled to stay awake for a moment, but eventually succumbed to the pill's power, slowly closing his eyes and drifting into sleep. It was unclear how much time had passed when Zhang Han slowly awoke. Turning his head to look outside, he saw the darkness of night had enveloped everything. Looking down, he found his body covered in a sticky layer of black sludge, emitting a nauseating stench. He immediately realized this was the impurity expelled from his body. Eager to sense the changes in his body, Zhang Han closed his eyes and focused. Moments later, a jubilant expression appeared on his face. The once blocked meridians were now clear, and his ability to absorb spiritual energy had increased by more than 100-fold. This far exceeded his expectations. Instinctively, Jiang Han activated his Huangquan demon technique, and suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to find an outlet, eagerly rushing into his body. In less than 10 breaths, with a crisp crack, he broke through his previous limitations, officially stepping into the first stage of the Hotian realm. Jiang Han opened his eyes wide, staring incredulously at his hands. The former cultivation failure now possessed an astonishing speed of absorbing spiritual energy. His joy was evident, and he silently vowed to contribute to his family's rise. Reflecting on the great opportunity bestowed upon him by the clan leader, Jiang Han felt immense gratitude. This heaven-defying transformation of his constitution was nothing short of a rebirth. Though he couldn't fathom its exact value, he knew this favor was something he might never repay in a lifetime. The clan leader's unwavering trust in giving him such a precious treasure filled Jiang Han with deep emotion and determination. Such vast magnanimity is truly admirable. Jiang Han felt a surge of gratitude as he sensed the clan leader's trust in him. Taking a deep breath, his gaze fell upon the last treasure in the spatial ringa golden flame quietly suspended within. Just as Jiang Han was about to retrieve it, an unfamiliar message suddenly flooded his mind. Golden Crow Chi, capable of projecting a golden crow shadow at the Sun Wheel realm to fend off enemies, lasting 10 breaths before dissipating. This information hit Jiang Han like a heavy blow, leaving him momentarily stunned. He stared wide-eyed at the golden flame in disbelief. The power to summon a Sun Wheel realm warrior? Such a terrifying means exceeded his imagination. The clan leader not only bestowed upon him a top-tier Earth-level cultivation method, but also such a powerful life-saving card. Despite having been shocked many times before, Jiang Han's nerves were slightly numbed, yet he quickly calmed down and silently accepted the clan leader's goodwill. He understood that if he wanted to progress rapidly, he couldn't stay in Kangwu Mountain forever. After all, it was home to his clan members, and he could never use the Yellow Springs demonic technique to absorb the essence of his own people. The only option was to leave Kangwu Mountain and seek the essence of outsiders to aid his cultivation. To Jiang Han, even 10,000 outsiders' lives were not as important as a single clan member. In his eyes, there were only two types of people in the world, enemies and his own. The clan leader's gift of such a powerful life-saving means in this dangerous situation undoubtedly made Jiang Han's future path much smoother. With this in mind, he gazed out the window into the distance, a hint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Once my cultivation improves, the people of the Black Tiger sect will fall by my hand, becoming nourishment on my path of cultivation. Jiang Han murmured softly, his eyes cold, a strong killing intent flickering in the depths of his pupils. Although his brother Jiang Yan had ignored the Black Tiger sect, it didn't mean he would forsake this grudge. Since Chao Bo is already dead, I'll do a good deed to the end and send your entire sect to join him, lest you feel lonely on the road to the afterlife. Jiang Han chuckled coldly, then took out the divine liquid to begin his cultivation. Days later, Kangwu Mountain witnessed a grand return. Jiang Chun and the elders led the branch family members back to the clan in a grand procession, marking the successful conclusion of the search for the branch family. Following this, Jiang Daoxuan convened a clan-wide assembly, gathering all Jiang clan members at the Bluestone Plaza in front of the clan hall. During this grand assembly, Jiang Daoxuan boldly announced a series of new clan policies. To foster greater unity, effectively utilize clan resources, maintain better circulation, and motivate clan members to strive harder, Jiang Daoxuan understood well the concept of a favor with a grain of rice, resentment with a bushel. Jiang Daoxuan stood atop Mount Kangwu, overlooking his family's entire domain. Taking a deep breath, he began to announce a series of significant changes. From today onwards, we will officially implement a contribution point system. His voice echoed through the valley. The elders will be responsible for crafting clan tokens, which will be yellow-grade artifacts capable of recording data. These will be available to the entire clan. He gestured towards the buildings below. I order a complete renovation of Mount Kangwu. The family hall, the library of skills, the treasury, the artifact refining pavilion, the pill refining pavilion, the mission platform, and the martial arts arena will all be renewed. His gaze swept over the crowd as he continued. The library of skills will house all the yellow and black grade techniques of our Jiang family and the Chinchan sect. As for the soul earth grade lower tier technique, once mastered by Kotong Wang, it will also be included. He paused briefly. Higher grade techniques will be revealed gradually as my strength permits. For now, earth grade supreme techniques are too advanced for wide dissemination. Turning to a grand building, he pointed. The treasury houses 200 black grade supreme artifacts awarded by the system, which clan members can exchange for contribution points. With a slight frown, he noted, currently, we lack both artifact refiners and pill refiners, so the refining pavilions will remain closed for the time being. This highlights a significant gap. While we have many precious pills, we lack the most basic low-grade ones. This is a gap we must address swiftly. Jiang Daoxuan's gaze shifted to the foot of the mountain. We will also expand the market and establish a trading platform for the Jiang family, providing a safe and reliable resource exchange venue for both clan members and outsiders. His tone suddenly became solemn. From today, I declare the abolition of the main and branch family system. To foster internal development and motivate our clan members, we will reorganize the original main family and all branch families. He extended his hand, pointing in 7 directions. We will divide into 7 branches: Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. Centered around the family hall, these 7 regions will be designated for the growth and habitation of the 7 branches, all equal in status and treatment. He further detailed the composition of each branch. The Tianshu branch will be based on the original main family, to which Jiang Chun belongs. The Tianxian branch will stem from the Xuanqing branch family, with Jiang Yin being part of it. The Tianji branch will evolve from the Quantong branch family, including Jiang Han. Finally, Jiang Daoxuan announced the most thrilling news. From now on, every 3 years, we will hold a grand competition among the 7 branches. The contest will be divided by age groups, with both team and individual events. Each competition will award different points based on rankings. After the competition, we will determine the sequence level of the branches based on their total points, which will remain in effect for 3 years. As his words concluded, Mount Kangwu erupted with excitement. The clan members eagerly discussed these reforms, looking forward to a new era for the Jiang family. 3 years later, the Jiang family welcomed a new round of the 7 Veins Grand Competition. This grand event was not only about rearranging the sequence levels, but also key in inspiring the clan's fighting spirit and fostering healthy competition. Jiang Daoxuan stood on the high platform, his gaze sharp as he announced the new rules to the sea of clan members below. The higher the sequence level, the more generous the additional resource rewards. His voice was strong and resonant, echoing in everyone's ears. Even the lowest ranked vein will not affect the original resource allocation, just the additional rewards will be reduced. The clan members whispered among themselves, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Jiang Daoxuan continued, "Those who excel in the competition will have the opportunity to receive my personal guidance and other generous rewards." This statement caused a stir, with everyone eager to participate. Next, Jiang Daoxuan dropped another bombshell. From today, the Jiang Family Elder Council is established. He elaborated on the council's responsibilities. Independent of the 7 veins, with a lofty status, handling family affairs, including estate management, treasury oversight, spiritual field cultivation, and disciple education. More importantly, the Elder Council could directly intervene in the internal decisions of the 7 veins through collective deliberation and voting. Currently, only Grand Elder Jiang Hongguang has been selected for the Elder Council. Jiang Daoxuan looked around. Others who wish to join have 3 paths: a vein master stepping down, an exceptionally talented individual joining by exception, or someone who has made great contributions to the family joining by exception. The entire hall was silent, everyone holding their breath, awaiting the clan leader's next instructions. Jiang Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction and continued to announce a series of orders, including incentives for childbirth and several personnel changes. After the meeting, Jiang Daoxuan returned alone to the family hall. Just as he was about to resume his cultivation, the system's voice suddenly rang out. "Ding, the 24-day cycle has ended. The family development task has been completed. Settlement in progress. Ding, based on your overall performance, this task is rated A with full marks. Rewards are being distributed." Jiang Daoxuan held his breath, waiting for the system to announce the rewards. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining 999 points of family fortune. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Saint-tier superior sword technique, slaughtering heaven sword art. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Saint-tier superior grand formation, spirit gathering formation. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a top-grade heavenly spirit vein. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Daywheel Realm Guardian Spirit Beast, Blackwater Flood Dragon. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mysterious reward, Supreme Bone." Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up, his heart filled with excitement. He immediately checked the introduction of the Slaughtering Heaven Sword Art. Slaughtering Heaven Sword Art, a Saint-tier superior sword technique. It slaughters the heavens, unrivaled in attack, capable of conjuring visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, unleashing boundless killing intent. Note: due to its intense killing intent, mastery of the sword heart is required to withstand the invasion of killing intent, otherwise, one's mind may collapse, losing all spirituality, risking demise. Jiang Daoxuan felt a chill in his heart. Although eager to immediately cultivate to enhance his power, the system's warning made him suppress this impulse. "Better to wait until I've mastered the sword heart before attempting it," he mused, then stored the Slaughtering Heaven Sword Art in the system's warehouse. Jiang Daoxuan's gaze slowly shifted downwards, landing on another reward, the Lianling Grand Array. This is a top-grade holy formation, capable of disrupting an outsider's five senses and masking the changes in spiritual energy, making it appear normal. For those below the Great Saint realm, this formation is virtually flawless, impossible to see through. Good stuff. Jiang Daoxuan nodded with satisfaction, a gleam flashing in his eyes. Currently, Kangwu Mountain possesses several Earth-grade spiritual veins, with a concentration of spiritual energy far exceeding that of the outside world. Although it has not been exposed yet, the presence of high-level cultivators could easily detect the anomaly here. The existence of the Lianling Grand Array is therefore particularly necessary. What appears to be terrifying spiritual energy to the Jiang family members will seem ordinary to outsiders. Jiang Daoxuan had been worried that the heavenly grade spiritual vein would cause too much commotion, but now he was completely at ease. Without hesitation, he buried the Lianling Grand Array and the heavenly grade spiritual vein together beneath Kangwu Mountain. In an instant, spiritual energy surged wildly around. A visible storm of spiritual power swept across the sky above Kangwu Mountain, immediately catching the attention of all the Jiang family members. In a certain room, Jiang Chun was sensing the surging spiritual energy around him, looking bewildered. The spiritual energy has increased again, and by at least several dozen times. He couldn't accurately gauge how much the spiritual energy had increased, so he could only speculate in his mind. Shocked, he couldn't help but look towards the direction of the family hall, filled with awe. Could this be another method of the patriarch? Jiang Chun murmured to himself, his heart unable to calm down. At this point, even he couldn't predict how far the Jiang family could go in the future. Just as he was deep in thought, a clear sound suddenly came from within him. Jiang Chun looked down with a strange expression. What should have taken more than 10 days to break through had now happened effortlessly. He had already cultivated to the 5th level of the innate realm. Feeling the terrifying spiritual energy around him once again, Jiang Chun's confidence soared. At this rate, reaching the 9th level of the innate realm within a month and attempting to break through to the Purple Mansion realm shouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan, who was also cultivating nearby, keenly sensed the drastic change in the environment. He suddenly opened his eyes, filled with shock. This spiritual energy, even after experiencing the first transformation of Kangwu Mountain, he was still extremely shocked by what was happening now. At this moment, old Zhou, who was beside him, also let out an exclamation. This is a heavenly grade spiritual vein. As a former peak cultivator of the celestial realm, old Zhou's knowledge far surpassed that of Jiang Yan. He could better perceive the source of these spiritual energy changes, and thus his inner shock was even greater. Old Zhou recalled the base of his former faction, which at its best only had a mid-grade heavenly spiritual vein. Yet now, he was horrified to find that the concentration of spiritual energy in Kangwu Mountain far exceeded that place. Could this be a top-grade heavenly, or even a supreme heavenly spiritual vein? Old Zhou dared not think further, feeling extremely horrified, as he fell into a state of disbelief. Whether it's a top-tier or supreme-tier heavenly spiritual vein, they are simply beyond the reach of a cultivator at the celestial immortal realm. Jiang Yan was shocked to his core. The presence of this spiritual vein was akin to dropping a bombshell in the tranquil world of cultivation. He vividly recalled that even in the sanctuaries guarded by sages, the best spiritual veins he had seen were only top-tier heavenly. However, the Jiang family, whose strongest member was merely at the Yuanhai realm, could directly provide such a high-grade spiritual vein for their clan members to cultivate. This stark contrast left Jiang Yan utterly incredulous. His gaze involuntarily shifted between the spiritual vein and the surrounding clan members, searching for any flaw, yet everything appeared genuine. On hearing his master's exclamation, Jiang Yan was suddenly moved, a flash of astonishment in his eyes. Thanks to Elder Zhou's influence over time, his perspective had long since expanded beyond its former narrowness. He now profoundly understood the terrifying implications behind a heavenly spiritual vein. Such a spiritual vein. The clan leader is becoming more and more unfathomable, Jiang Yan remarked, suppressing his inner surprise. He recalled his master's words. Even the pigs raised by the Jiang family could defeat a Yuanhai realm cultivator. Now, this seemed not an exaggeration at all. The clan leader's various actions only confirmed this point. Amid his amazement, a subtle smile appeared on Jiang Yan's lips. He felt fortunate to have such a powerful clan leader and was filled with anticipation for the future of the Jiang family. Meanwhile, hidden within the ring, Elder Zhou was also filled with emotion. He thought to himself, worthy of being a reincarnated emperor, so generous that even I feel impoverished and humbled. At this moment, he felt immensely grateful for his wise choice. This Jiang clan leader, at the Yuanhai realm, could produce a heavenly spiritual vein that many sages could only dream of possessing. His profound foundation was beyond ordinary imagination. Elder Zhou secretly congratulated himself for setting aside his pride and closely aligning himself with this Jiang clan leader, truly an incredibly wise decision. Simultaneously, in a certain room, Jiang Han, who was practicing the Yellow Spring Demon art, was startled by the sudden changes outside. With the birth of the spiritual energy storm, the surging spiritual energy flowed into his body like a tide. In just a moment, with the physique transformed by the Tongshin Golden Elixir and the Yellow Spring Demon art, he instantly broke through in cultivation. Jiang Han was astonished to discover that his cultivation, which had been at the 3rd level of the acquired realm, suddenly surged to the 6th level, leaping 3 minor realms. He gazed at his hands in disbelief, murmuring, "Is this truly the speed at which I can cultivate?" However, after receiving a series of generous gifts from his clan leader, Jiang Han's gradually numbed nerves hadn't fully recovered. His surprise only lasted for a few moments before he returned to normal. He then decided to ignore the surrounding anomalies and quietly lowered his head, urgently seizing time to continue cultivating. Having endured years of setbacks, always limited by his innate talent, Jiang Han understood better than anyone how precious his current cultivation speed was. Determined not to waste his newfound talent, he resolved to double his efforts in cultivation, striving to repay the clan leader's kindness as soon as possible. In the ancestral hall, Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes slightly closed, as he sensed the dramatic changes in his surroundings. The air was thick with spiritual energy, almost tangible. He slowly opened his eyes, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. The convergence of several Earth-grade spiritual veins, along with the support of a Heaven-grade supreme spiritual vein, caused the spiritual energy within the hall to surge like invisible waves. Jiang Daoxuan felt a thrill of joy at the thought of his clan members training in such an environment, their strength sure to rocket skyward. As the clan leader, the cumulative effect of the entire clan's progress would only enhance his own power. His gaze shifted to the next reward, Blackwater Flood Dragon. The words leaped out at him, followed by a description that set his heart racing. 7th level of the Sunwheel realm, possessing a trace of dragon lineage, with formidable combat power capable of challenging the myriad phenomena realm. Even more gratifying was the fact that this powerful creature was now bound to the Jiang family as their guardian spirit beast. A gleam of delight appeared in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. With such a formidable protector, the Jiang family would no longer struggle through their development phase due to a lack of resources. Even the greatest warriors of the Qin dynasty only reached the myriad phenomena realm, and this Blackwater Flood Dragon could rival them, significantly enhancing the security of Kangwu Mountain. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Daoxuan quickly decided on a habitat for the Blackwater Flood Dragon, the location of the spiritual spring. Not only was the area rich in spiritual energy, making it a holy ground for cultivation, but the spring itself was as large as a small lake, perfectly accommodating the dragon's needs. This arrangement would provide an ideal habitat for the dragon, while naturally ensuring the protection of the springo win-win situation. With that decision made, Jiang Daoxuan turned his attention to the final reward, the Supreme Bone. This unparalleled physique not only harbored a powerful innate treasure art, but also contained profound mysteries. Faced with such an extraordinary reward, Jiang Daoxuan unhesitatingly chose to merge with it. In an instant, a dazzling light burst from Jiang Daoxuan's chest, like a golden sun illuminating the entire hall. Amidst this brilliant light, a jade-like bone formed slowly at the center of his chest. Though only the size of a knuckle, its surface was interwoven with countless intricate runes, each emitting a powerful and awe-inspiring aura. As the Supreme Bone merged with him, a tremendous power surged through Jiang Daoxuan's body like a tidal wave. At that moment, influenced by the spiritual energy storm, many clan members broke through, triggering an overwhelming feedback effect from the entire clan. Jiang Daoxuan's aura fluctuated intensely, climbing rapidly to a critical point. Boom! A muffled sound echoed within Jiang Daoxuan's body, reverberating throughout the hall. He had broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Sea realm. The surge of power within him didn't diminish. Instead, it advanced to a higher realm. Jiang Daoxuan sensed the external force of the stars being drawn into the void of his purple mansion, converging into an illusory star. This was the celestial phenomenon that appeared once the Star Wheel realm was attained. With this, Jiang Daoxuan had achieved the 1st level of the Star Wheel realm. He chuckled softly, realizing that what he had anticipated to take a month was accomplished today. He calmed his mind to carefully sense the changes in his body. A moment later, a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. After fusing with the Supreme Bone, he not only gained the ability to heal injuries and enhance resistance, but also mastered a talent called the Reincarnation Treasure Technique. This technique could manipulate time, allowing a sapling to instantly grow into a towering tree or a young man to age into an elder in the blink of an eye. Jiang Daoxuan couldn't help but imagine the scenario of turning a young genius into an infant during a battle, a smile tugging at his lips. Just as he was about to continue his cultivation, a sudden change occurred. His eyes throbbed with intense pain, and from the depths of his dark pupils, a brilliant divine light emerged. A system notification followed. Host strength detected at Star Wheel Realm. Chaos Dao I unlocked to the second stage, gaining the Eye of Insight. The Eye of Insight can perceive all formations and illusions and identify weaknesses in enemy moves. Jiang Daoxuan was overjoyed. The Chaos Dao I had evolved from a mere data panel to a divine ability that could enhance combat power, marking a qualitative leap. He couldn't help but anticipate the extraordinary abilities the third stage would bring. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan possessed a combination of innate Sacred Body Dao Embryo, Supreme Bone, Chaos Dao I, Great Annihilation Art, Reincarnation Treasure Technique, Kunping Treasure Technique, and more, making it difficult even for him to gauge his limits. Only by battling formidable foes could he truly know. As Jiang Daoxuan marveled at the myriad surprises the system had bestowed upon him, a new notification sounded. The 24-day development task has been completed, triggering a new task. Develop the family over a 3-year cycle. The higher the comprehensive performance score, the more generous the rewards. Achieving a perfect score will earn a mysterious reward. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up. The previous development task had yielded abundant rewards in just 24 days. The gains over 3 years would undoubtedly be even more astonishing. His heart brimmed with anticipation as he prepared to embrace this new challenge. Jiang Daoxuan's initial excitement gradually subsided. He took a deep breath, rose, and left the family hall. His steps were firm as he headed towards the spiritual spring. Before continuing his cultivation, he knew there was an important matter to address. The clan's guardian spirit beast of the Sun Wheel realm could no longer be confined to the system storage. With the astonishing speed granted by the Kunping technique, Jiang Daoxuan quickly arrived at the spring. As he approached, a rich aura enveloped him, like an invisible veil gently caressing his face. The sight before him was breathtaking. A small lake surrounded by lush bamboo lay quietly, its water clear and still as a mirror. Under the dense aura, the lake's surface was covered with a barely perceptible milky white sheen, resembling clouds fallen from the sky, sinking to the lake's depths. Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly, silently admiring the spring's excellent location. He tapped into the system storage and released the black water flood dragon. Instantly, a colossal creature, 10 zhang long, appeared before him. The beast was covered in pitch-black scales, resembling a giant serpent with 4 legs, each armed with razor-sharp claws glinting in the sunlight. Its blood-red eyes held a hint of ferocity, and its menacing appearance was enough to instill fear. With the black water flood dragon's emergence, a powerful aura swept the surroundings, instantly the unique pressure of a creature from the Sun Wheel realm. This pressure appeared and vanished just as quickly. Surprisingly, the dragon did not immediately dive into the water. Instead, it bowed its head towards Jiang Daoxuan, allowing him to stroke it. Jiang Daoxuan reached out with his right hand, gently placing it on the dragon's forehead, feeling its cold, steel-like texture. He chuckled softly. From now on, you'll be called Xiaobai. As the Jiang family's guardian spirit beast, you should have a name. Upon hearing its new name, Xiaobai let out a few soft cries, with a faint dragon's might in its voice that startled countless birds hidden in the bamboo grove. Jiang Daoxuan patted Xiaobai's head and instructed, "For now, guard this place for me." Xiaobai nodded in acknowledgement and then leaped into the spring, playfully splashing about. However, realizing Jiang Daoxuan was still nearby, it reluctantly stopped and submerged its massive body into the water, leaving only its head above the surface. Its lantern-like eyes watched Jiang Daoxuan, seemingly awaiting further instructions. Amused by Xiaobai's eager gaze, Jiang Daoxuan smiled and advised, "In the future, don't reveal yourself unless necessary, so as not to frighten others." He knew that Xiaobai's terrifying appearance could easily scare his clan members, possibly even causing some to cry. Hearing this, Xiaobai quickly nodded, splashing water around as it did so, creating ripples on the lake's surface. Then, to avoid drawing attention, it flicked its tail and dove deep into the spring to hide. Moments later, the lake returned to its serene state, without a ripple, like a polished mirror. Jiang Daoxuan stood quietly at the water's edge, gazing at the seemingly tranquil surface, aware that a powerful guardian lay beneath, ready to protect the Jiang family at a moment's notice. No one would have imagined that deep beneath the lake lay a powerful dragon of the Sun Wheel realm. Jiang Daoxuan gazed at the lake's surface, a hint of relief flickering in his eyes. He exhaled softly, turned, and walked away with resolute steps. Over the next 2 months, the Jiang family of Kangwu operated like a finely tuned machine, rapidly advancing under Jiang Daoxuan's strategic planning. The contribution point system acted as a stimulant, sparking enthusiasm among the clan members. The training grounds were alive with the clashing of swords and blades, as disciples from the 7 branches competed fiercely, the sounds of sparring echoing continuously. The cultivation levels of the clan members surged like bamboo shoots after the rain. The number of postnatal realm members soared to 335, while the innate realm reached an astonishing 56. This figure was astounding, considering that the Jiang family previously struggled to gather even 10 innate realm members. 3 veteran innate elders leveraged the family's resources to advance to the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. The most shocking development was with the great elder, Jiang Daoxuan. This elderly man, over 50 years old, unexpectedly awakened the Thunder Spirit Body one day, shattering the common belief about the age of Spirit Body awakening. Jiang Daoxuan was initially bewildered, but soon accepted the reality and began training fervently. With the divine liquid and pure yang infinite skills secretly bestowed by Jiang Daoxuan, he reached the first level of the Origin Sea realm in just 2 months, becoming the family's sole Origin Sea cultivator. The family retainer, Chinchan, also made a remarkable breakthrough. After escorting members of the Luofeng sect back, he harnessed the abundant spiritual energy in the mountains to break through to the 9th level of the Origin Sea realm, advancing to the first level of the Star Wheel realm, becoming the family's second strongest. The 3 Tianming members progressed rapidly as well. Jiang Yin, with his Azure Flame body, reached the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm. More encouragingly, under the guidance of Elder Zhou, he mastered alchemy and could now produce yellow rank pills. The entire Jiang family was filled with a vibrant and upward-moving spirit, with everyone sensing the rapid development of the clan. Although Jiang Daoxuan delegated daily affairs to others, his focus remained on loftier goals. To him, the Star Wheel realm was merely a starting point, and the long journey to greater realms had just begun. Jiang Chun seemed possessed, tirelessly training day and night. The celestial fire coursed through his body, continuously enhancing his physique and rapidly accelerating his cultivation speed. Under this intense regimen, Jiang Chen's cultivation level soared to the 4th tier of the Purple Mansion realm, a feat that left many in awe. However, because he focused most of his time on advancing his cultivation, his progress in swordsmanship lagged slightly, reaching only the late stage of the Sword Origin realm. Despite this, with the formidable power of the 4th tier of the Purple Mansion realm, Jiang Chen successfully became the 4th strongest in the Jiang family, following Jiang Daoxuan, the Grand Elder, and Xingzhan. This achievement was impressive, showcasing his extraordinary talent and potential. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin was not to be outdone, also breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. The simultaneous breakthroughs of Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin resonated like a thunderclap, causing a stir throughout Kangwu Mountain. This shocking news quickly spread through the market at the mountain's foot, attracting widespread attention. The surrounding sects and families soon learned that the Jiang family of Kangwu had produced 2 prodigious youths who had reached the Purple Mansion realm before the age of 20. Such astounding talent left many speechless and stirred intense jealousy among the sect leaders and family heads. They couldn't help but lament, what merits does the Jiang family have to produce not only a genius like Jiang Daoxuan, but now also 2 more prodigies to challenge us? Leaders of various powers wore bitter expressions, filled with envy. However, the Jiang family's prodigies were not limited to just these 2. Jiang Han, adhering to a principle of low-profile development, had been training intensively in secret. He had quietly advanced to the 8th tier of the innate realm, becoming one of the top 10 powerhouses in the Jiang family. Although this progress was already quite remarkable, Jiang Han knew it was not his limit. If he were to use the Huangquan demon art to absorb others' essence to aid his cultivation, he might have already stepped into the Purple Mansion realm. Jiang Han understood that progressing steadily in Kangwu Mountain, although slower, was safer. He resolved to wait until he broke through to the Purple Mansion realm and had enough power to protect himself before venturing out for further experiences. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoxuan's progress was even more remarkable. With the support of the entire family's cultivation and his own 2 months of diligent training, his advancement seemed effortless, reaching the 6th tier of the Star Wheel realm. Moreover, Jiang Daoxuan made significant strides in swordsmanship, successfully entering the Sword Heart stage and cultivating it to a minor accomplishment. Once the news of Jiang Daoxuan mastering the Sword Heart spread, his title of Sword Sect would be replaced by Sword Marquis. More astonishingly, after mastering the Sword Heart, Jiang Daoxuan also trained in the Saint-grade top-tier Slaughtering Heaven Sword Technique, greatly enhancing his combat power and surpassing the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, becoming his most powerful sword move. After 2 months of development, the Jiang family of Kangwu, not only relying on Jiang Daoxuan's individual strength, but also on the collective strength of its members, had no weaknesses in this region. The family's foundation had transformed, becoming an unshakable dominant force. On this day, just after Jiang Daoxuan finished his training, he suddenly received a system notification. Ding, influenced by the family's fortune nourishment, the Hongming ancient tree has advanced to level 2, unlocking new effects. New effect unlocked. Level 2 enlightenment, slightly increasing the comprehension of family members within the family territory. This change would undoubtedly bring more possibilities for the Jiang family's future development and further consolidate their position in the cultivation world. After the Hongming ancient tree reached level 2, Jiang Daoxuan was pleased to see the 3 new level 1 effects: morale, epiphany, and blessing. These effects slightly boost the clan members' morale within the family territory, have a small chance to induce an epiphany, and slightly enhance the newborn's constitution. Over time, Jiang Daoxuan gained a deeper understanding of the influence of family fortune. Clan members often encountered miraculous events like narrowly escaping danger or unexpectedly finding spiritual herbs during their training excursions, all undoubtedly results of the family's prosperity. Jiang Daoxuan pondered. If the family's fortune continued to grow, would even more extraordinary events occur in the future? He imagined scenarios where clan members would find celestial artifacts just by stepping outside, gain mystical manuals from falling off cliffs, or everyone becoming a child of fortune. This prospect intrigued him greatly. Meanwhile, in a mountain range far from the Jiang family, a burly, bearded middle-aged man led 2 teenagers through the dense forest. This man, carrying a large bow on his back and a precious sword at his waist, was Jiang Daoyun, who had left the Jiang family in Xuanqing years ago. Behind Jiang Daoyun, a resolute, fair-skinned youth was guiding another blindfolded young boy in black with difficulty. After several steps, Jiang Daoyun suddenly stopped, surveyed the surroundings, and whispered, "I heard someone once found Chinchan grass here. Let's hope we can find it this time." The blindfolded boy, Jiang Yi, asked in confusion, "Uncle Yun, do you think we can return to the family?" Jiang Daoyun turned to the 2 boys and solemnly replied, "Ear, I promised your father I would safely bring you back. Now that I've reached the Yuan Hai realm, if we keep searching, we'll surely find the way home." Hearing this, Jiang Yi sighed softly and said no more. The younger Jiang Hao tightened his grip on his brother's hand, his eyes shining with determination as he earnestly declared, "Don't worry. Uncle Yun is now a Yuan Hai realm cultivator. He will surely take us back." Just as Jiang Hao finished speaking, a trace of reluctance flashed across Jiang Daoyun's face as he slowly turned to look ahead, his eyes filled with uncertainty about the future. In recent years, their luck had turned for the worse, repeatedly encountering life-threatening situations. Although Jiang Daoyun narrowly escaped, his cousin Jiang Daoqi was not as fortunate. Originally, Jiang Daoqi had spent a great deal seeking protection for the young Jiang Yi and Jiang Hao, securing a place for them in a sect guarded by a Yuan Hai realm expert. He intended for Jiang Daoyun to take the children along, but unable to part with his only 2 sons after losing his wife early on, Jiang Daoqi joined Jiang Daoyun's group. Tragically, Jiang Daoqi died in an accident, entrusting the 2 children to Jiang Daoyun on his deathbed. Even more unfortunate, Jiang Yi lost his sight forever, having been blinded while protecting his brother Jiang Hao. After years of experience, Jiang Daoyun advanced from the 2nd level of the innate realm to the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm. Just 3 months ago, his fortunes suddenly improved, as if some divine force was favoring him. Dangers diminished, opportunities frequently arose, and during a night spent in the deep mountains, he unexpectedly discovered the tomb of a Sun Wheel Realm Blade Marquis. Jiang Daoyun was overjoyed, obtaining from the tomb a top-grade Earth Deer treasured blade, cultivation techniques, and swordsmanship, along with a spatial ring filled with spirit stones and cultivation resources. With these precious resources, his cultivation speed was astonishing, breaking through several realms in a short time, and finally reaching the 1st level of the Yuan Hai realm. Besides his significant progress in cultivation, Jiang Daoyun also learned about the Chinchan grass. This lower-tier earth-grade spiritual herb can unblock a cultivator's meridians. While its effect is limited for high-realm cultivators, it is invaluable for his son, who has lost his cultivation. This thought filled Jiang Daoyun with hope for healing Jiang Yan. However, alongside his joy, he felt a tinge of sadness. Years of wandering had taken him far from Tidu Mansion, and now he found himself within the borders of Shanghai Mansion. Even with his Yuan Hai realm cultivation, it would be difficult to return to Tidu Mansion with his 2 children in a short time. Jiang Daoyun, with a look of longing, made a silent vow. Once he successfully acquired the Chinchan grass, he would find a way to return to Xuanqing with Jiang Hao and Jiang Yi, and reunite with his family. Thinking of the future, a smile crept onto his lips. He firmly believed that he could lead his family to unprecedented glory, even surpassing the achievements of his ancestors, and elevate the Jiang family of Xuanqing above the master family of Wudon City. A few days later, 3 men dressed in luxurious clothing entered Wudon City. They looked around with disdain. "This backwater place, if not for the family's orders, I wouldn't come here even if you paid me," one of them muttered. "Exactly. If it weren't for the old ancestors' lingering feelings for that woman, we wouldn't be here," another agreed. The 3rd man sighed. "Our old ancestor is such a remarkable figure, yet he can't forget that shameless woman, not even marrying for life." The group continued discussing, unable to comprehend the ancestors' obsession. It turned out they were envoys from the Tang family of Tiandu Mansion. Not long ago, at his 300th birthday banquet, the Tang family ancestor had hinted at his intention to visit the Tang family in Wudon City to pay respects at the grave of that woman. As soon as the banquet ended, The elders of the clan quickly arranged for 3 elites to head to the Tang family in Wudon City. They carried a heavy responsibility, tasked with making thorough preparations for the visit of their revered ancestor. Any mistake could anger this pillar of their clan, and if the ancestor was displeased, the entire Tang family could face catastrophic consequences. The 3 hurried on their journey, anxious not to waste a moment. However, when they arrived at the gates of Wudon City and looked at each other, they suddenly realized they knew nothing about the specific location or details of the Tang family. With no other choice, they followed the patrol soldier's guidance and headed to the city lord's residence, where they hoped to find the most comprehensive information. Before long, they arrived at the courtyard of the city lord's residence. At that moment, Ding Xian was leisurely reclining on a wooden chair, eyes half closed, a smile playing on his lips as he listened to pleasant tunes and basked in the warm sunlight. Since the Jiang family moved to Kangwu Mountain, Ding Xian felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted, allowing him to breathe freely and enjoy an unfettered life in Wudon City. As long as he did not disturb the elders remaining in the Jiang family's ancestral home, he could reign unchallenged in this city. However, his peaceful time was inevitably interrupted. A deep voice suddenly sounded. Well, City Lord Ding seems quite at ease. Ding Xian furrowed his brows, slowly opened his eyes, and looked toward the voice. There stood 3 men of extraordinary bearing, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Who are you? Ding Xian asked, trying to maintain his composure. The leading man replied in a deep voice, We are from the Tian Tang family. We are visiting the branch family here, and we ask City Lord Ding to assist us by providing some information about the branch family in this area. Upon hearing this, Ding Xian's pupils contracted sharply, his expression freezing. He sighed inwardly, thinking that what was meant to happen had finally arrived. Considering that the news of the Tang family's destruction had already spread throughout the city, Ding Xian decided to tell the truth to avoid greater trouble in the future. The Tang family is no more, Ding Xian said cautiously, his voice trembling slightly. At these words, the 3 from the Tang family were initially stunned, then erupted in fury. What do you mean by this, City Lord Ding? Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Ding Xian nervously explained. The entire Tang family was wiped out by the Jiang family 3 months ago. You're too late. Upon learning this shocking news, the faces of the 3 men from the Tang family darkened like ink. Who could have imagined that a simple visit would lead to such a monumental upheaval? What filled them with dread was the impending arrival of their ancestor in Wudon City. If he learned of the branch family's destruction, his wrath would be immense. They feared they, too, might suffer an undeserved calamity. The leader shouted angrily, to dare to destroy a branch of the Tian Tang family. The Jiang family truly courts death. Then, turning to Ding Xian, he asked, May I ask, City Lord Ding, what is the origin of this Jiang family to be so audacious? Before he could finish speaking, a powerful aura from the Purple Mansion realm, laden with intense killing intent, surged toward Ding Xian, making him shiver with fear. Ding Xian's expression remained calm as he faced the scene before him, though it turned somewhat peculiar. He keenly sensed the aura leaking from the 3 individuals, and quickly deduced that their cultivation level was at the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm, surpassing his own. Ding Xian thought to himself, such cultivation might allow them to act unrestrained in a small place like Wudon City, but it is insignificant in front of the Jiang family of Kangwu, which is at the height of its power. If these 3 insist on confronting them, it would be akin to courting death. They might not even need Jiang Daoxuan to act before falling at the hands of Gu Jianzhou. This thought made Ding Xian tense. He didn't want the talents of the Tang family from Tiandu to leave the city lord's mansion only to meet their demise on Kangwu Mountain. If this incident were to be investigated, not only would he find it difficult to defend himself, but he would also face severe reprimand from the lord of the mansion, possibly even losing his position as the city lord. To dissuade these people from their suicidal intentions and avoid trouble, Ding Xian immediately began recounting some astonishing tales about the Jiang family of Kangwu. When he mentioned that the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Daoxuan, not only mastered sword intent, but also possessed the terrifying combat power to cut through the Yuanhai realm with a single sword, the expressions of the 3 from the Tang family changed drastically, filled with shock. They never imagined that such a powerful sword cultivator could emerge from this remote place they had initially dismissed. Such a figure could be on par with the elders in the Tang family of Tiandu. What shocked them even more was what followed. When Ding Xian mentioned that Gu Xingzhan had become a consecrated figure of the Jiang family, the 3 exchanged incredulous looks. Gu Xingzhan was renowned for seeking out strong sword practitioners to duel across the Tiandu prefecture, and even they had heard of him. This powerful sword cultivator, who had mastered sword intent and reached the 9th level of the Yuanhai realm, just a step away from the Starwell realm, was willing to serve the Jiang family? The 3 were overwhelmed with disbelief. What kind of background did the Jiang family have? They finally realized that the Jiang family of Kangwu was far more formidable than they had imagined. A formidable enemy they could not handle, let alone interfere with. With this realization, the three from the Tang family immediately made a decision. They thanked Ding Xian and left the city lord's mansion without hesitation. Facing such a formidable adversary, they needed to return to the Tang family in Tiandu as soon as possible to report these developments to the elders. Watching the three from the Tang family depart, Ding Xian's brows relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. His greatest fear was that these individuals, relying on their status with the Tang family of Tiandu, would underestimate Jiang Daoxuan and recklessly head to Kangwu Mountain to meet their end. However, offending the Tang family of Tiandu was not an option, nor was offending the Jiang family. The thought of Jiang Daoxuan's formidable nature left Ding Xian no room for carelessness. After calming his mind, Ding Xian lightly tapped his toes and vanished from his spot, speeding towards Kangwu Mountain. He needed to report the arrival of the Tang family from Tiandu to the Jiang family leader as soon as possible so that preparations could be made. Moments later, Ding Xian arrived within the vicinity of Kangwu Mountain. Without pausing, he swiftly crossed the bustling marketplace and headed straight for the Jiang family gate. From a distance, he spotted the four Jiang family members guarding the entrance and instinctively used his divine sense to scan them. Upon discovering their cultivation level, Ding Xian halted abruptly, an expression of disbelief flashing in his eyes. These individuals were all at the Hotian realm? In just a few months, the Jiang family had undergone such an astonishing transformation. The speed of this change was utterly astounding. Ding Xian was deeply shaken, gaining a new level of respect for the Jiang family's profound foundation. Ding Xian stood in front of the Jiang family's gate, his gaze sweeping over the four young clan members on guard, and he couldn't help but feel secretly astonished. He recalled his last visit to the Jiang family 3 months ago when the entire clan had barely over 30 postnatal cultivators. Now, just among the gatekeepers, there were 4 exceptionally talented youths, a change that made him marvel at the deep foundation of the Jiang family. As Ding Xian was lost in thought, a former main family member recognized him and exclaimed, "City Lord Ding?" Ding Xian snapped back to reality, realizing the importance of his visit, and said in a deep voice, "I have urgent business with Jiang Jinzong. Please report my presence." Upon hearing this, one of the guards quickly went up the mountain to deliver the message. The news soon reached the ears of the great elder, Jiang Hongwang. After hearing the report, Jiang Hongwang's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. He recalled the previous 2 times Ding Xian had visited and left frustrated after meeting the clan leader, and he thought that this third visit must have a significant reason. Jiang Hongwang immediately set off down the mountain. When his figure appeared in Ding Xian's view, Ding Xian initially didn't pay much attention. In his memory, this great elder had only just broken through to the Purple Mansion level, someone he could easily defeat with one hand. However, as the distance between them closed, Ding Xian suddenly sensed something amiss with his spiritual perception. His eyes narrowed, and his expression turned grave. There's something strange about this old man's aura. Noticing Ding Xian's probing, Jiang Hongwang smiled calmly and no longer concealed his strength, immediately releasing a formidable aura belonging to a Yuanhai realm expert. Ding Xian was struck as if by lightning, his body stiffening. He stared in disbelief at Jiang Hongwang, his voice trembling. You broke through to Yuanhai?" Jiang Hongwang replied with a smile. "With the clan leader's assistance, I was fortunate enough to break through." This statement was like a bolt from the blue in Ding Xian's heart. His pupils contracted, and his heartbeat seemed to skip a beat. In less than 3 months, he broke through to the Yuanhai realm? Is this still the world I know? Ding Xian suddenly felt utterly exhausted, as if the entire world was changing at a rapid pace, leaving him far behind. When Ding Xian recalled that back when he was at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm, the other party was only at the 7th level of the innate realm, a wave of bitterness surged in his heart. The image of the other party advancing from the Purple Mansion realm to the current Origin Sea realm flashed before his eyes, while he himself remained stuck at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm, unable to make any progress. This stark contrast was like a heavy blow to Ding Xian's heart, causing his composure to unravel gradually. Ding Xian's mouth twitched slightly, and a complex emotion was evident in his eyes. He opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Hongwang keenly noticed Ding Xian's unusual reaction, his smile fading as he gently asked, "What brings you here this time?" It was only then that Ding Xian snapped out of his daze. Remembering the purpose of his visit, he instinctively glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before cautiously lowering his voice to say, "Someone from the Tang family of Tiandu has arrived." As Ding Xian narrated the situation, Jiang Hongwang's eyebrows slightly raised, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Being familiar with the Tang family of Tiandu, which had a Moon Wheel Realm master, he quickly realized the gravity of the situation. "This is a serious matter. You had better come with me," Jiang Hongwang said solemnly. An issue of this magnitude, which could threaten the entire Jiang family and even lead to its annihilation, must be decided by the patriarch personally. Faced with Jiang Hongwang of the Origin Sea realm, Ding Xian dared not be negligent and immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you for your trouble." Jiang Hongguang nodded in acknowledgement, then instructed the surrounding family members to continue guarding the mountain gate. He took out the command token for the binding spirit formation, given by the patriarch, to record Ding Xian's aura, allowing him to be immune to the suppression of his cultivation. After completing these preparations, Jiang Hongguang led Ding Xian up the mountain. As they ventured deeper into the core area of Kangwu Mountain, Ding Xian began to notice numerous anomalies. Along the way, he was astonished to find the sheer number of Jiang family members at the postnatal and innate realms was almost unbelievable, comparable even to those of major sects. Ding Xian was secretly amazed. Even the former Chinchan sect mostly had true disciples at the postnatal and innate realms. But in the current Jiang family, such levels were incredibly common, resembling a scene where postnatal is as common as dirt and innate as numerous as dogs. What remarkable change had occurred in the Jiang family during this time? While Ding Xian was deep in thought, a sudden burst of intense fighting sounds interrupted his musings. Bang, bang, bang. Curious, Ding Xian instinctively turned towards the noise. He saw nearly 100 Jiang family members gathered not far away, cheering loudly, their voices rising and falling. "Go, Brother Chun. Show them the strength of our Tian Shu lineage. Brother Yin is formidable. Let them see the might of our Tian Xian lineage." Faces flushed with excitement, the crowd shouted encouragement. At the center, on a large martial arts stage, two figures were engaged in a fierce battle, the dull thuds of their fists and feet echoing. Ding Xian focused his gaze and recognized the two figures as two young men with refined features. Their bodies radiated energy, their movements incredibly fast, creating a blur of afterimages in the air. The punches and kicks alternated between being as fierce as a thunderstorm and as gentle as a willow, with flashes of purple lightning adding to the spectacle, making it impossible for the audience to look away. This thrilling duel captivated all the onlookers, who were unable to discern the subtleties of the techniques being used. Ding Xian concentrated and suddenly recognized the two combatants, his expression turning serious. "Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan." Ding Xian murmured softly. He recalled the time he and Su Gu visited the Jiang family and briefly met these two prodigies. Seeing them now, it was clear their strength had transformed remarkably, leaving Ding Xian both surprised and filled with mixed emotions. At that time, although the two were highly talented, they still needed years to mature, so he didn't take them seriously. Who would have thought that in just a few months, Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan would grow rapidly like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, both breaking through to the Zifu realm and showcasing astonishing talent. Ding Xian was about to look away when suddenly, a powerful pressure swept over him like a tide, enveloping his entire body. He was startled, his face full of shock. How could this be? He actually felt a sense of danger from these two young individuals? As a cultivator at the 6th stage of the Zifu realm, Ding Xian found this feeling hard to comprehend. To investigate further, he immediately released his spiritual sense to closely observe the two on the martial stage. This observation hit him like a bolt of lightning. Jiang Chun had reached the 4th stage of the Zifu realm, and Jiang Yan had even broken through to the 2nd stage. Ding Xian's throat went dry, and he involuntarily swallowed hard. Could the rumors be wrong? Hadn't these two just recently broken through? How could their strength be catching up to us so quickly? As the Lord of Wudon City, Ding Xian was naturally aware of the recent sensational news, the Jiang family's twin stars breaking through to the Zifu realm before the age of 20. In his understanding, it was already a tremendous fortune for these young men to break through to the 1st stage of the Zifu realm in such a short time, let alone several small stages. Such rapidly progressing prodigies were rare even in all of Tidu Prefecture. While Ding Xian was marveling at this, a man in a black robe with an empty right sleeve entered his line of sight. This man held his head high, eyes slightly closed, gently caressing the sword hilt at his waist with his left hand, exuding a subtle sword aura, as if an invisible guardian was protecting its king. Ding Xian's pupils contracted sharply as he instantly recognized the man Gu Xingzhan. The news of Gu Jianzong becoming a consecrated member of the Jiang family had already spread far and wide, known by all. At this moment, Gu Xingzhan seemed to sense something and leisurely opened his eyes, meeting Ding Xian's gaze. The astonishing sword intent bursting from those dark eyes was sharp and overwhelming. Just a glance felt like a heavy blow to Ding Xian, making him feel as if he were in a starry sky, surrounded by stars. The pressure, as immense as a mountain, made his whole body tremble, almost causing him to collapse. Fortunately, Gu Xingzhan merely glanced casually and, seeing that Ding Xian was only at the Zifu realm, lost interest, quickly withdrawing his gaze to continue contemplating sword intent. Today, with Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan sparring, he found himself with rare leisure, free from the pestering of young ones, making this precious time too valuable to waste. As Gu Xingzhan withdrew his gaze, Ding Xian instantly felt the terrifying pressure, akin to falling stars, dissipate. He relaxed, trembling as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, muttering to himself with lingering fear. Under the starry sky, a flicker of shock crossed Ding Xian's eyes. Despite only being at the Purple Mansion realm, he was no less knowledgeable than those at the Yuanhai realm, as a subordinate of the Tiandu Prefecture Lord. He quickly realized the significance of the aura Gu Xinjian emitted. It indicated that Gu had reached the Star Wheel realm. This realization sent a shiver through Ding Xian's heart. He couldn't help but ponder. If Gu Xinjian had already broken through to the Star Wheel realm, why would he still be willing to stay as a retainer for the Jiang family? Could it be that the Jiang family harbors an even more formidable presence capable of subduing this newly ascended Star Wheel realm master? With a heart full of unease, Ding Xian followed Gu Xinjian to the Jiang family's great hall. The innate realm clan members guarding the entrance immediately bowed in respect. Greetings, Grand Elder. Since the Jiang family underwent significant reforms, Jiang Hongwang, as the sole elder of the council, held a status even above the heads of the 7 branches. Jiang Hongwang nodded in response to their greetings, then turned to Ding Xian. The clan leader is inside. You may enter. Suppressing his inner anxiety, Ding Xian pushed open the hall door and stepped inside. After taking more than 10 steps, his gaze fell upon the white-robed figure seated on a meditation cushion ahead. To his surprise, even without emanating any aura, Jiang Jianzhong's mere presence filled the surroundings with an oppressive atmosphere, exuding endless majesty and mystery. Realizing this, Ding Xian immediately understood that Jiang Daoxuan was no ordinary person. If even the common clan members and the Grand Elder had made such astonishing progress, what about Jiang Daoxuan, the clan leader? Ding Xian dared not ponder further, suppressing his shock as he prepared to speak. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan's voice suddenly echoed in the vast hall, like the voice of the heavens. Speak, what brings you here? Faced with this sudden and overwhelming pressure, Ding Xian, a Purple Mansion Realm 6th level expert, couldn't withstand it for even 3 breaths. His legs gave way, and he knelt on the cold ground, supporting himself with his hands, unable to look directly at the extraordinary figure. Ignoring his inner fright, Ding Xian recalled everything that happened at the city lord's mansion and stammered. It's the Tang family from Tiandu Prefecture. They learned from me about your annihilation of the Tang family and are now seeking trouble with you. Recalling the other party's power, Ding Xian dared not conceal anything, laying out all the details. Once he finished recounting the events, a deathly silence enveloped the scene. Seeing Jiang Daoxuan remain silent, Ding Xian could only suppress his inner anxiety and patiently wait for him to speak. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan fell into contemplation. Jiang Daoxuan was surprised but unfazed when he learned that members of the Tang family from Tiandu were coming to Wudon City. With a piercing gaze and a slight smile, he thought to himself, although the Tang family patriarch possesses the Thunder Spirit body, he is merely a moon cycle realm cultivator. Over the past 2 months, Jiang Daoxuan's strength had significantly increased, and with Xiao Bai, a Sun Cycle realm expert, by his side, the Tang patriarch would be courting death if he dared to set foot on Kangwu Mountain. With this thought, Jiang Daoxuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Hearing this, Ding Xian was puzzled and looked at Jiang Daoxuan in confusion. In his eyes, the Tang family was a formidable force with experts like Tang Feizhong, and even the governor of Tiandu had to show them some respect. If they truly targeted Kangwu Mountain, how could the Jiang family resist? Sensing Ding Xian's doubts, Jiang Daoxuan calmly said, I am aware of this matter. You can go back now. If the Tang family comes looking for you again, just tell them to come to Kangwu Mountain. Ding Xian was shocked to hear this. Although he knew Jiang Daoxuan's combat prowess was impressive, capable of slaying Yuan Hai with a single sword, confronting the Tang patriarch with the Thunder Spirit body might be beyond his current ability. He shook his head, unwilling to say more for fear of offending Jiang Daoxuan. After a respectful farewell, Ding Xian quickly left the hall and returned to Wudon City. Once the surroundings were quiet again, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes grew deep, with a sword intent flickering in their depths. He murmured to himself, perhaps this is the moment when my Jiang family of Kangwu gains fame throughout Tiandu. The Tang family of Tiandu? They could make a good stepping stone. With that, a faint, calm smile appeared on his lips. Meanwhile, within the Tang family in Tiandu, 3 members who had returned from Wudon City were filled with anxiety. To avoid angering the patriarch, they first sought out the clan leader, Tang Batian, to report. Seeing them return so quickly, Tang Batian laughed heartily. Have you already arranged the branch family in Wudon City? Feeling the star wheel aura emanating from the clan leader, the 3 were trembling and exchanged worried glances. The leader among them knew they couldn't hide the truth. If the patriarch arrived in Wudon City only to find the branch family annihilated, they would be held responsible. Summoning his courage, he reported to Tang Batian with a mournful expression, Clan leader, there's bad news. The Wudon City branch was wiped out months ago, and not a single member survived. Tang Batian's smile froze in an instant, his expression dark as ink. What did you say? His voice was as sharp as an icy blade, carrying a suffocating chill. The three subordinates immediately felt a cold shiver run through them, as if they were trapped in an icy abyss. Once Tang Batian reigned in his aura, the three breathed a sigh of relief, gasping for air. However, the icy stare from their leader left them no room for hesitation, and they promptly reported all the information they had gathered. After listening to the account, Tang Batian narrowed his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. I'll handle the ancestor. You all know his temperament. This matter must be resolved quickly. Inform the third brother immediately and have him go to Kangwu Mountain to eliminate the Jiang family who don't know their place. Remember, spare Jiang Daoxuan's life and bring him back to answer to the ancestor. Hearing this, everyone shivered involuntarily but agreed repeatedly. At the same time, a sense of anticipation welled up within them. Third Master Tang Baqiang, who had not only mastered the Great Blade Intent but also reached the 4th level of the Star Wheel realm, was the strongest after the ancestor and the clan leader. With him taking action, the Jiang family was sure to be annihilated. Days later, a huge white eagle soared across the sky above Kangwu Mountain. Seated on its back was a middle-aged man with white hair, none other than Pei Qing Feng, the master of the Great River Sword Palace. The moment the 100 sects competition concluded, he hurriedly rode this Yuan Sea realm mount from the Great River Sword Palace. Beside him were a young man and woman dressed in white attire, Pei Bu and Pei Shan. As Pei Qingfeng's personal disciples and adopted children, they had been groomed from a young age to inherit the Great River Sword Palace. Now, both had grasped the entry-level sword intent, with their cultivation reaching the 6th and 4th levels of the Purple Mansion realm, respectively. Surveying the desolate surroundings, Pei Bu and Pei Shan couldn't help but grumble softly. That Gu Xingjian is really ungrateful, choosing a small family over our Great River Sword Palace. Exactly. What could possibly be worth staying in such a barren place? Nothing here can compare to even a fraction of our Great River Sword Palace. Recently, the news of Gu Xingjian, who had once refused the sect master's offer, joining a small family as a retainer, had spread throughout the Great River Sword Palace, causing surprise and confusion among many. Some even felt disgraced. How could he reject the Great River Sword Palace only to join a remote clan? Wasn't this a slap in the face? Listening to his adopted children's discussion, Pei Qingfeng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze passing over the layers of mountains to settle on the increasingly clear Kangwu Mountain. He murmured to himself, "Today, I'll make you realize just how wrong and foolish your choice was." At this moment, Pei Qingfeng's mind was made up. If, after subduing the Jiang family, Gu Xingjian still refused to repent, he would have no choice but to destroy him personally. As the saying goes, if I can't have it, no one else should either. Pei Qingfeng, a cultivator at the Moonwheel realm, had already given Gu Xingjian several chances, which was quite generous. However, Gu Xingjian repeatedly showed no respect and even joined a small family, bringing shame to the entire Day Sword Palace. It was time to settle this score. Mount Kangwu loomed close. Pei Qingfeng looked down from above, casting a cold glance at the mountain gate, too disdainful to linger. How could a small family with only a Yuan-high cultivator have the qualifications for him to descend the mountain personally? He gently patted his mount, and the white eagle beneath him understood, instantly accelerating over the mountain gate straight into the Jiang family's territory. The sudden change shattered the tranquility. The spirit-binding formation was quietly activated. Pei Qingfeng was unaware, but Pei Bu and Pei Shan's expressions changed abruptly as they fearfully realized their powers were being suppressed by some force, instantly dropping to the innate realm. This incredible scene left them both in shock. Meanwhile, the White Eagle mount was not spared either. Under the terrifying suppression of the formation, its cultivation fell sharply from the Yuan-high realm to the Zifu realm. Out of control, the White Eagle spun wildly in the air, plummeting with the three riders toward the Jiang family's territory. The three barely managed to stabilize themselves, hovering in midair, while the White Eagle crashed to the ground with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, the ground shattered, dust rising high. The White Eagle lay bloodied, feathers scattered, in a pitiful state. Pei Qingfeng landed with a somber expression, his anger boiling over as he looked at the alarming scene before him. He never expected that upon arriving at Mount Kangwu, his precious mount would be so severely injured, likely taking months to recover. What on earth had happened? As he puzzled over this, Pei Bu and Pei Shan provided a clue. Foster father, something is amiss here. Our cultivation has been suppressed. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in Pei Qingfeng's eyes, as if he understood something. He immediately released his divine sense to check on his mount, discovering its cultivation had indeed dropped to the Zifu realm. Suppressing both human and beast cultivation in an instant, could there be a formation here capable of suppressing the cultivation of living beings? As the master of Day Sword Palace and a Moonwheel realm cultivator who had comprehended the sword heart and earned the title of Sword Marquis, Pei Qingfeng had extensive connections and knew many formation masters. The scene before him matched the effects of a certain type of formation. A formation? Pei Bu and Pei Shan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. They were well aware that becoming a formation master required exceptional talent and aptitude. Even junior formation masters capable of setting up yellow-grade formations were far fewer in number than Purple Mansion realm cultivators. As for senior formation masters who could arrange Earth-grade formations, they were exceedingly rare, almost impossible to find throughout the entire Great Qin dynasty. The grand formation before them could suppress the Yuan-Hai realm cultivation of their adopted father's mount, causing Pei Bu and Pei Shan to be taken aback. They estimated that this formation was at least a top-tier profound grade, possibly even a low-tier Earth grade. The two exchanged glances, their eyes full of surprise and doubt. Wasn't it said that the family on Kangwu Mountain was merely a small family with Yuan-Hai cultivators? How could they possess such a high-level formation? Just as they were puzzled, the commotion caused by the White Eagle's fall attracted many members of the Jiang family. The crowd gathered, discussing animatedly, and the scene quickly became noisy. Pei Qingfeng frowned and, without hesitation, released a wisp of the unique pressure of the Moon Wheel realm. This force swept out like a tidal wave, making everyone present feel a suffocating pressure, silencing them instantly. In that moment, the place fell silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Satisfied, Pei Qingfeng nodded, about to speak when suddenly a sharp and overwhelming pressure rose up from not far away, instantly neutralizing his aura. His eyes flickered as he recognized the familiar aura and looked up. A figure emerged from the crowd. It was Gu Xingjian, who had repeatedly declined his offers. Gu Xingjian, with a stern expression and his left hand resting on his sword, coldly said, "Palace Master Pei, as a Moon Will true person, why trouble these juniors? Wouldn't it damage your reputation if word got out?" This statement caused an uproar. Everyone couldn't help but look at Pei Qingfeng, their eyes full of astonishment. Who would have thought that this strong figure who suddenly appeared at the Jiang family's residence was actually a Moon Wheel realm true person? People wondered, such a powerful individual would be renowned even throughout the entire Tiandu prefecture. So why visit the Jiang family suddenly? Could it be that the patriarch's fame had spread beyond the nearby regions? Under the puzzled gazes of many Jiang family members, Pei Qingfeng sighed. "It's been years since we last met, and I didn't expect you to have such an opportunity to reach the Star Wheel realm in such a short time." Upon hearing this, Pei Bu and Pei Shan were full of surprise. They had heard from their adopted father that Gu Xingjian would need at least another 10 years to take that step. Yet now he had crossed it so quickly. To know that was the Star Wheel realm. Once achieved, not only could one enjoy a lifespan of 500 years, but they would also be revered as a true person by countless cultivators. Even within the Great River Sword Palace, there were only 3 who had reached such a realm. This showed just how formidable Gu Xingjian had become. At this moment, with Pei Qingfeng's sigh echoing, the atmosphere at the scene grew even more tense. Gu Xingjian faced Pei Qingfeng's questioning with a calm demeanor and shook his head. He looked directly into Pei's eyes and asked straightforwardly, "May I know the reason for your visit, Master Pei?" Although he had his suspicions, he chose to ask directly. Pei Qingfeng let out a cold laugh, laced with disdain. "Huh. The small Jiang family isn't worthy of my personal attention. You probably know why I'm here, so why pretend otherwise?" Hearing this, Gu Xingjian couldn't help but recall the past, feeling a throbbing headache. He sighed helplessly and said, "I'm just an ordinary person, not deserving of such attention from you. Besides, I am now a retainer of the Jiang family. Why force the issue, Master Pei?" Pei Qingfeng snorted, a flicker of anger in his eyes. "A retainer? Humph. I'll make it clear today. I, Pei Qingfeng, have chosen you, and I dare anyone to take you as a retainer." Faced with Pei Qingfeng's aggressive stance, Gu Xingjian showed a troubled expression. He knew well the formidable strength of this Pei Jianhou, and from the looks of it, he meant no good. If he angered Pei Qingfeng, the entire Jiang family might not withstand his wrath. The thought of implicating the Jiang family weighed heavily on his conscience. At this moment, the surrounding Jiang family members realized that this mysterious Moon Wheel practitioner was here to poach someone. Remembering Gu Xingjian's recent guidance, they all began to persuade him, unwilling to see him leave under threat. Listening to the voices around him, Gu Xingjian felt warmth in his heart, but it also strengthened his resolve not to involve the Jiang family. Pei Qingfeng, seeing this, looked displeased. He faced the crowd and shouted, "Silence!" His powerful aura erupted again, silencing all the Jiang family members present. Gu Xingjian saw this and said firmly, "I am willing to leave the Jiang family. Please do not make things difficult for them." Pei Qingfeng withdrew his aura and smiled slightly. "A wise choice. Don't worry, such a small family doesn't interest me enough to dirty my hands." With that, Pei Bu and Pei Shan behind him couldn't help but laugh. Just as Pei Qingfeng was about to take Gu Xingjian away, a commanding male voice suddenly rang out. "In my Jiang family, we don't let outsiders take our people away so easily. If you don't want to leave, I'd like to see who can force you to." Hearing this, Gu Xingjian paused. He quickly turned to the direction of the voice. Seeing the familiar white figure, he couldn't help but exclaim, Patriarch? He hadn't expected the patriarch to risk offending a moon will practitioner to intervene. Meanwhile, as Jiang Daoxuan arrived, all the Jiang family members present parted to make way, cheering, "It's the patriarch! The patriarch is here!" The patriarch told us he would never easily give up on anyone. We've all seen Gu's contributions over these months. How can we let these outsiders take him away? As the voices rose, Pei Qingfeng paused, raised an eyebrow, and looked ahead. At that moment, a man in white, accompanied by two youths, approached them. Pei Qingfeng's gaze lingered on Jiang Daoxuan, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint exactly what. As he pondered, Pei Bu and Pei Shan, emboldened by their adoptive father's presence, directly challenged Jiang Daoxuan. Letting Gu Xingzhan go will keep your Jiang family out of trouble. Why invite disaster? As the clan leader, you're supposed to safeguard your family, not push it into the abyss. Are you even worthy of your position? Before they finished speaking, members of the Jiang family could no longer contain their fury. How dare you? Who do you think you are, to criticize our clan leader? Look at yourselves in the mirror before you dare to lecture us. You think you're qualified to judge our leader? Ridiculous. Faced with the barrage of mockery, Pei Bu and Pei Shan's expressions darkened, unable to find a retort. At this moment, Jiang Daoxuan turned to Pei Qingfeng, using his chaotic Dao eyes to assess his cultivation level moon, will stage level 5 and calmly asked, "And you are?" Pei Qingfeng snorted in disdain, remaining silent. Sensing the tension, Pei Bu and Pei Shan quickly interjected with arrogance. "Humph. If we told you, it might scare you to death. Our adoptive father is the master of the Day Sword Palace. It's your fortune that he's gracing your Jiang family with his presence. Yet, as the leader of this small clan, you dare to obstruct him? You must have a death wish." Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun were infuriated by these words. Jiang Chun, in particular, was outraged, viewing the clan leader as a father figure and refusing to tolerate such slander. He shouted, "Our clan leader is gracious enough to overlook your rudeness, but we will not. Is this the behavior of the Day Sword Palace?" Jiang Yin, though barely managing to stay composed, was eager to assess the situation and mentally called out to his master, Old Zhou. "Master, how does that man compare to our clan leader?" Old Zhou's spiritual sense quickly evaluated Pei Qingfeng's level and dismissed him. Just a mere moon, will stage level 5. He might handle other Jiang family members, but against your leader, he's bound to meet a bloody end. What a fool. Reassured by this response, Jiang Yin confidently faced Pei Bu and Pei Shan, sternly reprimanding them. "Do you think you can act recklessly in our Jiang family?" Pei Bu and Pei Shan's expressions changed drastically, becoming so dark they could almost drip water. Although their spiritual senses were restricted by the formation, making it difficult to probe deeply, they realized that given their age and background, reaching the postnatal stage was their limit. The thought of being confronted by two low-level cultivators who weren't even worthy of being their servants only fueled their anger further. The two were instantly furious and couldn't help but angrily reprimand. "You two are quite bold. Didn't your clan leader teach you that there are people you shouldn't offend when you're out in the world? Small clans may not have much power, but they sure have a big mouth." Both sides were embroiled in a heated argument, and if it weren't for Jiang Daoxuan and Pei Qingfeng's presence, the four would have almost come to blows. Unable to endure any longer, Pei Bu turned to his adoptive father and said, "I humbly request your permission, adoptive father, to let my sister and I teach these two insolent youngsters a lesson." Pei Shan was also trembling with anger, her chest heaving as she pleaded, "I humbly request your permission." As true disciples of the Great River Sword Palace and the adopted children of the palace master Pei Qingfeng, they had never been insulted in such a manner. Watching the scene, Pei Qingfeng didn't even glance at Jiang Daoxuan before nodding in approval, granting their request. In his eyes, the entire Jiang family was nothing more than ants, easily crushed. Since they dared to offend Buer and Shaner, they should pay for their foolish words and actions. With Pei Qingfeng's approval, Pei Bu cracked his knuckles and glared viciously at Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun, sneering, "You're good with words for your age, but let's see how your fighting skills measure up." As his arrogant words fell, Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun didn't respond, but instead turned to their clan leader, their eyes burning with a strong fighting spirit. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan was about to speak when suddenly, a system prompt appeared before him. Ding, detecting high fighting spirit in two clan members, triggering a temporary family task, duel. Without the host intervening, Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin will face Pei Bu and Pei Shan. For each victory, receive a beginner's treasure blind box, with a reward limit of 2. Jiang Daoxuan looked at the pair behind Pei Qingfeng, a knowing expression in his eyes. He then turned to Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin, and under their tense gaze, he smiled warmly and said casually, "The children of the Jiang family are not inferior to others. Since they want to fight, grant them the opportunity. Remember, just use all you've learned, and don't worry about any unexpected outcomes. I will bear all consequences." Hearing this, the two were filled with an overwhelming sense of security and warmth. They beamed with joy and replied in unison, yes. Meanwhile, Pei Qingfeng, to prevent any accidents, was secretly sizing up Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan. With his spiritual awareness, he quickly assessed their approximate cultivation level. Purple Mansion Realm? Pei Qingfeng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Even he hadn't expected that these young men from a small clan were Purple Mansion cultivators. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he noticed something unusual about Jiang Yan. This boy was actually a spiritual body. As a cultivator of the Moonwheel Realm, his insight was sharp, and despite Jiang Yan's attempts to hide it, he saw through it. He then looked at Pei Bu and Pei Shan. Given their cultivation was suppressed to the innate realm by the formation, they were certainly no match for the opponents. Thinking of this, Pei Qingfeng glanced at Jiang Daoxuan and said coldly, since this is a sparring match between juniors, we elders naturally shouldn't interfere. However, your clan's 2 juniors are Purple Mansion cultivators, while my Buer and Shan'er are suppressed by the formation here to the innate realm. How can they compete? For fairness, why not lift the formation suppression on them, clan leader Jiang? Or is it that you lack confidence in your juniors and resort to such underhanded tactics to win? As Pei Qingfeng's voice rang out, Jiang Daoxuan shook his head with a smile, his expression calm. He said unhurriedly, it's just a battle of equals. Why should the Jiang family's children resort to such means? With that, he leisurely took out a specially crafted core for the binding spirit formation and began to operate it skillfully. As the core activated, Pei Bu and Pei Shan immediately felt a sense of relief. The energy within them surged like a tide, and their auras rapidly climbed, quickly restoring them to the peak of their Purple Mansion realm cultivation. Joy flickered in their eyes. Despite their confidence in their own strength, knowing their opponent was a Purple Mansion cultivator made them wary. Facing such an adversary with only innate cultivation could lead to a disastrous defeat. Thankfully, our foster father noticed this in advance, Pei Bu thought with relief. Otherwise, we might have suffered a setback at the Jiang family's hands. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the two, Jiang Qin's interest was piqued. He smiled and said, bullying the weak is no fun. Now it's just right. I wonder how many of my strikes you can withstand. This was his first encounter with outsiders of the same realm since reaching the Purple Mansion stage, and his spirits were naturally high. Jiang Yan was equally eager for battle. He initially intended to strike directly, but, sensing his brother's enthusiasm, he changed his mind. Brother Chun, leave this one to you. Let me take on the woman. Jiang Chun nodded in agreement. In his perception, Pei Bu's strength was noticeably greater, more likely to stimulate his fighting spirit. Seeing their opponents so confident, Pei Bu snorted and turned to Pei Shan, saying, sister, don't hold back. Let's teach these arrogant boys a lesson they'll never forget. That's exactly what I intend. Pei Shan replied with a grim expression, her anger barely contained. She immediately summoned her sword, and with a crisp clang, an invisible yet sharp sword intent swept through the surroundings. Facing this fierce sword intent, Jiang Chun remained calm and unafraid. Although his swordsmanship was only at the late Sword Yuan stage, with several Earth-grade techniques and martial skills, plus the foundation of celestial fire, he was fully confident he could easily defeat his opponent. Jiang Yan was even more composed. With the support of his Azure Flame Sacred Body, this entry-level sword intent was as harmless as a gentle breeze to him, posing no threat whatsoever. In contrast to the brothers' composure, Gu Xingjian showed a hint of concern in his eyes. However, his worry wasn't for Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan. Over recent days, the strength they displayed in numerous sparring sessions had even impressed him. Against such prodigious power, Pei Bu and Pei Shan, despite having grasped sword intent, were still lacking and destined to face defeat. Gu Xingjian had only one concern in his heart. He glanced at Pei Qingfeng from the corner of his eye and thought to himself, if Jiang Yan and Jiang Chun win, this proud sword marquis will not let it go easily. With the Jiang family losing face here, Pei Qingfeng is sure to seek revenge. How will the Jiang family handle it then? The clan leader is being foolish, Gu Xingjian sighed inwardly. If they hadn't agreed to this match, the Jiang family would have only suffered in silence. Now that tensions have escalated, the situation could turn dire. As Gu Xingjian was lost in thought, Pei Shan and Jiang Yan had already begun their duel in the arena. Pei Shan wielded her sword with one hand, showcasing the exquisite sword techniques from the Day Sword Palace. In an instant, nearly 100 sword shadows surged towards Jiang Yan in the cold, fierce wind. Faced with this fierce onslaught, Jiang Yan didn't even bother to dodge. He gathered his strength and struck out with a powerful palm. Bang! With a deafening thud, a brilliant flash of purple lightning streaked through the air. The pure yang energy surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the 100 sword shadows. Yet, Jiang Yan's power went far beyond this. With the Tsangyan treasure body, his energy reserves far exceeded those of ordinary people. This palm not only easily neutralized Pei Shan's attack, but also unleashed even more formidable power. In the face of this overwhelming blow, even Pei Shan, who had mastered the basics of sword intent, couldn't withstand it. In just one encounter, she was swept away by the tide of pure yang energy, thrown dozens of meters away. As the pervasive pure yang energy gradually dissipated, Pei Shan lay in a heap of rubble, disheveled and battered, her clothes torn and her hair in disarray, looking like a ghost, utterly defeated. Jiang Yen slowly withdrew his right hand, sneering. A disciple of the Day Sword Palace? I thought you would be formidable, but it turns out you're nothing special. I only used 70% of my strength and didn't even resort to the Tsangyan spiritual fire, yet you were defeated. With such meager skills, you dare to bark in front of me and instruct my clan leader? Hearing this scornful taunt, Pei Shan was furious. She gritted her teeth, gripping the sword hilt tightly, ready to rise and fight again. However, as soon as she moved, a wave of intense pain surged through her body, causing her to wince and gasp in pain. At this moment, Jiang Yan's voice rang out again. If you wish to continue, I will gladly oblige. But next time, the injuries won't be so minor. Think it over carefully. Pei Shan's heart burned with anger, yet she was helpless. After just a few exchanges, she clearly saw the gap in their abilities. The disparity was so vast and despairing that it made her realize. This young man before her was frighteningly powerful. Not far away, Pei Qingfeng witnessed the scene, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He had long known that this young man possessed a spiritual body and extraordinary combat prowess, but defeating Pei Shan, who had mastered sword intent, in such a brief exchange was truly unexpected. What intrigued him even more was his keen observation that the young man hadn't even exerted his full strength. The ease with which he subdued Pei Shan with such talent ignited a desire within Pei Qingfeng to recruit him. Pei Qingfeng pondered to himself, thinking it would be a shame for such a raw gem to remain buried in this small family. With his personal guidance and abundant resources, he believed he could make the young man's potential shine even more brilliantly, surpassing the achievements of this small family by many folds. He was convinced that this young man, with his spiritual body, would one day make a significant impact in the cultivation world. Meanwhile, Pei Bu watched as Pei Shan was defeated in just a few moves, his expression growing serious. Despite the distance, he could sense the powerful aura emanating from their clash, leading him to a shocking conclusion: this opponent's strength might very well match his own. This realization sent waves of disbelief through Pei Bu's mind. He thought to himself, I am at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm. How could this young man, merely at the 2nd level, be on par with me? Shaken to his core, Pei Bu turned his gaze toward Jiang Chun. He mused that for the Jiang family in this tiny place to produce one prodigy was already exceptional, but a second seemed impossible. With this thought, Pei Bu coldly spoke. I didn't expect your Jiang family to hide such an astonishing talent. It seems my sister and I underestimated you. As he spoke, he summoned his long sword, gripping the hilt tightly, as a sharp sword intent quietly brewed, ready to strike. But alas, in the face of absolute power, all talent is useless. Now, do you dare to face me in battle? Facing the provocation, Jiang Chun remained composed and aloof. With a wave of his right hand, he summoned a silver-white long sword from the Purple Mansion space. It wasn't the supreme-grade treasure sword bestowed by the clan leader, but rather a lower-grade sword he had cherished as the clan leader's personal weapon. Holding the sword, Jiang Chun coldly stared at Pei Bu and said in a deep voice, Since you dare to speak so arrogantly about the clan leader, I shall use the very sword he once wielded to teach you the consequences of reckless words. As he finished speaking, the silver-white blade became enveloped in a milky white glow. This was the sword's essence, infused with pure yang energy and sword energy, significantly enhancing its lethality. With a piercing gaze, Jiang Chun declared firmly, I will strike only 3 times. If I cannot defeat you in 3 moves, then consider it my loss. His words immediately caused a stir among the Jiang family members present. Someone exclaimed, Isn't that person a Purple Mansion cultivator? Is Brother Chun being overconfident by claiming he can defeat him in 3 strikes? Another scoffed, You've all seen Brother Chen sparring with Brother Yen recently. If Brother Yen can defeat that woman, why can't Brother Chen defeat this man? Why diminish our own morale? Yet, some family members remained worried. It's one thing to believe Brother Chen will win, but to boast about defeating him in just 3 strikes before the fight even begins seems a bit reckless. In the crowd, Zhang Han observed quietly while smiling and said, Haha, in my opinion, that's not necessarily the case. With Jiang Chen's skills, the people from the Day Sword Palace don't stand a chance against him. Oh, how do you know? Someone curiously asked. Zhang Han gave a mysterious smile. I can't say. At this moment, Zhang Han's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the innate realm. Although he hadn't yet reached the Purple Mansion realm, his mastery of various martial arts gave him extraordinary insight. Having observed his 2 elder brothers spar multiple times in secret, he was well aware of Jiang Chen's strength. He was certain that the Day Sword Palace disciple before them would face a crushing defeat. On the other side, Pei Bu listened to the surrounding discussions with a face as dark as a liver. He never expected that even now, the other side would maintain such an arrogant stance, underestimating him so blatantly. Pei Bu glared at Jiang Chun with fury, saying loudly, "Claiming you can defeat me within 3 moves is the most absurd thing I've ever heard. But since you've dared to say it, if I don't respond, it would seem like I've lost my nerve. I'll tell you the same thing. If you can withstand my 3 strikes without losing, I'll concede defeat." Determined to save face, Pei Bu was ready to give it his all. Although he wasn't sure of the opponent's strength, since the opponent dared to boast, how could he fall behind? Even before he finished speaking, he transformed his anger into overwhelming battle intent. In an instant, his sword intent surged, quickly reaching its peak. Daian Sword Technique. Pei Bu unleashed the signature skill of the Daian Sword Palace, the high-grade, earth-level Daian Sword Technique. The sword light flashed like lightning, swift as a shadow, almost impossible to track with the naked eye. The surging purple mansion energy enveloped the sword, vibrating at high frequency and resonating, producing a thunderous roar like a mighty river. The powerful aura burst forth, carrying an endless sharpness that forced all the Jiang family members present to involuntarily step back. "Boy, let me see what you've got." Pei Bu's face was grim as he shook his wrist, and the sword roared like a dragon, launching a sudden attack. Facing this formidable killing strike, Jiang Chen merely smirked, finding it too slow. Enhanced by the celestial fire, his senses far exceeded those of his peers, comparable to a Star Wheel realm cultivator. What seemed lightning fast to others appeared slow as a snail to him. The moment the sword edge fell, Jiang Chen immediately detected a flaw. Using the movement technique he exchanged from the Hidden Skills Pavilion to effortlessly dodge the lethal blow. Without giving Pei Bu a chance to react, Jiang Chen decisively executed the newly mastered Qilin Sword Technique. The formidable sword energy burst forth, instantly alarming Pei Bu. But as an expert who had comprehended sword intent, he instinctively reacted based on years of swordsmanship experience, hastily bringing his sword up to block just in time. Bang! A loud crash resounded. In the face of Jiang Chen's body, transformed by celestial fire and further strengthened by the Great Sun Body Refining Technique, Pei Bu had no power to resist and was instantly sent flying by an overwhelming force. Boom! Pei Bu's body flew back like a kite with a broken string, hurtling over 100 meters before crashing heavily onto the stone-paved ground. His body carved a deep trench in the hard surface, scattering debris and cutting his face. Quickly, Pei Bu summoned all his inner energy, gripping his sword tightly in his right hand, and drove the blade into the stone ground beside him. Sparks flew as the sword scraped against the ground, and after sliding more than 10 meters, he finally managed to halt his momentum. The violent impact churned his blood and energy, and every inch of his skin screamed with pain. He gritted his teeth against the agony and struggled to lift his head to look forward. The next moment, the scene before him made his pupils contract, and his heart nearly stopped. A young man in a blue robe with a resolute expression stood before him, his right hand holding a sword. The blade was steadfast, with the sharp tip aimed directly at Pei Bu's forehead, less than 3 fingers away. The biting cold emanating from the sword's tip sent a chill through Pei Bu. Under Pei Bu's fearful gaze, Jiang Chen spoke with a cold arrogance. "You've lost." There was no need for 3 strikes. Just one was enough to determine the victor. "I lost," Pei Bu muttered in disbelief. He had practiced swordsmanship diligently for over a decade, only to be defeated so effortlessly by this young man before him. As Pei Bu sank into self-doubt, the surrounding members of the Jiang family erupted into laughter, surprised by how quickly the contest was decided. "So this is the famed Daian Sword Palace? I thought they were formidable, but it turns out they're just all show and no substance." He was acting all high and mighty, but couldn't even withstand 2 strikes from Brother Chun, who gave him the courage to bark so loudly. "I've never seen someone so shameless. Not much skill, but plenty of bluster." The laughter echoed around them. Witnessing the scene, Pei Shan's eyes widened, her lips parted in shock. She never imagined that not only would she lose to the Jiang family, but her esteemed elder brother would also meet such a fate. After the initial shock, she couldn't help but wonder, could the Jiang family, with 2 such formidable talents, really just be an ordinary small clan? Not far away, Pei Qingfeng raised an eyebrow as he observed Jiang Chun, his eyes full of surprise. Having already noticed Jiang Yan's spiritual body, Pei Shan's defeat hadn't been too surprising. But Pei Bu's loss was truly unexpected. In his view, apart from Jiang Chen's notable cultivation at the Zifu stage, there was nothing remarkable about him, and he shouldn't have been a match for Pei Bu. Yet, the outcome was that Jiang Chun defeated Pei Bu, the strongest disciple of Daian Sword Palace, and Pei Qingfeng's potential successor, with just 1 strike. This left Pei Qingfeng deeply puzzled. As Pei Qingfeng pondered this, elsewhere, the mocking voices of the Jiang family members pierced Pei Bu's heart like sharp blades. His face twisted with fury, eyes glinting with menace, as his pride roared within him. Clenching his teeth, Pei Bu summoned all his strength to pull the sword from the ground, ready to attack once more. However, Jiang Qin's sharp eyes had already seen through everything. Just as Pibu drew out his sword, Jiang Qin's 3-foot-long blade sliced through the air like lightning. The back of the sword struck Pibu's right hand with a crisp sound. Ah! Pibu cried out in agony, unable to bear the pain in his right hand, causing the sword to slip from his grasp. Jiang Chun casually kicked the sword away, looking down at the disheveled Pibu with a cold gaze, and said, "You have lost." Pibu's forehead bulged with veins, sweat pouring down his face. He clutched his swollen right hand with his left, glaring at Jiang Chun with a sinister look, and gritted his teeth. "Lost? How could I possibly lose to a kid like you? Keep dreaming." Seeing Pibu's defiant attitude despite his tear-filled eyes from the pain, Jiang Chun frowned, ready to teach him another lesson. At that moment, a deep, aged voice suddenly rang out. "Enough! Stop embarrassing yourself out here." Jiang Chun paused, while Pibu looked dejectedly at his adoptive father. Pei Qingfeng snorted coldly and commanded, "Get back here." Pibu trembled, recalling his adoptive father's sternness, and hurried back, stumbling. Pei Shan followed closely behind, not daring to delay. Once both returned, Pei Qingfeng turned to Jiang Daoxuan and said coldly, "Your Jiang family is truly impressive," opening my eyes. "If I didn't know this was your family's territory, I might suspect it to be some sacred ground." Jiang Daoxuan simply smiled, not commenting. Pei Qingfeng glanced around, then shifted the conversation. "My Bu and Shan are lost because they lacked the strength. I, Pei Qingfeng, am not one to shy away from admitting defeat. Consider this a victory for the Jiang family." He paused before continuing. "Now, I wish to take Gu Xingjian and these 2 young talents from your family to grant them an opportunity. Do you have any objections?" Upon hearing this, Pibu and Pei Shan looked up in disbelief at their adoptive father. They never expected him to develop an appreciation for talent at this moment, and want to bring back the 2 youths who had humiliated them to the Day Sword Palace. The thought that these young prodigies might threaten their position upon returning to the palace filled them with reluctance. However, in the Day Sword Palace, their adoptive father's word was absolute, and no one dared to defy it. Upon hearing this, Gu Xingjian's face darkened instantly. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his brows furrowed, as waves of shock surged within him. Although he had long been aware of Pei Qingfeng's obsession with exceptional talents, even to the extent of treating them as rare collectibles, the current situation still caught him off guard. Gu Xingjian's gaze swept over everyone present as he calculated silently. Pei Qingfeng's adopted son and daughter had just been defeated by Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun, and now he was eager to recruit these 2 prodigies. This was a blatant display of ambition. He couldn't help but clench his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, yet he felt no pain. A chill spread from his spine throughout his body, as Gu Xingjian was well aware of Pei Qingfeng's character. If Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun accepted the offer, it would be akin to willingly putting on shackles. They would be forever bound to the Day Sword Palace, losing their freedom. Unless they could rapidly advance and surpass Pei Qingfeng in skill, they would spend their lives in the confines of the Day Sword Palace. However, reaching such a level was easier said than done. Gu Xingjian shook his head with a bitter smile. The threshold of the Moon Wheel realm was exceedingly high. Even those with extraordinary talent required years of accumulation. He couldn't help but worry about the future of Jiang Yin and Jiang Chun. Gu Xingjian stood by, deeply worried, with furrowed brows. Jiang Chen's face showed displeasure, a flicker of anger in his eyes. At that moment, Jiang Yan's reaction was quite different from everyone else's. After learning about the clan leader's strength from his master, he seemed reassured and boldly pointed his finger at Pei Qingfeng without hesitation. "Recruit us? Ha ha ha, what a colossal joke." Jiang Yan's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Those 2 adopted children of yours are nothing but arrogant fools, which says a lot about the Day Sword Palace that raised them. Such a den of vice, humph. Forget recruiting us. Even if you offered me the position of your palace master, I wouldn't care." Jiang Yan's anger was thoroughly ignited, remembering how these people always belittled them as a small family, which was a huge insult to him, who took pride in his family. Driven by rage, he spoke his mind freely, mercilessly criticizing the other side. This outburst took Jiang Chun by surprise. Given Yan's usual demeanor, he wouldn't act so rashly without absolute confidence. Why was he so reckless this time, even preempting Jiang Chun to berate this Moon Will cultivator so harshly? Meanwhile, Pei Bu and Pei Shan trembled with fear, looking at Jiang Yin as if he were a man doomed to die. In their minds, their adoptive father's status was so esteemed that even the Lord of Tidu would show respect. So how could a youngster like him dare to mock them? They could already imagine the severe punishment Jiang Yin was about to face. They snuck a glance at their adoptive father, only to find Pei Qingfeng's face as cold as frost, as calm as a block of ancient ice. Under everyone's gaze, Pei Qingfeng slowly spoke. "Seeing his talent, I thought he might be promising." Pei Qingfeng's voice was icy and piercing, but it turns out he's so foolish, unable to even grasp the basic situation. It's no wonder he comes from a backward small family, where even the most fundamental manners aren't taught. allowing a younger generation to become so arrogant and ignorant. As Pei Qingfeng spoke, he glanced around, finally fixing his gaze on Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan. He couldn't help but sigh. Such a fine steed, yet I cannot use it. In that case, it should be destroyed. Pei Qingfeng understood that today's incident had completely severed ties with the Jiang family. If he let the Jiang family go and allowed these two young talents to grow, they might threaten the Day Sword Palace's position in the future. Throughout history, how many dominant forces have suffered because they failed to nip potential threats in the bud? To avoid such a downfall, he had already resolved to kill. At this moment, as Pei Qingfeng's words fell, Jiang Chen's forehead veins bulged, and he clenched his teeth, glaring fiercely at Pei Qingfeng, murder evident in his eyes. To destroy another's family because recruitment failed such tyrannical behavior was truly infuriating. Pei Bu and Pei Shan exchanged glances, a trace of joy flickering in their eyes. If the Jiang family were destroyed, it would undoubtedly be beneficial for them. As true disciples of the Sword Palace and the Palace Master's adopted children, they valued their reputation highly. If the Jiang family were spared, news of their defeat would likely spread quickly, eventually reaching back to the Day Sword Palace. At that time, they who were defeated by this small family would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of everyone during idle chatter. Such a humiliation is unbearable. Pei Bu and Pei Shan's eyes flickered, silently hoping their godfather would act quickly to annihilate the Jiang family. Only in this way, apart from their godfather, no one would know of their defeat. At this moment, Gu Xingzhan felt a strong sense of foreboding. He never imagined Jiang Yan would be so unwise. However, recalling the care the Jiang family had shown over the past few months, the clan leader's trust, and the respect shown to him by the younger members as if he were an elder, Gu Xingzhan's heart was stirred. After all, humans are not emotionless creatures. He took a deep breath and stepped forward without hesitation, positioning himself in front of Jiang Yan. With a stern expression, Gu Xingzhan drew the long sword from his waist with his left hand and held it before his chest, the tip pointing directly at Pei Qingfeng. He said coldly, "Master Pei, if you insist on using your power to destroy the Jiang family, you'll have to step over my dead body first." These words shocked everyone present. Even Jiang Daoxuan was surprised. This usually cold and aloof Gu Xingzhan was now displaying such courage. It was important to note that no one in the Jiang family knew Jiang Daoxuan had broken through the star wheel, let alone comprehended the sword heart. Gu Xingzhan's actions were undeniably putting his life on the line. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes flickered with thought. Since the other party was willing to risk his life for the Jiang family, how could he stand by and do nothing? While Jiang Daoxuan was deep in thought, Pei Qingfeng stood with his hands behind his back, his expression growing colder. Suddenly, he shouted angrily, his voice like thunder, "Gu Xingzhan, after so many years, I never expected you to fall so low. A swordsman who lives for the sword, disregarding his life for these weak outsiders, truly foolish. What kind of spell has this Jiang family cast on you?" His words were like a thunderclap, leaving everyone's ears ringing painfully. Pei Bu and Pei Shan's faces changed drastically. Knowing their godfather's temper, they realized he was truly angry. Gu Xingzhan felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. The sword heart-level aura within Pei Qingfeng's words enveloped him entirely. This overwhelming presence, powerful enough to make one tremble, caused Gu Xingzhan's eyes to fill with blood, his face twisted, and his teeth clenched tightly, grinding together. His entire body shook uncontrollably, yet he did not take a single step back. Gu Xingzhan endured the pressure, his gaze sweeping over the Jiang clan members around him. Those young faces brought back memory scenes of them frequently asking him for swordsmanship guidance flashed before his eyes. At this moment, his once lonely heart was gradually filled with warmth, a strange feeling he had never experienced in over 20 years of solitary life. As his thoughts surged, Gu Xingzhan looked at Jiang Daoxuan. Throughout his life, he had always repaid kindness and sought revenge. The clan leader had treated him sincerely, not restricting his freedom, granting him the Qilin Sword Technique and various benefits, even allowing him to use the spiritual energy here to break through the star wheel at least 10 years earlier than expected. And all of this, only in exchange for him staying in Kangwu Mountain for 3 years. This unexpected kindness stirred something deep within Gu Xingzhan. His eyes were sharp and resolute as he gripped his long sword tightly. "I, Gu Xingzhan, will never betray my principles or bully the weak." His powerful voice echoed throughout the area. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xingzhan's demeanor suddenly transformed. He summoned all his strength to steady his wavering stance. His fingers clenched around the sword hilt, unleashing a formidable aura. This was the culmination of years of arduous training. His perfected sword intent now surged forth like a tidal wave, breaking through the pressure imposed by Pei Qingfeng. Jiang Daoxuan, who was about to intervene, suddenly halted, his brow furrowed. With his chaos Dao eyes, he sharply sensed that Gu Xingzhan was on the brink of a transformation. Star Wheel Realm, first level, with exceptional talent and comprehension, pale purple fortune, Black aptitude, mortal body. Jiang Daoxuan quickly calculated in his mind. I didn't expect him to find an opportunity to perfect his sword intent at this moment. Jiang Daoxuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he decided to stay his hand and watch the situation unfold. On the other hand, Pei Qingfeng was oblivious to Gu Xingzhan's anomaly. Seeing his opponent dare to resist, he flew into a rage, shouting, I intended to spare your life to serve the great River Sword Palace. Yet you are so stubborn. Since you seek death, I will grant it, and let you and your small family descend into the underworld together. Before his words had finished, Pei Qingfeng's minor sword heart erupted violently. The overwhelming aura surged like a tide, forcing everyone to retreat. Even Pei Bu and Pei Shan, who had grasped the basics of sword intent, couldn't withstand it and had to step back. In an instant, the bustling scene became eerily empty, with only a few individuals managing to remain standing. Faced with the full force of the Sword Marquis's pressure, even Jiang Yin felt immense strain. Despite possessing the powerful Azure Flame body, the gap in their realms was too vast to completely negate the oppressive force. In a critical moment, Zhou Lao, from within his ring, discreetly released a breath to neutralize the lethal threat. In contrast, Jiang Chen appeared much more composed. His expression was calm as the celestial flame within him effortlessly extinguished all pressure, seemingly unaffected. He instinctively glanced around, noting Jiang Yan's steady stance without surprise. After months together, he was well aware of his cousin's extraordinary opportunities. However, Jiang Chen's attention was drawn to an unexpected discovery. Among the crowd, a black-haired youth stood out with peculiar behavior. With his heightened senses, Jiang Chen quickly realized that this youth seemed unaffected by the pressure and was deliberately concealing it. Interesting. A glint of intrigue flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. I believe his name is Jiang Han. Although Jiang Han tried to hide his feelings, his inexperience betrayed him, revealing slight flaws that caught Jiang Chen's attention. Jiang Chen's gaze, sharp as a sword, pierced through to Jiang Han, making him feel a chill down his spine, his body stiffening with alarm. Oh no, have I been exposed? Jiang Han worried silently, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Earlier, Pei Qingfeng's overwhelming aura had swept through like a tidal wave, affecting everyone present. However, the Huangquan demon diagram within Jiang Han acted like an invisible shield, nullifying all the pressure and leaving him unscathed, in stark contrast to his beleaguered clan members. Realizing his unusual state might arouse suspicion, Jiang Han quickly feigned being affected by the aura, retreating with the others. Yet, despite his caution, Jiang Chen's keen eyes still caught a hint of his anomaly. This encounter served as a wake-up call for Jiang Han. He immediately adjusted his demeanor, pretending to be terrified, lowering his head while discreetly observing his clan's reactions, mimicking their behavior. I must be extra careful in the future, Jiang Han silently warned himself. Meanwhile, as the primary target of the pressure, Gu Xingzhan was under immense strain. The aura Pei Qingfeng unleashed contained the dual essence of Sword Spirit and Moon Wheel, pressing down on him like a mountain. Gu Xingzhan's sword trembled in his grip, nearly slipping from his grasp. His body swayed unsteadily, feet carving deep cracks into the ground, with his knees almost sinking entirely into the earth. The sharp aura felt like countless needles, making it difficult for Gu Xingzhan to open his eyes. He squinted, barely able to see Pei Qingfeng through a narrow slit. Clenching his teeth tightly, blood oozed from the corners of his mouth, a testament to the immense pain he was enduring. Just as Gu Xingzhan was about to succumb, a sudden muffled sound echoed across the scene. Boom. In that instant, the great sword intent surrounding Gu Xingzhan broke free like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, instantly advancing to the realm of perfect sword intent. Pei Qingfeng's expression froze, a trace of disbelief flickering in his eyes. He hadn't anticipated that someone could break through to a higher sword realm under his pressure. However, Pei Qingfeng's face soon turned somber, his eyes glinting coldly. Using my strength to comprehend perfect sword intent? Gu Xingzhan, if you wish to learn, then learn to your heart's content. Before he finished speaking, an even more terrifying aura surged forth like a tidal wave. Feeling the dreadful power within, despair crept over Gu Xingzhan's face. Even with perfect sword intent, the overwhelming power gap left him with no choice but to await his fate. Yet, just as Gu Xingzhan resigned himself to death, a similarly formidable aura suddenly erupted behind him. Rumble. This aura, like the resonance of a million divine swords, unleashed in extreme sharpness, intertwining with Pei Qingfeng's pressure to form a balanced standoff. Caught off guard by this turn of events, Gu Xingzhan turned stiffly to see a familiar figure in white Jiang Daoxuan, the current patriarch of the Jiang family. Swallowing hard, Gu Xingzhan spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. Is this the realm of sword heart? As a sword cultivator, he could sense the astounding power within this aura. It surpassed mere sword intent, reaching the sword heart realm. And to hold his own against a veteran sword master like Pei Qingfeng, It was clearly beyond the entry-level sword heart. Could it be that the patriarch's mastery of the sword heart has reached the minor completion stage? Gu Xingjian's mind was in turmoil. But how is this possible? The patriarch has only been in seclusion for just over 2 months. How could he leap from perfect sword intent to minor completion sword heart in such a short time? Such a leap is simply too astonishing. What shocked Gu Xingjian even more was that he sensed the unique aura of the Star Wheel realm on the clan leader, and it had already reached the 6th level. Gu Xingjian's eyes widened in disbelief at his own perception. The clan leader's first official appearance after seclusion brought him an enormous surprise. In just 2 months, the clan leader not only broke through to the minor accomplishment sword heart, but also skyrocketed his cultivation from the Yuanhai realm to the 6th level of the Star Wheel realm. This rate of progress completely overturned Gu Xingjian's understanding, leaving him utterly astounded. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and Jiang Yin were also stunned. They had thought their own rapid progress during this period had significantly enhanced their strength, allowing them to at least narrow the gap with the clan leader. However, reality hit them hard. The gap between them and the clan leader had not decreased but increased. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. On the other side, Pei Qingfeng felt his imposing presence being suppressed, and his expression shifted slightly. His gaze moved from Gu Xingjian to the Jiang family clan leader, Jiang Daoxuan, who he had previously ignored. It seems my intuition was correct. You are indeed extraordinary, Pei Qingfeng said coldly. To comprehend the minor accomplishment sword heart at such a young age, you are truly a prodigy. But the more exceptional you are, the less I can let you live. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Qingfeng's fingers clenched in a virtual grip, instantly summoning an exquisite copper-colored sword. This sword, named Daian, was a top-tier treasure of the Earth rank, a legacy weapon of the Dai Sword Palace, and only the palace masters of each generation could wield it. Holding the sword in one hand, Pei Qingfeng looked coldly at Jiang Daoxuan. To die under this sword is a privilege for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxuan had no interest in responding. He turned to Gu Xingjian and asked with a soft smile, "What do you think of this sword?" Gu Xingjian was taken aback, clearly at a loss for the clan leader's sudden question. Nevertheless, he instinctively replied, "The Dai sword is ranked 19th on the famous swords list of the Tiandu prefecture. It is extraordinary and a treasure that countless sword cultivators yearn for but cannot obtain." Jiang Daoxuan suddenly laughed. "How about I take it and give it to you?" "What?" Gu Xingjian was utterly dumbfounded. He never expected the clan leader to say something so astonishing at that moment. Seeing Gu Xingjian's stunned expression, Jiang Daoxuan softly said, "How can a good swordsman be without a good sword? This sword is barely worthy of you. Once I seize it, it will belong to you." This time, Gu Xingjian finally understood his clan leader's words. He felt extremely nervous inside, cautiously eyeing the sword in Pei Qingfeng's hand, and couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After all, his own sword was merely a top-grade Xian rank weapon. Jiang Daoxuan gazed at the legendary sword, his eyes shimmering with an undeniable longing. As a swordsman, he understood the importance of a renowned blade to his own strength. To him, these swords were like peerless beauties, haunting his dreams and keeping him awake at night. However, Gu Xingjian quickly became aware of Pei Qingfeng's reputation and power. Suppressing his excitement, he turned to his clan leader, his eyes filled with concern. "But you," Jiang Daoxuan waved his hand lightly, speaking with an easy tone. "Retrieving the sword is as simple as reaching into my pocket." Gu Xingjian was left stunned by these words, while Pei Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Huh, as simple as reaching into your pocket? What an arrogant claim." His laughter carried a hint of mockery. "Let me see how you plan to do it. If you fail, humph. Today, I'll annihilate your Jiang family." As the laughter faded, Pei Qingfeng's words were filled with murderous intent. As a cultivator who had mastered the sword heart at the Moonwheel stage, how could he tolerate being humiliated by the leader of a minor clan? Pei Qingfeng's eyes narrowed, and a vast power erupted from within him. A beam of light shot into the sky, revealing a brilliant star and a massive silver moon high above. The overwhelming force swept across the entire Kangwu Mountain, exuding an aura of ultimate destruction. Meanwhile, at the market at the foot of Kangwu Mountain, people bustled about. Suddenly, someone inadvertently looked up at the mountain top, their pupils contracting sharply in shock. How is this possible? How can there be a moon and stars in broad daylight? This exclamation immediately caught the attention of those around. Someone whispered, "I've heard that powerful cultivators at the Moonwheel stage can sense the stars and moon, creating such celestial phenomena." A collective gasp followed. Could it be that a Moonwheel cultivator has descended upon Kangwu Mountain? The crowd buzzed with astonishment, unable to fathom that a Moonwheel cultivator would appear at Kangwu Mountain today. And judging by the situation, it seemed a confrontation was imminent. The same thought surfaced in everyone's mind. Could it be that the Jiang family's glory would end today? Driven by curiosity, they wanted to climb the mountain to see for themselves. but the fear of the formidable power of a moonwheel cultivator kept them in place, anxiously watching Kangwu Mountain and awaiting the outcome. At the mountain's summit, faced with Pei Qingfeng's celestial phenomenon, Jiang Daoxuan merely smiled calmly. If you wish to harness the power of the heavens against me, then let us have a duel. Jiang Daoxuan did not utilize his own starry sky phenomenon, but instead unleashed his saint body phenomenon. He believed that this alone would be sufficient to suppress Pei Qingfeng. In the next moment, the celestial king ascended to the 9 heavens. A terrifyingly powerful aura surged from Jiang Daoxuan, soaring into the sky. Instantly, a majestic figure identical to him appeared high above, surrounded by mysterious energies. It was as if an unrivaled celestial king was looking down upon the world, gazing proudly at all living beings. The moment the celestial king descended from the heavens, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded, causing the entire world to tremble. Countless clan members stood in awe, exclaiming in disbelief. What kind of phenomenon is this? They had never witnessed such a spectacular sight, filling their hearts with both confusion and reverence. The clan leader had already ascended to the Starwheel realm and was supposed to have mastered the phenomenon of stars filling the sky, wasn't he? Though puzzled, everyone could sense the immense power from this celestial event, as if the heavens themselves had descended, compelling them to kneel and worship, their very souls quivering. Jiang Chun, Jiang Yin, Jiang Han, Gu Xingzhan, and others were equally astounded. As the younger generation who had never left the heavenly capital mansion, their understanding was that moon wheel realm cultivators could only master the phenomenon of the harmonious glow of stars and moon. Confronted with such a unique spectacle, they couldn't help but fall into deep confusion. Jiang Yin turned to his well-read and knowledgeable master, Old Zhou, and asked urgently, "Master, can you discern the origin of this phenomenon?" Hearing this, Old Zhou was also at a loss. As a cultivator with a complete heavenly human realm cultivation, his insight was ultimately limited, and he knew very little about phenomena of this level. Although he had once recognized Jiang Daoxuan as having an innate Dao embryo based on some chance information, the scene before him far exceeded his realm of understanding. Could I have been mistaken in my initial judgment? Does clan leader Jiang have an even more astonishing background? Old Zhou speculated inwardly. To maintain his dignity in front of his disciple, he cleared his throat a few times and carefully chose his words. Ordinary cultivators, upon reaching the star wheel, moon wheel, and sun wheel realms, can master 3 phenomena: stars filling the sky, the harmonious glow of stars and moon, and the rising sun. Old Zhou explained slowly. However, those with special constitutions like sacred bodies, divine bodies, and Dao bodies are exceptions. Besides the basic phenomena, they possess unique personal phenomena that contain immense power. After a pause, he continued, "Regarding your clan leader's specific constitution, I have some understanding. But at your current level, knowing this might do more harm than good. You only need to understand that the clan leader possesses some form of sacred body." A sacred body? Jiang Yin was taken aback, not expecting his clan leader to have such an incredible identity. Although he had only a vague understanding of concepts like sacred bodies, divine bodies, and Dao bodies, learning that the clan leader was among them still left him deeply shocked. Seeing that Jiang Yin didn't pursue the matter further, Old Zhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed challenging to maintain the image of a master in front of this extraordinary young master. If he were teaching other disciples at the Purple Mansion realm, he would be at ease. But with the Jiang clan leader suspected to be the reincarnation of an ancient emperor, everything was full of uncertainty. Old Zhou reflected that the recent string of astonishing events had almost numbed him. At this moment, as the phenomenon of the celestial king descending unfolded, the entire world seemed to shudder in response. The celestial phenomenon of stars and moons suddenly shattered, and Pei Qingfeng's pupils contracted in shock. He had never encountered such a bizarre situation where his own phenomenon was suppressed, and even crushed something unprecedented in his life. What kind of trickery are you using?" Pei Qingfeng demanded, trying to quell the fear in his heart as he glared angrily at Jiang Daoxuan. Jiang Daoxuan merely shook his head indifferently, unwilling to explain or deem the other worthy of an answer. In the next instant, he used the Kunpeng technique, disappearing from his spot with astonishing speed. Pei Qingfeng was startled but unable to track his opponent. At that moment, a chill ran down his spine as he felt a presence behind him. Instinctively, he turned and swung his sword fiercely backward. A dull thud resounded. Pei Qingfeng was dumbfounded at the sight before him. The blade of his mighty sword was firmly grasped by an immaculate hand. What shocked him even more was that the hand showed no sign of injury, despite withstanding his full-force strike. To withstand the strike of my high-grade spiritual weapon with just a Starwheel body? Could Jiang Daoxuan be some kind of monster? Pei Qingfeng's mind was in turmoil. Even as a seasoned cultivator of the Moon Wheel realm, he couldn't comprehend the unbelievable scene before him. However, while Pei Qingfeng was momentarily stunned, Jiang Daoxuan made his move. Clenching the sword with his right hand, He quickly launched a powerful sidekick aimed at Pei Qingfeng's chest. A chilling crack of bones echoed. Pei Qingfeng's body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, retreating thousands of meters, the air reverberating with a sharp sonic boom. His body crashed through a towering peak, causing a thunderous impact. Jiang Daoxuan listened to the sounds around him, a slight smile playing on his lips. Amidst the stunned and petrified gazes of the onlookers, he casually tossed the seized sword. It shot through the air with precision, embedding itself in the ground before Gu Xingjian, the blade vibrating with a piercing hum. Gu Xingjian stared blankly at the sword within reach, feeling no joy, only endless shock. He never dreamed that events would unfold in such a fantastical manner. The supposedly invincible palace master Pei, in the presence of their clan leader, was utterly defeated, powerless, and toyed with like a plaything. The stark contrast left him in disbelief. While Gu Xingjian was overwhelmed and at a loss, a warm yet authoritative male voice suddenly spoke. Take the sword. Hearing the clan leader's command, Gu Xingjian barely managed to regain his composure. Swallowing nervously, he nodded quickly in response, pushing down the shock within him. Pei Bu and Pei Shan stood frozen in place, utterly speechless as they witnessed the scene unfold. They couldn't comprehend how their normally imposing adoptive father could be so effortlessly struck down. What kind of power was this? Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with awe. The strength of their clan leader was indeed legendary, far beyond anyone's imagination. Jiang Daoxuan once again employed the Kunping technique, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, he was hovering in midair, gazing down at the massive crater where Pei Qingfeng lay. In the center of the towering peak, a shocking pit had appeared, and amidst the rubble, Pei Qingfeng struggled to his feet. Disheveled and covered in dust, Pei Qingfeng's robes were torn and tattered. He coughed violently several times before slowly raising his head to look at the white figure in the sky. Deep in his eyes, a profound sense of awe took shape. He had never encountered such a formidable physical force. A single kick had nearly cost him his life. Was this level of power really just the Starwill realm? Overwhelmed with despair and anger, Pei Qingfeng considered retreating, but Jiang Daoxuan had already vanished from his sight. Suddenly, a sense of danger surged from behind, causing Pei Qingfeng to freeze, his heart skipping a beat. Instinctively, he raised his right arm, frantically gathering his energy to counterattack. However, before he could complete his move, a brilliant sword light flashed. Blood spattered as an arm was severed and flung into the air. The sharpness of the Chungying sword was unparalleled, effortlessly tearing through the defense of a moon wheel realm body. Agonizing pain engulfed Pei Qingfeng, cold sweat pouring down his face as his body trembled uncontrollably, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to cry out. Quickly, he tore his sleeve to bind the wound, simultaneously using his energy to staunch the bleeding. After doing so, he looked up at Jiang Daoxuan, about to plead. Clan leader Jiang, this is all a misunderstanding. Before he could finish, Jiang Daoxuan acted. With the immense power of his innate sacred body and Dao embryo, he instantly achieved harmony with the Dao, resonating with the laws of the universe. As he raised his hand, a vast force akin to the heavens descended upon Pei Qingfeng. In the face of this irresistible might, Pei Qingfeng's proud strength was instantly suppressed, his body involuntarily collapsing to the ground, unable to move. His pupils contracted with shock, struggling to believe what he was witnessing. Jiang Daoxuan approached slowly, looking down at the fallen palace master Pei Qingfeng. Pei Qingfeng caught sight of the feet beside him out of the corner of his eye, and instinctively tried to look up. Jiang Daoxuan swiftly kicked, precisely pinning Pei Qingfeng's head to the ground littered with sharp stones. Pei's cheek pressed painfully against the jagged rocks, and a wave of intense pain surged through his body. The stones pierced his skin, causing blood to seep out and quickly stain his entire face, making him look fierce and terrifying. Despite Pei Qingfeng's desperate attempts to resist, the oppressive force of Dao Yuan immobilized him completely. No matter how much strength he mustered, he couldn't lift his head from under Jiang Daoxuan's unyielding foot. Looking down coldly, Jiang Daoxuan said, "You are the second person to threaten the extermination of my Jiang family." These words struck Pei Qingfeng like a heavy hammer, shaking him to his core. Alarmed, he hurriedly pleaded, "I admit defeat in all of this. I misjudged. If you let me go." However, before he could finish, Jiang Daoxuan casually waved his hand, releasing a divine light formed from pure yang energy that struck Pei's left hand. In an instant, his left arm disintegrated into a mist of blood, dissipating into the air. The sudden agony forced a cold grunt from Pei Qingfeng. Even as a cultivator of the moon wheel, the loss of his limbs was excruciatingly unbearable. Yet, this was just the beginning. Jiang Daoxuan's voice rang out again, devoid of emotion. "Trespassing on my Jiang family's mountain gate. That is your first crime." As he spoke, another divine light burst forth, obliterating Pei Qingfeng's right leg. "Insulting my Jiang family with your words. That is your second crime." With a flash of brilliant light, Pei Qingfeng's left leg vanished into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, the esteemed master of the Sword Palace was left without limbs. Despite this, Pei Qingfeng gritted his teeth in silence, a glimmer of relief emerging in his heart as he felt his life nearing its end. However, Jiang Daoxuan's next words shattered his expectations. Attempting to use force to take away my family's offerings and younger members. That is your third crime. Before the words had fully settled, a cyan mystical light enveloped Pei Qingfeng. Astonishingly, his lost limbs regenerated in just a few breaths. Pei Qingfeng was deeply shocked, staring incredulously at his restored body. Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly, seemingly pleased with the outcome. He mused to himself that the power of the reincarnation art was indeed remarkable. With just a minimal application, it could reverse time and regrow limbs in such a short period. Jiang Daoxuan's gaze then returned to Pei Qingfeng, who lay like a defeated dog at his feet. As the head of the Jiang family, he knew he could not remain passive in the face of such audacity. With this in mind, he unhesitatingly struck again, sending another divine light to annihilate Pei Qingfeng's newly regenerated right arm. This time, Pei Qingfeng's mental defenses finally crumbled. It wasn't the physical pain he couldn't endure, but the endless cycle of torment. Realizing the terrifying regenerative power his opponent possessed, he was utterly hopeless. Desperate to end the relentless torture, Pei Qingfeng, trembling and in agony, begged, "I was blind this time. Please, grant me a swift death." Jiang Daoxuan's actions never ceased, his cold voice cutting through the air like a blade. "For uttering threats to annihilate my Jiang family. This is your fourth crime." Before his words could even settle, 3 blinding beams of divine light erupted, instantly obliterating Pei Qingfeng's left hand and legs. Pei Qingfeng didn't even have time to scream before the rebirth art was activated again. Time reversed, and in the blink of an eye, his limbs regrew. This sudden change broke Pei Qingfeng utterly. He closed his eyes tightly, his voice trembling to the point of being almost inaudible. "Chief Jiang, you are a magnanimous person. Just let me go like a passing wind. I don't ask for you to spare me. Just grant me a swift end." This relentless torment was the cruelest form of torture for him. Jiang Daoxuan looked down at the pitiful Pei Qingfeng with an expressionless face, speaking coldly. "Why would I be willing to kill you? You've done so many good things for my Jiang family. I must repay them all. Rest assured, I won't kill you. On the contrary, I will ensure you live well enough to witness how the small family you look down upon rises step by step." Recalling Pei Qingfeng's previous arrogance, Jiang Daoxuan felt a surge of disgust. How could he let the man die so easily? For Pei Qingfeng, death would be a mercy, and his actions did not warrant such a gift from Jiang Daoxuan. Hearing Jiang Daoxuan's icy, ruthless words, Pei Qingfeng's face turned ashen. Before he could plead again, for beams of divine light exploded once more, destroying his limbs instantly. The rebirth art activated again, restoring his limbs to their original state. Under the continuous torment of excruciating pain, Pei Qingfeng lost all dignity befitting a lunar realm cultivator. His features twisted, tears and sweat mingling on his face, and his disheveled hair made him look like a beggar on the streets. Unable to endure the pain any longer, Pei Qingfeng used all his strength to plead urgently. "I am willing to serve you. As a Moonwheel Realm cultivator, I am surely more suitable than Gu Xingjian. I can lead the Day Sword Palace to become a vassal force of the Jiang family. I pledge my loyalty to you, to be your faithful servant. Please give me a chance to atone for my sins." At this moment, Pei Qingfeng's pride was completely shattered, and he lost all composure. Jiang Daoxuan watched the scene before him with interest. Looking at the now pathetic Pei Qingfeng, there was no trace of his former arrogance. Once satisfied, Jiang Daoxuan withdrew his gaze, dismissively kicking him aside, and mocked. "Do you really think just anyone can become a servant of the Jiang family? You don't have the qualifications." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Daoxuan retracted the powerful aura he had released, and once again used the rebirth art. This time, with the strong foundation of his innate holy body, he reversed several centuries. Faced with such formidable power of rebirth, the already severely injured Pei Qingfeng was powerless to resist. In an instant, his body began to shrink rapidly, transforming into a rosy-cheeked child. Pei Qingfeng looked at his body in horror. Clothes that once fit, while now hung loosely like a robe. Not only had his physical form regressed, but his cultivation had also been severely impacted. His cultivation at the Moonwheel realm had completely dissipated, leaving him an ordinary mortal. The frail physique of a mortal could not withstand the heart of the sword. Within just a few breaths, his swordsmanship realm, unsupported by cultivation, began to plummet rapidly. The small success in his heart of swordsmanship shattered instantly, and his swordsmanship cultivation was lost, leaving only basic sword skills. Pei Qingfeng stared incredulously at his small, pale hands, his face full of shock. He had never encountered such an illogical ability, one that could manipulate the power of time, returning him to his youth and stripping him of all his cultivation. As he was engulfed in fear, a faint thread of pure yang energy pierced through his dantian, cutting off his path of cultivation for life. Bereft of all cultivation and physical strength, Pei Qingfeng could no longer endure the pain. His body curled up like a shrimp, hands clutching his dantian, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Jiang Daoxuan coldly grabbed Pei Qingfeng by the back of his collar and leapt into the sky, swiftly returning to Kangwu Mountain. The crowd, seeing their clan leader return with an unfamiliar child in hand, was filled with surprise, speculating about the child's identity. Pei Bu and Pei Shan were puzzled upon seeing the familiar robes on the boy. They couldn't comprehend why their foster father's clothes were on this child. Amidst the crowd's curious gazes, Jiang Daoxuan glanced at Gu Xingzhan and casually tossed Pei Qingfeng aside like garbage. Pei Qingfeng landed heavily on the ground, letting out a cry of pain as he rolled several times before stopping at Gu Xingzhan's feet. Gu Xingzhan, having just returned his day sword to the purple mansion space, was taken aback by the scene. Jiang Daoxuan briefly explained, "This is Pei Qingfeng. I've crippled his cultivation. Later, take him to the herb field and let those neighbors take care of him, so he can experience what it's like to fall from grace." Gu Xingzhan's pupils constricted in disbelief as he examined the small boy on the ground, unable to imagine that this was the renowned sword Marquis Pei of Tiandu Mansion. Upon learning that the child was indeed their foster father, Pei Bu and Pei Shan were so shocked they collapsed to the ground. Pei Bu, terrified, couldn't reconcile the small boy with their authoritative foster father. Before they could gather their thoughts, Jiang Daoxuan's gaze fell upon them. Feeling the piercing look, Pei Bu and Pei Shan trembled all over, even wetting themselves, and were about to plead for mercy. However, they were met with two dazzling beams of divine light. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were pierced through, leaving behind two cold corpses. With a dull thud, the bodies of Pei Bu and Pei Shan fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. The scene instantly plunged into silence, the air seemingly frozen. Pei Qingfeng looked up at the sound, his gaze sweeping over the area. When he saw the bodies of his adopted son and daughter, his eyes instantly filled with bloodlust, his anger erupting like a volcano. However, despite the fury raging within him, he was powerless without his cultivation, left only to glare helplessly, a lamb awaiting slaughter. Jiang Daoxuan ignored Pei Qingfeng's eyes, which were filled with rage. He thought to himself that the idyllic life in the medicinal field and those so-called friendly neighbors must have made Pei Qingfeng deeply understand the harsh realities of society. Shaking his head slightly, he turned his gaze to Jiang Han amid the crowd and spoke, his voice not loud but clear. "Honor, come and clean this up." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding Jiang family members all turned their eyes to Jiang Han. Jiang Han was momentarily stunned but quickly realized that the clan leader was hinting for him to handle the bodies of the two Purple Mansion cultivators and to use the Yellow Springs demonic art to absorb them while they were still fresh. His eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he stepped forward under the watchful eyes of the crowd and began moving Pei Bu and Pei Shan's bodies. Jiang Daoxuan withdrew his gaze, preparing to personally destroy the Great River Sword Palace to avenge Pei Qingfeng's attempt to annihilate the Jiang family. However, at that moment, a robust laugh suddenly echoed across the scene, deafening. "Ha ha ha, with so many people gathered here, it saves me the trouble of finding you one by one. Who is Jiang Daoxuan? Get out here. I want to see who dares to destroy a branch of my Tidu Tang family." The words startled many among the Jiang family present. Jiang Daoxuan remained composed, his gaze coldly sweeping towards the source of the voice. A burly middle-aged man with a treasured blade at his waist strode forward, followed by three men in luxurious attire. Under the influence of the binding spirit formation, their expressions were far from friendly. Jiang Daoxuan's face showed understanding. With Pei Qingfeng's commotion, he had almost forgotten about the Tidu Tang family. Tang Baqiang noticed Jiang Daoxuan's gaze, his eyes narrowing as he began to speak. "What? Are you the pretty boy who—" Before he could finish, an orangered flame suddenly surged towards him. The four of them were shocked, unprepared for the sudden attack. The flame moved swiftly, engulfing them in an instant, drawing cries of agony. The terrifying heat blossomed instantly, incinerating not just matter, but also dissolving elemental force. In less than 3 breaths, a Star Wheel Realm expert and 2 Purple Mansion cultivators from the Tidu Tang family, who had traveled from afar, perished. Their skin, flesh, and bones were completely obliterated, leaving not even ashes behind, vanishing from the world so abruptly. Only one innate Realm Tang family member remained on the scene. He was so terrified that his face turned ashen, his legs trembled, and a large patch of his pants was wet. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that upon arriving at Kangwu Mountain, the third master, who possessed a 4th-level Star Wheel cultivation and had mastered the Grand Blade intent, would die just like that. At that moment, Jiang Daoxuan, having casually unleashed a Samadhi True Fire, suddenly appeared before him. Jiang Daoxuan spoke coldly, his tone carrying an undeniable command. Take me to the Tang family. Since the Tang family in Tiandu is eager to meet their doom, let's grant their wish. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he sealed the fate of the Dai Sword Palace in his mind. The surviving member of the Tang family felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss upon hearing this. He struggled internally, wanting to show an unyielding stance for his family, but ultimately chose to submit under the threat of death. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly and took out a beast ring from the Zifu space. This ring was one of the many items recently procured by the elder Jiang Hongguang, similar in function to a space ring, specifically used for storing spirit beasts. Jiang Daoxuan gently activated the beast ring, from which a white stream of light burst forth, transforming into a majestic, Sungyun white crane upon landing. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Daoxuan grabbed the Tang family member and leaped onto the back of the white crane. He closed his eyes to concentrate, releasing a powerful spiritual consciousness in all directions. After months of studying the Nuwa visualization diagram, his soul power had reached an extraordinary level. In just a few breaths, his spiritual consciousness enveloped the entire Kangwu mountain, reaching the depths of the spiritual spring and landing in front of Xiaobai. Jiang Daoxuan knew that Xiaobai was not invincible in the Qin dynasty, and with the Jiang family's strength not fully restored, he acted cautiously to avoid unnecessary attention. He projected Pei Qingfeng's appearance into Xiaobai's mind, and then ordered, after nightfall, go to the medicinal field and find Pei Qingfeng. Have him lead the way to the Dai Sword Palace and annihilate it completely. Xiaobai received the order and immediately simulated a soft, youthful voice with its spiritual consciousness, responding, "Yes, sir." Jiang Daoxuan withdrew his consciousness and turned to the still dazed Tang family member beside him, saying calmly, "Lead the way." The Tang family member snapped out of his trance, nodded quickly, and pointed with a trembling hand in the direction of the Tang family in Tiandu. The Sangyun white crane spread its wings and soared high, disappearing into the sky in an instant. As Jiang Daoxuan's figure faded into the distance, a thunderous cheer erupted at the scene. Everyone was immersed in an unbelievable joy and pride, though they didn't understand how their leader had transformed the Dai Sword Palace's master back into a child. It did nothing to diminish their fervent admiration for Jiang Daoxuan. Amidst the celebration, Gu Xingzhan quietly lifted Pei Qingfeng. Although Pei Qingfeng showed resistance and wanted to break free, his frail body rendered all resistance futile. He could only allow Gu Xingzhan to take him away from the scene. Shortly after, in the medicinal field of Kangwu Mountain, 7 men in gray clothes were rolling up their sleeves and working tirelessly, sweat pouring down. They wielded yellow-tier magical hoe tools, constantly tilling the soil. These 7 were none other than Hu Long, the sect master of the Luofeng sect, and 6 Zifu elders, now laboring like ordinary farmers. After days and nights of hard work, the people of Luofeng sect had become sunburnt and rough-skinned, resembling old farmers, making it impossible to discern their former identities. Not far away, a black-haired boy was intently watching their every move from atop a large rock. This boy, named Jiang Beixian, though originally from the branch family in Sisui City, was now a disciple of the Kaiyang lineage, having reached the first level of the Hotian realm. As the guardian of the medicinal field, he remained dutifully in place despite the recent unusual occurrences. Suddenly, Jiang Beixian noticed someone approaching. Looking up, he saw Gu Xingzhan carrying a child. He wondered if this was Gu's illegitimate son. In his confusion, Gu Xingzhan abruptly tossed the child to the ground. Caught off guard, the child fell with a yelp of pain. Gu Xingzhan turned to Jiang Beixian and briefly explained the situation. After finishing, he quickly left, eager to stabilize the complete sword intent he had just mastered. As Gu Xingzhan departed, Jiang Beixian curiously examined the child on the ground Pei Qingfeng. He was astonished to realize that the earlier astonishing phenomenon had been caused by this little boy. Recalling that Pei Qingfeng had once boasted about destroying the sect, Jiang Beixian chuckled coldly. Ignoring the child's struggles, he brought Pei Qingfeng before Hu Long and others, saying, "Master Hu, I've brought you a helper. Make sure to take good care of our Master Pei here." With that, he returned to his rock, ready to observe the unfolding events. The scene was left with only the people of Luofeng sect and Pei Qingfeng. Hu Long and the elders exchanged glances, understanding the underlying message in Jiang Beixian's words. Pei Qingfeng, however, was oblivious to the impending danger, standing with arms crossed, head held high, and eyes full of disdain for the inferior people before him. Sensing Pei Qingfeng's contempt, Hu Long narrowed his eyes, a hint of menace flickering within them. He turned to an elder beside him and sneered, "If he's going to work in the medicinal field with us, he needs tools. Go fetch a hoe." The elder quickly handed over a yellow rank hoe. Hu Long casually took it and tossed it at Pei Qingfeng's feet, commanding, "Pick it up." He immediately recognized the boy as a troublemaker and was determined to teach this newcomer who truly ruled the medicinal field. Pei Qingfeng glanced coldly at the hoe on the ground and mocked. You expect me to do menial work like you lowly people? Ridiculous. If I hadn't lost my cultivation, would you despicable creatures dare utter a word in my presence? At these words, Hulong's eyes flickered, realizing that this child might have been someone important in the past. His eyes showed a trace of caution, mixed with a growing fury. With this in mind, he slightly bowed and asked in a tone filled with subtle meaning, May I ask who you are? Hulong's attitude suddenly turned respectful, catching Pei Qingfeng's attention. He snorted coldly, got up from the ground, and brushed the dust off his clothes. With his hands behind his back, Pei Qingfeng looked up at the members of the Luofeng sect, his eyes filled with disdain and arrogance. Umph. In the past, small figures like you weren't even worthy of knowing my name, Pei Qingfeng sneered. But now, it's like a dragon trapped in shallow waters being mocked by shrimps. Very well, I suppose I'll let you have the honor of knowing my name. He paused, then raised his voice to announce, Listen well, I am Pei Qingfeng, the master of the Great River Sword Palace. These words were like a thunderclap, leaving everyone present in shock. Hulong and the elders exchanged glances, disbelief written all over their faces. They could never have imagined that this seemingly ordinary child had such a significant background. The reputation of Pei Jianho was well known throughout the Tiandu prefecture, even they had heard of it. However, what surprised them even more was that such a powerful figure had ended up in the same predicament as them. This prompted them to wonder, what earth-shattering changes had occurred within the Jiang family recently. Initially, Hulong felt a chill down his spine, but he quickly recalled Jiang Daoxuan's instructions and calmed down. He looked at the arrogant Pei Qingfeng, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Pei Jianho, Hulong drawled. A person of your stature, in the past, we wouldn't even be worthy to be your servants. But now, before he finished speaking, Hulong suddenly struck, landing a resounding slap on Pei Qingfeng's youthful face. Despite losing his cultivation, Hulong was still a grown man, and the force of the slap was not something Pei Qingfeng could withstand. Pei Qingfeng saw stars and fell to the ground with a cry of pain. Hulong didn't stop there. He withdrew his hand and spat on Pei Qingfeng's already swollen face, his tone dripping with mockery. Heh, things aren't the same as they used to be. Now, you're just an ordinary person like us. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. I was curious if there was anything special about slapping the face of a moonwool cultivator. Now that I've tried it, it truly is different, and quite satisfying. Pei Qingfeng's appearance undoubtedly added some excitement to Hulong's otherwise dull life, and became the perfect outlet for their frustrations. Seeing this, the 6 elders behind Hulong were also eager to join in, their eyes gleaming with excitement. The chance to freely bully the once unreachable Pei Jianho was not common. Noticing the eager looks in everyone's eyes, Pei Qingfeng couldn't help but tremble all over. He could no longer imagine what kind of torment awaited him next. Seeing the intense fear on Pei Qingfeng's face, Hulong's smile widened. He realized that no matter how dire his own situation was, seeing someone in a worse predicament could instantly lift his spirits. Then, Hulong restrained his laughter and turned to the elders behind him, saying, You've all been working hard for so long. It's time for a break. Why not let our Pei Jianho take over these tasks and share the load? After all, the capable should do more work, don't you agree? Hearing this, all the elders shared knowing smiles. Without hesitation, they tossed their assorted tools towards Pei Qingfeng, treating him like a worthless slave. Looking at the scattered tools on the ground, Pei Qingfeng clenched the soil in his hands, his inner fury surging like a tidal wave. He never imagined that after the humiliation from Jiang Daoxuan, he would now have to endure the insults from those he had always despised as beneath him. Overcome with rage, Pei Qingfeng trembled, his chest heaving violently. At that moment, Hulong slowly crouched down, his rough hand suddenly grabbing Pei Qingfeng's hair. With fingers spread wide, he gripped tightly and yanked upward, forcibly lifting Pei Qingfeng's head from the ground. Pei Qingfeng let out a piercing scream, as if his scalp was being torn apart. The intense pain brought tears streaming down his face. He struggled to open his eyes, locking gazes with Hulong, who was leaning in close. Hulong said coldly, Pei Jianho, I, Hulong, respect you as a senior, which is why I'm speaking to you civilly. Don't force us to resort to violence. Pei Qingfeng, enduring the excruciating pain, swallowed hard and replied with a trembling voice, I will. At that moment, Pei Qingfeng had a sobering realization of his harsh reality. No longer was he the exalted moon-wheel cultivator, but merely a weak and powerless child. Hearing this submission, Hulong nodded slightly, a satisfied expression on his face. He suddenly released his grip, causing Pei Qingfeng's head to slam heavily onto the ground, his face smeared with dirt, utterly humiliated. A burst of laughter erupted around him. To think the mighty master of the Day Sword Palace would show such disgrace here. You wouldn't see this outside, someone mocked. Amidst the piercing ridicule, Pei Qingfeng's face showed a mix of anger and sorrow, his heart burning with frustration. How he wished he could tear these people apart. Yet, his body's weakness relentlessly reminded him that this was nothing more than an unattainable fantasy. In that moment, a deep sense of regret surged within Pei Qingfeng. He painfully pondered. Why did he leave the safety of Dai Sword Palace only to come to Kangwu Mountain, to meet such a fate worse than death? If heaven could grant him another chance, Pei Qingfeng vowed that he would never step foot in this cursed Jiang family place again. As the sun set, a white crane elegantly glided across the twilight sky. Jiang Daoxuan sat composedly on its back, glancing down at the landscape below. As he approached the Tang family's residence in Tiandu, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding family quest triggered. Path to rise annihilate the Tang family of Tiandu. Reward, Mystery Package 1. Jiang Daoxuan's lips curled into a meaningful smile, pleased with this unexpected boon from the system. His gaze returned to the ground below, his eyes colder than before. The Tang family of Tiandu, today your fate is sealed, Jiang Daoxuan mused to himself. Before long, the white crane reached the skies above the Tang family estate. Jiang Daoxuan extended his senses to confirm his location, then cast a cold glance at the Tang family member beside him. This unfortunate soul had fulfilled his purpose by bringing Jiang Daoxuan here. In the Tang family member's terrified eyes, Jiang Daoxuan casually waved his hand, releasing a brilliant divine light that instantly obliterated him into a mist of blood. Jiang Daoxuan withdrew his hand, surveying the scene below with a cold smile. The Tang family of Tiandu? Today, you will cease to exist. Meanwhile, within the Tang family courtyard, the patriarch, Tang Batian, was engaged in cheerful conversation with 3 representatives from the Bai family. They were discussing an important marriage alliance. Beside them stood a handsome young man, Tang Batian's grandson, Tang Xian, the pride of the Tang family. At only 20 years old, Tang Xian had already reached the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm, with remarkable strength that had allowed him to defeat many Yuanhai realm experts. His extraordinary talent had attracted the Bai family's interest in marrying their eldest granddaughter to him, strengthening the alliance between the 2 powerful families. Tang Xian had no objections to this marriage. He too sought the support of the Bai family's resources. As the conversation neared its conclusion, Tang Batian's face showed delight, clearly indicating that the marriage was all but finalized. However, at that moment, a sharp crane's cry pierced the air. Chirp! Tang Batian jolted in surprise and looked towards the sound. A massive white crane descended from the sky, landing steadily on the courtyard's stone floor. A gust of wind followed, forcing the surrounding Tang family members to stagger back. Even Tang Batian's eyes flickered with shock as he realized that this crane was a powerful spirit beast of the Star Wheel realm. As the wind subsided, a striking man in white appeared before them. The Bai family members gasped, murmuring among themselves. A spirit beast of the Star Wheel realm as a mount? This is quite the display. It seems this person comes with ill intentions. How is this possible? Someone exclaimed. This is the Tang family residence, with such a distinguished figure present. Who dares to be so audacious? Tang Batian's heart grew uneasy as he fixed his gaze on the uninvited guest, his wariness intensifying. He hurriedly stepped out, wary yet courteous in the face of the unexpected visitor. With a respectful gesture, he asked, "May I know the purpose of your visit to the Tang family?" Jiang Daoxuan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sharp as a knife as he surveyed the surroundings. His voice was as cold as ice. "I have come to destroy the Tang family. Bystanders, step aside." These words struck the Bai family like a bolt from the blue, and their faces changed instantly. Internally, they struggled between their instinct to avoid trouble and their newly established alliance through marriage. Stepping aside now would not only be undignified but could also lead to repercussions from the Tang family's patriarch later. However, the mysterious figure before them, riding a spirit beast of the Star Wheel realm, was clearly no ordinary person. They were caught in a dilemma. Their expressions conflicted as they stood rooted to the spot. Seeing the Bai family silent, Tang Batian's heart sank, and his face turned ashen. He coldly stared at Jiang Daoxuan, his voice trembling slightly. "Are you joking, sir?" Jiang Daoxuan ignored his question, turning instead to the crowd, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. "Anyone who remains here after 10 breaths won't leave at all." As his words fell, an overwhelming aura burst forth like a tidal wave, exuding an extreme sense of destruction. The sharpness felt like tangible steel blades grazing their skin, sending chills through the crowd. The Bai family felt their scalps tingle, their hair standing on end. Suddenly, they sensed something unusual in the unstoppable aura, their faces changing dramatically as they exclaimed, "A sword heart? This person is a sword marquis." A sword marquis level swordsman is a rarity even in Tiandu Prefecture. Where did he come from? For safety's sake, we should leave quickly. Indeed, if the Tang family survives, we can deal with any consequences later. Preserving our lives is paramount now. Realizing the terrifying power of a sword marquis, the Bai family quickly made their decision. Since the marriage alliance was not yet formalized, They were unwilling to risk their lives for the sake of mutual interests. In an instant, the Bai family members fled the scene. Seeing the once celebratory scene turn into chaos, Tang Batian was furious. At this moment, a tall man in battle attire stepped forward. It was Tang Bawang, the second in the Tang family, a Star Wheel Realm cultivator. Thinking of the family patriarch, Tang Bawang steadied himself and respectfully addressed Jiang Daoxuan. Though you are a sword marquis, our Tang family is protected by our patriarch. Enough. Jiang Daoxuan interrupted coldly, disappearing in an instant. Tang Baqiang was startled, unable to react before a massive fist came rushing towards his face. Enhanced by his innate sacred body, martial blood garment, Vajra pill, and great sun body refinement technique, Jiang Daoxuan's punch was powerful beyond belief. Bang! With a thunderous crash, Tang Baqiang's head shattered like a watermelon. The immense force penetrated his entire body, causing his limbs and bones to explode into a bloody rain that drenched the courtyard. Countless blood droplets splattered, nearly touching Jiang Daoxuan, but his protective energy instantly evaporated them, leaving him untainted. With just one punch, the Starwell Realm cultivator was effortlessly killed on the spot. Witnessing such a terrifying scene, all the Tang family members present were struck with fear. Tang Baishan's face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out. He knew in his heart that the power contained in the opponent's casual punch was something a cultivator at the Starwheel Realm could not withstand. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Tang Batian quickly clasped his hands and said, "Sir, is there some misunderstanding here?" His voice trembled slightly, and fear and pleading flickered in his eyes. Jiang Daoxuan glanced at him with an expressionless face, his deep, dark eyes seemingly capable of seeing through one's soul. The moment their eyes met, Tang Batian felt his heart stop, and a chill ran up his spine. Just as he was about to retreat, an orange-eared flame flashed by like lightning and engulfed him instantly. The flames burned fiercely, emitting a chilling, crackling sound. Tang Batian let out a horrific scream as his body twisted and struggled in the blaze. In an instant, the head of the Tang family was reduced to a wisp of smoke, disappearing from the world completely. Jiang Daoxuan, unmoved, retracted the Samadhi True Fire and silently took out a beast ring, placing the Tsungyun White Crane into the ring's space. He slowly lifted his head, coldly surveying the terrified Tang family members who were either trembling or softly sobbing, the air thick with fear. Just as Jiang Daoxuan was about to make another move, the system's notification suddenly sounded. Ding, a hostile family's child of fate has been detected, triggering the elimination task. Elimination rewards: Family Fortune 2000, Divine Liquid 100 pounds, Advanced Treasure Blind Box 1 inch. Jiang Daoxuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes. This was the first time he had encountered a child of fate outside his own family. He immediately activated the Chaos Dao Eyes to carefully observe the surrounding crowd. At this moment, a few Tang family members snapped back to reality, panicked and attempting to flee. However, just as they moved, they were struck down by a casual Yuan force attack from Jiang Daoxuan, dying instantly. Over a dozen clan members' bodies fell to the ground, blood staining the earth. The scene fell into a deathly silence, with the remaining people not daring to breathe heavily, fearing they would become the next victims. Jiang Daoxuan's gaze finally settled on a young man not far away. Through the Chaos Dao Eyes, he saw this person's information. Name: Tang Xian. Cultivation: 9th level of the Purple Mansion Realm. Root Bone: Peerless. Comprehension: Prodigy. Fortune: Pale Gold. Talent: True Dragon Battle Body. Opportunity: once entered the ancient True Dragon Burial Ground, consumed a dragon pearl left by a great Saint Realm True Dragon, and obtained True Dragon Blood, transforming into a True Dragon Battle Body. A flicker of interest appeared in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes. A Great Saint Realm True Dragon's Dragon Pearl and True Dragon Blood. These two items could be used to enhance Xiaobai's bloodline. He was secretly pleased and continued to walk towards Tang Xian. Seeing the enemy who killed his grandfather approaching, Tang Xian's eyes filled with blood, his face contorted. He gritted his teeth and roared, "You damn demon! You will die a horrible death." His voice was full of hatred and anger. Jiang Daoxuan remained calm, showing no sign of anger. He merely utilized the near Dao power of the innate sacred body Dao embryo, lightly waving his right hand. The vast power of the heavenly Dao instantly enveloped Tang Xian. In the face of this overwhelming force, Tang Xian had no chance to resist. An expression of extreme pain appeared on his face, and his body began to twist and deform. In the next moment, he was crushed into countless pieces of flesh, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Seeing this, Jiang Daoxuan extended his flawless white finger and gave a slight hook. In an instant, the power of the Dao surged like a tide, swiftly separating the true dragon's blood from the fragments of flesh. A golden droplet of blood hung in the air, emanating a formidable dragon aura. Simultaneously, a palm-sized golden orb was extracted by the force of the Dao. Jiang Daoxuan, quick on his feet, stored both into his purple mansion space. Facing the crowd, he slowly drew out the Chunging sword. The blade gleamed coldly as Jiang Daoxuan narrowed his eyes and performed the slaughtering heaven sword technique. In a flash, the entire Tang family stronghold was enveloped in a blood-red hue. Corpses piled up like mountains, and a sea of crimson blood extended to the horizon. The wails of lost souls echoed continuously, piercing the hearts of all present like sharp blades. Under this overwhelming murderous intent, the members of the Tang family almost instantly lost their vitality and collapsed to the ground. Jiang Daoxuan, expressionless, swung the Chungying sword with force. With a thunderous roar, a blood-colored sword beam shot into the sky, cleaving the Tang family stronghold in two, creating a chasm over 1,000 meters long. This earth-shattering scene immediately caught the attention of countless onlookers. Ordinary citizens speculated, what happened? Is that the Tang family stronghold? Could they have been attacked? Even from afar, they could feel the suffocating pressure. Not far away, the Bai family members who had just left sensed the commotion behind them and turned to look. Seeing the tremendous phenomenon above the Tang family, the three of them silently felt grateful and offered condolences for the Tang family. In the face of such terrifying power, their confidence in the Tang family patriarch's victory vanished completely. Meanwhile, the Tang family patriarch was startled by the commotion. Who dares to act recklessly in my Tang family? A formidable and terrifying aura swept out. Immediately after, an elderly man with black hair and a green robe appeared in the air, his hair wildly flailing, surrounded by lightning, resembling the god of thunder descending. Jiang Daoxuan quickly used his Chaos Dao eyes, discovering that the opponent was Tang Feizhong, whose cultivation level reached the 6th stage of the Moon Will realm, slightly stronger than Pei Qingfeng. As their eyes met, Tang Feizhong suddenly felt a strange illusion of being completely seen through. Surveying the surroundings and witnessing the devastation of the Tang family, Tang Feizhong's anger burned fiercely. I must capture you, you damned brat, subject you to countless tortures, and then tear you to pieces, grind your bones to dust. Only then can I quench the hatred in my heart. Jiang Daoxuan sneered. A good deed should be done to the end. Deliver the Buddha to the west. Old man, no need to rush. I shall mercifully send you down to reunite with your clan. Before he finished speaking, a terrifying sword intent soared into the sky, as if 1,000,000,000 divine swords were unleashed. The vast Tang family stronghold was instantly riddled with countless sword energies, leaving it in ruins. Although Tang Feizhong barely survived with his thunder spirit body, he was left in tattered clothes, bearing numerous gruesome wounds, in a pitiable state. Tang Feizhong gazed at the devastation before him, a surge of pain igniting an unprecedented fury within. With a roar, brilliant arcs of electricity erupted from his body, painting the sky a vivid blue in stark contrast to the surrounding desolate ruins. Crackling thunder resounded ominously, alerting everyone nearby. The patriarch of the Tang family had made his move. Driven by boundless rage, Tang Feizhong swung his arm, rapidly gathering immense electrical energy to form a colossal phantom of a thunder dragon. The dragon roared, its scales radiating dazzling blue light, too bright to look at directly. Its terrifying aura spread far and wide, causing even distant onlookers to shiver with fear. In an instant, the thunder dragon's phantom appeared before Jiang Daoxuan. The overwhelming power unleashed a gust that whipped his hair and clothes. The shining blue light drew closer as the dragon roared again, ready to devour him. Surprisingly, Jiang Daoxuan remained calm in the face of the formidable attack, not even attempting to dodge. He simply raised his fist and struck out, unleashing a terrifying force. With a deafening crash, the thunder dragon shattered into countless blue sparks, dissipating into the air. The shockwave from his punch quickly cleared the debris from the surrounding area, leaving a barren expanse where the Tang family's stronghold once stood. Tang Feizhong's eyes narrowed in shock. Such physical strength was unheard of. Although he recognized that Jiang Daoxuan's cultivation was only at the star will level, even a peer would have to approach his attack with caution. How could it be destroyed with a mere punch? What kind of monster was this man? Unfazed by Tang Feizhong's astonishment, Jiang Daoxuan swiftly employed the Kunping technique. With incredible speed, he vanished and reappeared above Tang Feizhong's head. Faced with this unexpected turn, Tang Feizhong's instincts kicked in, and he began to channel his inner energy for a counterattack. But it was too late. Like a flash of lightning, Jiang Daoxuan raised his arm, spreading his fingers towards Tang Feizhong. A destructive aura emanated from his palm, the great Annihilation technique. A boundless black light emerged from Jiang Daoxuan's palm, surging out like a tide and enveloping the entire Tang family compound in an instant. The ground cracked and shattered under the terrifying force, breaking into countless pieces like tofu. Tang Feizhong's face showed fear, and his pupils reflected endless despair. Under the erosion of the black light, Tang Feizhong's proud thunder spirit body began to crack like fragile porcelain. Dense web-like fractures spread across his skin, each crack signaling the loss of his life. No, Tang Feizhong howled to the sky, his scream filled with unwillingness and resentment. As a Moon Wheel Realm expert, he was supposed to have a lifespan of several hundred years, yet now he faced death here. The stark contrast was something he couldn't accept. However, no matter how unwilling and reluctant he felt, it couldn't change the fate he was about to face. In the next moment, Tang Feizhong's body shattered instantly, turning into countless pieces of flesh and blood that were completely destroyed by the violent force, evaporating into nothingness. With a deafening roar, the vast Tang family compound disappeared, replaced by a bottomless chasm. Under Jiang Daoxuan's great annihilation technique, not only were all the Tang family members obliterated, but their entire compound vanished as if it had never existed. Jiang Daoxuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking coldly at the ruins below. He didn't leave immediately, waiting instead for the system's notification. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed, and finally, the system's voice sounded. Ding detected that the Tang family of Tidu has been destroyed. The path to rise is complete. Rewards are being distributed. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a mysterious gift package 1. With the task completed, Jiang Daoxuan withdrew his gaze and summoned a white crane. He leapt lightly onto its back, flying towards the direction of Kangwu Mountain, soon disappearing into the horizon. Only after Jiang Daoxuan's figure completely vanished did the nearby members of the Bai family dare to cautiously return. Looking at the massive, ink-black chasm where the Tang family compound once stood, everyone broke into a cold sweat, their hearts tightening. The lingering aura of destruction made them shrink back involuntarily, their eyes filled with deep awe. No one could have imagined that the once glorious Tang family of Tiandu would become history at this moment. After a long silence, everyone came to their senses. They exchanged glances, understanding the gravity of the situation, and hurriedly left. They needed to return to their family as soon as possible to report everything that had happened today. The sudden annihilation of the Tang family, one of the 8 great families of Tiandu, by a mysterious powerful figure was undoubtedly a monumental event. 3 hours later, night had fallen. At the spiritual spring of Kangwu Mountain, the calm surface of the lake suddenly rippled, bubbling densely. Soon, a massive black dragon's head quietly emerged. Its blood-red eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings, and seeing that it was dark, it immediately flew out of the water, soaring into the sky. Using the cover of the night, Xiao Bai flew freely, descending at the coordinates left by Jiang Daoxuan at the medicine field. At this moment, a temporary wooden hut had been set up beside the medicine field, where Hu Long and Pei Qingfeng were temporarily residing. Xiao Bai glanced around, aimed at the hut, and gently exhaled. Boom! A fierce wind swept out, instantly blowing off the roof. The loud noise and sudden chill woke everyone from their sleep. They opened their eyes wide, looking up to see a pair of enormous blood-red vertical pupils. Ah! Everyone's heart skipped a beat, nearly causing a heart attack. They hurriedly rubbed their eyes, and upon looking again, Xiao Bai's figure was still there. What was going on? How could such a giant suddenly appear in Kangwu Mountain? Realizing this was not a dream but a reality, everyone trembled with fear. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. After all, the ferocious appearance of the dragon in front of them made them believe it could eat people without a doubt. At that moment, Pei Qingfeng, who had been relegated to sleeping on the floor in the corner, suddenly awoke, his pupils contracting sharply and cold sweat breaking out all over his body. As a former Moon Realm cultivator, he immediately recognized the creature as a flood dragon, and judging by its massive size and the terrifying aura it exuded, it was likely a Sun Realm entity. Pei Qingfeng's heart surged with shock and confusion. The strongest figure in Tiandu Mansion was merely the mansion lord at the peak of the Moon Realm, and there wasn't a single Sun Realm expert in the entire mansion. Where did this Sun Realm flood dragon, suddenly emerging from Kangwu Mountain, come from? It seemed Kangwu Mountain indeed harbored secrets unknown to the world. Under the tense gaze of everyone, the sharp-eyed Xiao Bai scanned the surroundings and finally fixed its gaze on Pei Qingfeng. After carefully comparing the appearance characteristics provided by its master and confirming them, it used its spiritual consciousness to simulate a human voice. Come with me. The people of Luofeng's sect, upon hearing that the flood dragon was there for Pei Qingfeng, breathed a collective sigh of relief. They exchanged strange glances, thinking to themselves how unlucky this guy was. Not only had his cultivation been abolished, but now he was about to become a meal for a flood dragon. Pei Qingfeng's heart sank. He was about to refuse, but upon meeting those blood-red dragon eyes and feeling the terrifying aura, he immediately dismissed the foolish notion. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself and stepped forward. Before he could speak, Xiao Bai swiftly extended its claw, grabbing him like a small toy. It then soared into the sky, disappearing into the clouds in one smooth, fluid motion. The members of Luofeng's sect stood in shock, staring at the roof that had been blown off, exchanging glances, and thinking that today's wind was particularly noisy. High in the sky, the biting cold wind turned Pei Qingfeng's face pale, and he shivered uncontrollably. Noticing this, Xiaobai immediately enveloped him with spiritual energy, shielding him from the external cold. Just as Pei Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief, he heard Xiaobai suddenly ask, "Where is your sword palace? Point me in the right direction." This question hit Pei Qingfeng like a bolt from the blue, leaving him rigid with tension. He quickly realized the Flood Dragon's intention, but Day Sword Palace was a legacy passed down from his ancestors. Gritting his teeth, he chose to remain silent. Seeing this, Xiaobai couldn't be bothered to ask further. It slightly loosened its claw, letting Pei Qingfeng fall from the sky. As he plummeted through the howling wind, fear surged through him like a tidal wave. He never expected that the dragon would drop him so decisively, without a word. The fear of falling engulfed Pei Qingfeng as he watched the ground rush up to meet him, sparking a deep sense of regret. He began to question his choices. Why be so stubborn? Even if they could find the Great River Sword Palace by other means, what would risking his life accomplish? It would only delay the sect's destruction by a few days. A desire to survive ignited within him. Rather than die in vain, it would be better to live on as the last hope of the Great River Sword Palace. If he fell, the sect would truly be doomed. Just as he was consumed by regret, the sensation of falling suddenly vanished. He looked around in surprise to see that the Sunwheel Dragon had returned, its claw securely holding him. One last time, tell me the direction. Xiao Bai's voice came, fragmented yet clear, filling Pei Qingfeng with relief at his narrow escape. He hesitated no longer and pointed with a trembling finger into the distance. Over there. Satisfied, Xiao Bai let out a soft roar and dramatically increased its speed. This is my master's first task for me, and I must complete it perfectly. It sped through the clouds and soon reached the skies above the Great River Sword Palace. A majestic mountain loomed into view, like a divine sword piercing the earth, with grand palaces standing proudly on its slopes. Eager to complete its mission and return to the spiritual spring, Xiaobai gathered its strength and unleashed a devastating strike. A brilliant light fell from the sky, turning night into day. The terrifying power, comparable to that of a mighty true sovereign, spread out, reducing all the palaces to dust in an instant. The overwhelming shockwaves rolled out, causing the entire Great River Sword Palace grounds to tremble violently. From the Purple Mansion realm to the Star Wheel realm, all the cultivators and disciples peacefully drifted into eternal rest in their sleep. The towering mountain was cleaved in two, its smooth surface reflecting the light, as the top half slowly slid down with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust. With just one strike, the Great River Sword Palace was utterly annihilated. Pei Qingfeng was left in shock, unable to comprehend the terrifying power he had just witnessed. Was this really just a dragon of the Sunwheel realm? Xiao Bai paid no heed to his astonishment, and, following its master's orders, carefully searched to ensure no survivors remained before swiftly departing with Pei Qingfeng. Meanwhile, several passing Purple Mansion cultivators, drawn by the commotion, arrived at the scene. Staring at the devastation left behind and the receding figure of Xiao Bai, they were deeply shaken. They whispered among themselves, wasn't this the Great River Sword Palace, overseen by Marquis Pei Jian? Could that dragon have reached the full Moonwheel realm, or even the terrifying Sunwheel realm? The scene of utter destruction filled them with dread. Fearing the dragon's return, they quickly scattered and fled in panic. Under the cover of night, Jiang Daoxuan quietly landed next to the spiritual spring on Kangwu Mountain, riding his faithful companion, the Tsangyun White Crane. He gently released his spiritual sense to survey the surroundings and realized that Xiao Bai had not yet returned. After dismounting steadily from the crane's back, he turned and gestured a farewell to his loyal flying partner. Understanding the signal, the Tsangyun White Crane let out a few joyful chirps, flapped its wings, and soared into the night sky, quickly vanishing among the stars. Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged by the spring, the moonlight casting a gentle silver glow over him. While waiting for Xiao Bai's return, he summoned the system interface to review the recent bountiful rewards he had received. 2 beginner treasure boxes from competitions, a mysterious gift for vanquishing the Tang family, 2,000 family fortune points from a kill mission, 100 pounds of divine liquid, and an advanced treasure box. Let's test my luck with these 2 beginner boxes first, Jiang Daoxuan said, rubbing his hands together eagerly as he opened the first one. A flash of golden light appeared, followed by the system's notification, "Congratulations! You've received the Supreme Heavenly Treasure, a Medicine King Cauldron. Crafted from 4 divine metals, it resists heavenly fire and enhances the success rate and quality of elixirs, capable of refining up to low-grade saint-level elixirs." Although this was his 3rd Supreme Heavenly Treasure after the martial blood robe and the Qingyin sword, Jiang Daoxuan could only smile wryly as he stored it in his spatial realm. His family lacked a skilled alchemist. Quickly opening the second box, another golden light shone. "Congratulations! You've received the Supreme Heavenly Treasure, the 9 Heavens' Mysterious Wings. A flying treasure with explosive speed. Its power increases with your cultivation level, allowing a Heaven Realm practitioner to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. Jiang Daoxuan wore a peculiar expression. For someone who had mastered the Kunping speed technique, this life-saving treasure seemed somewhat redundant. Despite drawing two supreme heavenly treasures of limited use, Jiang Daoxuan remained in good spirits. Getting two supreme heavenly treasures means my luck isn't bad today, he mused, turning his attention to the higher quality box. If beginner boxes can yield supreme treasures, I wonder what surprises the advanced box holds. A dazzling golden light erupted. The system's notification rang out powerfully. Congratulations! You've obtained the special physique, the ancient sacred body. One of the ultimate physiques, it possesses immunity to all evils, suppresses anomalies, and grants an invincible physical body. Once mastered, it can challenge emperors. This unexpected boon left Jiang Daoxuan momentarily stunned. Although he already possessed the innate sacred body Dao embryo and couldn't personally use the ancient sacred body, unlike the innate sword body, the ancient sacred body could be fused by anyone. After a moment's reflection, he knew exactly who should inherit this opportunity. Currently, it seems that Jiang Chun is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the desolate ancient sacred body within the entire Jiang family. Jiang Daoxuan, with his keen insight, quickly weighed his options. Jiang Chun is not only the first in the clan to be identified as a child of destiny, but has also become the leading figure in cultivation among the younger generation due to his extraordinary talent. The mysterious and magnificent celestial flame within him can further unleash the full potential of the desolate ancient sacred body. Having made up his mind, Jiang Daoxuan quickly composed himself, eager to unveil the mysterious gift package. As soon as it was opened, system notifications sounded one after another. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a supreme grade heavenly spiritual spring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a supreme grade heavenly spiritual field. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the supreme grade Imperial Technique, Boundless Origin Scripture. The description of the Boundless Origin Scripture immediately appeared before him. It contains a fundamental principle capable of nullifying all powers, restoring all phenomena to their origin. Such an unparalleled divine art can only be cultivated by those with an innate sacred body and Dao embryo. Jiang Daoxuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of shock in his gaze, but he quickly regained his composure. He then used the Kangwu mountain model to overlay the supreme grade heavenly spiritual spring with a nearby pool and opened up a brand new supreme grade heavenly medicine field beside the existing one. After completing these tasks, he focused entirely on the Boundless Origin Scripture. It was the perfect, most powerful technique tailored for him. The ability to render all magical and mystical arts null and void was akin to having maxed out magical defense. Coupled with the indomitable physical strength of the innate sacred body and Dao embryo, it amounted to maxed out physical defense. Imagining the despair on his enemies' faces, Jiang Daoxuan couldn't help but smile. He immediately began cultivating the Boundless Origin Scripture and quickly grasped the first supreme divine art, Boundless Origin. Once this divine art is unleashed, it can revert all the enemy's laws, orders, and divine powers to their original state. Although its effectiveness varies with the difference in realm, it remains an extremely formidable divine ability. Just as he was immersed in his joy, a wave of energy suddenly surged within him. With the support of the entire clan's power, he prematurely advanced to the 7th level of the Star Wheel realm. As he clenched his fist, feeling the abundant power within him, a massive shadow suddenly appeared, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind that made his robes flutter. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Daoxuan smiled knowingly. It was Xiao Bai who had returned. Seeing Xiao Bai return alone, without Pei Qingfeng, Jiang Daoxuan casually inquired about the mission's progress. Xiao Bai, with head held high, tail swaying slightly, and an air of exuberance, reported, "Master, I've completely destroyed Dai's sword palace with a single strike. I even flew around to confirm, and Pei Qingfeng has been safely returned to the medicine field." Noticing Xiao Bai's eager look for praise, Jiang Daoxuan chuckled and extended his right hand. Before he could touch it, Xiao Bai eagerly lowered its head to meet his hand, pressing its forehead against his palm. Jiang Daoxuan laughed heartily, gently stroking his powerful yet affectionate companion. The massive dragon body slowly laid down on the ground, its tail no longer moving, as it closed its eyes to enjoy the master's touch. From a distance, apart from the size difference, it was reminiscent of a master petting a beloved dog. After a few moments, Jiang Daoxuan withdrew his hand. As Xiao Bai opened its eyes, it saw several drops of golden blood and a golden orb suddenly appearing in midair. The true dragon aura contained within made its pupils contract sharply. Being of dragon descent, it was well aware of the immense value of such treasures. Suppressing its inner excitement, Xiao Bai cautiously asked, "Ma master? Merit is rewarded, and faults are punished," Jiang Daoxuan declared with authority. "For your merit in destroying Dai's sword palace. This will aid you in completing your bloodline transformation and becoming a true dragon." He channeled his energy to deliver the treasures before Xiao Bai. This unexpected joy left Xiaobai ecstatic. To think that destroying a weekday sword palace would bring such a tremendous opportunity. It even entertained the idea of taking on missions daily. Only to shake off this unrealistic notion once a year was already a great blessing. After calming its mind, Xiaobai expressed its gratitude repeatedly. With the master's permission, it eagerly swallowed the true dragon blood and dragon pearl, then bid farewell to enter the spirit spring and prepare for seclusion to refine them. Jiang Daoxuan left with a smile, disappearing in an instant. Meanwhile, as Xiaobai submerged into the spirit spring, it was suddenly stunned. The concentration of spiritual energy in the spring was several times stronger than before it left. As it pondered this significant change, it suddenly remembered that the master had just been standing by the shore. Could all of these be the master's doing? Xiaobai's lively eyes sparkled with genuine amazement. To it, the master was not only someone revered by thousands and known for wisdom and strength, but also a person of exceptional strategy, unmatched brilliance, perfection, charm, and elegance. With boundless respect for the master, Xiaobai peacefully returned to its lair. It quickly calmed its excitement and focused on refining the true dragon blood and dragon pearl within its body. Before long, a faint golden aura began to circulate around Xiaobai, with an increasingly potent dragon aura permeating the air. Most notably, two small lumps appeared on its head, seemingly ready to break through at any moment. This transformation clearly required more time to complete. The next day, a stir arose in the marketplace at the foot of Kangwu Mountain. Spies from various families and sects stationed there discovered that the Jiang family remained unscathed, as if nothing had happened. They were shocked. The celestial phenomenon of stars and moon on Kangwu Mountain yesterday perfectly matched the rumors. It must have been the work of Yu Luan Jinren. How could the Jiang family remain unharmed? Even someone as powerful as Yu Luan couldn't shake the Jiang family. Such a force should not be underestimated. The spies exchanged glances and quickly left the market to report this astonishing news to their masters. The news of Yu Luan Jinren's arrival at Kangwu Mountain spread rapidly, causing surrounding forces to be filled with apprehension. A few days later, the news reached Wudon City. Upon hearing it, Ding Xian's face turned pale, and his teacup trembled in his hand. The Jiang family, which even Yu Luan Jinren can't handle, is truly formidable. He felt fortunate for having wisely chosen to be cautious. Had he impulsively sought the governor's help to trouble the Jiang family, he might have been long gone by now. After all, even the governor of Tidu was only at the Yu Luan level and wouldn't risk confronting such a powerful enemy to protect him. With this in mind, Ding Xian immediately summoned the commander and solemnly ordered, "Send someone to renovate the Jiang family's ancestral home immediately, to a standard higher than the governor's mansion. All expenses will be covered by me personally. Also, inquire in detail if the Jiang family has any dissatisfaction or needs in the city. I will handle everything personally. Tell them that from now on, all matters in Wudon City can be entrusted to me, Ding Xian." Watching the commander leave, a shrewd gleam flashed in Ding Xian's eyes. He knew that once today's news spread, countless powerful figures from the Yuanhai and Xingluan realms would flock to visit Kangwu Mountain. As a mere purple mansion cultivator, he had no chance of getting close to the Jiang family. It would be wiser to start with the elders at the Jiang family's ancestral home, as this might earn him favor with the inscrutable Jiang clan leader in times of need. Thinking of this, Ding Xian almost couldn't contain his joy and pride in his cleverness. As long as he served the people at the Jiang family's ancestral home well, it wouldn't be long before he could secure a connection with the powerful Jiang family of Kangwu. The news of the downfall of the Tang family from Tiandu and the Great River Sword Palace exploded like thunder across the cultivation world, causing an unprecedented upheaval. The destruction of the Great River Sword Palace was astonishing, yet, as it was annihilated by a Sun Wheel Realm dragon, it seemed like a distant legend to many factions. What truly instilled fear in the hearts of various powers was the fall of the Tang family from Tiandu. The Tang family's patriarch, Tang Feizhong, possessed a thunder spirit body and was among the top 10 formidable figures in Tiandu. Yet, this pinnacle figure vanished overnight. After days of meticulous investigation, people could only identify a mysterious, powerful individual dressed in white and skilled in swordsmanship. With his true identity shrouded in mystery, the cultivation world respectfully referred to him as the white-clad sword marquis. Having obliterated the Tang family in a single battle, he earned the title of Tiandu's greatest sword, quickly becoming the leader in Tiandu's swordsmanship realm. Within the main hall of Tiandu's city governor's mansion, an urgent meeting was underway. The governor, Sima Nan, a burly, authoritative middle-aged man, sat on the throne with a furrowed brow. Who exactly is this white-clad sword marquis, riding a Star Wheel Realm white crane and capable of vanquishing the Tang family's patriarch? He stared at the image-stirring stone in his hand, which showed the Tang family's residence erased by a terrifying sword aura, leaving a shocking chasm in its wake. Based on this astounding destructive power alone, Sima Nan deduced that the white-clad sword marquis' strength must be among the top 5 in Tiandu. He turned to the Star Wheel Realm commander beside him and ordered solemnly. Such a powerful figure lurking in Tiandu with unknown identity and intentions is a significant threat. Go to the Bai family to request a portrait of the Sword Marquis and distribute it to all major cities. We must uncover this person's origins. Understood. The commander bowed in compliance. Sima Nen fell into deep thought, another question surfacing in his mind. Why did the Sun Wheel Realm dragon appear in Tiandu? How did the Great River Sword Palace provoke such a formidable creature? The commander cautiously suggested. Could it be related to the Tang family incident? After all, both families fell on the same day, which is indeed a suspicious coincidence. Unveiling the truth isn't difficult. Sima Nan's eyes glimmered. We just need to identify this white-clad sword marquis, and everything will become clear. Sima Nan pondered deeply about the origins of the mysterious swordsman in white before him. If this person was from Tiandu Prefecture, the presence of the dragon would certainly be unrelated to him. After all, experts of the Sunwheel realm are exceedingly rare even across the 36 prefectures, let alone in such a remote area. As a cultivator at the 9th stage of the Moonwheel realm, Sima Nin understood the formidable power of the Sunwheel realm. Such individuals are considered top-tier experts throughout the entire Qin dynasty. Under the rule of the Qin king, the 36 prefectures are divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, with each tier comprising 12 prefectures. Tiandu Prefecture, being one of the lower 12, has a governor who is yet to reach the Sunwheel realm. The middle 12 prefectures are governed by Sunwheel realm cultivators, while the upper 12 require experts of at least the 7th stage of the Sunwheel realm to maintain order. As the strongest in Tiandu Prefecture, I'm only at the 9th stage of the Moonwheel realm. How could a Sunwheel realm dragon suddenly appear here? Sima Nin mused, his brow furrowed. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Kangwu mountain family, Jiang Daoxuan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, immersed in cultivation. Recently, with the support of his entire clan, he had broken through to the 8th stage of the Starwheel realm. At this pace, he would likely enter the Moonwheel realm within a month, a cultivation speed that surpassed the efforts of ordinary people over hundreds of years. Just as he was about to make a concerted effort to reach the Moonwheel realm, he sensed Jiang Han's arrival. Jiang Daoxuan opened his eyes, his chaotic Dao eyes quickly discerning the visitor's status. Name: Jiang Han. Cultivation: 2nd stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Root bone: Genius. Comprehension: Exceptional. Fortune: Red, overcoming adversity. Talent: Mortal body. Under the transformation of the profound golden pill, Jiang Han's root bone had ascended from the lower tier to the genius level. Patriarch, I wish to descend the mountain for training. Please grant me permission. Jiang Han respectfully requested. To him, although Kangwu Mountain was rich in spiritual energy, as a practitioner of the Yellow Springs demon art, the world below was the ideal place for cultivation. Jiang Daoxian had anticipated this request and replied earnestly. One who does not face hardship is like a flower in a greenhouse, unable to bear great responsibilities. Your desire to explore beyond is commendable. If you wish to venture out, then go. Before he finished speaking, a streak of light appeared before Jiang Han. It was a top-grade heavenly treasure, the 9 Heavens Mystic Wings. This is the 9 Heavens Mystic Wings. When traveling outside, danger is inevitable. Should you encounter an unbeatable foe, use this to escape swiftly, Jiang Daoxian instructed simply, without specifying the treasure's grade. Jiang Han accepted the 9 Heavens mysterious wings handed to him by the clan leader, his heart brimming with excitement. This extraordinary flying artifact would undoubtedly enhance his safety during his travels. After expressing his sincere gratitude, he left the grand family hall, gazing into the distance with a sense of boundless ambition. From today onwards, he truly stepped into this vast world. Jiang Daoxian watched Jiang Han depart, and temporarily set aside his own secluded cultivation. Recalling a treasure he had acquired recently, he decided it was time to integrate the ancient holy body into Jiang Chun. With a sweep of his divine sense, he located Jiang Chun and vanished from his spot in an instant. At this moment, Jiang Chun was in a secluded courtyard practicing the pure Yang technique, absorbing and refining the surrounding spiritual energy. His swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle of the sword essence realm, just one step away from comprehending the true meaning of swordsmanship and achieving the status of a sword master. Although not quite at the level of top swordsmanship prodigies, his talent was still a rarity seen once in a century. Simultaneously, his cultivation had advanced to the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Jiang Daoxian suddenly appeared, prompting Jiang Chun to rise and salute. The clan leader nodded in appreciation, praising his rapid progress. In the presence of the clan leader, Jiang Chun always found it difficult to remain composed, feeling as awkward as a child. At that moment, a system notification sounded, listing several investment rewards that could be triggered. Jiang Daoxian showed a satisfied expression and then said to Jiang Chun, I see you're close to grasping the true essence of swordsmanship, so I shall lend you a hand. Before Jiang Chun could react further, Jiang Daoxian retrieved a wordless sword manual from the Purple Mansion space and tossed it to him. Though momentarily flustered, Jiang Chen managed to catch it steadily. "Open it, and take a look," Jiang Daoxuan said calmly. Jiang Chen gazed down at the sword manual in his hands and slowly unfolded it. In an instant, an incredibly sharp and overwhelming sword intent swept over, pressing down on Jiang Chen's entire body as if it were tangible. His pupils contracted, and his heart skipped a beat, immediately realizing that the object before him was extraordinary. This was a treasure that could help him comprehend sword intent. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with excitement as he bowed deeply to the clan leader, Jiang Daoxuan. "Thank you, clan leader, for bestowing this treasure upon me." Reflecting on his journey, he felt the immense gratitude towards his family. Now, with such a priceless treasure, his resolve to repay the family with his strength was further solidified. "Since you have now reached the Purple Mansion realm, it's time to switch to a more advanced cultivation technique," Jiang Daoxuan said softly. This statement left Jiang Chun momentarily stunned. He had believed pure yang technique to be the most powerful he'd encountered. Could there be something better? Before he could ponder further, Jiang Daoxuan extended a finger to touch his forehead. Trusting the clan leader completely, Jiang Chun remained still. As a gentle spiritual force flowed in, a wealth of information flooded his mind, causing him to close his eyes instinctively to absorb it. Moments later, Jiang Chen's eyes snapped open, filled with joy and astonishment. The first technique was none other than the Heaven-Grade Supreme Pure Yang Wuji technique, an advanced version of the Pure Yang technique. The second was an even more prestigious Heaven-Grade Supreme Sword Technique. 10,000 swords returned to the sect, the very technique Jiang Daoxuan had used to annihilate Ko Tongwang and others. Watching Jiang Chun immersed in the profundity of the techniques, Jiang Daoxuan secretly integrated the ancient sacred body into him through the system. In 3 days, this sacred body would awaken on its own. "The future of the Jiang family ultimately rests on you young people," Jiang Daoxuan said gently, patting Jiang Chen's shoulder. "I hope to see you grow and mature as soon as possible." Jiang Chun snapped back to reality, solemnly bowing his hands. "I will strive forward with all my might and will not disappoint the clan leader's expectations. This is not only my hope, but the expectation of the entire family," Jiang Daoxuan replied with a serene smile. "Remember, cultivating is not just for yourself or others, but for the rise of the entire family." Before the words had fully settled, a gentle breeze passed, and Jiang Daoxuan's figure vanished. Jiang Chun stood there, tightly holding the sword manual, murmuring to himself, "Cultivate for the rise of the family?" At that moment, his eyes shone brighter, as if he had found his ultimate life goal, filled with boundless motivation. In a dimly lit chamber, Jiang Yin was intently gazing at the small alchemy cauldron on the table, his brow furrowed. Standing nearby, Elder Zhou spoke slowly, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. "Young master, if you wish to refine higher-grade pills, these ordinary materials simply cannot withstand the heavenly fire within you. This oversight is on me. I should have advised you to wait before merging with that flame." Hearing this, Jiang Yan's expression stiffened further. He recalled the days he diligently practiced alchemy, finally advancing to a junior alchemist, even going so far as to purchase a lower-grade, Xian-level alchemy furnace at great expense. Yet, his mentor's words seemed to render all his efforts futile. "Master, is there any way for me to continue refining pills?" Jiang Yan's eyes burned with passion, undiminished in his pursuit of alchemy. Elder Zhou pondered for a moment, a spark of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "Young master, I do have 2 solutions. The first method is the most straightforward. Find a mid-grade, earth-level alchemy furnace, which can withstand the heavenly fire." Elder Zhou began, but Jiang Yin shook his head before he could finish. "I've already received much kindness from the clan leader recently. I shouldn't trouble him further." "Master, what is the second method?" Seeing his disciple's thoughtful nature, Elder Zhou felt both gratified and helpless. He mused to himself, having a reincarnated emperor as a backing yet not leveraging it wisely. This child really. But precisely because of this, he was more determined to fully support him. If Jiang Yin succeeded, it might even offer Elder Zhou a chance to rebuild his physical form and settle old scores with a former rogue disciple. "The second method," Elder Zhou said with a satisfied smile, "is to find a low-grade heavenly fire to merge with. With your mastery of the flame art, you can choose different grades of fire for alchemy." Jiang Yin breathed a sigh of relief but was immediately faced with a new dilemma. Though low-grade heavenly fires were not high in rank, they were unique. Where could he find one? Just as he was about to inquire further, a gentle breeze swept in from outside, interrupting his thoughts. Looking up, he saw the figure of the clan leader standing at the doorway. Jiang Yin was startled and immediately bowed, saying, "Jiang Yin greets the clan leader." Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly, instinctively activating his Chaos Dao eyes to scrutinize the person before him. He observed that Jiang Yan's spiritual energy was surging, having reached the 3rd layer of the Purple Mansion realm. This progress surprised him considering Jiang Yan's talent, along with the enhancements of the Tsang Yin treasure body, divine liquid, Pure Yang Technique, and Heaven Tier Supreme Spiritual Vein. Breaking through to the fourth layer of the Purple Mansion realm should have been achievable by now. Why had he halted here? While pondering this, Jiang Daoxuan's gaze fell upon the alchemy furnace nearby. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Have you been practicing alchemy?" Clan leader, Jiang Yin replied without concealment. "I have fortunately reached the level of a primary one-pattern alchemist." These words astonished Jiang Daoxuan. It typically takes years for someone to enter the field of alchemy. Yet Jiang Yin had surpassed the entry threshold in such a short time. Reaching the level to refine yellow-tier low-grade pills as alchemy talent was indeed rare. However, Jiang Yin had not left the clan grounds for a long time, and there was no alchemist within the clan. Where did he learn this alchemy? Jiang Daoxuan's eyes fell on the ring on Jiang Yan's hand, and he immediately understood. It must have been taught by the heavenly being's remnant soul. This realization brightened his eyes. The clan's alchemy pavilion had been idle due to the lack of an alchemist, and cultivating Jiang Yin could be a great opportunity. A powerful family needs not only cultivators but also professionals like alchemists, spirit talisman masters, artifact refiners, and formation masters. With his thoughts racing, Jiang Daoxuan asked, "Is this alchemy furnace easy to use?" Jiang Yin looked embarrassed and said, "Clan leader, the exotic flame you gave me last time would burn through it." Jiang Daoxuan chuckled lightly, flipped his wrist, and took out the Medicine King cauldron from the Purple Mansion space. Since there was currently only one alchemist in the clan, he decided to give it to Jiang Yin. "It was my oversight. Now, take this to make do." Staring at the extraordinary cauldron before him, Jiang Yin was stunned. Suddenly, the voice of the Elder Zhou echoed in his mind. "Quickly, accept it. This is a Heaven-tier Supreme Cauldron." Elder Zhou could hardly contain his shock. Even at his peak, he only possessed a Heaven-tier mid-grade cauldron, and a Heaven-tier Supreme Cauldron was typically owned by those of the alchemist sage level. After months of teaching from his master, Jiang Yin understood the value of a Heaven-tier Supreme Cauldron. Even the entire wealth of the Great Qin dynasty couldn't exchange for such a treasure. Yet, the clan leader casually gave it to him, saying make do with it, when even an Earth-tier mid-grade furnace would suffice. At this moment, Jiang Yin felt his understanding was once again completely overturned by the clan leader's generosity. After the initial shock, Jiang Yin looked at the clan leader and quickly bowed, saying, "Thank you for the treasure, clan leader." This time, he didn't refuse the gift. Instead, he silently remembered the clan leader's kindness, hoping to repay it in the future. However, every time he thought about it, he felt tormented. The debt of gratitude kept growing, yet the chance to repay it seemed far away. Seeing Jiang Yin accept the Yaowang cauldron, Jiang Daoxuan gave a few brief instructions and then left immediately. He didn't return to the family hall, but went directly to where Gu Xingzhan was. As he was about to enter seclusion to break through to the Moonwheel realm, he needed to ensure everything was properly arranged. When he saw Gu Xingzhan again, the latter was still at the first level of the Star Wheel Realma normal progression. Upon seeing the clan leader, Gu Xingzhan immediately put away his sword and respectfully greeted him. "Greetings, clan leader. How does your left-hand sword compare to your right-hand sword?" Jiang Daoxuan asked directly. Although puzzled, Gu Xingzhan answered honestly, "I've practiced right-hand swordsmanship since childhood. I lost my right arm in a youthful duel over love. Although I later learned left-hand swordsmanship, it lacks the strength and finesse, making it hard to reach the highest level. If your right arm were restored, would your strength improve?" Jiang Daoxuan's question made Gu Xingzhan's eyes widen. Recalling the miraculous event with Pei Qing Feng, he stammered, If I could regain my right arm, my strength would surely increase greatly." "Then close your eyes." Gu Xingzhan obediently closed his eyes. Jiang Daoxuan activated the supreme bone within him and performed the reincarnation art. This time, the mysterious light only enveloped Gu Xingzhan's empty right sleeve. As time reversed, the once empty sleeve began to fill out. Gu Xingzhan felt a tingling sensation in his right shoulder. Though eager to look, he obeyed the clan leader's command and kept his eyes shut. "Open your eyes and see." Unable to contain his excitement, Gu Xingzhan opened his eyes and looked at his right arm. To his astonishment, flesh and blood had indeed grown back inside the sleeve that had been empty for years. Nervously, he tried moving his right hand, lifting it to his eyes, and examined his spread fingers, tears of joy welling up. "Is my right hand really back?" At that moment, all the ridicule he had endured because of his missing arm, the dark times, and the unresolved obsessions in his heart vanished with the rebirth of his right arm. Gu Xingzhan looked up at Jiang Daoxuan, his eyes filled with gratitude and awe. Without any hesitation, he fell to his knees with a heavy thud. Bang, bang, bang. Gu Xingzhan's forehead struck the ground 3 times, each impact with all his strength, creating spiderweb-like cracks on the hard surface. Blood oozed from his forehead, trickling slowly down his face. Jiang Daoxuan watched silently, not stopping him. He understood that this was Gu Xingzhan's most primal way of expressing his loyalty to the Jiang family. After several moments, the ground was stained with blood and scattered with debris. Only then did Gu Xingzhan stop, lifting his bloodied face slightly and choking out, "Thank you, patriarch, for your life-saving grace. I swear eternal loyalty to the Jiang family, willing to sacrifice everything without hesitation. Should I break this vow, may I be struck by lightning and my soul obliterated." Reflecting on the Jiang family's kindness over the years and today's life-saving grace, Gu Xingzhan's heart was completely devoted. Jiang Daoxuan looked pleased. "I've seen your dedication. You may rise now." From the moment Gu Xingzhan dared to confront Pei Qingfeng for the Jiang family, this young man had earned his place in Jiang Daoxuan's heart. Just as Gu Xingzhan was about to stand, Jiang Daoxuan continued, "You've honed your left-hand sword skills for years and achieved some success. It would be a waste to switch to the right hand now. I happen to have a dual-wield sword technique here. Would you like to learn it?" These words struck Gu Xingzhan like a thunderclap. He had been prepared to abandon his left-hand sword technique and start anew. The patriarch's offer not only solved this dilemma but promised to make him even stronger with mastery of both hands. Suppressing his excitement, he bowed and said, "I would be honored to learn it. I humbly request the technique, patriarch." Jiang Daoxuan nodded slightly, extending his finger and transmitting the technique into Gu Xingzhan's mind through spiritual power. Instantly, two exquisite techniques unfolded in his Minda Pure Yang technique and the Wind Thunder Sword technique, both of the highest earth grade quality. Gu Xingzhan was overjoyed. His previous main technique was only lower earth grade, but the Pure Yang technique promised a significant boost in power. The Wind Thunder Sword technique thrilled him even more. His left sword would master the swift wind, quick and agile. His right sword would wield thunder, powerful and sweeping. It was as if it were tailor-made for him. Coupled with his two treasured swords, the upper earth grade Day sword and the top-tier Xian grade sword, his power would undoubtedly soar. Just as he looked up to express his gratitude, he realized Jiang Daoxuan had vanished. Gu Xingzhan immediately turned towards the family's main hall, kneeling with his left hand gripping the Day sword's hilt, solemnly declaring, "Patriarch's great kindness, Xingzhan will never forget. For the Jiang family, I will shed blood and tears and face death without regret." Soon after, Jiang Daoxuan returned to the family hall and knelt calmly in front of the meditation mat. Instead of immediately diving into cultivation, he first carefully examined the investment rewards he had just received. The value of the 5 Heavenly Steps middle-grade techniques was undoubtedly extraordinary, but Jiang Daoxuan was well aware that the current state of the Jiang family was not yet sufficient to fully harness such advanced techniques. He sighed softly, tapping his forehead in contemplation. These techniques could only be secretly taught to a select few elites for now, and not recklessly spread on a large scale. This wasn't due to a lack of trust in his family, but rather because of his deep understanding of this world, whether through hypnotic potions or soul-searching secrets. These precious techniques could easily fall into the wrong hands. Currently, the overall cultivation level of Jiang family cultivators was relatively low, and those capable of practicing the Pure Yang technique were few and far between. A glimmer of insight flashed in Jiang Daoxuan's eyes, presenting him with an opportunity for gradual advancement. Once the family members' cultivation levels reached the necessary threshold, he would gradually make these high-level techniques available. Next, his attention turned to the second reward, the 9 turns Yin-Yang technique. Upon discovering that this supreme holy level technique was actually an advanced form of the Pure Yang Infinite technique, Jiang Daoxuan's eyes lit up. This technique not only allowed simultaneous cultivation of the soul, but also enabled the harnessing of Yin power to refine the mind at the Moon Wheel stage, and the control of Yang power to refine energy at the Sun Wheel stage. Each transformation would render the practitioner's energy and soul more refined, and after 9 transformations, it could even rival Emperor-level techniques. Although it required reaching the Moon Wheel stage for cultivation, for Jiang Daoxuan, it was merely a matter of waiting for a month. The final reward, the Human King's Sword, brought an instant brilliance to the scene. When Jiang Daoxuan retrieved this holy-level middle-grade artifact from the system space, a dazzling golden light filled the hall. The ancient longsword, black-red in color, had celestial carvings on its back and 9 faint golden ancient characters on the hilt. Exquisite patterns adorned the blade, with sun and moon motifs faintly visible, and countless lifelike figures of ancient humans. The moment the Human King's Sword emerged, a powerful aura of royal might burst forth from the blade, sweeping across the entire Kangwu Mountain like a tidal wave. The force of this aura was akin to divine wrath descending, causing all members of the Jiang family, including the Grand Elder and Gu Xingzhan, to reveal expressions of astonishment. No one knew where this terrifying pressure, capable of instilling fear in beings below the sage level, originated from. An overwhelming pressure suddenly descended, causing a profound tremor in the souls of everyone present, as if they were facing a supreme emperor who ruled over all beings. Within the vast Jiang family, only Jiang Chun, who possessed the celestial fire, could remain unaffected by this force. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin, who was cultivating by absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy using the flame technique, couldn't help but shudder upon sensing this aura. This terrifying presence, imbued with boundless majesty, far exceeded that of any clan leader or master he had encountered. Hidden within a ring, Old Zhou instantly recognized the source of this aura, the power of laws, a holy weapon. This realization caused his pupils to contract sharply. Holy weapons, treasures that only a sage realm expert could forge, contained immense law power. Even in the place he once hailed from, such artifacts were reserved as the supreme treasures of top sections. How could one appear in the remote Qin dynasty? An idea flashed in Old Zhou's mind. Could it be clan leader Jiang? In the entire Qin dynasty, only this reincarnated emperor would be worthy of possessing such a treasure. More astonishing was the fact that merely having a star wheel cultivation could wield an extraordinary holy weapon. What did this signify? Could it be that he had acquired the inheritance from a past life? This hypothesis suddenly enlightened Old Zhou, explaining why clan leader Jiang could easily produce numerous treasures. The pressure released by the king's sword quickly spread, soon engulfing Tidu prefecture and all 36 prefectures, ultimately even affecting the capital of the Qin dynasty. Inside the Qin king's hall, civil and military officials were gathered. Their gazes unanimously turned towards the highest seat. An elderly man with graying hair but eyes as sharp as an eagle's was seated on the luxurious golden throne, the ruler of the Qin dynasty, King Qin. Just as he was about to speak, the pressure of the king's sword suddenly descended upon the hall. Under this suffocating aura, the officials were thrown into chaos. King Qin's expression froze, and he immediately turned to the middle-aged man beside him, dressed in a gray robe and holding a feather fan. State Preceptor, what is the cause of this anomaly? The State Preceptor, his expression grave, calculated for a long time before slowly speaking. My lord, a holy weapon has emerged within our dynasty's borders. At these words, the once noisy hall fell silent. All the ministers and generals were deeply shaken. A holy weapon, a legendary sage treasure, had appeared in their dynasty. King Qin was so moved that he abruptly stood from his throne, his pupils narrowing to pinpoints. The supreme ruler of the Qin dynasty trembled inwardly at the thought of the legendary power of the sacred weapon. King Qin's hands shook slightly as he eagerly looked at the national advisor beside him, his voice tinged with urgency. Have you divined the exact location where this sacred weapon will appear? The national advisor's expression was grave as he slowly shook his head. The signs are obscure and the celestial secrets are confused. Even I cannot discern them. Hearing this, King Qin's eyes briefly showed disappointment. He then turned, looking down at the civil and military officials in the hall, his voice as firm as iron. The appearance of the sacred weapon within our Qin territory is an unparalleled opportunity. Anyone who dares to leak even a hint will face the extermination of their entire family. Yes. The officials, intimidated by this harsh warning, bowed their heads in compliance, sweating profusely. Seeing their reaction, King Qin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If he had known, he wouldn't have asked the national advisor to divine in public. Now that the news had spread to all the officials, surely by tomorrow, neighboring countries would know of it. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered sharply. The matter of the sacred weapon must not be compromised. You must immediately search the 36 provinces and find the whereabouts of the sacred weapon. Meanwhile, in the family hall on Mount Kangwu, Jiang Daoxuan was intently examining the royal sword in his hand. He was unaware that this divine weapon had already stirred up great waves outside. The powerful force emanating from his palm far surpassed that of his previous Chungying sword. However, due to his inadequate cultivation level, using it to its full potential was extremely draining, so he could only keep it as a trump card, relying on its sharpness for everyday encounters. If faced with a formidable enemy, he could unleash the sacred weapon's power to wield devastating force and the principles of royal law. Settling his thoughts, Jiang Daoxuan stored the royal sword in his purple mansion space, then took out a divine elixir, circulating the pure Yang infinite technique, and began his cultivation. His immediate priority was to break through to the moon wheel realm to prepare for practicing the 9 transformations in Yang art. Elsewhere, in a mountain range of the Shanhai province, Jiang Daoyuan, covered in blood and holding a long knife, stood over several corpses. Yet he paid no mind to his injuries, his eyes fixed intently on the entirely green Chinchan grass in his left palm, tears of joy streaming down his face. Finally found it. Yenner is saved. For days, he had been searching tirelessly for the Chinchan grass, only to encounter others upon finding it. A fierce battle ensued over the spiritual herb, and fortunately, his formidable cultivation allowed him to survive while his opponents perished. This is the harsh law of the cultivation world. Opportunities must be contested with both heaven and man, or one will remain ordinary, dreaming of heavenly gifts while their cultivation stagnates. Jiang Daoyuan sighed deeply, glancing back at Jiang Yi and Jiang Hao behind him. Under his protection, they were unharmed, showing no trace of fear. They had long understood that this was the reality of the cultivation path. Over the years, their harsh experiences and numerous brushes with death have hardened their hearts like stone, making them incredibly resilient. Jiang Daoxuan slowly sheathed his scarred long sword, his gaze drifting over the distant rolling mountains. Beside him, Jiang Hao supported Jiang Yi and asked in his uniquely childlike voice, "Uncle Yun, are we going home now?" "Home," Jiang Daoxuan murmured softly, a hint of nostalgia and guilt flashing in his eyes. For the sake of his son, he had once ignored everyone's advice, resolutely resigning from his position as head of the family to take the two children and leave their homeland. This journey lasted for years, leaving him with a sense of indebtedness to the family that had raised him. Now, having finally reached the Yuanhai realm, it was time to return home in triumph. A look of uncertainty appeared on Jiang Hao's young face. He was very young when they left Xuanqing, and his memories had faded over time. The decision to return home filled him with a quiet apprehension. However, Jiang Yi, a few years older, seemed particularly determined. Despite his blindness, he could almost see their home, the old locust tree in the yard, the thick carpet of fallen leaves, and the familiar playmates and elders. The echoes of past laughter seemed to ring in his ears, bringing a warm smile to his face. 3 days later, in a quiet room on Kangwu Mountain, Jiang Chun sat cross-legged, fully immersed in understanding the sword manuscript before him. His previously perfected Jianyuan realm was finally undergoing a transformation at that moment. An invisible sharpness instantly swept the surroundings. The true essence of swordsmanship was achieved. What surprised him even more was the sudden golden glow that enveloped his body, with his inner strength surging like a spring, and his vital energy multiplying several times. The golden radiance emanating from his Yuanhai illuminated the entire room, making it appear as if he was in a golden ocean. Feeling the immense power within him, Jiang Chun realized something incredible. With just his physical strength, he might be able to tear apart a Yuanhai realm expert. Jiang Chun clenched his fists, unable to hide his inner shock. The sword manuscript bestowed by the clan leader had such miraculous effects. What was expected to take months to comprehend had been mastered in just 3 days. Such an astonishing pace was truly unbelievable. Jiang Chun stood motionless, overwhelmed by a wave of shock. He focused intently on the surging power within him, yet he struggled to accurately gauge how much his strength had increased. It was only after several moments that he managed to calm his mind. His thoughts raced through the numerous texts he had recently read in the library, and the memory of the Grand Elder's sudden awakening of the Thunder Spirit physique. A bold hypothesis emerged: he might have awakened some special constitution. This idea lit up his eyes. As an ordinary person, he had the rare fortune of awakening a unique physique. Realizing his current situation, Jiang Chun quickly concealed the unusual phenomena around him. As the room returned to tranquility, he let out a long breath. Until he had enough strength, it was wise to act discreetly. However, there was one person he could share this good news with. He looked towards the family hall, a slight smile playing on his lips. If the usually composed patriarch learned of this, he would surely show an uncommon expression of surprise. The thought nearly made Jiang Chun laugh. Meanwhile, in a hidden forest in Tidu Prefecture, a streak of light sliced through the sky, quietly landing in the woods. As the light faded, Jiang Han's figure appeared. At this moment, his aura had reached the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm. In just 3 days, he had broken through a minor realm, showcasing the formidable nature of the Yellow Springs demonic technique. Were it not for the limitations when absorbing others' essence, he could only absorb from those of the same level or lower, and each time required a period of digestion. His cultivation might have already reached the Origin Sea realm. Standing in the forest, Jiang Han's eyes were cold and deep. Feeling the powerful energy within him, he murmured to himself, "Black Tiger Sect, soon it will be your turn." Months had passed, yet the shame from before still pierced his heart like a thorn. But the Black Tiger Sect had several Purple Mansion cultivators, and possibly even an Origin Sea ancestor hidden away. Acting rashly, despite a 95% chance of success, still carried risks. To avoid unforeseen setbacks, he had resolved to wait until he broke through to the Origin Sea realm before annihilating this seemingly minor sect, with only Purple Mansion overseers. His current target was the Wind stronghold, which he had investigated for some time. This force, entrenched here for over a decade, was notorious. Its leader, Kai Ji, once served in the military before becoming a bandit and had now reached the Purple Mansion realm. His sworn brother, Su Shan, was also in the Purple Mansion, and together they were known as the Black and White Fiends, ruling with tyranny. Except for forces overseen by Origin Sea cultivators, all passing caravans had to pay tolls. Even small sects of the Purple Mansion level had to show them deference, avoiding provocation. However, in Jiang Han's eyes, these feared fiends were merely resources to aid his cultivation. Eliminating such tumors was also, I'm afraid not many people will investigate the disappearance of Yin Fengjai. Instead, they might applaud it. Jiang Han watched coldly ahead, patiently waiting for the right moment. In the distance, an unsettling scene unfolded. Hundreds of bandits from Yin Fengjai, armed with sharp weapons, had surrounded a caravan. The caravan manager looked at the leader, Kai Jian, with a look of surprise. Master Kai, haven't we already paid the toll for the Lan Yin Merchant Guild? The sinister cicada-shaped scar on Kai Jian's face wriggled with his cold smile. The toll for ordinary goods has been paid, but for special goods, that's a different matter. At that moment, a young woman with bright eyes and fair skin gracefully stepped out of a carriage. Kai Jian's eyes immediately flashed with blatant greed. So, what does Master Kai suggest? The woman asked in a cool voice. Kai Jian licked his lips, grinning menacingly. You look quite appealing, spend a night with me, and I'll waive the toll. The bandits burst into laughter at his words. The woman's eyebrows arched in anger as she shouted, How dare you? A powerful aura erupted from her, causing several bandits to fall instantly. Kai Jian was initially taken aback, but then smiled cruelly. So, you're a cultivator at the Purple Mansion level. Well, I've never tasted a female cultivator from the Purple Mansion before. With that, he channeled his energy and lunged at the woman. The two engaged in a fierce battle for dozens of rounds, with the ground becoming uneven from the force of their attacks. With his advantage at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion, Kai Jian steadily suppressed the woman, who was only at the 2nd level. Soon, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, revealing her weakening state. As Kai Jian prepared to deliver a fatal blow, the woman, in her panic, noticed a black-haired youth in a fitted outfit who had appeared beside her. Desperate for protection, she instinctively reached out to grab him, intending to use him as a shield. Consider it a blessing that you, a mere commoner, can die in my place. The woman curved her lips into a cold smile, raising her delicate hand as she slowly moved it toward the young man. In her eyes, the life of an ordinary person was no more significant than that of an ant, especially for someone like her, a cultivator of the Purple Mansion. However, just as her hand was about to touch the boy, something unexpected happened. A sharp sword light suddenly appeared, swift as a thunderbolt. The woman's pupils contracted, a sense of danger surging within her. She instinctively tried to retreat, but it was too late. The sword light flashed past, blood splattering, and her hand fell to the ground. Before her shrill scream could fade, Jiang Han's figure appeared in front of her like a specter. His right hand covered her face, and the yellow spring demonic art was instantly unleashed. A terrifying suction emanated from his palm, crazily draining the woman's life force. Her skin withered and aged visibly, turning her into a dried-up husk in an instant. This horrifying scene chilled everyone present to the bone. Kai Jian's face changed dramatically, his body froze. The people from Yinfeng Zhai and the blue-silver caravan were scared out of their wits, some even losing control on the spot. Jiang Han casually tossed aside the desiccated woman and turned his gaze to Kai Jian. Yellow spring energy surged from his body, withering the grass and trees in its path. In the blink of an eye, he flashed in front of Kai Jian, delivering a palm strike infused with yellow spring energy. Having just endured a fierce battle, Kai Jian hastily responded, releasing his own energy to block. Yet, in the face of yellow spring energy, his proud strength melted away like snow, pierced through in an instant. Amid his agonizing screams, Kai Jian's limbs were dissolved by the energy, leaving only his torso intact. Jiang Han's intention was not out of mercy, but to maximize the absorption of the enemy's life force. By reducing his opponent to a helpless state, unable to fight back, yet still vibrant, he achieved his goal efficiently. Ignoring Kai Jian's pleas, Jiang Han's gaze swept over the remaining people. To ensure no one would spread the word, he decisively silenced them all. Even Yinfeng Zhai's second-in-command, Su Shan, a Purple Mansion cultivator, was no match for the Imperial-level yellow spring demonic art, meeting the same fate as Kai Jian in an instant. Witnessing this, chaos erupted. The members of Yinfeng Zhai and the blue-silver caravan scattered in panic, but their attempts to escape were futile against Jiang Han's masterful evasion techniques. Moments later, silence fell over all. The ground was littered with countless bodies. Jiang Han stood in the center, gazing up at the sky, his expression as cold as ice. Slowly, he lowered his gaze and raised his hand. In an instant, the force of the yellow springs surged like a tide, sweeping over the corpses. Under the erosion of this power, the bodies dissolved into pools of dark red blood, emitting a pungent stench. Jiang Han turned, his eyes falling on the now crippled Kai Jian and Su Shan, then glanced at the elderly woman. His eyes gleamed with excitement, as the power of these 3 Purple Mansion cultivators would elevate his strength to a new level. Meanwhile, near the martial arts arena on Kangwu Mountain, a swordsmanship sparring session was underway. A young girl in black training attire, Jiang Zhuwei, had her long hair tied up, wielding a sword against a middle-aged man. She was drenched in sweat, her breathing heavy, yet she persisted in executing basic sword techniques like slashing, thrusting, and stabbing. However, the middle-aged man easily countered all her moves. After 10 exchanges, the man shook his head and sighed. Zhuwei, Even though you've diligently practiced these moves over the years, mastering the forms, you've lost your instinct. Swordsmanship requires adaptability, and you've made no progress in years. This path may not be for you. Even with tremendous effort, achieving mastery might be beyond your reach. Facing her father's criticism, Jiang Daoxuan remained unfazed, continuing her practice. The middle-aged man, resigned, effortlessly disarmed her with a flick of his sword. Can't you see? You lack the talent for swordsmanship. Why not explore other paths? At this rate, you might even lose the chance to represent the Tianquan lineage in the Seven Lineages tournament. Jiang Daoxuan bit her lip, her eyes filled with determination. Seeing this, the man sheathed his sword and sighed. Ah, how did I end up with such a stubborn daughter? He couldn't understand why she was so obsessed with swordsmanship, to the extent of neglecting her cultivation. At 18, her cultivation was only at the first level of the bone refining realm. With her talent, she should have reached the 9th level, or even entered the postnatal realm by now. Jiang Daoxuan offered no defense, silently picking up her sword and holding it across her chest. Through the mirror-like silver blade, she saw her own resolute eyes. This was her secret whenever she held a sword. An indescribable joy made her forget all fatigue. Even though her swordsmanship had stagnated at the level of mastery for years, she never considered giving up, only practiced harder. As the middle-aged man walked away, shaking his head, Jiang Daoxuan continued to practice, her body aching and her hands covered in calluses and blisters. Yet she persevered, drenched in sweat. Nearby, Chinchan, who was contemplating the wind and thunder sword technique, noticed her and paused, observing her with a thoughtful expression. As a practitioner in the Star Wheel realm, Chinchan's memory naturally surpassed that of ordinary people. Standing at the edge of the martial arts field, he quietly observed the solitary figure in the center. That was Jiang Daoxuan, a unique presence that piqued his interest. From conversations among the Jiang family members, he learned that this young woman, who returned with the branch family, had an unusual personality. She was almost isolated from the world, responding with a cold attitude to any relatives who tried to get close. In her world, it seemed that nothing was worth her attention except the sword in her hand. What impressed Chinchan even more was that while the other family members eagerly sought his advice on swordsmanship, Jiang Daoxuan remained alone. She was like an isolated island, immersed in her swordsmanship world, oblivious to the clamor around her. Even Chinchan, who prided himself on being a sword fanatic, couldn't match such focus. However, to his surprise, despite her diligent practice, she only reached the perfect state of swordsmanship, without even touching the realm of sword energy. Such poor aptitude was unprecedented in his extensive experience. Yet her unwavering determination moved him. Remembering the clan leader's kindness, Chinchan, who had long considered himself part of the Jiang family, decided to do something for this stubborn girl. He strode to the center of the martial arts field, approaching Jiang Daoxuan. The girl continued practicing, exuding an icy aura, unaware of his presence. It wasn't until Chinchan spoke, "That's not how you practice swordsmanship," that she paused and turned toward the sound. She blinked, her gaze filled with confusion. An awkward silence ensued for a full 10 seconds. Raising an eyebrow, Chinchan realized something. "What? You've been practicing here for so long, and you still don't recognize me?" Though Jiang Daoxuan couldn't recognize his face, the familiar voice finally triggered her memory. She respectfully cupped her hands. "Greetings, Gu Enforcer." Chinchan felt a wave of exasperation, suddenly understanding why she was so indifferent to those who tried to befriend her. This girl was face-blind. Composing himself, he said seriously, "I've noticed your efforts these days. But why does your swordsmanship not progress? And yet you don't seek my guidance like the others." In front of an outsider, Jiang Daoxuan became visibly uneasy. Years of solitary living had left her unskilled in conversation, and faced with this unexpected concern, she could only choose silence. The scene fell into a deathly silence once more. Jiang Daoxuan kept her head bowed, her eyes restlessly wandering over the ground, confirming the rumors that she was indeed not good at social interactions. Seeing this, Chinchan didn't want to push her too hard. He retrieved a training wooden sword from his purple mansion space. Gripping the hilt, he held the sword in front of his chest, the tip slightly pointed towards Jiang Daoxuan. In a gentle voice, he said, "Practicing swordsmanship alone can be dull. How about I join you for a spar?" He intended to guide and correct her mistakes during their bout. At these words, Jiang Daoxuan suddenly raised her head, her eyes instantly filled with a bright fighting spirit. As a sword cultivator, the desire to spar with someone stronger outweighed all her fears. "All right," she replied briefly, gripping her sword with her right hand and darting towards Chinchan like an arrow. The two were instantly locked in combat. A month later, in the courtyard of the city lord's mansion in Wudon City, Ding Xian was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, striving tirelessly to break through to the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Ever since witnessing Jiang Hongguang's breakthrough to the Yuanhai realm at Kangwu Mountain, he had felt a sense of urgency. He realized he had grown too complacent since becoming the city lord, neglecting his cultivation. During this time, he had turned down numerous invitations to focus solely on his training. Just as he was immersed in the joy of cultivation, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted his concentration. Looking up, he saw the chief steward rushing over. "What is it?" Ding Xian asked calmly. The steward approached, pointing nervously outside. "City Lord, a messenger from the Tiandu mansion has arrived." This news furrowed Ding Xian's brow. In all his years of service, it was the first time a messenger from the lord of the mansion had visited, which was indeed strange. Although puzzled, he knew this matter could not be taken lightly. "Quickly, invite the messenger to the council hall for a discussion." Soon after, in the council hall, Ding Xian sat upright in the grand chair, facing a hawk-nosed messenger. After some brief pleasantries, Ding Xian got straight to the point. "May I ask the purpose of your visit, messenger?" The messenger's expression turned serious, the smile fading from his face. Not long ago, the entire Tang family in Tiandu was wiped out. Has City Lord Ding heard of this? This news hit like a thunderclap. Ding Xian showed shock and confusion. As an outlying area of Tiandu Mansion, Wudon City was isolated from information, and this shocking news had not yet reached them. Considering the powerful foundation of the Tang family in Tiandu, their downfall was truly terrifying. "I have not heard of this. Please, messenger, tell me more," Ding Xian asked urgently. Upon hearing this, the messenger began to narrate the details of this significant event that had shaken various forces. As the messenger recounted the tale, Ding Xian's expression grew increasingly grave. A shocking piece of news echoed in his ears. A swordsman in white, riding on a Starwheel Realm white crane, descended upon the Tang family in Tiandu like a deity. This person not only annihilated the Tang family patriarch, Tang Feizhong, but also razed the entire Tang family residence to the ground. Due to his mastery of the sword heart, he is now revered by many factions as the white-clad sword lord. Listening to these descriptions, Ding Xian was struck by a strange premonition. These traits bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Daoxuan, the head of the Jiang family from Kangwu Mountain. However, he was also puzzled. When did Jiang Daoxuan acquire a Starwheel Realm white crane? And when did he master the sword heart to become a sword lord? The messenger keenly observed the unusual expression on Ding Xian's face. Having traveled through several cities, he had never seen a city lord show such hesitation. Could it be that this man knew the true identity of the white-clad sword lord? With this thought, the messenger's hands trembled with excitement. Eager to earn a reward from the governor, he quickly produced a portrait drawn from the descriptions of witnesses from the Bai family in Tiandu. As the portrait unfurled, the image of a white-clad man with an aura of immortality appeared vividly. Ding Xian's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart skipped a beat. "Jiang clan leader?" he exclaimed internally. In that moment, all his suspicions were confirmed. Only then did Ding Xian realize why the Tang family in Tiandu had met such a catastrophic end. Recalling the recent visit from the Tang family and the subsequent annihilation of their entire clan, the truth became clear. It was his own visit to Kangwu Mountain to leak information that led to the Tang family's downfall. Realizing this, Ding Xian broke out in a cold sweat, his robes drenched. A mere purple mansion cultivator had inadvertently become the key figure in the destruction of the Tang family in Tiandu. Seeing Ding Xian's unusual demeanor, the messenger was now certain he had found the right person. Desperate to return to the Tiandu prefecture for his reward, he urgently asked, "City Lord Ding, do you know the true identity of the white-clad sword lord?" Ding Xian finally snapped back to reality. He initially wanted to deny it, as he was eager to maintain good relations with the Jiang family. But then, he reconsidered. Although most factions currently only knew Jiang Daoxuan by name and not by face, with the spread of the portrait, someone would eventually recognize Jiang Daoxuan. After all, the Jiang family had moved from under his jurisdiction, and denying it would only be self-incriminating. With this in mind, Ding Xian swallowed the denial that was on the tip of his tongue. With a swift change in tone, Ding Xian's face broke into a self-satisfied smile. "Haha, the messenger has certainly come to the right person. If there's anyone in the surrounding cities who knows the white-clad sword lord best, apart from myself, there truly isn't a second person." The messenger was overjoyed upon hearing this and stood up abruptly, cupping his hands in respect. "Please, Master Ding, share your knowledge, and you will be generously rewarded in the future." Ding Xian gently stroked his beard and began to speak slowly. "The white-clad sword lord is named Jiang Daoxuan, the head of the Jiang family. The Jiang family has been rooted in our Wudon city for hundreds of years. On the day Jiang Daoxuan was born, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky above Wudon city, with auspicious clouds circling, a true sign of heavenly blessing." He continued, "Decades ago, he secretly broke through to the Purple Mansion realm. At that time, he dueled with me, and even at the Purple Mansion level, he already demonstrated the true essence of swordsmanship. He was truly an ancient millennium sword prodigy in Wudon City. Later, after many years of seclusion, he emerged again and, due to our deep friendship, came specifically to meet me. By then, he had reached the Moonwheel realm, showcasing astonishing swordsmanship prowess. However, He is a low-key person and specifically asked me not to reveal his true cultivation level to others. He only displayed his purple mansion level to the public, effortlessly wiping out a few small, arrogant families in the city before relocating his clan to Kangwu Mountain. The messenger was deeply shaken by what he heard, never expecting the white-clad sword lord to have shown such extraordinary signs from birth. This conversation confirmed one thing for him: the white-clad sword lord was indeed a native of Qindu Prefecture, not an outsider. To gather more intelligence for his report to the prefect, the messenger continued to inquire about the Jiang family. Ding Xian, loyal to the Jiang patriarch, praised him excessively. He had already decided that once the messenger left, he would personally alter the historical records of Wudon City, revising numerous accounts related to the Jiang family over the past decades, and adding a background of Moonwheel inheritance to the Jiang family's ancestors to minimize potential trouble. After the messenger left, satisfied, Ding Xian did not immediately head to Kangwu Mountain to report. Instead, he ordered someone to bring paper and pen and meticulously documented the entire visit of the Tiandu prefecture messenger. Once the letter was filled, he handed it to the head steward, instructing him to personally deliver it to the Jiang patriarch at Kangwu Mountain. Subsequently, Ding Xian immediately gathered his people and began altering historical records in the archives. Watching the busy crowd before him, his gaze turned cold, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. To ensure that this matter remained secret, these people would have to stay in the archives until the modifications were complete. Afterward, he intended to silence them all. The alteration of the Jiang family's history in Wudon City would remain known only to him and the elegant, imposing, unparalleled, impressive, and extraordinary Jiang patriarch. Before long, Kangwu Mountain underwent a dramatic transformation. With the triple blessings of the top-tier spiritual vein, medicinal fields, and spiritual spring, the Jiang family's power skyrocketed within just a month. Over 700 family members reached the postnatal realm, and an astounding 133 reached the innate realm, a hundredfold increase from before. All of this was the result of Jiang Daoxuan's meticulous efforts over several months. The status of the 7 vein leaders became even more esteemed, with each receiving half a pound of divine liquid in resources every month. With the secret guidance of the Great Elder in the Supreme Earth Tier Technique, Pure Yang Technique, all 7 leaders advanced to the Purple Mansion realm, with the strongest reaching the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm. Thanks to the extraordinary effects of the Supreme Purple Spirit Pill, the success rate of breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm was unprecedentedly high. Among the elders of the 7 veins, 15 had reached the Purple Mansion realm. Including the vein leaders and the destined family members, the Jiang family of Kangwu now boasted 25 cultivators in the Purple Mansion realm. While most remained at the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm, this level of strength was enough to rival the lords of neighboring small towns. The cultivation of other important family members also progressed steadily. Great Elder Jiang Hongwang, thanks to his Thunder Spirit Body, broke through to the 3rd level of the Yuan-Si realm. Gu Xingzhan remained at the 1st level of the Star Wheel realm, continuing to comprehend the way of the sword, seeking the opportunity to break through the sword heart. Jiang Chun, after switching to the Pure Yang Infinite Technique, saw his cultivation soar to the 1st level of the Yuan-Si realm, showing potential beyond that of the Great Elder. Jiang Yan, while refining his alchemy skills, advanced his Flame Technique to the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm, ranking among the top 5 on Kangwu Mountain. The Jiang family's institutional development also became increasingly refined. After learning the performance assessment system from Jiang Daoxuan, the Great Elder immediately convened a meeting with the high-ranking members of the 7 veins. During the meeting, he announced the establishment of 4 levels: Excellent, Outstanding, Elite, and Core, emphasizing that these levels would be effective for 1 month only. This system not only motivated family members to strive for improvement, but also prevented rank stagnation, providing a path for new talents to rise. The reforms had an immediate effect, breathing unprecedented vitality and vigor into the Jiang family, showcasing the grandeur expected of a great clan. The power structure of the Jiang family is undergoing a profound transformation. The 7 branch elders have taken on the significant responsibility of evaluating family members based on their performance, contribution points, combat power, and cultivation level to draft a promotion list. This list is then subject to the rigorous review of the 7 branch chiefs and the Family Elder Council to prevent any form of nepotism or corruption. To enhance management efficiency, the Great Elder has established the position of 7 branch stewards. These stewards are selected based on their ability and experience rather than cultivation level, and are tasked with assisting the 7 branch elders in handling daily affairs. Outstanding stewards can not only earn substantial resources, but also have the opportunity to be promoted to 7 branch elders. In addition, to maintain family order, the Great Elder announced the formation of the Family Enforcement Corps. This special force, directly under the Elder Council and the family head, is led by 20 innate realm captains commanding 200 acquired realm members, and operates independently of the 7 branch chiefs. Members of the Enforcement Corps receive additional cultivation resource subsidies according to their rank. For family members who violate family rules, punishments excluding serious crimes like treason generally involve deduction of contribution points, demotion, reduced allowances, corporal punishment, or confinement. The Jiang family's hierarchy has also become more refined, forming a strict 90-year system from the family head to ordinary members. Each level has clearly defined privileges. For instance, the Pure Yang technique, a top-tier earth-grade cultivation method, is only accessible to members of the 5th tier and above, while those below the 6th tier can only practice mid-tier earth-grade techniques. At this moment, in the family hall, Jiang Daoxuan is experiencing a critical breakthrough. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, his aura is surging powerfully. One can see the Yuan force in his purple mansion void gathering like a sea, drawing upon the power of the celestial moon, and forming an illusory, silver moon above the Yuan sea. The phenomenon of the intermingling of stars and moon has already taken shape. Having broken through to the first level of the moon wheel realm, Jiang Daoxuan's cultivation has now reached the top ranks of Tidu Prefecture. However, he does not revel in this newfound strength. Instead, he immediately begins new training following the path of the 9 turns yin-yang art. This series of reforms and breakthroughs marks the Jiang family's entry into a whole new phase of development. Before long, Jiang Daoxuan's consciousness was completely immersed in the profound mysteries of the 9 revolutions yin-yang technique. Thanks to the extraordinary insight granted by his innate sacred body and Dao fetus, along with the enhancement from the Nuwa visualization diagram, his cultivation speed far surpassed that of ordinary people. Soon, an extremely cold force circulated within him, and under its tempering, his consciousness rapidly transformed. In an instant, what was once ordinary consciousness power had evolved into the more advanced Daian consciousness. Despite the 9 revolutions yin-yang technique being comparable to an emperor-level technique with high cultivation difficulty, Jiang Daoxuan managed to complete the first revolution in a short time. By his estimation, it would take over a month to complete the second revolution. Even with just the first revolution completed, Jiang Daoxuan could clearly sense that the strength of his consciousness had increased 5-fold. This incredible enhancement filled him with secret delight if he could fully master the 9 revolutions yin-yang technique and then break through to the sun wheel realm to wield solar energy. His power would reach an unimaginable level. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Jiang Daoxuan suddenly opened his eyes. His Daian consciousness had detected the entry of the great elder, Jiang Hongguang, into the hall. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from Jiang Daoxuan, Jiang Hongguang's expression changed, secretly amazed at the clan leader's progress, yet unaware that he had already stepped into the moon wheel realm. Jiang Daoxuan rose from his meditation cushion and turned to the great elder, asking, "What is it?" Jiang Hongguang immediately presented a letter with both hands. "The city lord Ding just sent this letter, saying it is very important and requires your personal attention." Jiang Daoxuan raised an eyebrow slightly, and with a simple gesture, an arm of elemental power lifted the letter effortlessly. The letter opened in midair, revealing densely packed black characters. Jiang Hongguang bowed respectfully, not daring to speak. Since the clan leader's series of remarkable achievements, his naturally authoritative presence had commanded respect and awe. Suddenly, a hearty laugh broke the silence of the hall. "Haha, interesting. Our city lord Ding is quite adaptably a rare talent indeed." Jiang Daoxuan handed the letter to the puzzled Jiang Hongguang. After Jiang Hongguang read it carefully, a peculiar smile appeared on his face. The Jiang family's annihilation of the Tang family in Tidu had long been a well-kept secret. In his letter, City Lord Ding expressed high praise for the Jiang family and a strong desire to join their ranks. Clearly, the City Lord no longer wished to serve the Tidu Prefecture Lord and intended to pledge allegiance to their clan leader instead. Jiang Daoxuan's laughter abruptly stopped. He turned to Jiang Hongguang and casually asked, "How are things at the ancestral home lately?" As the chief steward of the Jiang family, Jiang Hongguang was well-versed in family affairs. He pondered briefly and respectfully replied, "Recently, City Lord Ding generously funded some renovations for the ancestral home." Jiang Daoxuan nodded at this, his gaze deepening. City Lord Ding is quite considerate. Prepare a gift for tomorrow. Have Jiang Chun visit the City Lord's mansion and check on the family members staying at the ancestral home. Chief, how much should the gift be? Just give him 3 essence cleansing pills. Those who serve the Jiang family should be rewarded, Jiang Daoxuan said calmly. In recent months, thanks to frequent green and blue investments, the Jiang family had accumulated a wealth of rare pills, all stored in the family treasury and distributed by the Grand Elder as rewards. Due to the preciousness of divine liquid, it wasn't exchanged directly for spirit stones. Instead, the Jiang family traded pills with surrounding powers to acquire spirit stones in small batches, which were then used to purchase resources to sustain the family's operations. For the now wealthy Jiang family, 3 essence cleansing pills were a mere trifle, yet they would be enough to delight City Lord Ding, who was at the Purple Mansion level. Jiang Hongguang immediately went to carry out the order. Once the Grand Elder's figure disappeared, Jiang Daoxuan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. He wasn't surprised by his identity being exposed. Indeed, his earlier actions of descending upon the Tang family of Tidu and releasing the Bai family members were intentional. When the time was ripe to reveal his identity, it would surely make the Kangwu Jiang family renowned throughout Tiandu Prefecture. He understood the principle of better to strike first to avoid being struck later. The annihilation of the Tang family of Tiandu was not only to eradicate potential threats, but also to serve as a deterrent. Without a formidable reputation, if the family only focused on developing quietly, their members might encounter danger during their journeys, and invoking the family name would mean nothing. However, if the Kangwu Jiang family were renowned, they would be a protective shield for family members, causing potential enemies to think twice. Gathering his thoughts, Jiang Daoxuan looked outside the hall. Having broken through to the Moonwheel realm, he wasn't in a rush to continue cultivating but intended to oversee family affairs. As the family head, he couldn't remain in seclusion all the time. He needed to be concerned with the family's development. With a calm smile, he vanished, reappearing atop the family hall. The breeze tousled his hair as he looked over the Jiang family estate, his lunar divine sense encompassing all of Kangwu Mountain. He closed his eyes slightly, sensing various changes. In the spiritual spring, Xiaobai was in a deep sleep, surrounded by divine light, as it absorbed the power of a dragon pearl and true dragon blood. The two nubs on its head had split open, revealing short, jade-like dragon horns, signaling its imminent transformation from a flood dragon to a true dragon, significantly increasing its potential. In the medicine field, after a month of labor, Pei Qingfeng, though still somewhat disgruntled, had grown tanned and more adept in his movements. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.